Did you finish off the men the temple and black lightning sent? Xu Longfear looked behind them. Without waiting for anyone's response, Xu Longfear snapped his fingers. Instantly, fully armored guards appeared in the plaza. Do you have any orders, sire? Evidently, this guard was trained well, his aura reserved, his posture steady. Go and see if any of the Temple of Light or Black Lightning organization survived, Xu Longfear ordered indifferently. If there are, finish them off. Take care of the bodies. Yes, sir. The guards left the plaza, not even blinking at the command. Xu Longfear beckoned at the girl who had just been chasing Dong Fenghao. She walked over obediently. Go. Tell Qian'er to give me her tiara. Send it to the boat docked at the eastern pier. Xu Longfear spoke softly, yet in a manner that could not be questioned. Yes. The girl nodded, turned, and left speedily. Dong Fenghao watched the girl leave with lingering fears. He was bewildered. Under the girl's attack, he was unable to focus enough spiritual power to summon magic beasts. The moment he made a spiritual connection, it would be interrupted. Who exactly was she? Go. This is not a good place to talk. Xu Longfear stood up and led them away. Qi Aoshuang followed without hesitation. Everyone else followed suit. Feng Yixuan was quiet, not saying a word. He led them to eastern part of the city until they reached the pier. When the bustling people saw Xu Longfear, they all prepared to bow, but Xu Longfear only waved offhandedly. They immediately stopped and continued with what they were doing. Qi Aoshuang was shocked. The loyalty these commoners had towards Xu Longfear was abnormal. Who exactly was Xu Longfear? Naturally, the most luxurious boat docked there was Xu Longfear's. The moment they saw how elaborately designed it was, they knew. Xu Longfear led them without any change in expression. After entering the boat, everyone sat down. Currently, no one was in the mood to admire the boat's beauty. Feng Yixuan, the son of the president of the Feng Trade Union, Xu Longfear said after sitting down, pointing at Feng Yixuan. He paused, then looked at Leng Lingian. You, the divine prince tricked by the witch, Leng Lingian. Everyone frowned, but did not say anything, all waiting for Xu Longfear to finish speaking. And you, the archer who follows Claire, Chao Chuqin. His gaze shifted to Chao Chuqin. Then he looked at Dong Fenghao, the summoner who follows Claire. Qi Aoshuang's expression darkened. Xu Longfear knew everything. And you two are the twin dark Magi-Qians. Xu Longfear continued, looking at 11 Shaoqi and 11 Shaoxi. What are you trying to say? 11 Shaoqi said unhappily. What do you think? Your disguises can trick normal people, but do you think it can trick the Temple of Light or Black Lightning? Do you really believe you could disappear into a crowd? Xu Longfear laughed profoundly. Do you think you look so ordinary? Everyone was silent, their expression unsightly. After a long time, Qi Aoshuang let out a sigh. She slowly closed her eyes. She then opened her eyes, her gaze serious. 11 Shaoqi, 11 Shaoxi, return to Yaosili and help Long Sassi. Now, Qi Aoshuang had an unopposable aura. 11 Shaoqi and 11 Shaoxi shared a glance, their expressions also serious. They stood up, looking at Qi Aoshuang intensely. Divine Princess, if it is your command, we will set out immediately. I command you. Be careful on your way back. Qi Aoshuang gave a slight nod. I'll send men to send you out this ocean area and send back Qian'er at the same time, Xu Longfear said, pleased with his idea. The seas here are all under my jurisdiction. No one dares to challenge me here. Qi Aoshuang gave him a nod. Thank you. Want to thank me? Xu Longfear sized up Qi Aoshuang pervertedly. If you thank me wholeheartedly in 5 years' time, I definitely won't refuse. Sensing their change in expression, he said hastily, I was just joking. The cold gazes told him that his joke was not funny at all. Yixuan. Suddenly, Qi Aoshuang turned to Feng Yixuan who had been silent. It was the first time Qi Aoshuang called him by his first name. Feng Yixuan looked up and was met with Qi Aoshuang's pitch-black eyes. The two locked gazes, not saying a word, but understood each other. Just as Qi Aoshuang was about to speak, Feng Yixuan said, Aoshuang, I understand. Millimeter. First return. Don't let Anton be hurt. Qi Aoshuang's heart settled down. You must return to Yaosili safely. Feng Yixuan looked at Qi Aoshuang deeply. I will. Qi Aoshuang revealed a smile, nodding. Leng Lingian's eyes flashed with loneliness, but it quickly disappeared. Chuqin, Dong Fenghao, we will separate here. Chi Aoshuang faced them. Why? No, we just met up a short moment ago. I don't want to leave you. Chao Chukin stood up emotionally. Dong Fenghao pulled on her sleeve. Chukin, it will be more dangerous if we stay together. The chances of being exposed will be higher. It is better if we split up to find what we're looking for. Because Xu Longfear was present, Dong Fenghao did not specify what they were looking for. This, however, piqued his interest. What exactly was Chi Aoshuang looking for? Only then did Chao Chukin understand. She bit her lip, then said with difficulty, then we'll split up. Dong Fenghao and I will help you find the other stuff. Chi Aoshuang froze. She had not planned on Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao endangering themselves for her. Originally, she was going to tell them to continue traveling or return to Yaosili where the Temple of Darkness had influence. On deck, there came the sound of footsteps. Xu Longfear looked up at the noise. You guys can continue talking. I'll go out first. The tiara must have been sent. Then he left, leaving them alone. Chukin and I will look for the Beast Clan. I understand their language and likes and dislikes. I will definitely get their artifact. Dong Fenghao had an unusually staunch expression, his tone of voice also difficult to oppose. Right. Aoshuang, Donggu and I will help you look for the artifact. If we separate, our identities won't be exposed so easily. There are archers everywhere. Chao Chukin nodded hurriedly. Seeing Dong Fenghao and Chao Chukin's staunch expressions, she could not say, I am not worthy you endangering yourselves for me. Okay, we'll do what you said. After we find the Beast Clan, we'll find the dwarfs. Chao Chukin nodded. There are still artifacts in the hands of the goblins the Fee, and the dragons, Leng Lingian said in a low voice. Earth spirits changed to goblins. When he mentioned the dragons, everyone thought of Ben at the same time. That clumsy dragon, has he avenged himself yet? I will visit the dragon clan with Leng Lingian. If we find Ben, it will be much easier, Chi Aoshuang decided. Ben's strength was evident. Most importantly, he could fly. This would make it much easier for them to act. Good, we'll do what we planned. Chao Chukin nodded seriously. She gripped Chi Aoshuang's hand. Aoshuang, you must be careful. Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed with complex emotions. She stole the words right out of her mouth. You must also be careful. Chi Aoshuang gripped Chao Chukin's hand in turn. Don't worry, no one will suspect our identity. I will take care of Chao Chukin. Dong Fenghao smiled sheepishly. Even if we can't beat them, we can run away. TCH. Chao Chukin rolled her eyes, dissatisfied with his cowardly words. Run if you can't beat them. Chukin, I hope nothing bad happens to you, Chi Aoshuang said seriously. Chao Chukin froze, then nodded obediently. Don't worry, I won't be that dumb. I will return alive. Good. Chi Aoshuang nodded. With everything decided, the atmosphere in the boat grew heavy. No one knew what to say. Everyone, come in. Xu Longfear's voice came from outside. The next moment, he came in with a triumphant smile, an exquisite wooden box in hand. Chi Aoshuang, this is what you wanted. Xu Longfear handed over the box. Don't worry, I am delighted to send Qian'er back to the mermaids. Chi Aoshuang opened the box. It was the tiara depicted in the pendant. This was a part of the god feather. Besides looking ornate, she could not tell what was special about it. It did not even emit magic ripples. Perhaps just like the god of darkness said, by itself, it had no power. Only together would they emit grand, terrifying power. Thank you, Chi Aoshuang thanked sincerely. No matter what motives he had when doing all this, he had still helped her. If you want to thank me, Xu Longfear laughed vulgarly. Everyone swiveled to give him an icy stare, stopping him in mid-sentence. Please give this to the mermaid princess. Tell her her mother misses her. Chi Aoshuang handed over the pendant the queen had given her. She was not worried anymore whether or not the mermaid princess would return anymore. She had handed over the precious tiara just because Xu Longfear told her to. Clearly, she would listen to anything Xu Longfear said. All right, no problem. Xu Longfear put away the pendant. And so, everyone departed. Xu Longfear sent men to accompany them on ships. He himself accompanied Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingian personally. Before leaving, Feng Yixuan did not say a word, only gazing at Chi Aoshuang intensely. Silent, unspoken words were exchanged. Chi Aoshuang stood at the prow of the ship, the wind gently brushing her face. Leng Lingian stood to the side, silent. Xu Longfei viewed the wide expanse of oceans, arms crossed. He broke into a candid smile. If I did not have the city of Unruly holding me back, I would have liked to join you. As long as I stayed with you, exciting things would be sure to happen. Xu Longfei said his true intentions. You're better off staying here to protect your people. Now that you've let me go, the Temple of Light is sure to investigate. Chi Aoshuang frowned. She was thinking about the innocent Feng clan that had been unfairly implicated. The Feng clan trade union has great, widespread influence, allowing it to be suppressed in multiple areas. I am different. My unruly island is out in deep waters and centralized. It is not easy to travel there either. For the Temple of Light to suppress me is fundamentally impossible, Xu Longfei said confidently, then laughed. I sure am looking forward to the day you topple the Temple of Light, double black girl. Xu Longfei had also heard of this legend. In the past, he brushed it aside, but now, he was willing to believe in it. The day will come. Oh, also, your appearances attract too much attention. Xu Longfei stroked his chin, looking at Chi Aoshuang, then looking at Leng Lingian. Although you both are not as attractive as I, both of you are very noticeable. I do have a way to change your appearances, however. Chi Aoshuang cast a sidelong glance. Leng Lingian and her appearances were indeed trouble, especially Leng Lingian's. His silver hair and violet eyes were too distinctive. If you eat this fruit, you will look like a commoner, perhaps even look ugly. Xu Longfei fished out 2 grey, wrinkled fruits from his robe. What is that? Leng Lingian frowned upon the 2 little fruits. This is a treasure one of my concubines gave me. I originally had 10, now I have 3 left. Xu Longfei gazed at the fruits longingly. What did you use it for? Chi Aoshuang had no qualms and grabbed the fruit. Xu Longfei eyed the fruits. Sometimes, I'm handsome to a fault. When I need to do business, some things I will be forced to change my appearance, otherwise, I'll rouse attention everywhere I go. Chi Aoshuang had no words. If you want to change back, eat these. Xu Longfei fished out another 2 wrinkled leaves. These leaves come from the same plant as the fruits. Chi Aoshuang stared at Xu Longfei, unable to find words to say. They were merely strangers who had crossed paths by accident, yet he had given them such a huge favor. Without a doubt, these items were extremely valuable, but Xu Longfei gifted them to them. She found herself somewhat moved, almost. Chi Aoshuang did not immediately take the leaves. Instead, she looked Xu Longfei into the eye. Xu Longfei, I will engrave this favor into my memories. If the day comes when you need my assistance, I will help you with all my might. Knowing you, your words alone are enough. Xu Longfei smiled brightly. He handed the 2 leaves over. Eat it now and see. Chi Aoshuang handed one of the fruits to Leng Lingian. He looked at the ugly fruits, then swallowed it in one bite. Under Chi Aoshuang's incredulous gaze, Leng Lingian's appearance was changing rapidly. His alluring, violet eyes gradually faded into grey. His elegant, long silver hair turned brown. His facial features also gradually changed. In an instant, standing before Chi Aoshuang was not Yu Yin anymore. It was a man with beady eyes and brown hair who could not look more ordinary. Come, take a look for yourself. Xu Longfei handed a refined mirror to Leng Lingian. Of course the narcissistic Xu Longfei would carry a mirror. When Leng Lingian saw himself in the mirror, the person reflected was shocked. The person in the mirror and him were as different as could be. Absolutely no one could recognize you, Xu Longfei said, pleased. Chirp chirp, peep peep. Hidden in Leng Lingian's cloak, White Emperor and Black Feather crawled out onto Leng Lingian's shoulder. Their round, little eyes were filled with shock. Ha ha, and you need to watch over these 2 little pets carefully. They have already become symbols of your identity. Xu Longfei stroked his chin, looking at the 2 strange organisms thoughtfully. What kind of magic beasts are these? I cannot recognize them. To think that there were magic beasts that I could not recognize. How astounding. It cannot be. How could I not recognize them? He felt a blow to his confidence. Chi Aoshuang then swallowed her fruit and felt her features changing. She looked at White Emperor and Black Feather. Perhaps they do not come from this world. This is not their true appearance either. Ah, then what exactly are they? His interest was piqued. I do not know, Chi Aoshuang replied honestly. Although White Emperor and Black Feather had assumed human forms before, Chi Aoshuang still to this day did not know their true identities. She only knew that the god of darkness and goddess of light recognized them, so they were definitely unordinary. Ha ha, if anyone could recognize you now, I'd eat my hat. Xu Longfear was immensely pleased. A trace of shock flashed through Leng Lingyan's eyes. He handed over the mirror to Chi Aoshuang. When she took a look, she saw a head of green hair. Her eyes were still large, now a common blue color. Her nose was covered in freckles. She nodded, pleased. Indeed, no one would be able to recognize her. A few days later, Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan arrived at a dock near the border. Xu Longfear then departed. As the sun started to set, Chi Aoshuang watched as the gorgeous vessel left, silent. Aoshuang, let's go, Leng Lingyan said quietly. Millimeter, Chi Aoshuang nodded, and then they left. Their journey was smooth as expected. No one took notice of Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan now. And so, the two smoothly passed Yaosali's border and through the hazy swamp, heading to Dragon Valley. Dragon Valley was between wide expanses of steep mountains. It was a forbidden area. Who knew how many had been able to make it out alive? Just as they entered the mountain range, Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan sensed an incorporeal pressure. The next moment, they saw black. A giant figure appeared overhead, throat rumbling, then descended before them. Humans, if you want to live, leave immediately. You are in dragon territory, a thunderous voice said abruptly. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan looked up to see a giant dragon crouched before them, eyeing them disdainfully. He was likely a dragon guarding the entrance. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan exchanged glances. We are looking for Ben Berner Alexa Betlebu et Fide. Chi Aoshuang started to recite from memory. She had remarkable memory, able to remember Ben's long family name from that one time he had introduced himself. Cease your talking, lowly human, how could you utter our king's name so wantonly? The giant dragon abruptly burst into anger, about to spit out fire. Chi Aoshuang was elated. She had bet correctly. Ben had been able to clear his name and regain what was rightfully his, becoming the Dragon King. If this was true, then it was too easy. However, this guard was just a little too thick. Is the dragon race really this thick? Could any human know the Dragon King's name? Tell Ben Clare Hill is here. Chi Aoshuang humphed. The guarding dragon froze. He looked at the small human, suspicious. The dragons were a proud race and would not give away their names to anyone. But his king's true name had indeed been said by this human. Everyone knew that their king had been framed before, and they all knew some kind of human had saved their king. However, the human was famous for their golden hair and fair appearance. The tiny human did not seem to fit the description. Human, are you really Clare Hill? Clare Hills is known for her golden hair and jade eyes. The dragon crouched down to look at her carefully to ascertain he was not wrong. Whether it was her hair or eyes, they all did not match the description. I used a secret method to change my appearance, Chi Aoshuang explained. If you bring us to meet your king, the truth shall be revealed. But our king is currently in seclusion, receiving the Dragon King inheritance. Although the human seemed different from what their king described, she was able to utter his name. Perhaps she was really Clare Hill in disguise. Dragon King inheritance. Chi Aoshuang understood. After becoming the Dragon King, he would receive the dragon god's bestowal and obtain gold power. Only then would he become the true Dragon King. Thus, we will have to wait. Chi Aoshuang smiled at the guard dragon. Don't worry, we will leave the Dragon Valley and wait outside. Once your king's ceremony ends, please inform him. Of course. The moment he leaves seclusion, I will inform him immediately. The dragon nodded hurriedly. If the human before him was truly the king's savior, he could not afford to offend them accidentally. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan took set up camp outside Dragon Valley. Leng Lingyan pitched tents, while Chi Aoshuang stacked up firewood, preparing their bonfire for the night. Black Feather and White Emperor bounced around Leng Lingyan, waiting expectantly for Leng Lingyan to cook meat for them. At this moment, a group of people was at the mouth of the ravine. Leading them was a charming, lavishly dressed woman followed by a well-dressed young man. The young man had a beautiful sword at his waist, his boots of the highest quality. His clothes were embroidered elegantly, showing his high status. Behind them were armed knights. At the very back was someone dressed completely differently from them, wearing pure white clothes. He maintained a certain distance, not lagging behind, but not following closely either. "Young master, Dragon Valley is right ahead. We should stop now," a middle-aged man leading the knights said earnestly. He cursed inwardly. This foolish price, persuaded just because of that woman to come to this dangerous place. It was Dragon Valley, a place where even some magic beasts wouldn't appear. Although they had a disciple of the hidden sect following to protect them, if they entered Dragon Valley and actually angered dragons, it would be strange if they weren't swallowed whole. Their horses were already unsettled at merely the mouth of the ravine. They could only leave 2 people behind to look after the horses as everyone else continued forward. "Shut up, useless fool," the lavishly dressed man angrily chided. He was losing face in front of the beauty because of the old man. The young man was the 3rd prince of Belruck, Barney's. He had been completely enamored by the beauty in a chance meeting. The captain gnashed his teeth bitterly. Useless. Could humans win against dragons? The captain shot a hateful glance at the beautiful woman. It was all because of this bimbo's fault that they were forced to follow this brainless prince here. The disciple of the hidden sect was only responsible for protecting the prince's safety. At a critical juncture, they would be screwed. Though the hidden sect did not interfere with common life, they were still humans, they still needed to eat. All their money came from a handful of imperial families. As payment, they would dispatch some of their disciples to protect royal family members. The captain cast a glance at the hidden sect disciple. The disciple followed unhurriedly, calm and composed. He had never spoken a word with them. The captain sighed. Hopefully, their prince was wise enough to not continue forward. "Dear," the alluring woman turned to speak to Prince Barney's coquettishly. "Millimeter, what is it, baby?" Barney's asked cautiously with a fawning smile. "The sky is darkening. We should set up camp at the end of the ravine and enter tomorrow, okay?" The woman's charming voice nearly melted Prince Barney's. "All right, no problem. Baby, tomorrow we enter Dragon Valley." Prince Barney's gazed at the beauty tenderly. "Will there be any problems?" the beauty asked sweetly. "How could that be? These knights are Belruck's greatest knights. We even have a disciple of the hidden sect." "No fair, that disciple is only responsible for your safety," the beauty pouted cutely. Her eyes flashed profoundly with something unclear that disappeared instantly. No one noticed. "Oh silly you are my everything. How could he not protect you?" he comforted her. But although he said this, he was also unsettled. The disciple had only exchanged words with him 3 times. He was very dissatisfied with the disciple's attitude. The way he always seemed to be looking down on him always made him feel prickled. "Dear, you're the best." The alluring woman clung onto Barney's shoulder, her large chest rubbing against him. Instantly, Barney's was elated. Watching from behind them, the captain was indignant. He had been watching everything that had happened calmly. A cold laugh surfaced in his heart. Once they reached the end of the ravine, night had already descended. "Ha, there's light." Barney's frowned, seeing a flickering bonfire in the distance. "Someone's there." The alluring woman was shocked. Someone was actually camping there. "Let's go and see." Barney started to walk over, wanting to impress the woman with his manliness. The captain, on the other hand, frowned. Anyone who could set up camp here could be no ordinary person. He prayed the brainless prince wouldn't cause more trouble. Once the group got close, they froze at the scene. 2 ordinary-looking people sat in front of a bonfire. The young man was roasting meat, while the freckled girl was making tea. Yes, they did not see wrong. The freckled girl was making tea. She had a cheap tea set and was waiting for the water in the kettle to boil over the bonfire. A pair of lovers on a date. Pa! Everyone discarded the thought immediately. How in their right mind would come here for a date? How many people were as dumb as their prince, who had came here just to show off to a girl? "Dear, who are these 2? The alluring woman assumed a curious appearance. Prince Barney's also frowned. "I don't know either." But of course, Barney's could not say these words out loud. "They should be lost commoners," Barney said indifferently. He had no interest in the ordinary-looking people. "But the ravine is a straight path," the woman said coyly. Prince Barney's face reddened. He shrugged her off. "Who cares what they're doing? We're going over there." He then walked away. The 2 looked very ordinary, but even though Barney's would often forget himself, even he knew that those who could come here were unordinary. It was best not to stir up trouble. "Oh," the charming woman pouted her lips, dissatisfied. She followed the prince. Barney's then instructed his underlings to set up camp. Meanwhile, He and the woman flirted. Not far away, the hidden sect disciple stood quietly. His gaze lingered on Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun. These two individuals were definitely out of the ordinary. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun had of course sensed the people before they were in view. Currently, they could sense the person's gaze on them. Chi Aoshuang cast a glance, then raised a brow. What a coincidence, it was the person she had met right outside Fenghua City. His name was, Carter. She was only able to remember his name vaguely because it sounded similar to Camille. He was still dressed in white. At the time, Chi Aoshuang had felt it was very familiar, but now she realized that it was the same type of clothes Elder Huo had worn. So he was a disciple of the hidden sect. But why was he following these group of idiots? It seemed he was protecting the ostentatiously dressed young man. What is it? Leng Lingyun sensed Chi Aoshuang seemed to be in thought. What do you suppose those people came here for? Chi Aoshuang kept her voice low. The lavishly dressed man is a prince of Belruck, Barney's. He has poor character. I do not recognize the woman next to him. It's very strange that he is here. It couldn't be that he is here to pick a fight with the dragon race. As the previous divine prince, Leng Lingyun had met many royal family members and had an exceptional memory. Don't you think that woman is attractive? Chi Aoshuang suddenly asked. Leng Lingyun froze. He paused for a moment to look at Chi Aoshuang. After a while, he said, I think you are more attractive than her. Chi Aoshuang also froze. She looked at Leng Lingyun blankly for a brief moment before returning to her senses. She said a little embarrassedly, I wasn't asking about that. It just seems she used a beautifying potion. Only then did Leng Lingyun understanding her intentions. His eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment upon realization. He cast a glance over at the woman who was currently flirting with Prince Barney's. His expression changed slightly. If that woman was using a beautifying potion to approach Prince Barney's, then the reason why they were here would be in large part due to her. If this woman had convinced them to come to Dragon Valley, what was her motive? Now do you understand? Chi Aoshuang lifted off the teapot that hung over the bonfire and poured herself a cup of tea. Indeed. Leng Lingyun nodded as he rotated the meat over the bonfire to cook it evenly. As the two pondered, Carter suddenly did something. He started to walk over to Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun. Prince Barney's and the alluring woman looked over at Carter, not understanding what he was doing. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun also eyed him as he approached. Good evening. Could I borrow a bit of your fire? Carter's icy face revealed a trace of a smile. Prince Barney's blinked. Had he seen wrong? The stone-faced man could smile. The knights were even more shocked. It was the first time they had seen this powerful person take the initiative to talk to someone else, especially to strangers. The alluring woman's eyes also darkened, watching with narrowed eyes. Chi Aoshuang's response left Carter stiff. No. I'm sorry, there's not enough room, Chi Aoshuang responded heedlessly. She took a sip of her cup, not even giving Carter so much as a glance. But isn't there a lot of room? Carter then did something that shocked Prince Barney's and the rest even more. He smiled as he plopped down next to Leng Lingyun. How shameless. Chi Aoshuang was annoyed. She did not want to have any connections to this person. He was definitely difficult to deal with. This was her intuition. She did not want problems to arise. Carter eyed Chi Aoshuang fixedly. What he said next made Chi Aoshuang shiver. Young lady, your voice is very similar to a person I know. He watched Chi Aoshuang intensely to see her reaction. But Chi Aoshuang showed no change in expression. What? I've never met someone like you before. She paused, then said venomously, it takes a certain level of skill to flatter others. Carter's expression. He examined Chi Aoshuang's expression more closely, but was not able to discern any clues. He was certain that this ordinary-looking girl's voice was the exact same as the person who had been seeking to battle, Claire. Claire Hill was like fireworks, falling after displaying her peak splendor. Naturally, he did not believe she had committed matricide in order to ingratiate herself with the temple. Was this ordinary-looking girl the previously shining Claire? He inspected her face with rapt attention, but was disappointed to see no similarities. Her every freckle was so realistic, there was no way she was using some kind of disguise. There was no traces of uses of potions either. It seems he had made a mistake. I must have mistaken you for someone else, my mistake. Carter smiled, standing up to bow apologetically, then left. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingian did not respond, continuing to make tea and roast meat. Right now, all they needed to do was wait for Ben to come out of his reclusive training. Prince Barnaz's party and Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingian lodged on each side of the ravine, mutually ignoring the other. The night passed by peacefully. As day broke, the sun rays filled the entire ravine. The crisp bird calls could be heard. Prince Barnaz left his tent a little gloomily. Just as before, the captivating women did not let him do anything to her. "Dear," Prince Barnaz's hand was pulled tenderly. "Are you still mad? I already said as long as you fulfill this wish of mine, I'll become yours." Feeling the soft sensation on his elbow, Barnaz discarded his floomy thoughts. He wrapped his arm around her curvy waist, nodding. "All right, baby, you promised me." "Millimeter, of course, darling," the flirtatious woman responded coyly. Her eyes flashed with loathing, but it disappeared in a wink. Inwardly, she cursed, this disgusting pig. Did he think she was some kind of playing? If he wasn't born a prince, he would be a nobody. She just needed the cretin to attract the dragon race's attention for a moment. Humph. Whether he lived or died did not matter to her, as long as she could get that thing. "Everyone, get up. Get ready to leave," Barnaz coldly commanded. "Young master, where are we going?" the captain asked, unsettled. Was their idiot prince really that dumb? "Of course into Dragon Valley," Barnaz replied haughtily. The captain's mouth dropped, staring at the prince incredulously. Wasn't that certain death? All just for that woman? "We'll just take a look," Barnaz urged impatiently. Although he was perverted, he was not a fool. He knew how strong dragons were, but the beauty only wished to witness a dragon, that was all. It couldn't be that difficult. They would just enter to take a look, then leave immediately. Just take a look. That simple. A trace of doubt flashed in the captain's eyes. That bimbo only wanted to take a look. Perhaps it was so. After waking up and eating, they saw Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingian had lazily just come out of their tents. "Baby, let's go. You'll finally be able to meet a dragon. However, we must be careful." Barnaz smiled, pulling the alluring beauty's waist close to him. "Yes, dear." The alluring woman smiled charmingly. Barnaz nearly swooned. "Carter, you must protect my baby, okay?" Barnaz turned to face the cold-faced Carter. Carter's face remained impassive. "I am only responsible for your safety." His meaning was clear. He would not protect the woman. "You." Prince Barnaz's face darkened, about to explode into anger. But the alluring woman pulled him back, smiling. "Dear, you just need to protect me. Millimeter, baby, I'll definitely protect you." Prince Barnaz nodded repeatedly, infatuated. The beauty gave him a lovely smile, but inwardly, she was disgusted with the arrogant prince. As her gaze passed by Carter, her eyes flashed venomously. She laughed in her heart. No matter, she had not planned on relying on them to protect her from the start. They only needed to attract the dragon's attention for a moment, that way she could infiltrate and steal that thing. Chi Aoshuang watched as they packed up their stuff. As they started to walk to Dragon Valley, she frowned. "Aoshuang, what do you think?" Leng Lingian asked softly. "That brainless prince was persuaded to enter Dragon Valley, but I can't tell what that woman's intentions are." Chi Aoshuang took a bite of bread that Leng Lingian had handed her. White Emperor and Black Feather were jumping around in the tent. They had been hiding there since last night so that none of Barnaz's men could see them. Leng Lingian crouched down, passing a piece of bread into the flap of the tent so that the two little things would settle down. "Want to follow them to see what happens?" Leng Lingian stood up. "No need to be hasty. Let's first wait and see." Chi Aoshuang watched as their figures disappeared out of the ravine. Carter also followed, clothed in pure white. Chi Aoshuang's eyes lingered on his figure the longest. "It'll be quite tragic, I imagine." Leng Lingian responded indifferently. Chi Aoshuang smiled. "Did I just detect dark humor in the venerable divine prince's voice?" "Really?" Leng Lingian responded with the exact same tone. But then something strange happened. Roar. There came the sound of an angered dragon from the end of the ravine. Leng Lingian followed Chi Aoshuang's suggestion to wait and see. The result was pitiful, as expected. The entrance of Dragon Valley. The patrolling dragon angrily roared, the sound reverberating in their ears. "Damn humans, pay for your idiocy," the dragon roared. Terrifying dragon breath started to descend upon them. "Please let me explain, venerable dragon," Barney started to say, large beads of sweat on his forehead. As his group entered Dragon Valley, they suddenly ran into the dragon just as Chi Aoshuang had and was being berated. He originally thought that after fulfilling the beauty's request to see the dragon, they could return safely. However, the woman suddenly attacked the dragon with magic. It was only a small fireball, but it hit the dragon's nostril accurately. It was clearly provocative, hitting a sensitive spot. Then the woman ducked behind him, declaring he had forced her to do so. After successfully angering the dragon, she slipped away. Prince Barney's realized he had been completely manipulated, but there was no point in explaining anything now. Idiot, Carter cursed silently. He stepped forward, gripped Barney's under one arm, then quickly ran out the mouth of the valley. This all happened in a matter of seconds. The dragon was mighty, but with Carter's strength, running away was not anything difficult. Unfortunately, the remaining knights took the brunt of the dragon's anger. Dragon breath blasted. Soon, knights became scorched earth. The surviving knights lost the will to fight, all running towards the mouth of the valley with all their might. No one noticed the alluring woman with her cold grin. She was concealed behind a large tree expertly. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun watched as Carter ran out with the previously arrogant prince pinned under his arm, while behind him, knights ran as hard as they could with looks of terror. "Stop, you ants!" the dragon roared in pursuit. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes. As she suspected, the alluring woman was nowhere to be found. Naturally, Leng Lingyun noticed as well. The two shared a glance, understanding what had happened. The guard flew after them for a while, but returned in the end. Evidently, he had not been able to catch up to Carter. Once the dragon returned to the ravine, he saw Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun. Currently angry, he was unwilling to acknowledge them. He merely gave a nod. But Chi Aoshuang spoke. "These people were only here to attract your attention. That woman must have slipped in." The dragon froze. He recalled what just happened. Thinking carefully, his expression changed. He immediately flew back. "Why did that woman go in?" Leng Lingyun frowned, watching as the dragon left. "It's hard to say." Chi Aoshuang also frowned. Using beautifying potion to attract the brainless Prince Barneys and using his squadron to attract the dragon's attention to slip in. Naturally, that woman could not directly fight the dragons. What was she trying to do in secret? It was unrelated to her. But Ben was the current Dragon King. She could not just sit still and watch. No matter what that woman was planning, one thing was certain, it definitely would not benefit the dragon race. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun did not enter Dragon Valley. Warning the guarding dragon was already enough. Because they could not be identified, hastily entering was not necessarily the right choice. The best decision was to wait until Ben came out of seclusion. Merely 2 days later, after Ben left seclusion, after hearing the report by his underling, he immediately went to the ravine. Ben was like a completely new person. The Ben before them had elegant, flowy hair with profound eyes as cold as the night sky. His handsome face emanated a firm, domineering aura. He gave off the air of a king. 2 people in grey followed behind him, or more accurately, 2 dragons in human form. Once he saw the ordinary 2 people, he paused for a moment, then asking cautiously, "Claire?" Chi Aoshuang smiled. Before she could say anything, White Emperor and Black Feather suddenly bounced out, jumping onto Ben's shoulders. "Ah, it's really you," he exclaimed happily. Chi Aoshuang nodded. Ben then looked at Leng Lingyun suspiciously. "Then who are you?" "Leng Lingyun," he said quietly. "How come you guys look like that? You're almost ugly, ha ha." Ben was back to his old ways, still that uncultured black dragon. It was just now, he was not a prince anymore, but the Dragon King. Clearly, Ben had not heard what had happened. Of course, living in Dragon Valley, the dragons would not interact with humans, and Ben had been receiving his inheritance, so naturally, he would not know what had happened to Chi Aoshuang. "We'll talk about that later. There is another pressing matter at hand. A woman infiltrated Dragon Valley. Have you found her? Her motives are unknown." That happened. Ben frowned, then turned to look at the 2 people in grey behind him. They had terrified expressions. "Did you find the woman yet?" Ben did not ask if there was a woman who infiltrated, but if they had found the woman or not. He would never doubt Chi Aoshuang's words. The 2 people in grey were a little surprised at their king's faith in the human. "Your Highness, that woman is currently," one of them started to say apprehensively, then trailed off. Just say if you found her. Ben was already a little angry, his eyes flashing coldly. Forgive me, Your Majesty, we have already hastened the search, they said fearfully. Ben, that woman is no ordinary person. She used a beautifying potion to use a group of people as bait to attract attention, and then slipped in. Think carefully, what could it be that she wants? Chi Aoshuan could see from Ben's intense gaze that he was now truly the dragon kind. Suddenly, Ben had a strange expression on his face. Summer. Chi Aoshuan frowned, but then suddenly said, the Ai Luo clan. That woman must be from the Ai Luo clan, so she is after dragon teeth. She is a thief. Ben was currently calm. He ordered the two in grey, immediately send people to the Dragon Hollow. Bring that woman to me the moment you find her. Yes, Your Majesty. The two in grey immediately turned and left. The Dragon Hollow was the burial ground of the dragons and was not to be disturbed. Claire, come to my palace. Ben revealed a toothy grin, delighted with himself. Chi Aoshuan nodded. Ben muttered something, transforming back into his true form, then started to fly. Chi Aoshuan smiled, unfurling her golden wings. Leng Lingyan also flew on his own. The two followed Ben from behind. Entering with Ben, naturally they were not obstructed. When the guarding dragon saw Chi Aoshuan and Leng Lingyan flying behind Ben, he stared blankly, his mouth wide open. Inwardly, he thought to himself, luckily he had not rashly offended the king's friends. Chi Aoshuan surveyed the entire valley from her vantage point. The long mountain range was covered with dense forest. Once in a while, she would spot dragons atop mountains. Deep in the mountain range, there was a lake with dark green waters, a few dragons lounging next to it. Even further in, a grand palace appeared before them. It appeared to be made of pure white, lustrous jade. The palace was much larger than human ones. Ben, do you dragons typically live in your dragon forms or in your human forms? Chi Aoshuan was curious. Once a dragon matures, they can assume a human form. Of course, it is their choice which form they choose. However, you must assume your human form to enter the palace. Ben sighed gloomily. Although the dragon race is proud and looks down on humans, they can only assume the human form once they mature. To be forced to assume the human form in the palace is a bit ironic. Perhaps, the dragon god deeply wishes for dragons to coexist with humans, Leng Lingyan uttered in a low voice. Indeed, when they reached the palace, Ben descended, instantly assuming his human form as he did. Chi Aoshuan and Leng Lingyan also descended. Immediately, two beautiful maids appeared. Your Majesty. The two beauties bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable reverence. To dragons, strength equated to law. Ben nodded offhandedly. Prepare 2 rooms for my friends. Yes, Your Majesty. The two maids bowed, then withdrew. Ben led Chi Aoshuan and Leng Lingyan to the main hall, then through a corridor to arrive at a small palace hall. Another beautiful maid came to offer the 3 fresh water, then left. The dragon race did not enjoy tea, all choosing to drink underground fresh water. Ben, I came here to ask you for something, Chi Aoshuan said solemnly after getting seated. What is it? Seeing that Chi Aoshuan had a serious expression, he too became serious. Do you know what the god Feather Heaven Slayer is? Chi Aoshuan asked in response. Relic weapon? Ben asked probingly. Chi Aoshuan nodded. We do have what you want, but, Ben rubbed his temples. But who knows which nook or cranny it fell into. It will be difficult to find. I think it was a pair of wrist guards. Chi Aoshuan started to sweat. She hadn't expected the dragon race to treat it like nothing. At the very least, the mermaids had given it to their princess as a gift. The dragons, on the other hand, didn't even know where they put it. Claire, what do you want it for? Don't the sprites treat theirs like some kind of offering from their god? Ben asked, not understanding. Ben, my name is now Chi Aoshuan, she said quietly. Her eyes flashed through a myriad of emotions, grief, heartbroken, anger, hate. What do you mean? Ben frowned. Seeing Chi Aoshuan's expression, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Let me explain, Leng Lingyan interjected. He did not want Chi Aoshuan to recount her sorrowful experiences once again. As Leng Lingyan explained everything quietly, Ben's eyes filled with more and more hatred. He unconsciously squeezed his armrest into pieces. I'll destroy the capital of Amparkland and raze the lowly temple of light to the ground. Ben stood up, about to explode. Ben! Chi Aoshuang stood up to stop him. What? Ben gnashed his teeth. The dragon race cannot attack humans without reason, especially not a human city. Did you forget your dragon god's rules? Seeing Ben's rage, she added, you think I don't have the capability to destroy the Temple of Light? I can. Then why do you not take revenge? Ben was stunned, completely not understanding. Even if the Temple of Light was destroyed, they will still live in the hearts of the people. They can always rebuild. On the other hand, instead of clearing my name, I will become the enemy of all believers of the Temple of Light. Do you know how many people in Amparkland are followers of the Temple of Light? Or the entire continent? Will they believe my side of the story? Or will they believe the excuses of the Temple of Light that they have always believed in? Chi Aoshuang's face was ice cold, emphasizing on every word. Ben's face darkened. He sat down slowly, frowning, contemplating her words. Now, he was not the brash prince from before who would have ran in impulsively without thinking of the consequences. After a long time, he finally sighed. Yes, it would only be a shallow attack that would not root out the main problem. Ben's face was unprecedentedly calm and serious. Then what do you plan to do? Ben asked solemnly. Expose the temple's true colors step by step, overthrow her image in people's hearts, and change their faith. Then, I will personally kill her. Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed coldly with terrifying determination. Good. I will help you find the remaining artifacts, Ben promised. The sprites race are closest to us. Although they have never developed a relationship with the dragon race, they have always treated us politely. We will ask them first. With Ben's impatient personality, he was in a hurry to avenge Chi Aoshuang. He stood up abruptly. Let's go right now. Seeing how hurried Ben was, Chi Aoshuang felt touched. She recalled the first time she had met Ben. At that time, she had only wanted to take advantage of the dumb, impulsive fellow, but somehow, without realizing it, they had changed from people exploiting each other to comrades in battle. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything for a long time. Suddenly, there came the sound of hurried footsteps from the door. Your Highness, we caught the human girl, a voice said at the door. Bring them in, Ben said coldly. The door was opened. 2 men in grey coldly brought in a battered woman. She shuddered, her face pale, terrifying. From her clothes, they could tell she was the one who had fooled Prince Barney's. However, her appearance had changed. Just as Chi Aoshuang had suspected, she had been using a beautifying potion. Her current appearance was her true self. Her face could be considered pretty, somewhat similar Summer's delicate and refined features. However, this woman's moral disposition and scheming was despicable. This was clear from how she had used her beauty to exploit Prince Barney's and his men. Your name? Chi Aoshuang coldly regarded the woman. If she was really Summer's relative, it would be hard to explain to Summer if they killed her. The terrified woman shivered as she looked up to see the owner of the voice, then froze. Human. This ordinary woman was the one she had seen at the mouth of the ravine. The man was beside her also. What was going on? She was acquaintances with the dragon race. Name? What did she want her name for? The woman suddenly had hope. Perhaps she could live. She knew that anyone who disturbed the spirits at Dragon Hollow were doomed to die if caught, but seeing this woman ask this question, she felt there was hope she could survive. Kimra Aluo, she responded hastily. She looked up at Chi Aoshuang and said cautiously, Miss, are you friends with the dragons? Please save me. I will definitely repay you. Chi Aoshuang's expression did not change. She only shared a glance with Ben. As they had expected. Do you know Summer Aluo? Chi Aoshuang already knew, but she still waited for the woman's response. She is. Kimra looked at Chi Aoshuang's expression, then looked at the intense man with black hair nervously. Was he the Dragon King? Dragons could be this handsome. Answer her question. Ben narrowed his eyes, his voice low. She's my little sister. Kimra resolutely made her decision. It was a gamble. She could not say that she did not know Summer. She'd just made a bet that the ordinary-looking human knew Summer and would maybe save her. You came to steal dragon teeth to pass the test. Chi Aoshuang still did not show her intentions. She then frowned. If you are her older sister, why have you still not passed the test? Kimra's face paled even more. She knew that this human really knew Summer now. Her eyes flashed with unwillingness and hatred. Chi Aoshuang smiled coldly, understanding. Kimra was indeed Summer's older sister, but was not as talented as Summer. This was why she still had not passed the test. From the hatred in her eyes, it seemed she did not have good relations with Summer. With this woman's venomous personality, perhaps she would even pose a threat to Summer. The thought of killing her flashed across Chi Aoshuang's mind. Seeds of dissent must be destroyed before they sprout. However, before Chi Aoshuang could make up her mind, Ben spoke. Get out. We'll spare your life this time, but don't set foot in Dragon Valley ever again. He directed the two soldiers. Throw her out. If she tries to approach Dragon Valley, kill her. The two soldiers did not question their king's decision. They only nodded deferentially, then left, dragging Kimra away. Kimra turned around to stare at Ben. Even as the doors closed, she still did not withdraw her gaze. Why did you let her go? Chi Aoshuang's voice was steady. Because she is Summer's sister, Ben said quietly. Chi Aoshuang sighed quietly. Ben had fallen for Summer, which was why he did not want to take the life of that woman. That woman had not done anything to harm Summer yet. If Summer knew that Ben killed her sister, perhaps it would evolve into something more complex. Did I do something wrong? Ben could see that Chi Aoshuang's face was somewhat dark. Chi Aoshuang did not know how to explain to him either. Humans had complex emotions. Their crafty deceit was not something dragons could compare to. Chi Aoshuang kept feeling the woman who had just been spared was not so simple. It's nothing. You just need to be more careful in the future. That woman is very calculative. Don't let her near Summer, Chi Aoshuang said quietly. What? Isn't she Summer's older sister? Ben frowned, confused. Weren't you also betrayed by your older sibling? Chi Aoshuang deflected with annoyance. Ben's expression changed, at a loss for words. Then, I'll keep it in mind. If anyone dares to harm Summer, I'll fry them to crisp. Ben's eyes filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. Chi Aoshuang sighed in her heart. It would be too late to take revenge if she was already harmed. However, as a dragon, Ben did not seem to understand the complex heart of humans. Whatever, she would teach him later. He would not understand if she tried to explain. Most importantly, Kimra still had not necessarily done anything wrong. It was all merely Chi Aoshuang's own musings. Speaking of Summer, where is she? Ben asked. She went traveling, but we don't know where she is now, Chi Aoshuang said faintly. She is currently with Shui Wenmo. Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao went to the Beast Clan to help collect their artifact. We must hurry then. After finding the wrist guards in the treasury, we'll immediately go visit the sprites. Ben wasted no time, standing up, ready to go. Let's go. I can't wait another minute. Seeing Ben's impatient appearance, Chi Aoshuang's heart warmed. She nodded. They flew to the end of an immense mountain range, then slowly descended. Two dragons at the foot of the mountain stood up to bow once they saw Ben, but Ben motioned for them to stop. With a slight nod of his head, he said, I need to find something. Yes, Your Majesty. The two dragons' gazes shifted to Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyuan. Understanding they were their king's friend, they did not ask anything. Ben led the two inside a giant cavern. The further they went in, the thinner the rays of light from the entrance became. However, it became more and more bright. Once Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyuan saw the mountain-high pile of treasures, they took a deep intake of breath. So much! Stunning, dazzling, resplendent. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyuan ran out of words to describe how amazing it was. To find a pair of wrist guards among all this, Chi Aoshuang took out the refined tiara from her interspatial ring. If Ben is right and the wrist guards are here, they should have designs similar to this tiara. Ben took a look at the tiara. Millimeter, I just know that the dragons have it. All dragon kings knew. We just have to look for it. And so, true to his word, he started looking. After a length of time, they finally found the pair of wrist guards in some nook or cranny, collecting dust. All the while, White Emperor and Black Feather bounced around happily in the pile of treasures. Chi Aoshuang wiped the wrist guards clean, then compared them to the tiara. Sure enough, they had the same mysterious design. They're the right ones. Next, we get the Sprite Clan's artifact. Ben nodded his head enthusiastically. Millimeter, Chi Aoshuang carefully put the tiara and wrist guards into her interspatial ring. She looked up at Ben and said seriously, Ben, thank you. What are you thanking me for? We're friends. Ben grinned. After informing the dragon elders, Ben led Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan out Dragon Valley. Only once they were a distance away did Ben turn to Chi Aoshuang, who was flying next to him, and say, "Ha ha, you can climb on my back now. It will be faster if I bring you to the Sprite Forest myself." Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan smiled, understanding Ben's good intentions. In Dragon Valley, Ben absolutely could not allow them to ride on his back. He was the Dragon King, the leader of the prideful dragons. How could he let humans ride on his back before them? Now that they were far from Dragon Valley, Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan sat comfortably on Ben's back. With a deep breath, Ben took off with a sudden flap of his wings, flying rapidly. Below them, the scenery flitted by. In half a day's time, they arrived at the fringe of the endless forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ben descended. "We've arrived. This is the fringe of Sprite Forest. All of it is considered their territory." Chi Aoshuang looked up at the dense forest. As she concentrated her gaze, she noticed there was a faint barrier. This barrier was constructed by the god of sprites to protect his people. Ben took a few steps forward and placed his hand on the barrier. A hole wide enough for a person to enter appeared. "Let's go. We'll explain afterwards." Chi Aoshuang entered first, then Leng Lingyan and Ben. Behind them, the barrier fused together back into its original appearance. "We are out the outer edges. Normally, no sprites roam here," Ben explained. But then he scratched his head with vexation. "Unfortunately, the sprites hate humans the most. They'll capture you the moment they see you. Don't even think about asking them for the artifact." As a matter of fact, they worship the artifact like a treasure. Chi Aoshuang frowned. "We'll see after we meet them. The dragons and sprites have never been hostile. You are the Dragon King, after all. It might be best for you not to appear. It doesn't matter. Worst case, I'll mask my face when I help you steal it." Ben chuckled. He was about to tear off a piece of cloth to cover his face. Just as Chi Aoshuang was about to laugh and say something, they heard slight movement. Someone was there. They all changed their expressions, their eyes narrowed as they watched ahead. The rustling noise came closer and closer. Chi Aoshuang was on high alert. The sound came not just from in front of them, but all around them. The next moment, there was a blur of shadowy figures. The sound of rustling went on continuously as the three felt their feet first constricted, then their wrists, then their waists. Chi Aoshuang looked at her ankles and wrists with alarm. Tree vines! Green tree vines were attacking them from every direction, immediately entwining their arms and legs tightly. Ben took a breath, about to forcefully snap the green vines. "Wait! Don't move." Chi Aoshuang stopped Ben. Leng Lingyan did the same as Chi Aoshuang. None of them had moved an inch, letting the vines wrap around their entire body. Ben snorted. Then, he remembered. The sprites loved peace, a good and honest race. What they loved the most was nature, cherishing plants and animals. However, he had never heard of them being able to control plants. "Filthy humans, you do not belong here. Leave now," a cold voice said. His voice was filled with faint arrogance, annoying Ben. Is this how sprites treat their visitors? Ben's old habits resurfaced. In an instant, he released dragon might. There was a collective gasp in the forest. The cold voice spoke again, this time more politely. "Dragons, honorable guest, please withdraw your dragon pressure." The next moment, the vines slowly withdrew. The sprites and dragons did not have any formal agreements, but in order to enter Sprite Forest, one must first pass through Dragon Valley. It could be said that dragons were the sprites' protectors. This was why the sprites were polite towards the dragons. Ben humphed, retracting his dragon pressure. The hidden sprites in the forest all released a breath. After Ben was the current king, his pressure would not be easy to bear. "Is one of you Claire Hill, if I may ask?" The cold voice spoke again. This time, the faint arrogance was back. "It is I," Chi Aoshuang responded. Inwardly, she was surprised. Why would the sprites know her name? It was as if they knew she was going to come. Since they were only at the periphery of Sprite Forest, like Ben said, normally sprites were not here. However, there were quite a few hidden around them. The moment they entered, the sprites had appeared. Clearly, they had been waiting for them. "Your appearance does not seem to match." The cold voice had no trace of warmth. They still did not show themselves. "If you used something to change your appearance, is there any other way to prove your identity?" Before Chi Aoshuang could respond, White Emperor and Black Feather bounced out of her cloak, crouching on her shoulders. They started go, chirp chirp, peep peep. The forest quieted. The sprites emerged from their hiding places. There were at least 20 or 30. Chi Aoshuang raised a brow. As rumored, the sprites had handsome appearances. The allure of so many appearing at once could be imagined. Some of them carried exquisitely designed bows, others with refined magic staffs, because they were mostly archers and Magikians. The sprite standing at the front was especially remarkable. He had a slender body, with supple, light blue hair. His handsome face was incomparably cold. One eye was blue, while the other was golden. His pure white clothing only enhanced his allure. He did not have a bow nor magic staff in hand, so they could not tell if he was an archer or Magikian. However, the disdain he had when regarding Chi Aoshuang was clear. Evidently, like all the sprites, he hated humans. Miss Claire Hill, our king is waiting for you. Follow me. The leading sprite beckoned politely. However, his tone was still disdainful. Have you been waiting for us? Chi Aoshuang frowned. Not bad, the leading sprite responded. Follow me. My king is waiting. Do you know what my intentions are? Chi Aoshuang still had not budged. She looked straight at the arrogant, handsome sprite. I know, the sprite said faintly, then started walking away. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun shared a glance. They chose to follow the arrogant sprite quietly. Ben rolled his eyes and also followed. The remaining sprites also followed from behind. Countless thoughts flitted across Chi Aoshuang's mind. How did the sprites know her? Why did they know that she would come, and what her motives were? Suddenly, Chi Aoshuang recalled her conversation with the god of darkness. The god of sprites had lost a bet against him. This meant that the two gods had a good relationship. Perhaps the god of darkness asked the god of sprites for a backdoor. The entire way there, it was silent. The prideful, leading sprite advanced without a word. Chi Aoshuang, Ben, and Leng Lingyun all noticed a strange phenomenon. Originally, there had been no road. This branches and grasses covered the entire forest. However, whenever the sprite before them took a step, the branches and weeds would give way to a path. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun shared a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Inwardly, Ben was also surprised. The sprite had just been manipulating the plants. Who would have thought such a genius would appear among the sprites? He vaguely recalled his father telling him that a couple hundred or thousand of years ago, such a rare genius had appeared before. Who would have thought that he would meet one today? The prideful sprite walked quickly to the depths of the forest. It was always dim, as the tall trees blocked much of the light. As they continued, gradually, there was more light. The light came from the vegetation around them. The flower petals on tree flickered with dewdrops, which released gentle, faint rays. There were many different kinds, so many that it illuminated their surroundings. Ben curiously reached out to touch one of the dewdrops. The dewdrop slowly lost its light and became an ordinary dewdrop. What is it? Ben turned and asked a nearby sprite. It is our spring water of life. Because these trees are close to our spring water of life, they have absorbed much of the water, which is the permeating dewdrops are like so. Although the sprite regarded Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun with loathing, he was very polite towards Ben. As it became brighter and brighter, the air became more and more moist and refreshing. Honorable guest of the dragon race, look, there is our spring water of life. The sprite next to Ben pointed. The sound of water became louder and louder. As they approached, a silver lake emerged, sparkling intensely under the sun rays. In the middle of the lake was a giant tree. There was a strange formation in it where silver water flowed out continuously into the lake, a steady, endless stream. This must be their tree of life and spring water of life. Very pretty, Chi Aoshuang said genuinely. Humph! The cold elf leading them sneered, as if the praise was to be expected. Over here, please. The tone of the leading elf was still faintly haughty. Following his gesture, Chi Aoshuang saw numerous beautiful elves who were on guard. Behind them were their homes, all designed exquisitely. Straight ahead was a large temple, its huge, wooden door already open. 2 soldier elves with bows stood on each side. All the elves regarded Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun coldly. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun did not care for the cold gazes, following the haughty elf into the large doorway expressionlessly. Everything was made from nature. The walls, chairs, and even the candle holders were all made of tree vines. On top of the candle holder was a beautiful piece of gemstone. Sitting atop a throne in the temple was a beautiful female elf. She donned a plain green dress, a refined golden crown atop her head, facing them with dignity. This was the elf queen. Once she spotted Chi Aoshuang and the rest, her expression did not change. Mother, Claire Hill has arrived. Only then did Chi Aoshuang and the rest realize his true identity. So he was the prince of the elves. This would explain his ostentatious manner and loathing towards humans. I have been waiting for you, Claire Hill. The dignified and beautiful queen spoke softly, yet everyone heard her words clearly. Venerable Highness, greetings. Chi Aoshuang also spoke courteously. May I ask why you have been waiting for me? I know you are here for the Heaven Slayer. The elf queen smiled graciously, her eyes fixed on Chi Aoshuang, who remained calm. The queen's eyes flickered with hidden admiration. What a powerful human. Perhaps the god of elves had a basis for his instructions. Chi Aoshuang did not say a word, quietly waiting for the elf queen's words. Originally, I would not give you such a valuable treasure. The queen smiled as gracefully as spring wind, pausing before continuing. But now, as long as you agree to a condition, I will give you the Heaven Slayer. Please state your condition, Chi Aoshuang said seriously. Please allow my son Oscar to stay with you until you complete your task. The elf queen smiled as she delivered the shocking condition to Chi Aoshuang. Oscar? The haughty elf prince's name. What a joke. Bringing an elf with them. Oh please, she did not want to be gawked at by pedestrians or invite trouble. What was the elf queen thinking? Did she dislike them so much to force the elf prince onto them? If only the prince's attitude were more bearable. The whole way there, he had his nose to the sky. Trying to get along with such a person would shorten her life. Your Highness, do you know what I intend to do? Chi Aoshuang smiled. Before the queen could respond, she continued, Does your Highness know of my current status? I am now a fugitive, a wanted criminal for Amparkland and the Temple of Light. Do you really think it is a good idea to let your son accompany me? Oscar's expression also changed. He glanced at Chi Aoshuang's ordinary face from the corner of his eyes filled with faint disdainful from their depths. The elves loved beauty, but Oscar was displeased with Chi Aoshuang's almost ugly face. Now that he heard that she was a wanted criminal, he was even more displeased with her. If it weren't for the fact that Mother's words were the god of elves' order, he would never leave with this filthy human. But the queen immediately resumed her dignified smile. I doubt my son cannot protect himself. He will definitely be of great assistance. I do not care for your status, but I care very much about the prince's status. Now, Claire was not so courteous, her voice cold. I attract attention wherever I go, which was why I intentionally disguised myself. The elf prince's appearance and pointed ears are too conspicuous, so he will be too much of a burden. Oscar immediately flared up. That someone would not value him. He, who had been superior his entire life, was being disdained. He then looked at Chi Aoshuang's face, secretly thinking, this person changed her appearance. What did she truly look like? Everything I said is true. Chi Aoshuang ignored the distraught elf prince, looking fixedly at the queen, waiting for her response. The elf queen continued smiling in her dignified manner. I will find a way to conceal his ears. He can wear a hat to hide his face. I believe there are no more problems, and I imagine you have enough power to handle any trouble. Chi Aoshuang watched the smiling queen. Suddenly, she had a thought. This queen was not as gentle as she appeared. Do not judge a book by its cover. Now that the queen had compromised, what more could Chi Aoshuang say? She needed the Heaven Slayer at any cost. I understand. I'll do as you say. Chi Aoshuang nodded, finally accepting. It would be a problem if the queen resolutely denied giving them the Heaven Slayer. It was fine to have a powerful elf at her side, even if his personality was very XX. She would think of a way to restrain him. The elf queen's eyes glimmered, as if everything happened according to plan. Noticing this, Chi Aoshuang shuddered. If that is the case, I shall hand the Heaven Slayer to you. The elf queen smiled. She turned to an elf standing beside her. Go, fetch the Heaven Slayer. Chi Aoshuang vaguely frowned. The god of darkness sure worked quickly. The god of elves had arranged everything well beforehand, it seemed. Although the god of darkness was craven and shameless, fleeing the moment he saw the goddess of light, he was not terrible at everything. This also meant that the god of sprites was no good person. Like attracts like. For him to be on such good terms with the god of darkness, how virtuous could he be? However, Chi Aoshuan could not say this out loud before all these elves. She did not want to be pierced by all their arrows into a hedgehog. 2 elves solemnly brought forth a silver pike. At the entrance of the temple, many elves watched on with interest, their eyes all on the silver pike. When the 2 brought the silver pike before the queen, they appeared even more dignified and divine. The elf queen slowly stood up, grasping the pike with both hands. The 2 elves withdrew. The queen then slowly walked over to Chi Aoshuan. Once you finish, I hope you will return the Heaven Slayer to us intact. I will. Chi Aoshuan also grasped the Heaven Slayer with both hands solemnly, her voice exceptionally earnest. The elf queen smiled. I leave Oscar in your hands. Chi Aoshuan put away the Heaven Slayer. She glanced at the clearly displeased elf prince from the corner of her eye, feeling annoyance herself. The elf queen sure was cunning, leave such a rude elf prince at her side to learn from experience. Why did she feel that this was the focal point? He would even learn for free, how shameless. Meanwhile, the elf queen continued to smile gently and composed. Miss Claire, if you may please rest here for 2 days before setting off. Thank you, your highness, for your hospitality. Chi Aoshuan lowered her head courteously. The elf queen quietly clapped. Immediately, an elven maid appeared. Molika, please lead our honored guests to their resting place, the queen instructed. Yes, your majesty. The maid Molika bowed, then walked over to Chi Aoshuan gracefully, speaking quietly. Please follow me. Elves loved the quiet, and faced with humans, which they disliked, they naturally would not hold a banquet to welcome them. They followed. Inside the temple, Oscar had a face full of displeasure. He did not go. Oscar, you don't understand, do you? The elf queen smiled at her haughty son. She could not help but admit this child was arrogant. However, he could not become the elf king with such an immature attitude, which was why she made the decision for him to follow Chi Aoshuan. I don't understand. Mother, why did you do that? We already gave them the Heaven Slayer like our God decreed. After she finishes, she is to return it. There was no need to send someone to accompany them. Mother, why are you making me go with them? Oscar was completely unhappy. Oscar, travel with the girl. In the future, you will understand my decision. The elf queen understood her son very well. No matter what she said now, he would not be convinced. Only through experiencing it himself would he be convinced him. Oscar opened his mouth to speak, but the queen stopped him and said, I'm now tired and will take my leave. The day they leave, you will follow them. The queen raised her hand. A ray of silvery white light spilled forth onto Oscar's ear. Soon, his pointed ears became rounded like humans. Now, Oscar simply looked like an exceptionally handsome human with fair skin. After casting this magic, she walked away gracefully, leaving Oscar standing alone in the temple, lost in thought. At night, Chi Aoshuan discussed with Leng Lingyun and Ben that they would leave tomorrow morning. After returning to the room the elves lent them, Chi Aoshuan was just about to lie down when she heard a knock at the door. She was slightly surprised, but got up to open the door. Standing at the doorway was a beautiful, mature female elf. Do you have business with me, or is Her Highness summoning me? The elf was dressed differently from the maids, green designs on the bottom of her white dress. She appeared gentle, standing motionlessly at the door for some time. Chi Aoshuan frowned, about to question her, when the elf quietly said, Can I come in? Chi Aoshuan was somewhat puzzled, but she still allowed the elf in. After closing the door, the elf smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Claire. I am a Grand Elder of the Elves, Mona. Hello. Chi Aoshuan gave a nod politely. Is the Queen giving us an explanation? Oh, no, it's not that. Mona waved her hands hastily, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Then what is it? Chi Aoshuan was now even more perplexed. Didn't elves hate humans? What did this elf come this late for? Mona seemed a little apprehensive and embarrassed. Seeing Chi Aoshuan's questioning gaze, she said, I wanted to ask you about a human. Oh? Chi Aoshuan's curiosity was piqued even more now. She raised a brow. Who? Cliff, the elf said shyly. Millimeter? When she heard this, Chi Aoshuan raised her brow again. Gossip. The word appeared in Chi Aoshuan's mind. Seeing the elf's bashful expression, Chi Aoshuang immediately recalled that her master once told her he had saved an elf before and escorted her to the forest of elves before. Was it this elf? Seeing Chi Aoshuang's strange expression, Mona shrinked back a little. Excuse my rudeness. There are so many humans, there's no way you. No. Grand Elder, you found just the right person to ask. Cliff was my master. He told me that he once saved an elf and escorted her to the forest of elves. Watching the beautiful elf, Chi Aoshuang sighed inwardly. Humans and elves were too different. Compared to the elven lifespan of hundreds of years, human lives that merely spanned over decades were fleeting. The elf before her still had such a beautiful, youthful appearance, but her master had aged into an old man, even if he was a cute old man. Chi Aoshuang frowned. Where was master now? Right before the incident, master had disappeared from the city. Clearly, the Temple of Light had intervened. She missed the cute old man. Ah, really? Mona stood up eagerly, her face flushing red. Millimeter, Chi Aoshuang nodded. Their relationship was definitely not so simple. Seeing her reaction. Is he well? Mona lowered her head to hide her emotions and sat down. He is very well. Chi Aoshuang nodded, although she sighed in her heart. Master, where are you now? Such a huge thing had happened to her. Her master should be aware by now. So what was master doing now? Good, Mona muttered. She slowly raised her head, her beautiful face smiling bitterly. With difficulty, she said, he should be married now. Does he have a son now? Seeing the elf's anguished appearance, she shook her head lightly. No. Master has never married his entire life. How could he have a child? What? Mona's expression changed again. He really did not marry. He really still has not. Chi Aoshuang now understood that master and this elf must have made some kind of promise, which was why he had never married. Yes, master must have someone in his heart. Seeing the elf's immediate look of disappointment, Chi Aoshuang continued, that person must be you, Grand Elder Mona. Mon froze. After a long time, she finally uttered, what a fool, a true fool. It's already been years. Master believes it is worth it. Now, the elf had a look of despair. Chi Aoshuang sighed lightly. Why did you separate from master? The elf's face darkened. After a long period of silence, she slowly began to speak. Humans can only live for several decades, while I will live for several hundred years. I do not wish to see the day he leaves this world. How could a human and an elf ever be together? Chi Aoshuang regarded Mona silently. Every person has the power to make their own decisions. You know that he is fine, and has been thinking of you all this time. Is that enough? Yes, I am satisfied. Mona smiled. She removed her necklace and handed it to Chi Aoshuang. Please deliver this to him. Tell him, he shall forever remain in my heart. As Chi Aoshuang accepted the necklace, she raised a brow. For a reserved elf to say such a bold statement, it seemed that master had a special place in her heart. I will. Chi Aoshuang put the necklace away carefully. I will deliver your words to master. Everyone makes decisions. Why Cliff and this elf made such decisions, Chi Aoshuang did not understand. However, she respected their decisions. Thank you. I will be indebted to you for all of eternity. Mona stood up to bow, but was stopped by Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang smiled impishly. I do not deserve such courtesy. If master knew, he would skin me alive. Mona's face reddened. Chi Aoshuang pondered for a moment. Oh right, these are for you. She took out the 3 gifts her master had first given her. Mona looked down at the items curiously, then looked at Chi Aoshuang with a puzzled expression. Chi Aoshuang laughed. Master made all of these. I don't need these anymore, so you can have them as a keepsake. He made them himself. Mona looked at them happily. Millimeter, Chi Aoshuang nodded. Take care of them. In the future, if master learns I gave them to you, he will definitely praise me. Perhaps he might teach me all the incantations and spells he knows. Chi Aoshuang smiled. Mona looked at the items wistfully, stroking them gently. Watching this, Chi Aoshuang sighed again. In the end, Mona left with a smile on her face. Chi Aoshuang closed the door and lied down, but she couldn't sleep. People's face flashed in her mind. Where was master now? What was Summer doing? What about Jean, that person who had vowed to stay by her side forever? After the incident, would he still be able to say those words resolutely? He was Duke Gordon's subordinate, after all. Chi Aoshuang felt her heart freeze. Duke Gordon, she would never let him go. That person who would sacrifice everything for power. The capital of Amparkland. In the silent night, Lashia sat quietly meditating in the headmaster Mozart's office. Lashia, Mozart quietly knocked on the door. Enter. Lashia's voice was ice cold. Mozart slowly opened the door. Seeing Lashia sitting silently on the bed, his heart tightened. After the incident, Lashia left Hill Manor, never stepping foot in it ever since, cultivating at his place ever since, cultivating unflinchingly, as if she did not know how to feel tired. She had changed from a lively, smiling little girl to always regarding everyone coldly. Tender pain flickered from the depth of Mozart's eyes. He loved his talented, clever disciple from the bottom of his heart. Now that Lashia was like this, how could he not be pained? This child seemed as if she had closed off her heart. Lashia, it is already very late. Sleep early, cultivate tomorrow, Mozart said softly. Yes, I know. Thank you, master. Lashia's voice was without a trace of warmth. Despite her words, she did not move. Mozart sighed, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. He knew that no matter how many times he said this, it would be to no avail. He did not mention any of the words that Duke Gordon had repeatedly sent. Despite how many people Duke Gordon had sent to tell her to return, Lashia would always turn a blind eye, never talking to Duke Gordon or the people he sent. She would only leave one reply: cultivation in seclusion. No one can see her. Lashia watched as the door closed, then slowly closed her eyes. I know you will definitely come back, sister. I'll wait for you. Tears flowed from the corner of her eyes, glistening silently before they trickled down her face and disappeared. Hill Manor. In the study, Duke Gordon stood before the window, his brows furrowed. His hands were behind his back, though one was a strangely pearly white. It had been destroyed by Chi Aoshuang. The hand was made of a special type of ore, sent to him by the Pope. The Pope too had one made of the same material for his leg. This one, however, was created by the goddess of light. Of course, Chi Aoshuang was to blame for all this. Duke Gordon currently had an unsightly expression, extremely dark. Roger, that trash, resented him for a mere woman's death, living at the frontier far away from the capital. It was said that he would drink away his sorrows every day. There was never a moment when he had a clear mind. Reports said that he was haggard, poor in health. This was fine. So what if a piece of trash died? Lashia on the other hand, Duke Gordon sighed. She was still in her rebellious phase. Hopefully, after time passed, she would understand. However, there was still no news of the black-eyed, black-haired Claire. This left him unsettled, extremely unsettled. Those pair of black eyes filled with hatred he saw right before he lost consciousness was etched deeply into his memory. She would definitely return for revenge. Duke Gordon was very certain, growing even more disturbed. He urged the Pope to kill her many times. At first the Pope was patient, but then he grew annoyed and started to ignore him. It could not continue like this. Duke Gordon paced back and forth in the study worriedly. He must do something. Claire was a terrifying danger that had to be exterminated as soon as possible. He could not allow her to return. In the Forest of Elves, the morning was peaceful with golden rays shining down. Chi Aoshuan and her party left after saying farewell to the king. This time, there was one more person, Oscar. He had an arrogant expression the entire time, not even giving Chi Aoshuan and Leng Lingyan so much as a glance. The only person he was willing to acknowledge was Ben, because he was a dragon. Chi Aoshuan did not care for him either. She thought to herself, as long as this arrogant fellow didn't cause any trouble, just a bystander, it would be fine. After exiting the Forest of Elves, Ben assumed his original form and allowed everyone on his back. If it were not for the fact that Chi Aoshuan was in a hurry, Ben definitely would not allow Oscar to sit on his back. Oscar, on the other hand, was shocked. The prideful dragon was willing to return to his true form to allow humans to ride on his back. Ben extended his wings and started to fly. Wind whistled past their ears. Oscar was shocked at Chi Aoshuan's calm expression, thinking to himself, what kind of relationship did this human have with this dragon for him to lower his pride to be her mount? However, he was even more amazed at what happened next. Just as they were about to arrive at Dragon Valley, Ben returned to his human form, and they passed through Dragon Valley on foot. Oscar was stunned to find that none of the dragons questioned them, all bowing respectfully instead, all saying Your Highness. They were definitely not talking to him. He was an elf, at most, they would call him Prince Sealing. Calling Chi Aoshuang or the human man Your Highness was even more out of the question. There was only one possibility. The dragon who had just allowed them on his back was the Dragon King. Oscar looked at Ben, then Chi Aoshuang incredulously. He was definitely not dreaming. His gaze remained fixated on Chi Aoshuang. Who exactly was this human? After they exited Dragon Valley, Ben turned to Chi Aoshuang. Aoshuang, where are we going? Chukin and Dong Fenghao went to find the Beast Clan and Dwarf Clan. We'll go visit the goblins, Chi Aoshuang said in a low voice. She looked at Ben and continued, You should be tired now. Let's go to nearest village to rest for the night. All right, Ben agreed. Suddenly, Oscar murmured, There are many humans stationed ahead. How did you know? Ben asked immediately. The wind told me. Oscar raised his head, looking into the distance. They have light aura. Light aura. Leng Lingyun frowned, regarding Oscar suspiciously. The wind told you. HMPH, whether you believe me or not us up to you. Evidently, Oscar was annoyed at Leng Lingyun's suspicion. No one had ever doubted his capabilities before, but today, he was doubted by a mere human. Naturally, he had an ugly expression. Ben stroked his chin, regarding Oscar with a raised brow. It seemed this elf Prince Sealing was quite capable, able to hear the voice of the wind. Although he could use wind magic, he was definitely unable to hear the wind's voice. Few elves were able to reach such a realm. This elf Prince Sealing was a genius. Chi Aoshuang raised a brow, smiling coldly. So the Temple of Light had caught up to them, but did not dare to continue because the Dragon Valley was ahead. Were they waiting for her? The fact that Xu Longfear had assisted her must have been exposed already. Hopefully he was not in some kind of trouble. However, for her whereabouts to be exposed, who leaked the information? The Temple of Light knew of her relationship with Ben, but they didn't know Ben's identity. At the time, many people had been splashed with Ben's saliva, including the dignified Pope. Did that Prince Barney's expose them or was it Kimra? It was that woman, Leng Lingyun said coldly. Prince Barney's did not see us enter, nor does he know of our relationship with Ben. But that woman saw everything. The first person the Temple of Light could think of to have such a close relationship with a dragon was you. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one guilty go. It was clear what had happened. With the Temple of Light's way of doing things, as long as there was a possibility, they would not rule it out. HMPH. Chi Aoshuang humphed coldly. They're just sending people to their deaths. Oscar frowned. Wasn't this woman a little too violent? I'll get rid of them. Ben's innate power was already surfacing. He excitedly clenched his fists. Did you forget the agreement between the Dragon God and Goddess of Light? Chi Aoshuang burst his bubble. Gah! Ben cried with annoyance. Just help us if we're in trouble. Chi Aoshuang was a little amused. It was as if she had stolen a toy from a child. Ben agreed reluctantly. We still haven't killed the Goddess of Light yet, so the agreement between the Dragon God and Goddess of Light still exists. You are the Dragon King, you still need to think of the dragon race. Leng Lingyun advised, seeing Ben's disappointment. Yes, yes. Ben's head drooped defeatedly. Aoshuang, Leng Lingyun suddenly said in a low voice. Last time, the Temple of Light suffered greatly. They won't come unprepared. So, the people who come this time will not be ordinary, Leng Lingyun continued in a low voice. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the Pope and Archbishops are the strongest people in the Temple of Light. Is that not so? Ben frowned. Of course not. Leng Lingyun shook his head. In the Temple of Light, there are powerful individuals who do not seek fame or fortune. They enjoy simple, peaceful lives. However, whenever the temple is in danger, they will come to the forefront. TSK, then I will definitely have to act. Ben took out a piece of black cloth and used it to cover his face. What are you doing? Chi Aoshuang frowned at his crude action. I will get rid of them with my face hidden. Ben chuckled, pleased with himself / You are a dragon. They will definitely be strong enough to tell. Leng Lingyun said, feeling a headache. What are you afraid of? It's not like they can see my face. Ben shrugged and said self-righteously. So what if they know I'm a dragon? Also, with my current strength, concealing my aura is no big deal. If they recognize you're a dragon, they will report to the goddess of light, and the dragon god will be in an uncomfortable position, Lingyan said. I just won't admit it was me. With my face hidden, who can tell it was me? Ben said shamelessly. I'll even complain that someone is trying to frame me to ruin the relationship between the dragon god and goddess of light. Lingyan was speechless. The pure and honest elf Prince Oscar's mouth was wide open. He stared at the shameless Ben, unable to return to his senses. This extraordinarily shameful man was really one of the incomparably prideful dragons. Really the venerable dragon race's king. Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. Watching the shameless Ben, she was a little saddened. Before, Ben was honest and impulsive. Now, he had become like this. You, Chi Aoshuang watched Ben with his mask, unable to finish her words. She knew that Ben had become this way all because of her. Even if it wasn't totally because of her, it was in large part due to her. Just be careful, Lingyan said seriously. These people do not care for fame or profit, so although they may not have any position in the Temple of Light, their strength is not to be looked down upon. How many of them are there? Ben said in a muffled voice with the mask on. I don't know. I just know they exist. Lingyan shook his head. Although he was previously the Divine Prince, this did not mean he knew all the Temple of Light's secrets. Whatever, I'll just kill them all. Ben clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. His eyes were full of eagerness. It seemed he had not fought in a while. Violent, shameless Dragon King. Completely unlike the grandiose Dragon Clan. This was Oscar's conclusion. Lingyan sighed. A normal kid was turned into this because of Chi Aoshuang. But he was not so bad this way either. Let's go. Chi Aoshuang felt a little headache seeing Ben so impatient. Don't be like Chukin, unable to differentiate between friend or foe when excited. Make sure you look at who you're attacking before you attack. I know. How could I make that kind of mistake? Ben excitedly ran forward. Chi Aoshuang shook her head, materializing her wings and following. Lingyan also started to fly. With a wave of his finger, a mighty wind enveloped Oscar and he too started to fly gracefully, following them. Ahead of them, Ben suddenly halted. Behind him, Chi Aoshuang and Lingyan also stopped, not understanding what Ben was doing. How can I just beat them up randomly? That doesn't seem very fair, Ben muttered. Ah, Chi Aoshuang and Lingyan gawked at Ben. What was he saying? The next moment, they understood what Ben wanted to do. Shameless. So shameless it was hair-raising. Ben asked Chi Aoshuang for a mantle, draping it on, covering his entire body. Then, he pulled the black cloth as high as possible, only exposing his pair of pitch-black eyes and black hair, then crouched down, reducing his height. He ran forward sneakily. At a first glance, with this height and their body hidden with the mantle, they really could not tell his gender. Ben already was aware of how the Temple of Light treasured girls with black hair and black eyes. He also knew that Chi Aoshuang's true appearance was with black hair and black eyes. However, Oscar did not know. So when Oscar witnessed this scene, he almost fell from the sky. That was the Dragon King. Really the leader of the venerable Dragon Clan. Was he pretending to be a woman? Why? Exactly why? Why on earth? Oscar had 1,000 questions, but none of them could be answered. Lingyan watched Ben blankly, then shared a glance with Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang shrugged and said innocently, I swear, I never taught him this. Oscar could tell from Chi Aoshuang and Lingyan's interaction that they knew what Ben was going to do, but his pride would not allow him to ask. He simply followed at a distance silently. Just wait a moment. Ben shuffled forward quickly. His strange posture was extremely suspicious. Indeed, it was rude to strike without notice. However, if they attacked first and Ben defended himself, it would be different. Chi Aoshuang and the rest followed at a distance, watching Ben shuffle forward. As expected, a number of people were camped at the opening of the ravine. They didn't not appear to only be members of the Temple of Light. Black Lightning. Of course, when they saw Ben so suspicious, they surrounded him immediately. Black hair, black eyes, and coming out of Dragon Valley. It was a match to Claire's description. Halt, a voice said coldly. Ben acted as if he didn't hear. He was hoping they would stop him, but, as a true and blue disciple of Chi Aoshuang, Ben naturally did not stop. Instead, he humped and increased his speed. They were now even more suspicious of him now. Some even said confidently, it's Claire Hill. It's not her, an old man with white hairs inside one of the tents said. He regarded Ben coldly. The Temple of Light had gone out of their way to specially invite this man. He wore ordinary clothing of clergymen, but was clearly of unordinary strength. If Ben had not received the inheritance of Dragon King, the old man would have been able to immediately perceive he did not have a human aura and stopped any of the temple's men from acting. However, Ben was exceedingly powerful, concealing his aura perfectly. The temple also would kill 1,000 innocents to kill one guilty. Although the old man said Ben was not the person they were looking for, he would not stop the underlings from taking action. Thus, the current situation, magic flames blossomed around Ben. He had never thought flame magic could be so beautiful until now. He grinned from ear to ear. Dragons could not attack humans, especially in human establishments, but right now, they were in his territory, and they attacked first. Petty humans, you dare to attack me, a noble dragon. Ben tore off his mask and mantle and howled at the sky. At the same time, he released dragon pressure, causing the temple's men to green. Their internal organs were getting damaged, their limbs about to be dismembered. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man was wide-eyed, in shock. A dragon? How could that be? Dragons never left Dragon Valley. How was this happening? Impossible. The other men were scared witless, their legs trembling under the weight of the dragon pressure. The one before them was not a human, but a dragon, and he was not female, but a male. You must pay for your impetuous behavior. The situation had developed just as he had planned. Without giving them time to explain themselves, Ben exploded forth with wind, fire, and water. Many were slain instantly. Venerable dragon, although the white-haired old man was powerful, more powerful than even the Pope, how could he face a dragon? He spoke in an attempt to stop Ben, but how could Ben give him the chance to speak? A giant flame ball shot towards him. The old man immediately ascended into the air to avoid the fierce attack. He could feel the intense heat below him. The tent where he once stood in was not ashes with the faint smell of scorched earth. Watching from far away, Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan's expressions did not change. Although Oscar appeared to have a calm expression, or surfaced from the bottom of his eyes. Even though he had grown up in the pure land of the elves, Oscar understood one thing. The Dragon King had tricked these humans. Yes, the grandiose Dragon King had done such a petty thing. The old man was one of the hidden cards of the Temple of Light, with strength that even the Pope would admire. But today, he would die a dog's death. Too miserable. Chi Aoshuang almost felt a little pity seeing the gruesome events. Yes, quite cruel. Leng Lingyan shook his head and sighed. Oscar froze. He looked at Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan, but their expressions did not seem to match their words. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan did not move, knowing that Ben had been stifled for a long time now. He had not fought in a long time, but now he had a rare opportunity to attack without restraint. Naturally, he would treasure the moment, occasionally casting warning glances at Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyan to not get involved, then look back to chase the fleeing Temple of Light and Black Lightning members. Chi Aoshuang felt sympathy for the panicked escapees. Actually, these people were quite strong, especially the white-haired old man. He had an intense aura, more powerful than that of the Pope's. If he had chanced upon an ordinary dragon, perhaps he would have an even fight. But unfortunately for him, he was facing Ben, the dragon who could strangely use 3 elements and had already received the Dragon King inheritance. Just when the old man was prepared to risk his life for escape, the sky suddenly started to become overcast. A giant shadow shrouded everyone. As everyone looked up to look, their expressions became more despairing. Another dragon. Chi Aoshuang froze. Her gaze was fixed on the person riding the dragon, a figure she could not be more familiar with. Jean stood on the dragon's back loftily, surveying the circumstances below. His gaze landed on the fleeing people, then slowly shifted to the perpetrator of the event. Black hair, black eyes, black clothes, chilling appearance, terrifying aura. Ben. Jean's eyes widened. If he was here, where was she? Jean's expression changed sharply. He scanned the ground rapidly, searching for the person he had been worried about all this time. Roar! Ben howled at the dragon in the sky. As overbearing dragon pressure descended, leaving many unable to move. The sound left them in a state of shock, their heads about to explode. Vermilion shuddered with dread and descended. She lay sprawled on the ground facing Ben. It was a dragon, one who was much stronger than her. Terrified at his strength, she did not dare to move. Jean was too preoccupied to pay attention to Vermilion. However, he was not focused on Ben, his gaze instead on the aloof person a distance away. The refined figure calmly floated in midair, quietly watching. Although she was far away, Jean was already far stronger than before. He could see everything in detail from this distance. Jean stood silently, watching the ordinary-looking girl. Green hair, blue eyes, face spotted with freckles. However, her gaze was so familiar. It was her. The ordinary-looking girl was her. Jean clenched his fist, staring at the person he had been searching for this whole time. His heart seemed to stop beating, nothing existing in the world except for him and the girl. His gaze did not move an inch away from Chi Aoshuang's face. He did not pay attention to anything else, walking slowly towards Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang stared back as Jean approached her slowly. A strange feeling that she did not understand arose in her heart as she stared at him blankly. Leng Lingian narrowed his eyes, not saying anything. Jean stood before them. Chi Aoshuang lowered her head, silent. "Miss, I've returned." His voice was drawn out, as if filled with too many emotions. Jean knelt down on one knee, his right fist clenched before his left chest. It was the most formal night bow. 1,000 words could not contain the meaning of these words. "Miss, I've returned." While Ben was spewing angry fire, they were silent. With her head lowered, Chi Aoshuang watched as he kneeled. Jean gave Chi Aoshuang a deep, long look. The two peered into each other's eyes silently. Neither moved nor spoke. Finally, Chi Aoshuang lowered her gaze. Jean silently watched her, still kneeling. "You've returned." Chi Aoshuang broke into a bright smile, her voice quiet and gentle. Jean slowly stood up. He stared profoundly at the person he had been chasing after all this time. Gradually, his handsome face also revealed a smile. He nodded. "Yes, miss, I've returned." Chirp chirp, peep peep. White Emperor and Black Feather called out intimately, shooting out of Chi Aoshuang's cloak like little cannonballs into Jean's embrace. Of the people Chi Aoshuang was friends with, White Emperor and Black Feather liked Jean the most. Now that they saw Jean, they were naturally excited. Before they finished their reunion, Ben was finished with his fight. They had all died a dog's death unjustly. They originally came after her, but before they could even get a glimpse of her, not to mention attack her, they were wiped out. "Oh, Jean, how did you find us?" Ben smiled contently, rotating his shoulder relaxedly. "I heard what happened to Miss and had been searching for her ever since. Later, I heard that the temple had stationed many people here, so I came. Because you were there, I predicted Miss would come to find you," Jean explained. "Ha ha, not bad. You're pretty smart. I remember you were one of the Hill Clan's people. Have you not thought of returning with her head?" Ben narrowed his eyes glinting with an imperceivable cold light. If Jean's response was unsatisfactory in any way, he would strike. "I said long ago that the Miss is my religion. No matter what she has done, I will stand at her side. Even if everything the Temple of Light claims is true." Jean spoke faintly. "Oh," Ben raised a brow, his eyes narrowed. "You really believe in your Miss? Although, right now, she is not a Miss anymore. Her name is now Chi Aoshuang." Chi Aoshuang. Jean paused slightly, murmuring the complex characters to himself, then looked at Chi Aoshuang resolutely. "I believe in Miss, I always have. I don't need an explanation." Seeing Jean's staunch gaze, Chi Aoshuang's heart warmed. Originally, Jean was one of Duke Gordon's people, but now, he chose to stand at her side unwaveringly. "Thank you," Chi Aoshuang said softly. It was all she could say. "Is that you, Mount?" Suddenly, Ben shot a vicious glare at Vermilion, who was trembling slightly. "Yes." Jean nodded. "All right, don't be such a bully." Chi Aoshuang knew that Ben hated dragons who accepted humans as masters. Although he could allow Chi Aoshuang to ride him, they were two different matters. "Come over here," Ben coldly ordered. Vermilion was still sprawled on the ground. She shuddered, her eyes flashing. Then, she transformed into a girl in red clothes and walked over shyly. "You just became an adult." Ben watched Vermilion with narrowed eyes. She watched his frightfully. Vermilion nodded, not daring to speak. "Do you know what I am?" Ben said coldly. Vermilion shook her head hesitantly. She knew that the young man with black hair before her was a dragon many times more powerful than her, but she did not know who he was. "All right, Ben, stop being so mean." Chi Aoshuang tried to stop him. "I am the Dragon King. In the future, you will be our mount." Because Ben heard Chi Aoshuang speak, his tone softened a bit. "Ah." Vermilion froze, staring at Ben, both terrified and amazed. Dragon King. The Dragon King was with that woman. Vermilion glanced at Jean, but saw that Jean's gaze had never left Chi Aoshuang. Her heart started to dim. Master Forever only had that woman in his heart. Vermilion pouted, lowering her head. She said to Ben deferentially, "Yes, Your Highness. Vermilion has grown up outside of Dragon Valley. When I found her, she still had not hatched from her egg," Jean interceded. Ben frowned. Chi Aoshuang naturally understood what he meant, adding, "So Vermilion did not destroy the honor of the Dragon clan when she became Jean's mount, understand, Ben? In the future, don't be so mean to her." "Fine," Ben gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. Vermilion lowered her head, her eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. That woman was speaking up for her. Unacceptable, unacceptable, but no one noticed this. "Oh right, Jean, guess who this ugly man is?" Ben was now smiling boyishly. He pointed at Learnenglish, but contrary to his expectations, Jean replied calmly, "His Divine Highness." TCH. Ben curled his lip with dissatisfaction. "This boring fellow. I am not the Divine Prince anymore." Learnenglish smiled. "This is the Princeling of the Elves, Oscar," Ben introduced. "Oscar, this is Chi Aoshuang's knight, Jean." The two nodded in greeting without a word. Oscar did was not disrespectful now. The man before him had a dragon as a mount, but was this woman's knight? How many secrets did this woman have? "Miss, where do we go to next? We should not stay here for long." Jean turned around, looking pointedly at the disastrous leftovers of Ben's fight. "We were planning finding the goblins." Chi Aoshuang frowned at the dreary landscape. "Let's first leave this place." "Miss, why are you looking for the goblins?" Jean did not understand. "I want their deity relic. It is a part of the god feather," Chi Aoshuang replied faintly. "With the Heaven Slayer, we can kill the goddess of light." "I understand now." Jean nodded, then turned to Vermilion. "Vermilion, let's go." When Vermilion heard Chi Aoshuang's words, her heart tightened. Just as she was immersed in thought, Jean called her back to her senses. "Master, where do we go?" With a slight huff, Vermilion resumed her original form. A giant dragon appeared before them. "First, let's leave this place," Jean said quietly. Everyone got onto Vermilion's back. When Chi Aoshuang got on, Vermilion's eyes flashed darkly for a moment, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. After everyone got on, with a slight grunt, Vermilion took off into the open sky. "Jean, what have you been doing all this time?" Ben asked, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he laughed naughtily. "You are much stronger than before. How about we have a practice duel sometime? You seem to have forgotten how you almost accidentally killed Chi Aoshuang last time." "Jean is stronger, but you are stronger too," Learnenglish suddenly said. Ben smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, last time, it was also a practice duel, but he had accidentally used his full strength. Chi Aoshuang smiled, not saying anything. "Oh right, do you know anything about Master Cliff or Walter?" Ben stroked his chin. "If you were able to hear that Chi Aoshuang might be at Dragon Valley, did you hear anything about the others?" "Master Cliff," Jean's voice trailed to a stop. "What happened?" Chi Aoshuang hurriedly turned around and asked. She could hear the hesitation in his voice. "After we find a place to set up camp, I'll explain." Jean sighed, reaching down to pat Vermilion. "Vermilion, find a remote place in the woods to land." Vermilion flapped her wings, flying rapidly. Chi Aoshuang's face darkened. "Master, how are you? Did something happen to you?" As if he could read her mind, Jean said, "Miss, please don't worry. Nothing bad happened to Master Cliff." The wind whistled past their ears. Though Jean said not to worry, Chi Aoshuang had a serious expression. When they finally landed, Chi Aoshuang asked immediately. Jean looked at Chi Aoshuang's anxious expression, then looked at Jean. He sighed. "A few days before Madame Catherine's trial, Master Cliff left, so he never knew that you had returned. The reason why he had left hurriedly was because he heard you were in critical danger, so he left to save you. At that time, I had already secretly returned to the capital." Chi Aoshuang frowned. Feelings of restlessness and regret arose in her heart. If she had found Master earlier, they wouldn't have missed each other. The person who informed Master Cliff you were in trouble was Master Lawrence. Jean saw that Leng Lingyan's always calm expression finally changed. Jean sighed again, this time in his mind. Master Leng Lingyan's expression became exceptionally unsightly. Master tricked Master Cliff away. Yes, Jean nodded. When Master Cliff realized what happened, he injured Master Lawrence heavily, then left alone. He swore he would find Miss. He also said to Master Lawrence, he would never see him again. Where is Master now? This was what Chi Aoshuan was worried about. I do not know. Jean shook his head. After Master Cliff disappeared, he was never to be seen again. Chi Aoshuan frowned, looking down dejectedly. She knew very well how Master felt towards Lawrence. Lawrence was Master's only friend, the only person he treated genuinely as a friend, but because of her, this had happened. Leng Lingyan closed his eyes, not saying a word. However, his grief was evident. Perhaps Parkland regrets becoming enemies with you now, Ben said disdainfully, now that they've witnessed you heavily wound the Temple of Light and lost both Master Cliff and the Dragon Knight Jean, yet they haven't even caught a glimpse of you. Everyone was silent. Enough. What are you guys doing? Ben was annoyed. You masters didn't die or anything, Aoshuan, you're not dead either. Once your master finds you, you can just destroy the root of the problem and everything will be resolved, right? Chi Aoshuan sighed quietly. Yes, I don't want Master to lose his only friend because of me. Then we just have to work faster. Ben raised his fist eagerly. Have you heard anything about Walter? Chi Aoshuan suddenly remembered the person who was so cowardly and fearful of death, yet refused to abandon her. Walter, Jean shook his head. I did not hear anything. As a dark Magikian, he won't expose his whereabouts so easily, but he definitely knows what happened to you. Perhaps he is even looking for you. Chi Aoshuan took a moment to think, but did not say anything. Let's rest here tonight. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow morning. Jean looked at Vermilion, who sat not far away. Gently, he said, Vermilion is also tired. Everyone agreed and started setting up camp. Aoshuan, you seem to be much stronger than before. When can we spar? Ben laughed. Chi Aoshuan ignored Ben's mischievous smile, preparing the firewood with Jean instead. Ben continued to chatter despite her disregard. Meanwhile, Oscar sat silently to the side. Jean stood up. I'll go catch some hares. Go. Get some fat ones. Ben laughed. Jean walked over to Vermilion and said quietly, Vermilion, let's go. Master? Vermilion was a little surprised that Jean would approach her. To catch some hares. Jean did not say another word. Vermilion didn't say anything either, following Jean silently. And so, the human and dragon walked into the forest, not silent the entire way. Once they were a distance away, Jean said quietly, Vermilion. Master? Vermilion blinked. Jean turned around and stared at Vermilion. Vermilion, you don't like Miss, he said calmly. Vermilion's expression shifted. She stared back at Jean blankly. Never had she imagined Jean could be so direct. She was even more surprised by the fact that Jean would able to see through her. Vermilion lowered her head, biting her lip, silent. Jean did not speak either, only waiting quietly. After a while, Vermilion finally exploded. Yes, I hate her. She raised her head, facing Jean directly. I do hate her. Why? Why does Master treat her so well? But she doesn't care about you at all. Master, has she ever repaid your kindness? Vermilion, she is very important to me. Jean was unexpectedly calm. No one can replace her in my heart. Vermilion felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart. Tears started to roll down uncontrollably. Of course, no one can replace you in my heart either. Vermilion, Jean consoled her gently. Vermilion is unique. But, Master, you treat her so well. But she, Vermilion started to shake. You also treat me very well. Have you ever wished I would repay your kindness? Jean asked quietly. No, of course not. Vermilion shook head violently, so fast that her tears flew, sparkling and pure. She said hastily, I am always delighted to help you. Master's wishes are my wishes. I have never wished for Miss to repay me either. I only wish to stay by her side forever. To watch her live happily is good enough for me, Jean said gently. He reached out and patted Vermilion's head, smiling. Do you understand? And have you ever thought what I would do if you harmed the Miss? Do you think I would just ignore her? Vermilion's mouth opened wide. She looked at Jean's handsome face, considering his words. Suddenly, she was filled with fear. If she really did something to her, then Master definitely would not just leave her alone, but punish her severely. Maybe, he would even abandon her. The more she thought, the more afraid she was. Wah! Vermilion finally started to cry. She dove into Jean's bosom. Master, I understand. I'm sorry, I was just jealous of her. She can receive your care and protection. I wish Master would look after me more, care for me. Tears streamed down her face. Jean smiled gently. He patted Vermilion's head. It was I who was at fault. I hurt you. Vermilion started to cry even harder. Jean didn't move, letting her continue to weep. Actually, Jean was aware of Vermilion's negative feelings long ago, but he didn't expect her to care more and more. If he let it go, perhaps something might transpire. Vermilion was still immature, technically speaking a young dragon. If her innocent self became twisted from jealousy and she ended up harming Chi Aoshuan, Jean definitely would not forgive himself or Vermilion. So, before this girl could do anything, he pulled her aside. I want to stay by Master's side too. I know that Master and I cannot ever have a romantic relationship, but I can't help being envious of her. I wish I could drop her from my back while I'm flying. Vermilion sobbed even harder after confessing. At the same time, she felt much lighter. Indeed, she had this thought before, childishly wanting to drop her from the air. Now, she was really happy that she had only thought of it, never doing it for real. Otherwise, Master would be furious. He might even do something to her. Jean was a little shocked. This foolish girl, she really thought she could hurt the mist this way. Wah, Master, I'm sorry. Aren't I a terrible person? Vermilion sobbed. Seeing Jean's blank expression, she felt even more uneasy. Vermilion, did you forget that the mist can fly? Jean was amused. Fortunately, she realized her wrongs and had not actually done anything. Ah, Vermilion stopped crying, looking at Jean blankly. I really forgot. You can't have such thoughts in the future. Jean rubbed her head, smiling. Millimeter, I'll never do it again. Vermilion nodded obediently. Let's hunt game now. I appreciate your hard work for the past few days, flying so many people. Jean cared for Vermilion genuinely. After her, she had always stayed at his side. No, it's not hard at all. Vermilion had already stopped crying and was smiling. Once she had thought things through, her heart had become much more light. Jean started to smile. Vermilion was a dragon indeed, seeing things in black and white. Even if she hated someone, she wouldn't be scheme like humans. This was the difference between humans and dragons. Once Jean and Vermilion returned, bringing back all sorts of wildlife, Chi Aoshuan was a little shocked by Vermilion's change in attitude. She was visibly more intimate, clinging to her, chatting constantly. Chi Aoshuan sent Jean a suspicious glance, but Jean only smiled without a word. Wow, pretty good. You got it done so easily, Ben murmured to Jean in a low voice. I wouldn't want Vermilion to be killed by you, charred until not even ashes remain. Jean humphed, curling his lip. Good thing you knew. Ben took a bite of fruit. How could Ben not tell that foolish dragon harbored intentions towards Chi Aoshuan? She just hadn't done anything. The moment she did anything foolish to Chi Aoshuan, Ben would immediately kill her. He had learned how to be sinister from Chi Aoshuan. Don't be so tough on Vermilion in the future, Jean said coldly. TCH, Jean had seen through Ben perfectly. Although Vermilion had not dishonoured the dragons, Ben was dissatisfied with her. He was dissatisfied with any dragons that had accepted humans as masters. He had originally planned to give her a tough time during the journey ahead, but not that Jean had exposed him. It would be too embarrassing to continue to doing so. The next day, Vermilion flew everyone to the place on Chi Aoshuan's map. Goblins are greedy dealmakers, also lovers of architecture. They are stout and ugly, but their intellect could not be looked down upon. They lived underground in a myriad of confusing tunnels. Their underground palace was even more magnificent. If they wanted to obtain the deity weapon, it would be a little difficult. Even if they entered, the maze-like passageways would trap them. From this forest onward is all goblin territory. Ben squinted as he peered into the tree. Goblins never interact with other races, because they're unscrupulous businessmen, and ugly. Leng Lingyuan said quietly. Ha ha, you sure know a lot, Ben laughed. It was recorded in the Temple of Light's library. Long ago, when the different species still intermingled, the beast and dwarf races made business deals with the goblins, but they would always suffer losses. Later, something happened that made all the races retreat back their own territories. Everyone now guards their own territory, never making contact with other races, Leng said faintly. The Temple of Light's library recorded this. Ben was a little surprised. I secretly read it from the secret library, Leng said a little embarrassedly. Ben gave him an admiring look. Let's go. Chi Aoshuang walked ahead. Just as she entered the forest, there was the sound of rustling all around them. Everyone's gazes changed. It seems that the forest had some goblins on guard. As expected, the sound grew louder and louder. One by one, green creatures appeared. A group of fully armed goblins riding wolves surrounded them with weapons pointed at them. The goblins had wrinkled faces, green skin, long, tapered ears, and round eyes. Currently, they were cautiously regarding Chi Aoshuang's group. Humans, stop. We cannot permit you to advance any further, the leading goblins said coldly. I have business with your king, Chi Aoshuang said to him calmly. The goblin frowned. He sized up Chi Aoshuang, then inspected the other people. Ben timely released slight dragon aura. Dragon, the goblins all paled with fright. The wolves all uniformly crouched down and shivered. Chi Aoshuang smiled ever so slightly. Having a dragon by her side sure was convenient. Before the goblins could respond, a ray of bright light shot down from the sky, trapping the goblins within. Before they could cry out, they all turned to dust, then dissipated. In an instant, all their lives had been taken away. It was a frightening scene. Enemy attack! They all retreated back, alertly watching the mass of white light. The Temple of Light's power. Slowly, the white light dissipated. A few figures emerged from within. Angels. They were led by an angel with 8 wings. Behind him stood 4 cold-faced angels with 6 wings. The 5 angels all had white clothes, white wings, and supple blonde hair and deep blue eyes. They all held a pure white blade. Chi Aoshuang's gaze darkened. Was the goddess of light finally about to make her move? Indeed, she had already collected 3 parts of the god Feather Heaven Slayer. The goddess should have sensed it already. She could not descend in the human world for long, so she sent these angels to take her place instead. Leng Lingyan's expression had also changed. Before them were true and blue angels. Normally, angels could not descend to the human world easily. Even if they forcibly descended, their strength would be greatly reduced, but these angels had terrifying strength. In other words, the goddess had found a way for them to descend without reducing their strength. Holy fuck! Actual angels! Ben was gleefully about to attack. Dragon King! Suddenly, before he could attack, the leading 8-winged angel pointed his sword at Ben and said coldly, "Did you forget the agreement between the goddess and your dragon god? What are you talking about? I'm no dragon king," Ben lied without a trace of embarrassment. Humph. However, the 8-winged angel smiled coldly. He faced the sky and gave a long whistle. The shrill sound was as loud as thunder, ear-splitting. Chi Aoshuang and everyone else's expressions changed greatly. The angel's strength was definitely unordinary, completely different from the angels that had descended and possessed the Pope and Archbishop's bodies. After the long whistle, there was a rumbling sound coming from the horizon. Ben's expression turned incomparably ugly. Only he recognized what the pressure and rumbling sound signified. The dragon god was descending. The rumbling was deafening. A rainbow cloud appeared in the sky and approached. Ben's face was already beet red. Naturally, he knew what the dragon god would appear here for. Seeing the angel's delighted expressions and Ben's unsightly expression, Chi Aoshuang immediately understood what was going on. Dragon King, let's see if you'll still interfere. You violated the treaty between the goddess of light and the dragon god, so the dragon god will punish you. HMPH. The 8-winged angel smiled coldly, his sword pointed at Ben. His voice was filled with clear glee and faint malice. Fuck! Ben's face darkened. He looked up at the rapidly approaching rainbow cloud, his heart sinking. Before Chi Aoshuang and everyone else could react, the multicolored cloud was already overhead. A rope descended. Ben's expression changed. He turned, wanting to run, but as if the rope had eyes, it chased after Ben. Ben could not even have the chance to resist as the rope wound around him. In a flash, he was wrapped up tightly. With his mouth covered, he gave muffled grunts. Qi Aoshuang's mouth was wide. It was not that Ben did not want to resist, but that he did not even have the chance to. In front of the dragon god, he was powerless. Qi Aoshuang instantly shot a bolt of flame at the end of the string that bound Ben, but it had not effect. They could only watch on helplessly as Ben was taken into the sky. Ben struggled with all his might, looking like a wriggling caterpillar, but it was no use. Although it was amusing to see, their current situation was no joke. Qi Aoshuang was about to attack again. Ben shot her a warning look, telling her to stop. Their current situation was already critical. In order to face the 5 angels, she could not waste her strength. Furthermore, she was facing the profound dragon god. Qi Aoshuang knew better than anyone else how large the gap between humans and gods was. Seeing Ben's gaze, Qi Aoshuang understood and stopped everyone else from attacking. Soon, Ben was dragged away in the cloud. Vermilion shivered, hiding behind Jean. She was afraid the dragon god was going to capture her. Clearly, Ben had been taken away because he was about to interfere. "I'll take away this little bastard," a resonant voice said from the sky. The voice was filled with imposing aura, inconsistent with his choice of words. "Lil bastard." Then, the multicolored cloud floated away. The sound of Ben's muffled grunts gradually disappeared along with it. HMPH. Lowly human, today you'll pay the price for uselessly provoking the venerable goddess's might. The leading 8-winged angel coldly humphed. He raised his blade. In the light, it shimmered. Qi Aoshuang snorted. With a flick of her wrist, the azure ripple blade was already in hand. With ringing sound, Jean pulled out his sword. Leng Lingian's face darkened. He coldly regarded the arrogant angels. Meanwhile, Oscar had his arms crossed. He stood to the side quietly. As promised, he was a spectator. Qi Aoshuang had never expected for him to help anyways. "Elf," the 8-winged angel looked at Oscar in surprise. "Is the elf race going to interfere?" one of the 6-winged angels said angrily. Oscar frowned with annoyance. Were they stupid? Couldn't they see that he had no intention of doing so? "If you think I'm going to, then why don't I?" Oscar smiled coldly, getting up. "Idiot." The 8-winged angel swiveled back and berated. Did he not have eyes? Clearly he had no intentions of doing anything, but now, because of the 6-winged angel's words, the elf was going to join the fray. The elf definitely was powerful. However, elves, who were regarded as peaceful and elegant, could be this irritable. Aside from anger, the 8-winged angel was also a little confused. It was not just the 8-winged angel who was confused. Qi Aoshuang was surprised as well. She frowned. Oscar sure behaved strangely. He attacked whenever he wanted to, and his reason to do so was simple too. "Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble to your elf god?" The 8-winged angel's objective was to kill Qi Aoshuang and destroy her soul, not this elf. "Does the elf god and your god have an agreement?" Oscar said heedlessly, smiling. The 8-winged angel froze. Indeed, the elf god and goddess of light did not have any agreement. Because the elves loved peace and hated humans, there had never been a need to make such an agreement. "Even if there isn't, aren't you afraid of being punished by the elf god?" the 8-winged angel persisted. Oscar chuckled and didn't say anything. Evidently, he did not take the angel's word to heart. The 8-winged angel's expression changed. What these arrogant angels hated the most wasn't people cursing at them, but completely disregarding them. Oscar's haughty actions were a resounding slap in the face. "If you must insist, die. I will report to the goddess the mistaken act of the elves," the 8-winged angel humphed. When he opened his mouth to speak again, he was stopped by an abrupt sword thrust. Alarmed, the 8-winged angel raised his blade to block. His sword started to hum, his hand trembling. Qi Aoshuang raised a brow, a bemused smile on her lips. Were they looking down on them? Lowly human. The angel's face ashened. He gripped his sword more tightly so that it did not shake. However, contrary to his words, he was overwhelmed with shock. A trifling human could be this strong. No wonder the goddess was so vested this time. Qi Aoshuang smiled derisively. This birdman asterisk, he only knew how to talk big. Asterisk, the Chinese phrase birdman can mean like fucker. Qi Aoshuang absolutely would not give the 8-winged angel any slack, her sword flitting rapidly. It was a terrifying sight to behold that emanated the aura of death. Panic flashed across the 8-winged angel's eyes. He hastily raised his sword to parry. Meanwhile, Jean, Leng Lingian, and Oscar started to engage the remaining 6 winged angels. With every clash in mid-air between Chi Aoshuang's azure ripple blade and the 8 winged angel's sword, there was a thunderous clang. Chi Aoshuang frowned. As expected, the 8 winged angel was powerful. As the two were in deadlock, Chi Aoshuang and the 8 winged angels assumed serious expressions. Secretly, the 8 winged angel was apprehensive. This human's power was actually equal to his own, or maybe even stronger. The 8 winged angel shivered at the thought. He struck with more force. He could not lose to this heretical human. Just as the 8 winged angel struck with more force, he heard her faint, distinct voice. Did they send fighter-type birdmen this time? The 8 winged angel did not detect the hidden ridicule in the voice. Birdmen? The 8 winged angel was stunned. Only then did he realize what she meant. Lowly human, you must pay for your ignorant words. The 8 winged angel seethed with anger. Eyeing her alertly, his entire body started to emit bright light. You seem to have forgotten I am a Megaikean as well. Chi Aoshuang raised a brow, smiling. Before the 8 winged angel could come back to his senses, an intensely hot blade emerged from her palm, then erupted into golden flames. This was the supreme golden flame. The exceedingly hot flame immediately enveloped the 8 winged angel. Ah! The 8 winged angel cried out, rapidly retreating. The golden flame soon extinguished, revealing the 8 winged angel's body. The 8 winged angel's supple blonde hair was now a mass, faintly fuming foully. His clothes were in even poorer condition, hanging in strands. His snow-white wings were now burnt black. He did not carry himself so proudly now. Smells like burnt chicken. Chi Aoshuang sneered. The 8 winged angel was so angered, he almost spat blood. Sinister, cunning human. The 8 winged angel was visibly angry, shouting at Chi Aoshuang with his sword raised. Suddenly, he saw something behind Chi Aoshuang and started to smile malevolently. Why don't you take a good look at your companions? Not a single one of you shall escape today. The angel appeared pleased. Chi Aoshuang frowned as she cast a glance over. 2 6-winged angels currently had Oscar surrounded while Jean and Leng Lingian each faced 1 6-winged angel. Vermilion stood to the side nervously, wanting to help, but unable to, crying instead. What Vermilion feared the most was leaving Jean, but the threat of being taken away was still fresh in her memory. White Emperor and Black Feather crouched on each side of her shoulder, chirping and peeping, as if to say don't do anything. They were not flustered at all. To them, these angels weren't a threat to Chi Aoshuang and them. Oscar was currently enveloped in a hazy aura. Whenever an angel attacked, the moment their sword was about to approach, the sword would automatically diverge and brush past Oscar. Oscar was not injured in the slightest. Oscar would calmly evade, but he did not attack. He merely held them up so that they could not help their other angels. Leng Lingian was a bit more strained. After her, he was a healer first, a Megaikean second. Just as Chi Aoshuang was thinking what to do, a sharp attack shot towards her. Where are you looking? The 8 winged angel said coldly. Chi Aoshuang raised her sword to deflect. She turned her attention back to the 8 winged angel, losing her derisive attitude. She knew that she had to finish off this 8 winged angel as soon as possible. Leng Lingian would not be able to hold on for long, and although Jean appeared to be evenly matched with the angel, if this continued, Jean would be at the disadvantage. Vermilion stood to the side, her hands in fists as she nervously watched the circumstances, unable to get involved. Who knows how close the dragon god was? If the 8 winged angel summoned again, she was doomed. Leng Lingian's situation was most dire. The moment the angel saw he was using light magic, the angel became even more enraged. He knew that this person was the one who had betrayed the temple, betrayed the goddess, the holy prince. His attacks became even more vicious. The 8 winged angel seemed to know what Chi Aoshuang was thinking. He chuckled coldly, attacking once more. This time, he did not attack with all his power. Chi Aoshuang was in a position where she could not move now. As time passed, Chi Aoshuang became more tense. It seemed she still could not kill him off. Although she had given him multiple wounds, she had never been able to give the fatal blow. It was as if he was a cockroach. Whenever Chi Aoshuang turned around, wanting to help the people behind her, the 8 winged angel would attack with renewed strength. In such an endless cycle, Chi Aoshuang couldn't help but feel vexed. Jean and Leng Lingian already appeared weary. You damn human, how dare you cause the goddess problems? The eight-winged angel pinned down Chi Aoshuang's blade strenuously, gritting his teeth. His eyes were now cold and smiling. Did you think it was only we who descended? Did you think we would let you succeed in collecting all the pieces of the God Feather Heaven Slayer? Do you think your other companions are still alive? Chi Aoshuang's eyes widened. Chukin and Dong Fenghao were in danger. Seeing Chi Aoshuang's expression darken, the eight-winged angel became even more delighted. Ha ha, perhaps not even their bodies remain. The eight-winged angel howled with laughter. His devious expression became even more warped as he smiled malevolently. You, Chi Aoshuang lowered her gaze. No one could see her expression. She only spat out this word. Suddenly, her body exploded with icy, cold aura. What? Are you sad? Worried? The eight-winged angel laughed loudly, thinking that Chi Aoshuang had suffered a great blow. The best time to strike was now, when she was at her weakest. Thus, he madly brandished his sword as he charged to attack Chi Aoshuang. But Chi Aoshuang did not move. She only calmly raised her sword to easily block the attack the eight-winged angel had put so much strength into. Ha! The eight-winged angel couldn't help but stare blankly. Suddenly, a dense, murderous aura enveloped him. His heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to back away. HMPH. Chi Aoshuang leveled her gaze now. Her eyes were like cold vortexes, emitting terrifying, cold light. The eight-winged angel was stunned. This was because he had seen Chi Aoshuang's eyes glint with red light. Red light! The eight-winged angel blinked. He wanted to take a better look to see if Chi Aoshuang's eyes had turned red, but the next moment, all he could see was redness. It was his own blood. The intense pain almost made him stop breathing. Chi Aoshuang's sword had pierced through his right chest. Bad men have red blood too. Chi Aoshuang smiled coldly, then pulled out her sword viciously. The eight-winged angel howled with pain. His blood spurted out like fountain water. He retreated as fast as he could, to get as far away from Chi Aoshuang as possible. When the 4 six-winged angels saw the circumstances, they all stopped what they were doing and rushed over to the eight-winged angel's side. They all made the same symbol with their left hand. A barrier appeared before Chi Aoshuang, stopping her from advancing. The 5 angles then raised their right hands at the same time. Just as Chi Aoshuang was about to strike through the barrier, they made a simple hand gesture. Instantly, dazzling white light enveloped them. Then, they disappeared. A portal. Leng Lingyuan said quietly, coughing as he approached. Portal. Jean sheathed his sword. He stared ahead at the empty cavity, frowning. Only with 5 angels can they use it. They are teleported to the nearest source of light power. It should be the closest temple, Leng Lingyuan explained. He waved his hand to cast healing magic. White light enveloped Chi Aoshuang, healing her wounds instantly. Jean fell silent, because Leng Lingyuan's wounds were visible more serious than Chi Aoshuang's. Master, Vermilion flew over, tears in her eyes. She carefully inspected Jean to see if he was wounded at all, sobbing as she said, "Sorry master, I could not help you. I was afraid the dragon god would take me away. But, master, if they were to, I would have intervened no matter what. I understand." Jean patted Vermilion's head kindly. "You were good. We're perfectly fine. If you were taken away, we would have been much slower." Vermilion continued to sob. Oscar nonchalantly stood to the side, arms crossed as he regarded Chi Aoshuang without a word. Chi Aoshuang was dark-faced, also silent. Chukin and Dong Fenghao are in danger, Chi Aoshuang managed to squeeze out. What? Everyone was alarmed. Only Oscar remained aloof. The goddess has finally started to make her move. Chi Aoshuang's expression was exceptionally unsightly. She needed an entire set of deity weapons to kill the goddess of light, but so long as the goddess stole away a single one, all of her efforts would be for nothing. Right now, what was most worrying was Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao were completely not those angels' match. They had only sent 5 angels after them, even one that was 8-winged. What about Dong Fenghao and Chao Chukin? Even a 6-winged angel would be hard for them to fight. We need to find them immediately. Chi Aoshuang did not care for anything else. Even if the goblins were right ahead, the deity weapon almost in reach, Chi Aoshuang was currently fixated on Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao's safety. No one objected. They all knew what was most important. Vermilion immediately assumed her dragon form, carrying everyone up into the clouds in one half. They soon reached the Beastman race. Dong Fenghao and Chao Chukin's first stop was there. Based off of their calculations, they still had not arrived yet. At this time, Ben was all wrapped up on the rainbow cloud. Sitting next to him emanating red light was a mysterious old man. This was the dragon god. Ben was still writhing around pointlessly. The dragon god looked down upon Ben. Suddenly, he reached out and jabbed Ben. Ben opened his eyes wide, struggling even more now. Shut the hell up. Ben felt as if thunderstruck. His voice was resonant and dignified, yet he said such words. He had been all wrapped up and struggling with all his might at the time the Dragon King said "lil bastard," so he hadn't heard him. Ben wriggled, even more loud. How could you be so dumb? Always making trouble for me. The dragon god stood up, anger rising. He raised his foot and started to step on Ben. Ben howled miserably. You caused so much trouble, and even provoked the goddess of light, that wench. Your identity was even found out. Are you a dragon or a pig? The dragon god's face had been fuming red, but now, even his ears and neck were starting to flow red. Whether it was anger or excitement was indiscernible. Ben realized something was strange. It seemed like he didn't care about provoking the goddess of light. You don't know how to wipe up after your shit. You're a dragon, not a pig. Use your brain. The dragon god started stepping on Ben again. With each step, he was more stirred up. Ben was pummeled into a. He wanted to cry but couldn't. Finally, the dragon god was finished. He withdrew his foot, then sat down, finally satisfied. With a flick of his finger, he loosened Ben's bounds. Ben desperately held on for dear life, gasping for breath. I originally wanted to see you bring down that treacherous, idiotic Dragon King. Just when I was about to praise you, you got into this mess. How could you get into such bullshit? The goddess of light, that wench, came knocking on the door. The longer the dragon god spoke, the more angry he became. He was prepared to give Ben another beating. At this time, Ben unlocked his hidden potential, rolling away, avoiding the dragon god's claws. Ben now understood one thing very clearly. The dragon god they revered had bad character. He was a shameless, two-faced bastard, venerable Dr. Dragon God. Just when Ben started to speak, he was met with ringing pain. Don't try to act all nice. I know you're secretly cursing me. The dragon god gave Ben a warning smile. Yes. So what, you damn old man? Why did you take me away? Are we dragons afraid of the goddess of light? Ben finally understood the Dragon King's personality, blurting out cheeky words. Ben stared at the dark-faced old man. When the Dragon King heard his words, he was so angry, he was going to give Ben another beating. You favor the strong and bully the weak. Ben ducked to avoid the attack. You pied, you know what that means? If you know what it means, why do you ask? Are you an idiot? The dragon god was even more angry. He gave Ben a thorough beating. What do you mean? Ben hugged his head, crying out. Is it because you hate people calling you that way? So you've made progress. You've changed from a bastard to a fool. The dragon god stopped his attacks. He said disdainfully, you finally realized. Dragons are so much stronger than humans, so how could the goddess of light, that wench, be someone I care about? But if others say I bully the weak, then it would be bad. The old dragon god sat down cross-legged and said seriously, Ben was shocked. Who would have thought the dragon god would be so shameless, two-faced, and care so much about face? It's like that. Ben's expression was still filled with shock. Of course, the dragon god assumed a grandiose appearance. If not for that wench pretending to be so pitiful, asking me to sign a pact, you think I'd care? The dragon god's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he seemed to say to himself, that old wench is too shrewd, I don't like her. This time, Ben heard everything clearly. He felt like that dragon goddess had grabbed hold of his weakness of hating losing face. She had tricked him into signing the agreement that dragons could not attack humans heedlessly. If you don't like that wench, then let me go help my friends. I'll just conceal myself everywhere we go, Ben frowned and said, breaking the dragon god's train of thought. The dragon god flew into a fury. He pointed straight at Ben's nose. You idiot, they already know who you are. How the hell would you be able to help them? Don't cause me more trouble. He rolled his eyes, then looked into the sky, silent. Now one knew what he was thinking. Ben now was proficient at reading expressions. Thus, he crouched obediently, waiting for the dragon god's next words. "Lil bastard, how come I never noticed you were so scheming? You're so treacherous and deceitful, how come I never noticed before?" the dragon god suddenly asked. Ben's mouth went wide. "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" "You can think of it as a compliment." The dragon god nodded earnestly. "It was my human friend who taught me. At her side, I learned many things. Only then was I able to think of an idea to kick that previous dragon king off the throne." Ben sensed this is what the dragon god liked. Millimeter. "Not bad, not bad." The dragon god nodded, smiling. "That woman has piqued my interest. So can I go help her?" Ben smiled, trying to curry favor. "When did I say you could?" The dragon god's face darkened, his voice low. Ben was about to ready himself for another beating, but before he could, the dragon god started to laugh, his eyes darting around. "If we can't do this blatantly, then we'll do it secretly." That wench had been rubbing TME the wrong way for some time now. Getting rid of her should be a good idea. Ben. C212. "Bullshit." The dragon god put on an air of arrogance. "If that little bitch had not come up to me with a pitiful look, begging me to sign a deal, I'll take care of this bird thing." The dragon god's lips twitched, and then he seemed to be talking to himself. "That little bitch were too scheming, and I really disliked her." The black dragon had finally figured out everything from this. It was probably because the goddess of light had grasped the weakness of the face-saving dragon god, so she went to pretend pity and signed a contract with the powerful dragons that they couldn't casually attack a human being and that could not invade their territory. "Since you don't like that little bitch, let me go to help my friend. I'll help them in the dark." The black dragon frowned and interrupted the dragon god's thoughts. "You stupid pig, your identity has been recognized. Help, fuck help, don't teach me any more lessons." The dragon god was furious hearing this. He pointed at Black Dragon's nose and began cursing. After cursing, he rolled his eyes, looking at the sky and didn't say anything. What he was thinking about is unknown. The black dragon was already very observant, so it obediently sat on the cloud, waiting for the dragon god's words. "Little bastard, why didn't I find out that you were in the dragon clan? You are so cunning and deceitful, I should have discovered you long ago. Why haven't I noticed it before?" Dragon god has suddenly changed the topic. The black dragon opened its mouth wide. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" "You could take it as praise." The dragon god nodded seriously. "My human friend taught me, and I learned so much from her. Only then will I be able to kick the former dragon king off the stage." Seeing the dragon god's attitude, the black dragon had understood the old man's preference, so he calmly told it to him. Good, good." The dragon god nodded with a smile on his face. "I like her." "Then you mean I can go help her?" The black dragon laughed in a sycophantic manner. "When did I say okay?" The dragon god's face darkened as he said in a deep voice. The black dragon didn't have the time to pull a long face. Then the dragon god rolled his eyes and chuckled. "We can't directly help her, but we can do in the dark. I've already seen the bitch disagreeable, and it's better to drag it down sooner." Black dragon said. At the same time, Judy carried the crowd rushing toward to the Orc clan. Without Chi Aoshuang's asking about directions, Judy said she knew it and continued to fly in that direction. Judy never stopped flying even in the night. She knew that if she slowed down a little bit, perhaps her master's two friends would be dead. "Thank you, Judy." Jin Yang sat in the front seat and gently patted Judy's head with his hand, comforting her in light voice. Judy gritted her teeth and didn't speak. She was afraid that she would let go of her strength if she spoke. She kept fluttering her wings and flied on. Chi Aoshuang felt anxious. She felt guilty towards Judy, who was exhausted, but she couldn't stop now. If she stopped, everything would be too late. After flying for 2 days and nights, Judy finally arrived at the Orc clan. In front was the Orcs' territory, and Judy could no longer hold herself back. She let out a wail and fell down. Her huge body straightly fell down. "Judy!" Jin Yang's expression changed and he urgently called out. However, Judy had completely exhausted her stamina by this time. She was completely exhausted and lost consciousness as she could not control her massive body. Chi Aoshuang immediately spread her golden wings and flew up to cast layers of barrier of enchantment to catch Judy's body. At this time, Aosta floated up to the sky. Without waiting for everyone to make a move, he began chanting a complex mantra. A strong wind blew under Judy's body, slowing down her speed of descent. After that, a small green ball appeared from in Aosta's hand, and in an instant, it became a huge, soft green bed, which held Judy's already slow-down body steadily. Jin Yang sighed in relief. He then checked to see if Judy had been injured, and Leng Lingyun also helped him. Chi Aoshuang and Aosta were still in the air. Chi Aoshuang looked at Aosta and said softly, "Thanks. It wasn't for you I saved her," he said coldly, and then flew down to join the crowd. Chi Aoshuang also flew down, neglecting Aosta's arrogance. She secretly sighed in her heart about the amazing power of Aosta. "Judy, are you okay?" Chi Aoshuang immediately asked anxiously when she landed. "She is okay, she is just tired," Leng Lingyun whispered. Jin Yang stood by Judy's neck and gently stroked her neck. Judy's heavy breathing and throat were rising and falling, her eyes still closed. Chi Aoshuang gently flew over and looked at the distressed Jin Yang. "Jin Yang, miss, it's fine." It was as if Jin Yang knew what Chi Aoshuang wanted to say and stopped her. Chi Aoshuang bit her lips and said, "You take care of Judy here, I'll go in with them. If Chushin and Dong Fenghao weren't here, it would be better if you were here." Jin Yang opened his mouth to say something, but nothing come out of his mouth. He knew Chi Aoshuang's thoughts. She want him to take care of Judy here. It was an excuse to stop Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao. However, he could not find a reason to refute this excuse. Jin Yang finally nodded in agreement. Chi Aoshuang and Leng Lingyun flew up toward the territory of the Orc clan. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the Orc clan's territory, a cloud of dust rose up ahead of them. A group of crowd were approaching. C213. Chi Aoshuang's group halted their flight and silently floated in the air, waiting for the group to approach. The sound grew louder and louder, and the rumbling sound was full of momentum. A troop of cavalry. The beasts for riding were a herd of elephants, with a pack of werewolves sitting on them. The one in the front was a werewolf in black clothes. On his shoulder was a prominent badge, and a golden tassel fluttered about. The werewolves were the vanguard of the Orc clan's army, and they robust and fast-speed werewolves were also responsible for the patrol of the Orc clan. All the Orcmen stopped right in front of Chi Aoshuang's group. "Human beings, we know what you're coming for." Without waiting for Chi Aoshuang to speak, the leader of the werewolves spoke in rugged voice. Chi Aoshuang was slightly surprised. "The other party knew what we come for. Could it be?" Chi Aoshuang's expression changed and his eyes sank. "Could Chuxing and Dong Fenghao have encountered danger? Our prophet told us to give this to you, and you will go away." The leader of the werewolves took out something in his arms and threw it to Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang gazed at it, a crystal ball. After she held it, she looked at the exquisite crystal ball in her hand and was a little shocked. "Is it the memory crystal? A prophet?" Leng Lingyun was also shocked. The prophet was the most powerful of the Orc clan. Even the king of the Orc clan didn't have a high status as a prophet. The prophet can always help the Orc clan with his wisdom and his knowledge. Now it seemed that the prophet had predicted that their group would come. Please watch the record inside. The leader of the werewolves urged Chi Aoshuang, and all the werewolves did not leave. Without any hesitation, Chi Aoshuang immediately injected the magic power into the crystal ball to see the recorded scenes inside. Her heart sank as she saw the blinding white wings appeared in the image. What was recorded inside was that the eight-winged angel had come here and taken the artifact that in the hands of the Orc clan. Without even the slightest bit of effort, the Orcs didn't resist and handed the artifact to the eight-winged angel. After all, that thing didn't really help them much. If they resist, they will be wounded. Leng Lingyun's expression also turned dark. This meant that the Sky Slaughter divine feathers couldn't gather together anymore. What they had done was in vain. Chi Aoshuang's face was as dark as water. She slowly raised her head to look at the leader of the wolves. "Thank you for your advice, but I wonder if I have friends here." "No, you are the human beings here for the first time in years," he said. The werewolf answered coldly. His eyes were clear without deception. He said loudly, "Since you have seen it now, can you leave now?" Chi Aoshuang was both elated and disappointed. Knowing that Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao were all right, her heart settled down. It was dejected that the Sky Slaughter divine feathers could no longer gather together. What these Orcs did was normal. They didn't want to interfere with the goddess of light, so they would naturally hand over the useless divine artifact. "Thanks, we will leave now." Chi Aoshuang nodded towards the leader of the werewolf. His face was completely calm and collected. The werewolves didn't move at all. They watched as Chi Aoshuang's group turned around and left. Only after they disappeared did they turn around and run away. Chi Aoshuang's group returned to where were Judy and Jin Yang. When he saw them coming back so quickly, Jin Yang was shocked when he saw Chi Aoshuang's face. He stood up and looked nervously at the crowd. Is that Chao Chuqin and Dong Fenghao? No, they have not been here yet. Leng Lingian lightly shook his head and smiled wryly, but the orc's divine artifact has been taken away by the angels. Jin Yang suddenly turned to look at Chi Aoshuang. Although his eyes were filled with disbelief, when he saw Chi Aoshuang's calm but somewhat dejected face, Jin Yang understood that what Leng Lingian had said was true. So everything's in vain? Me, miss. Jin Yang struggled to speak. Chi Aoshuang exhaled a long breath and turned to look at Jin Yang. She revealed a brilliant smile and said, nothing. Even if the divine artifacts couldn't gather together, there must be other ways. I want to increase my own strength and keep on increasing. Chi Aoshuang then sat down on his butt. We will wait for Chuqin and the Dong Fenghao here. We will return to Uyuzari after they arrive. Jin Yang looked at Chi Aoshuang, who was smiling brilliantly, a little bit stunned. He then came to himself. On his handsome face there was a smile as he lightly nodded. Yes, Miss. I will follow you all the time. Leng Lingian's originally worried heart relaxed a little at this moment. He looked at Chi Aoshuang's expression and smiled faintly. Aosta raised his eyebrows slightly. He had thought that this girl would be despair and would always be depressed. He didn't expect that she could adjust so quickly. Aosta, suddenly, Chi Aoshuang's voice sounded in Aosta's ears. He turned around and looked at Chi Aoshuang with some surprise. This is for you. The Sky Slaughter divine feathers can't gather together. The Sky Slaughter is back to you. Chi Aoshuang took out the Sky Slaughter space ring and handed it to Aosta. Aosta silently looked at the Sky Slaughter in Chi Aoshuang's hands, but he did not reach out to take it. If he took it, it meant that he should be back in the Elvish forest. You take it first. I don't have anywhere to put it. Even without the Sky Slaughter divine feather, you can still pull the goddess of light down. Aosta lied through his teeth. As prince of the Elvish clan, how could he have no space to put the ring? He didn't want to leave like that, not wanting to leave this mysterious girl. He felt that as long as he stayed by her side, there would be many unimaginable things. Yes, Chi Aoshuang's gaze turned cold, but her gaze was extremely firm. Then I'll personally witness that day and I'll go back then and return me the Sky Slaughter. Without waiting for Chi Aoshuang to reply, Aosta left. Chi Aoshuang was slightly taken aback, but still, she withdrew the Sky Slaughter. Judy had been unconscious, and after 5 days here, Judy had woken up, and Chao Chuqin and Dong Fenghao also arrived in haste. You idiot! Didn't you say you knew the way? So many unnecessary long ways. Chao Chuqin's angry voice came from ahead. The two figures got closer and closer. They rode together on a magical beast, while Chao Chuqin, who was sitting in the back, held the ear of Dong Fenghao, scolding. Chi Aoshuang looked at them as they got closer and smiled knowingly. Now you can go back to Uyuzari. C214. Chao Chuqin and the Dong Fenghao were getting closer together on a same magical beast. From afar, Chao Chuqin's reprimanding voice can be heard. You idiot, you still have the nerve to say that you know the path to the Orc clan. If you're wrong this time, wait and see how I will deal with you. This time, it will be right. I'm sure, definitely. The howls of Dong Fenghao's begging for mercy could also be heard as Chao Chuqin was pulling his ears. Chi Aoshuang's face revealed a smile. Although Dong Fenghao was speaking more clearly than before, he was still that muddled. If it was not for the wrong way Dong Fenghao had chosen, they would be in danger. If they were to face the 8-winged angel, no matter how powerful magical beasts Dong Fenghao could summon, they wouldn't be able to defeat the 8-winged angel, and Chuqin wouldn't be a match for it too. What? Aoshuang? Chao Chuqin saw Chi Aoshuang's figure from afar, and her voice was filled with surprise. He flicked the bottom of the magical beast and it quickly ran over. Chi Aoshuang smiled as she stood in place, waiting for them. Aoshuang, why are you here? Before the magical beast stopped moving, Chao Chuqin's heart throbbed and she hugged Chi Aoshuang. Things have changed. Let's go back to Uyuzari together, right? Chi Aoshuang said softly, smiling. What? What's wrong? Chao Chuqin's complexion slightly changed. What did Aoshuang mean by this? Something wrong? Sit down first, have a rest. I'll tell you about it, Chi Aoshuang said calmly. They were naturally somewhat exhausted on the journey. Chao Chukin sat down uneasily, feeling ominous. Dong Fenghao summoned the magical beast and sat beside Chao Chukin. He took out a water bag and handed it to Chao Chukin. Chao Chukin pushed it away and looked anxiously at Chi Aoshuang, waiting for Chi Aoshuang to speak. When Chao Chukin and Dong Fenghao heard what Chi Aoshuang said, the two of them were stunned. It means, we can't collect divine artifact. We could not revenge. Chao Chukin stuttered when he asked. The disappointment in his eyes was clear. There's no need to be so pessimistic. There must be a way. Chi Aoshuang had a smile on her face, not showing any signs of fear. Yeah, there's definitely a way. Chao Chukin quickly nodded, trying to comfort Chi Aoshuang. When she raised her head, she saw Chi Aoshuang's determined expression. She could not say anything. She tried to comfort Chi Aoshuang, but it turned out that Aoshuang comforted her. Then it was time to return to Uyuzari. This time, it didn't have to rush so much as before, so Judy would rest when she felt exhausted, and they stopped and continued going. Aoshuang, look, that valley is where we separated from Summer. There's a very powerful magical beast. Chao Chukin suddenly saw something from the sky downward and pointed at a mountain ridge below. What does that magical beast like? Chi Aoshuang asked. So tall, his body is covered with fire. However, it moves quickly, Chao Chukin said with a frown. She still had lingering fear in her heart when she thought of that monster. Chao Chukin saw Chi Aoshuang's thoughtful expression and said in haste, don't go down. It's too dangerous. That monster is really powerful. Chi Aoshuang nodded and didn't say anything else. She carefully checked the terrain below and memorized the location. A few days later, they finally reached Qingquan town, which was located on the border of Uyuzari. The town was still calm. Everyone was scattered in the corners of the only bar in the town. When night fell, Chi Aoshuang brought everyone to the front of an ordinary room. When the door opened, Luya was shocked when he saw the group of people standing in front of him. Can I help you? Luya looked at the strangers in front of him and couldn't help but be alert. However, he still asked politely in confusion. Chi Aoshuang remembered that her appearance hadn't recovered yet. She didn't have to hide anything now. Chi Aoshuang took out one leaf which could help recover appearances and swallowed it. She threw another one to Learnenglish. Luya frowned slightly and looked at Chi Aoshuang in confusion. He didn't understand what the girl in front of him was doing. It's me, Luya, the familiar voice rang, and the girl's appearance slowly recovered. It was their holy maiden. Come on in, Luya whispered and moved aside to let the group in. Such a large group of people had been standing outside for a long time. If anyone noticed, it would be terrible. After everyone entered the room, Luya respectfully said, Lord, you've returned. The Lord of Bishop and Master 11 have been waiting for you. The Lord of Bishop? Chi Aoshuang was puzzled. Where did the Lord of Bishop come from? The position of the Dark Temple, after the Holy Maiden, is the Black Bishop. The Lord has sent him to help you. They should be in the hall at this time. When Luya said this, he did not dare to look at Chi Aoshuang. It was because the Lord of Bishop was truly. Aosta looked at Chi Aoshuang and Learnenglish from the corner of his eyes. The two had recovered their appearances. Learnenglish was dazzlingly handsome with silver hairs and mauve eyes. Chi Aoshuang's complexion was exquisite, her hair as dark as satin and her eyes gleaming radiance like gems, which made Aosta stunned. This is her real face. So beautiful. The crowd followed Chi Aoshuang through the secret passageway to the huge secret room underground. Lord Bishop, you cannot be so shameless. I agree. Stop talking rubbish. The voice was very familiar. When the group of Chi Aoshuang stepped into the hall, they saw the anxious 11 Shaoqi and 11 Shaoxi, while the person sitting between them was looking impatient. Ah, Lord, you're back. Among the three people in the hall who didn't know what to do, 11 Shaoxi was the first to react. He happily shouted out when he raised his head and saw Chi Aoshuang. 11 Shaoqi also raised his head, revealing a happy expression. The man who was sitting between them was frozen in place. He was sitting there, staring at Chi Aoshuang. Although he knew that she was the Holy Maiden of the Dark Temple, he knew that her name was Chi Aoshuang. He knew that she had suffered a great injustice. He knew she was in bitterness. But when she stood before him, he did not know what to say. Will she know that he had been looking for her, and he had been waiting for her when he heard the news? Will she know that he had always been worried about her? Chi Aoshuang looked at the dazed person and smiled. Waldo, the holy maiden is coming. Come over here quickly. Waldo's lips quivered slightly as he looked deeply at the girl standing at the entrance. Her black hair, her dark eyes, and her appearance were completely different, but the determination in her eyes was quite familiar. No one but she would have that. Waldo opened his mouth, not knowing what to address the person in front of him. Chi Aoshuang, Waldo, what are you doing there? Where did you go? Chi Aoshuang walked over and sat down casually. Everyone sat down while Waldo was still staring. Aoshuang, after a long time, Waldo spat out several words, but his mind seemed still blank. Xiaoxi, make the tea. Chi Aoshuang summoned 11 Xiaoxi, and at this moment, Chi Aoshuang missed Camille. She recalled the tea of Camille, to be exact. Your Excellency Commander, I'm willing to serve you. However, just as Chi Aoshuang had finished speaking, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded. A person appeared behind Chi Aoshuang, as silent and ghost-like as before. There was only one person who could possess such skill. The fragrant scented tea immediately filled the entire hall. The familiar scent made Chi Aoshuang's eyes bloom. Camille, why you are here? Chi Aoshuang couldn't care about anything else as she suddenly stood up and turned to look at Camille, who was standing by her side and gracefully making tea for her. She asked in surprise. Camille didn't answer, but her face was still with that gentle smile, gracefully pouring tea for Chi Aoshuang. After that, she tossed the teapot on the table and said softly, Brat, go pour some tea for others. 11 Xiaoxi felt a chill on his back as he looked at Camille's gentle smiling face. It was a dangerous sign. 11 Xiaoxi quickly picked up the teapot and went to pour tea for the rest. You came with Waldo. How did you get here? Chi Aoshuang asked excitedly. The enemy of the enemy is friend. Camille smiled gently and pulled up the stool next to Chi Aoshuang and sat down. I didn't stay in the Imperial City during the time you were in trouble. I made a deal and went afar. When I learned what happened, I went to look for you. But it was not easy to find you. Camille picked up the empty cup gracefully, then 11 Xiaoxi ran over carefully to pour tea for Camille, and continued to pour tea for others. The enemies of the Light Temple were naturally the Dark Temple. Chi Aoshuang had been set up by the Light Temple, so they had the same enemies as the Dark Temple. Camille found the Dark Temple with this common sense, and of course he found Waldo, who was also looking for Chi Aoshuang. Aosta sniffed at the tea in the cup and looked at Camille in somewhat surprise. This human being who was full of sunshine could actually make such a sweet tea. Moreover, his attitude, he only poured tea for Chi Aoshuang and he did not care about others. There was not a trace of fluctuations of magic elemental energy in his body, but the dark necromancer was so afraid of him. Aoshuang Tilda Waldo finally came back to himself at this moment and ran over to hug Chi Aoshuang within agitation and sobbing. Camille elegantly stomped on his butt with an agile and skilled movement, keeping him away from Chi Aoshuang. C215. Waldo was kicked to the ground by Camille's elegant movement of foot. What you do? Waldo turned around his head on the floor and looked at Camille with hatred. Tell me what is the matter if I hug Aoshuang to express my excitement? Oh, what's the matter if I kicked you? Camille spoke the words, smiling. Waldo shivered. The cold light in Camille's beautiful eyes didn't not only mean what was the matter as he kicked him, but more like what was the matter if I dabbed at your neck with a knife at night. Waldo wisely ran to the seat on the other side of Chi Aoshuang and squeezed 11 Xiaoqi off the seat. 11 Xiaoqi's face was full of bitterness, but he didn't dare to speak. Waldo has a higher position than them, and he was also stronger. Every time Camille bullies him, he would vent his anger on the two brothers. He was the type of person who would bully the weak but fear the strong. Aoshuang, I'm telling you, Waldo became eloquent. He began to boast about his travels and how his strengths improved. He talked about the branch halls he had sneak attacked. However, he didn't mention how he was chased after and trapped by many experts. Chi Aoshuang smiled and didn't interrupt, waiting for Waldo to chatter on. Finally, Waldo was tired, and Chi Aoshuang introduced the others. When she introduced that Judy, who was dressed in red, was actually a dragon, Camille's eyes flashed an unnoticeable light. What caused everyone to be shocked was the existence of Aosta, who was actually the prince of the Elvish clan. After introductions, Waldo bounced to the side of Dong Fenghao and asked him aside to inquire why he had changed. 11 Shaoxi told Qi Aoshuang about the things after they had returned. Iza's reputation in Uyuzari is high. Of course, it's not for his former identity, but his current identity. People called him a swashbuckler. They don't even know his identity. And now, the emperor had sent soldiers to encircle and annihilate them more than once. Shi Shaoxi reported seriously. Nonsense, the emperor also realizes that there is a threat. 11 Shaoxi hummed. Good. Now all we have to do is to take back everything Iza's deserves. Qi Aoshuang smiled. With Iza's support, the first thing needed to do was to eliminate all the forces of light in Uyuzari. That means to go to the capital city of Uyuzari. 11 Shaoxi felt happily as he had something interesting to do finally. There is a branch hall of the Light Temple in the capital of Uyuzari. Camille tapped the table gently. His voice was soft. The temple will intervene in a coup like this. Qi Aoshuang nodded gently. Dong Fenghao, Waldo and the 11 brothers, you guys bring people to take apart the palace. I will go with Leng Lingyan to the palace. Camille took out a map and spread it out on the table. He was clearly prepared. Look, the layout of the shrine is like this. There are only 2 cardinal in the temple. The archbishop had died in the confrontation with Aoshuang last time. The new archbishop had not been voted yet. Camille's long white fingers moved on the map. It's not necessary to look at the layout. Now these trees or bullshit bishops aren't even my opponent now. Waldo's nostrils flared with cold air as he said disdainfully. Pig heads. Camille gracefully smiled. He said the words in a clear and gentle voice. Waldo's face turned red because of anger, but before he could speak, he heard Qi Aoshuang snorted coldly. Valdo's arrogance subsided and went aside and became silent. Sir, please continue, honorable captain. Qi Aoshuang smiled at Camille. Camille fiddled with his bangs on his forehead and posed a graceful and perfect pose and continued. It's not difficult to destroy the temple, but after we destroy it, there will be a lot of people willing to fund it. Even they will be bankrupt, those people are willing. Camille continued blandly. The temple had penetrated deep into the hearts of those people as the personification of tolerance, purity, greatness and justice. So, what we need to do is to break this illusion. The 2 cardinal don't like each other because they both want to be the archbishop. Camille had apparently found out all these out, and there is a secret compartment behind the bookshelves in their study, where books are kept. The records on these account books cannot be seen by the public. After saying that, Camille looked meaningfully at the stunned Waldo. Do you understand what you need to do now? How do you know it clearly? Could it be that you went missing a short while ago? Waldo looked at Camille in surprise. Camille was the king of assassins. No one could stop him where he wanted to go. Qi Aoshuang was also shocked. Camille did such a dangerous thing for her. Did he know that if he chose to stand on her side, he was to be the enemy of many people? Camille looked at Qi Aoshuang, who was stunned. He smiled. The expression in his eyes was obvious. This was his choice. Memory crystals could be of great help. Camille squinted, his eyes flashing with cold light. When the time comes, we'll have to record it in detail, and the account book, send it to everyone later. Camille's voice was soft, but it sounded eerie in the ears of the crowd. This technique was ruthless. You and Leng Lingyan go to the palace, can you make it? Waldo finally caught the chance to satirize. Leng Lingyan was no longer the noble son of the Holy Light Temple. How could he safely enter the palace and carry out their plans? Was it that easy to start a coup? Of course, not only us. There is also Jin Yang. Camille smiled and looked at Jin Yang, then raised his eyebrows slightly. Jin Yang, are you now a knight of the kingdom of Ampagland, or a knight of Aoshuang's? Everyone was slightly surprised. Even Qi Aoshuang was stunned. They didn't understand what Camille meant by that. However, Jin Yang did not hesitate. He indifferently said, naturally, I am a knight for miss. His voice was soft, but his tone was very firm. Ha ha, that's good. Camille smiled like a spring breeze and gracefully picked up a teacup and softly said, do you have a dragon knight in Uyuzari? After said this, Camille sipped tea. No more words. Everyone immediately understood what Camille intended to say. There was no dragon knight in poor Uyuzari. If the dragon knight, Jin Yang, appeared in the imperial capital, and the emperor, no matter how debauched this emperor was, he would know the importance of Dragon Knight. Then the emperor will try to win him over. Then it was not that Camille's group cannot enter the palace, but the emperor would come to ask them if they would like to enter. So what? Waldo spoke the words and stopped. So, when the time comes, Camille smiled, gathering the ministers, finally let the emperor and the queen told the story back then. With Judy, all resistance is nil. How can the emperor and queen tell the things happened before obediently? Waldo grunted, his mouth twitching. I have a way. Camille smiled. Without spiritual control, I can make them tell the truth all back then. Is it so magical? Waldo mumbled, his eyes tilted, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. And there's something more miraculous. I can make you sleep forever after you go asleep tonight. Camille squinted, smiling brightly. Waldo shuddered and said nothing. He realized again how unwise it would be to retort Camille. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly as she listened to Camille's arrangement. She felt that something was not right. But what was wrong? Where is Aoshuang? Waldo suddenly recalled something. Chi Aoshuang finally understood what was wrong with the plan. She was not in Camille's plan. That's the key point. Camille stopped smiling and looked at Chi Aoshuang and said, Aoshuang, what will you do if Lagka and the Ampagland begin to fight? What? Everyone in the hall looked at Camille in shock. The Light Temple is now greatly injured. The remaining forces have been put on you. Ampagland is looking for excuses. Things had already grown even more intense as they had been suppressing the Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family. The Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family has been a mainstay of the Lagka's economy. The Emperor of Lagka was greedy. This time it only hastened the outbreak of conflict between the two countries. Camille looked at Chi Aoshuang with a burning gaze. He spoke clearly. The temple and Ampagland jointly suppressed the Chamber of Commerce of the Feng family. Feng Yixan's appearance has temporarily changed the situation. But this is only for the time being. A war between the two countries is a matter of time. Chi Aoshuang quietly looked at Camille's serious face. After a long silence, she finally said, How is the Li family of the four families of Lagka now? They are actively preparing for battle. Camille said blandly, There's a reason for it, taking revenge for your mother. Chi Aoshuang froze for a moment as she stared at Camille, something flickering in her eyes. The target there is very large. Camille said gently, Give me half a year. No, 3 months. I will make Uyuzari support you and wipe out all the forces of light in Uyuzari. You can do what you want to do during this period of time. Of course, these fellows must stay to help me. Camille squinted at the crowd in the hall. Everyone immediately understood Camille. 11 Shaoqi and 11 Shaoxi clenched their fists in excitement. This kind of thing was very exciting to hear. Chi Aoshuang was clear what the large target Camille mentioned meant. They were afraid that the temple would send angels to interfere in the two countries' war. She was not sure how many angels will descend this time. At present, it seemed like there were 2 8-winged angels. If these angels attacked the Li family or the Feng family, the consequences would be unimaginable. What you need to do is to improve your strength. All schemes are useless in front of absolute power. Camille lifted his cup and peeped at 11 Shaoxi. 11 Shaoxi felt a chill on his back looking at Camille's gentle gaze. He went to pour tea for Camille. Camille's eyes glanced at the cup in front of Chi Aoshuang. 11 Shaoxi immediately understood and quickly poured tea for Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang looked deeply at Camille, unable to say a word. This man was always so profound and unpredictable. What kind of person he was? Why did he do so much for her? Chi Aoshuang knew clearly in her heart that what Camille had just said was definitely not bragging. He had the strength to do such things. What do you think about it? If you have any object irons, you can withdraw right now. This time, it's not just against Ampagland, but also the Light Temple. Camille asked, smiling with squinting eyes. However, there wasn't the slightest temperature or bit of ripples in his eyes. C216. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all began to laugh silently. Follow the lead of Deputy Regimental Commander. Waldo pouted his lips, feeling a little annoyed. Now he could tell that Camille would lead them to snatch Uyuzari. Chi Aoshuang would not participate, but to increase her strength. Finally, the two nations would jointly launch battles against Ampagland. That's good, very good. If he could avenge Aoshuang, he would be able to eradicate the hypocritical Divine Light Temple. Waldo's heart was not happy, because he had only seen Chi Aoshuang before he was about to part. Waldo thought silently in his heart, "Alright, I'll endure this for the time being in order to get Aoshuang's revenge as soon as possible and clear her grievances." Chao Chukin frowned. "Ah, then, you mean Aoshuang go to Ladka?" "No, I have to go too. I don't want to part with Aoshuang." After saying that, Chao Chukin was about to rush over and wrap Chi Aoshuang's arms. "You will encumber her. You are weak now, not weak. I don't want her to go to Ladka, but to train her and to improve her strength." Camille's words successfully stopped Chao Chukin, who looked at Camille and knew that Camille was speaking the truth. Although her strength was much stronger than an ordinary archer, she was still weaker than Chi Aoshuang. Experience, where? Not only was Chi Aoshuang confused, but everyone present was puzzled. "You don't need to worry about that. You just need to stay and help me. No object irons." Camille took a comfortable sip of tea and looked at Leng Lingyun before looking back at Jin Yang. Everyone's expressions were complex, but no one objected. Only Aosta looked at Chi Aoshuang and said faintly, "I will watch." Camille shrugged his shoulders and said, "Do as you like." Camille does not count this elf in. Camille analyzed the situation and arranged things. Such a quick and decisive method made everyone feel a little uncomfortable and more surprised. "You, take everyone down to have a rest," Camille softly instructed 11 Xiaoxi. 11 Xiaoxi immediately bounced up and smiled at everyone. "Everyone, please follow me to your bedroom for a hot bath, then come out for dinner." Aosta was the first to stand up. Loving cleanliness was the nature of all the elves. The others also stood up and followed after 11 Xiaoxi. 11 Xiaofeng also led the way for the crowd and allocate rooms for them. In the blink of an eye, only Camille and Chi Aoshuang were left in the hall. The surrounding was completely silent. After a long time, Chi Aoshuang slowly turned her head to look at Camille. She gently opened her mouth and closed it again. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Why would he help me? Chi Aoshuang suddenly realized that she didn't understand Camille. Shouldn't he be very cool? Why would he spend so much efforts to help her this time? Why would he be opponent of Ampagland and the Light Temple? Camille had joined the mercenary group on a whim, and Chi Aoshuang could not find a reason for Camille to do this. Camille laughed, still smiling gently. He stood up and rubbed Chi Aoshuang's small head, saying, "Don't think about the reason why I'm going to do this. You just need to know I will remove your pain and wash away your grievances. If you really feel puzzled, you can think in the way that I'm too bored to find something to do." Chi Aoshuang recalled that the same reason Camille had joined her mercenary group was because he was too bored, so he found something to do. "You're telling me to improve my strength?" Chi Aoshuang asked doubtfully, her lips gently lifted. "I will tell you. Now go to rest, take a hot bath. I have a lot to explain after dinner." Camille withdrew his hand and smiled and left. Chi Aoshuang sat there dumbfounded and slowly stretched out her hand to feel her head. It was very warm. Camille's big hand was warm when he put it there. Not only there, but also inside the heart. This kind of feeling made Chi Aoshuang recalled a lot of things. The warmth that had been absent for a long time had made Chi Aoshuang think of Catherine. She also remembered a person long time ago, who had a gentle smile like Catherine's, her real mother. After a long time, Chi Aoshuang slowly stood up and went back to her room to take a shower. Dinner was unusually luxurious. All kinds of delicious delicacies filled the table, and there was even a roast pig in the middle of the long table. In front of Aosta were elegant vegetables for and peace-loving elves did not eat meat. Luia withdrew after he poured fragrant wine for everyone. Carmen Waldo had just opened his mouth to call Camille, and his words had changed. "Wise Deputy Regimental Commander, I would like to ask, where will Aoshuang go?" Camille lifted his glass and smiled faintly. "You don't need to care about that." Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. Camille was still smiling like a spring breeze, gracefully sipping the wine. What did Camille want? What a mystery. "All you have to do is cooperate with me to take down Uyuzari," he said. Camille squinted at the people in the hall and said slowly, "Of course, you can retreat now if you don't believe me." There was a moment of silence in the hall, and Camille's earlier plans made them impossible to fault. Chi Aoshuang also slightly frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, Camille was unfamiliar, completely different from before. What is different? It seemed that under that perfect smile, there was a faint anger. Ampagland, light temple. Camille raised his glass, and they all raised their glasses. Camille slowly sipped the wine in his cup, and a faint, terrifying cold light flashed through his eyes. Ampagland, light temple, are you prepared to bear my anger? In the dead of night, Leng Lingian lay quietly on the bed, thinking about what Camille had said today, and the arrangements he made. He had a question. Was Camille really just a famous scholar and killer? Was that all? He was an assassin who always did what he wanted to do. The number one assassin. He would be so careful to help Aoshuan. What was his purpose? Jin Yang and Waldo were also thinking about this question. They were all equally unable to think of why Camille would be doing this to help Chi Aoshuan. But no matter what his purpose was, what he was doing was helping Chi Aoshuan. It was enough. If he was going to do something to harm Chi Aoshuan, they would never let him off. Chi Aoshuan sat cross-legged on the bed at this moment. The White Emperor and Black Feather were resting on their soft pillows, their eyes squinting comfortably. Lotus Classics, she remembered that S. Conlin had said that he would appear when she was at the 12th level of practice. However, it seemed that she had reached a bottleneck, and she couldn't break through. Just as Chi Aoshuan was frowning and thinking, a light knock came from the door. "Come in." Chi Aoshuan looked at the bedroom door and said faintly. She had already heard the footsteps. Camille. Camille pushed the door open and came in smiling. "What's up, wise regimental commander? It is so late." Chi Aoshuan tilted her head and looked at Camille, who had closed the door and walked over. "Aoshuan, do you remember that I said that I would let you experience and increase your strength?" Camille sat on the edge of the bed and asked, smiling. "You told me tonight, I wouldn't be so forgetful." Chi Aoshuan rolled her eyes at Camille and said unpleasantly, "Aoshuan, do you know how many dimensions this world has?" Camille suddenly stopped smiling. "Mortal, demonic world, demon realm, god realm." Chi Aoshuan answered. Camille smiled. "You're half right." "What's that?" Chi Aoshuan frowned slightly. The Camille in front of her gave off this strange feeling again. However, Camille's face once again revealed the gentle smile that Chi Aoshuan was familiar with. "The place I sent you to is very dangerous, but the risk and profits are the same. There are treasures that can raise your strength. You can only fight against an 8-winged angel right now. You need to increase your strength as soon as possible." Camille knew very well that Chi Aoshuan could only fight against an 8-winged angel. If the two 8-winged angels attacked her at the same time, she would probably be in danger. Luckily, the highest position of angels who can descend to the mortal world were 8-winged angel. The archangels of the 10 wings and 12 wings cannot descend. "What?" Chi Aoshuan was shocked. "You have the Sky Slaughter, right?" Camille smiled. "Take it out, I can save a lot of energy." Chi Aoshuan's mind was filled with questions, but she still took out the Sky Slaughter. "Ha! It haven't opened it yet as I expected. Don't these people know it is the spatial key?" Camille took the Sky Slaughter, smiling and said those words softly, but Chi Aoshuan's expression changed drastically. "Camille, who was he? Go to the deep valley to the west and read this spell when you get the Heart of Fire." Camille leaned close to Chi Aoshuan's ear and murmured a short spell. "Remember, you need to recite a spell when you get it. I will bring you out. That place isn't something you can stay for a long time." Chi Aoshuan looked at Camille in shock, while Camille placed the Sky Slaughter into the air, and it quietly floated up. "Road to the chaotic world, open." Camille's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers gently pointed. The Sky Slaughter slowly spun around in the air, then turned around and stopped. The traces of it transformed into a faint ring of light which didn't fade away. "Go, Aoshuan, remember, you're not allowed to die there." Camille turned his head and looked at Chi Aoshuan, who was in shock. He said with a domineering tone and smiled faintly. He placed a gentle kiss on Chi Aoshuan's forehead, and Chi Aoshuan was pulled up into the light ring before she came back to herself. Before the White Emperor and Black Feather awake, Camille grabbed them in his hands and threw them into the light ring. Chi Aoshuan's final expression was quite astonished because Chi Aoshuan could clearly see that Camille's blue eyes had a strange glow. If she didn't see wrongly, a black light appeared in Camille's one eye, while the other was red. "Who's Camille?" C217. Chi Aoshuan, White Emperor and Black Feather disappeared into the faint light ring. Camille smiled as he put the Sky Slaughter away, his eyes restored to the original blue color. Camille's wrist flashed and the Sky Slaughter suddenly disappeared. My beloved toys, how can I let others destroy it recklessly? Camille's lips curled up in a sinister smile, and he looked at the messy bed of Chi Aoshuan. Camille stood silently for a few seconds, then went up to tidy the bed for Chi Aoshuan. Chi Aoshuan felt the world spin at this moment. The surroundings were all grey, and she could feel nothing. Chirp chirp, ho ho. The two familiar sounds brought Chi Aoshuan back to earth. She subconsciously reached out and grasped the claws of the two little things in her hand. At last there was a light in front of them, and then it grew brighter. Chi Aoshuan went out of the light, and finally, her feet finally landed. Before she could look around, she suddenly felt that the touch in her hands was a bit strange. Chi Aoshuan squeezed her hands, then frowned and looked down at her hands. She realized that she was holding a large hand. Chi Aoshuan looked up numbly and looked to the left. Her hair was like snow, her eyes were like the moon. An immaculate smile was imperceptibly beautiful. A human-shaped white emperor. Chi Aoshuan looked to the right again. Her hair was like ink, and her eyes were like stars. The corners of his mouth were with a charming smile as he stared at Chi Aoshuan decisively. It's a human black feather, and one of their hands was now in her hands. Chi Aoshuan quickly withdrew her hand and was astonished. Why do you guys turn back to human form? Because it's a special world, she said. White Emperor looked around and softly said, Yo, it's filled with power. Hazu. Black Feather stretched his waist and narrowed his beautiful eyes as he said contentedly, If I don't move, my bones will rust. Where is it? Chi Aoshuan looked at the surroundings and asked in astonishment. The air was very fresh and full of green, endless fields, and a range of hills and bottoms of the floor. The large flowers were abnormally fragrant, and the grass in the distance was half a person tall. The air is exceptionally fresh, and the front is full of verdant hills. The flowers are particularly fragrant, and the grass was so half-person high in the distance. The chaotic world. The White Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. Chaotic world. Chi Aoshuan raised her head and stared in the direction that White Emperor was pointing at. The sun was in the sky, while the other half had a bright moon. The world seemed to be divided into two parts. One was a bright world, and the other side was darkness. Night and day coexist here. The Black Feather smiled sinisterly as he lowered his head to the side of Chi Aoshuan's ear. This world has all sorts of races. It's full of power, and that's how we get back to the human shape. Humans are very dangerous here. Oh, you need to stay close to me. Don't let the demons eat you. Black Feather laughed softly. The hot air was blown beside Chi Aoshuan's ear, and he suddenly moved closer to him, ready to kiss Chi Aoshuan's ear. Chi Aoshuan did not notice Black Feather's intent. It did not mean that the White Emperor didn't notice. The White Emperor had a cold expression on his face, and his eyes had no ripples. His actions were not vague. With a light flick of his finger, a small bolt of lightning struck Black Feather's head. With a snap, the Black Feather was caught off guard by the attack. The dark hair was scorched. Black Feather twitched his mouth and prepared to attack. Do you want to attract others? The White Emperor said coldly. Black Feather glanced at the Chi Aoshuan and finally suppressed the rage in his heart. If they met a stronger one from this world, even in their heyday, they could only barely escape. It would be best to leave this place as soon as that annoying Camille said that they should leave after they help Aoshuan get to the core of fire. Thinking up to this point, Black Feather suddenly frowned and asked seriously, Aoshuan, who exactly is Camille? Chi Aoshuan was stunned. What kind of place was this place? She had seen the strength of the human-shaped White Emperor and Black Feather, but now that they had regained their human form, they were so careful. The creatures in this world were even more powerful. Chaotic world. Why hadn't she heard it before? After hearing Black Feather's question, the White Emperor turned his head to look at Chi Aoshuan. His eyes also had a serious look. Camille said the Sky Slaughter was the key to open the spatial realm, and it could be used more easily. What was his identity? Chi Aoshuan frowned and said, I don't know. At first he was just a scholar, and he surpassed the #1 scholar in the Imperial City. Later, I knew he was a killer and a very powerful killer. We know all that. Black Feather continued to say, this guy seemed very strong. How unpleasant. Black Feather rolled his eyes and mumbled, after we get the core of fire, we will go and ask him. The White Emperor's words were concise. Let's find the core of fire and return immediately. This place isn't something that we can stay for long. The White Emperor frowned slightly. If they were to in full time, it would be better. At present, they were not in their heyday and they were with Aoshuan. If they encountered any problems, they would really be unable to retreat. That boy made me feel bad, Black Feather said. Chi Aoshuan remained silent. In her mind was the color in Camille's eyes, which changed when she saw his last sight. Camille's eyes were originally blue, but in the end, one became black, one was red. Was he really just a human? Let's go, Aoshuan, go to the valley to the west as soon as possible. Camille said the core of fire should be there. The White Emperor spoke in a low tone. Okay. Chi Aoshuan nodded and was about to take a step forward when a young voice sounded out in Chi Aoshuan's mind. Mom, Mom, the Golden Lotus. Chi Aoshuan stopped his steps. Where is this place? Why is it so powerful? Ha ha, what a great place. I can exchange the form of a person here. At this moment, the Golden Lotus suddenly woke up. She turned into a beautiful boy in front of Chi Aoshuan and the other two. The young boy was only 3 to 4 years old with a jade eyeball, blonde hair and eyebrows. His clothes was also golden, which was elegant. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Chi Aoshuan's shirt. Mum, hug me. The little boy grinned, his cherubic smile even more charming. Golden Lotus. Chi Aoshuan yelled out tentatively. The voice belonged to Golden Lotus, but the appearance was not like. The Golden Lotus's tone seemed at least a teenager. But it was a chubby, cute and tender child. Mom, it's me, I want to hug you. Golden Lotus chuckled, stretching out his hands. You little wolf. In the next moment, the small body of Golden Lotus was picked up by Black Feather. You little wolf. Nonsense. Golden Lotus's face turned red as she snorted coldly. Before she could even finish her words, a tender voice sounded. Let go of my husband. What? Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the little girl in white clothes. This little girl looked no more than 5 years old. She wore a snow-white dress, and her chubby cheeks were full of anger. She looked at Black Feather, her big eyes were full of anger, her red lips curled up. And it's a very beautiful little kid. Hubby? Black Feather looked at the little girl in surprise, who had suddenly appeared. He turned around and looked at the Golden Lotus in his hands. The Golden Lotus just now was still showing off its strength, but now it hung its head and pretended to not exist. Your husband, this one. Black Feather was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. When did the kids become so precocious? One who knew how to take advantage of the situation, and one was addressing hubby. Nonsense, my husband is not him, is it you? The little girl clenched her fist in anger as she raised her hand up. Black Feather, Luli Yang. Chi Aoshuan had seen this little girl before. She was the treasure that had trapped them in the small town of the desert. In the end, she became her treasure. I've seen Nani, who knew that the little girl would actually bow down to Chi Aoshuan. Phew! Everyone sprayed out their spittle. Chi Aoshuan let out a cold look, and the corner of Black Feather's mouth twitched non-stop. Even White Emperor, who had a straight face, slightly twitched his mouth. I met Grandma. Oh! Chi Aoshuan suddenly felt that her brain was a little suspicious. It seemed like this child should call her master. Don't scream. I haven't promised to marry you yet. Golden Lotus raised her head and snapped her claws, blowing cold air. I'll marry you. The girl in white grinned, revealing her snow-white teeth. She was so cute. Black Feather let go of his hand. Golden Lotus didn't even react because she was still in shock and sat down straightly on the ground. Oh, my ass. The little girl went up to knead for Golden Lotus. Golden Lotus was frightened as it circled the three of them, and the little girl followed him, one hiding, one chasing. It seems that not only will we be able to recover our human form in this world, so do they. White Emperor said solemnly. That's right. Black Feather looked down at the two little kids who were spinning around them, grinning. Mom, I'm going to run first. I can't stand her anymore. After saying that, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Grandma, Luli will go first. The little girl hurriedly stomped her feet as well, and disappeared. Chi Aoshuan gulped and looked up at the sky. She couldn't help exclaiming that this world was really crazy. All right, let's hurry. White Emperor frowned slightly. Okay. Chi Aoshuan nodded, and the three of them quickly walked west. The place they were was a hillside, with half-person tall grass growing on the hillside. The tall grass will swing in the wind. Black Feather walked in front and opened the road. Below the hill was a dense forest, and out of the forest was ranges of mountains while the western valley was their destination. To be honest, I'm curious. Why does Camille know about the core of fire in the West Valley? Black Feather said in a low voice. In any case, he's not human, said White Emperor coldly. No matter what, it seemed like he wouldn't do harm to Aoshuang at the moment. Let's find the core of the fire to help Aoshuang and gain a high level of strength. Black Feather was silent as he walked more quickly ahead. Aoshuang walked in the middle while White Emperor followed behind him. The three of them walked down the hill and into the thick woods. C218. Be careful, he said. The White Emperor frowned slightly as he warned Black Feather. I know, said Black Feather. Strangely enough, Black Feather, who had been displaying his rebellious tone with Emperor White, immediately agreed. However, his tone was not very good. There were hidden dangers everywhere. Every step should be careful. Just as Black Feather was about to finish his words, he stepped on something, and a piercing sound was heard. Black Feather turned around and threw Aoshuang to the ground without thinking. The whiz sound was followed by the sound of tuk-tuk. 3 steel needles, about 30 centimeters long, were inserted into the tree trunk above their heads. The steel needle actually glowed with green light, which obviously contained poison. Somebody ambush. Aoshuang had thought of this first. She was horrified because she didn't feel anyone was around. Watch your step. White Emperor stood up, looking at the spot where Black Feather had stepped on, and coldly said. Black Feather purred and said, how should I know that this bad flower's roots can grow for so long? Aoshuang was slightly taken aback. What did he mean? Was it not human that attacked them? It is poison needle flowers. White Emperor looked at Aoshuang's puzzled expression and explained, this flower will not attack anyone. Unless someone attacks it, it will counterattack. That idiot Black Feather stepped on the roots of the poison needle blossom which was exposed outside. Aoshuang turned around to look. Sure enough, she saw a naked root where Black Feather was standing. Looking along the long roots and she saw a black flower that looked as big as a wash basin. Be careful, this flower isn't something. A lot of unremarkable small animals and little plants are even more frightening. The White Emperor helped Aoshuang to his feet as he softly warned her. Black Feather frowned in annoyance. Being lectured by the White Emperor was even more painful than being killed. Then you go ahead, and shit. Black Feather and the White Emperor changed their positions and walked behind Aoshuang. The White Emperor didn't waste any more words as he carefully walked ahead. If this place could not apply magic, he would not apply it. It would be terrible if it attracted unnecessary trouble. There were no rules in this world, the strongest was the king. No need for any reason to kill and steal. Be cautious and careful. The White Emperor was obviously much more careful, and he carefully led Aoshuang and Black Feather in the forest. There was no danger. Just before the end of the woods, a strange thing happened. Meow tilde a soft, cat-like sound was heard among the crowd. The White Emperor carefully stopped and looked at the surroundings with vigilance. What is it? Black Feather also looked alert. Aoshuang did not say anything and searched for the origin of the sound. The meowing voice came from behind a tree. Then, a snowy white kitten walked out from that tree. The kitten was only the size of a fist, and it was snow white, with no motley hair on it. Its amber eyes were round and big, and it looked curiously at Aoshuang and the rest. This, could it be? White Emperor shouted. It should be, but she should have a master. Blackie's complexion sank. He turned around and looked around, sensing if there were others around. No one. White Emperor frowned and asked, is it wild? It have no master. What is this animal? Aoshuang looked at the two of them seriously and naturally understood that the little animal before him was definitely not simple. It was not as simple as a kitten. It's a treasure cat. It's also called treasure hunting cat. It's a treasure hunting beast. The White Emperor didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He continued to sense the surroundings. Although he had sensed that no one existed, he didn't exclude the fact that there were people who were far superior to them. One had to know that it was basically impossible for such a rare animal to have no owner. Treasure hunting cat? Aoshuang was slightly stunned. Does that mean it would look for treasures? Yup. She can find treasures within a radius of 1,000 miles, and she can be said to be a treasure lover. The White Emperor nodded. She should have a master, Perhaps when its master didn't notice, it slipped out. Let's go. The person who can have the treasure cats is not a mortal. Chi Aoshuang looked at White Emperor's serious attitude, and didn't say anything further. She followed White Emperor and continued walking forward. Meow. They didn't know although they wanted to leave, but the kitten didn't want to let them go. The treasure cat meowed, then squatted on Chi Aoshuang's shoulders. How speedy! She didn't even see the cat's movements when it was squatting on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder. Chi Aoshuang froze. She looked at the treasure cat from the corner of her eyes. The treasure cat crouched on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and stretched out its claws to lick it first. Then, it looked at Chi Aoshuang with green eyes. In fact, the cat's eyes didn't actually let out a green light, but they were still amber. However, in Chi Aoshuang's eyes, it seemed like the cat was looking at her with green eyes, as if she was looking at a treasure that it liked. Crap, did you have any treasures she liked? Black Feather frowned as he looked at the surroundings anxiously. If this treasure cat's owner appeared, it would be bad. A treasure? Chi Aoshuang thought for a moment before asking. Only the Liu Lian is a treasure, right? Then hand it over. I'll spare you. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out in the air, shaking their ears. Who's that? Black Feather's heart sank. There was someone talking, but they couldn't sense his presence. That meant that he was an expert. They weren't his match. Black Feather cursed silently in his heart. He was really unlucky. He actually met such a terrifying expert from the beginning. Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Liu Lian was not a thing to be handed over casually. You must be joking. That cute little girl just now was still happily calling her mother-in-law. How could it be delivered like this? If you don't hand it to me, then I'll take it myself. There was a hint of anger in that loud voice. The next moment, a terrifying atmosphere covered Chi Aoshuang's body. Chi Aoshuang suddenly felt weak all over her body and her breathing became difficult. The White Emperor and Black Feather were about to make some moves when the treasure cat mewed in a panicked voice. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped Chi Aoshuang in that moment was lost. Chi Aoshuang felt a wave of shock in her heart as if she had been reborn. She didn't have the ability to fight back and nearly died, but she didn't even know what the other party was like. Sweetie, come over here. I won't kill them all. There was actually a hint of ingratiation in that resonating voice, and the anger from before was missing. With a whoosh, Liu Lian, who was in Chi Aoshuang's embrace, drifted out of her embrace, floating in the air, and then slowly approached the treasure cat that was squatting on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder. Grandma, save me. Vuruyu, I don't want to part from my husband. Liu Lian's crying came to Chi Aoshuang's mind. Chi Aoshuang wanted to reach out to grab Liu Lian, but she found that she could not move. Meow. The treasure cat that crouched on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder only meowed in disdain. It turned his head and looked at Lu Li Yang. His eyes were still green as he looked at Chi Aoshuang. Sweetie, don't you want this? What do you want? That sonorous voice has a hint of doubt. Meow. The treasure cat waved its paw and grabbed Chi Aoshuang's hair. What treasures do you have? Hand it over to me quickly. I can spare you all from dying. The sonorous voice sounded again, and Liu Lian, who was now losing control and fell to the ground. In the next moment, Chi Aoshuang's body became lighter and she could move. Chi Aoshuang squatted down and put Liu Lian back into her bosom. Then, she said to the air in front of her, "You've heard what we just said. I have no other treasures besides this." Shit. Why my sweetie follow you if you have no treasures? The sonorous voice became angry again. How should I know? Chi Aoshuang retorted without any hesitation. The White Emperor and Black Feather exchanged a look, their eyes uneasy. They were definitely no match for this person. If they annoyed him, they wouldn't be able to save their own lives, not even to say getting the core of the fire. Hey, you brat, you're still angry. The resonant voice did not contain any trace of anger at this moment. Then, the air in front of him began to flow slightly. A human figure slowly appeared before everyone. The man in front of him had long, flowing hair, and his moon-colored robe showed off his slender body. His thin, sensual lips, and his pair of eyes were squinting at Chi Aoshuang. But such a charming man is bursting with anger. It's really hard to imagine. Sweetie, come over here. The charming man reached out his hand and waved towards the treasure cat which was squatting on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder. But the treasure cat actually ignored the beckoning of the charming man, but instead looked at Chi Aoshuang with a green light in its eyes. Hand over your treasure, he said. Seeing the treasure cat ignore him, the charming man became even more furious. He shouted at Chi Aoshuang, "If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you and take the spatial ring." Meow. When the treasure cat heard his master's words, it raised its claws angrily. The next moment, it appeared on the face of the man and scratched the face of the charming man mercilessly. A few bloody marks appeared on that beautiful face. Chi Aoshuang and the other two were dumbfounded. This pet was so rude to his own master. However, that charming man's attitude was even unexpectedly gentle. He lifted the treasure cat that was lying on his face and asked in an ingratiating manner, "Then what do you want, sweetie? I will not kill her, okay?" Crack! Chi Aoshuang's group were flabbergasted. A few streaks of blood remained on the flawless face, but the beautiful face still had a flattering smile. C219. Meow. The treasure cat scurried back onto Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and crouched down. The charming man scowled, looking at Chi Aoshuang and the others who hadn't returned to their senses. "You little brat, my sweetie actually likes you. What are you doing with these two goblins?" The charming man was enraged in his heart. What was it as he could not kill but his sweetie will not come over to him? "I've come to find the core of the fire." Chi Aoshuang regained her consciousness and replied, looking at the white kitten sitting on her shoulder. She knew that they were all saved because of this little thing. The strength of this man in front of them was truly unfathomable. To kill them, it would be effortless for him. However, she didn't know why he would give in to this kitten. Just because this kitten was a treasure cat that could find treasures. Was it really just that? "Oh, how did you come in?" the charming man said blandly. It seemed he had deemed they were from the outside world long since. "A friend of mine sent us in," Chi Aoshuang replied cooperatively. "Huh?" The charming man frowned slightly. His face was filled with uncertainty. What he was thinking was unknown. Chi Aoshuang and the other two did not move as they waited quietly. "You will go back when you've found the stuff?" the charming man asked the crucial question. "Yes." Chi Aoshuang nodded. "Good." The charming man's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. "When this annoying kid left, my sweetie will came back to me," as he thought to himself. "Help them find what they were looking for and they will get lost." Down in the West Canyon, Chi Aoshuang observed the charming man and she had suddenly understood something. She turned around to look at the lazy-looking treasure cat squatting on her shoulder. She thought to herself, "I haven't thought of that this cat would be so important to this man." "Come with me," he said. The charming man stared at the treasure cat on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and he was still puzzled and asked again, "You really don't have any treasure? Why does my sweetie like you so much?" "This is impossible." Chi Aoshuang tried her best to recall, then she lightly shook her head. "I have no treasures right now." "I wonder what your treasure is asking for." "Treasures are rare treasures. No other requirements." The charming man stared at Chi Aoshuang and walked ahead of him. He floated ahead of them, to be exact. Chi Aoshuang looked at the charming man in front of him. He didn't even walk with his feet, but floating on the ground with an air of detachment. "Be quick, after you get the core of the fire and get out of here." The charming man turned his head and shouted towards Chi Aoshuang's group. White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They had both experienced the power of this charming man ahead of them, but they didn't expect him to help them get the core of the fire. With a strong, charming man, everything was very simple. Those living creatures that were in the way, which intended to attack them, were all blown to bits by the charming men. It was worth mentioning that these were all objects without thoughts. Thinking animals did not dare to approach. On the way, they had encountered a demon race and two goblin races. However, from afar, when they could see the charming man, they ran faster away. And the strengths of the demons and goblin races were far above Chi Aoshuang and her company. Chi Aoshuang and the other two were wondering who was this man. What about his strength? What was this world? The night and day coexisted here, so one could not sense the time. They didn't know how long they had been walking for. Chi Aoshuang and her company were able to hold on and the charming man also didn't have any signs of fatigue. But among them, a little thing was tired. The treasure cat, who was squatting on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder, yawned and narrowed its eyes. "Have a rest, get some sleep and continue." That charming man stopped as he would not care about if Chi Aoshuang and her company would disagree. Chi Aoshuang, White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other and didn't say anything. They stopped. They had entered the world at night, and after walking for a long time, they were indeed a bit tired. The charming man leaned against a tree and watched as Chieoshun and her company set up a tent to start a bonfire to roast meat. Fizz, it's good. How long has it been since I've eaten cooked food? The charming man came up to them and frowned as he recalled. Meow. The treasure cat's eyes opened wide and its eyes widened as it looked at the meat in Chieoshun's hands. It then kept meowing. Not yet, I'll give it to you later. Chieoshun looked at the treasure cat who was standing on her shoulder with wide eyes and said with a smile, "This cute little cat." Chieoshun liked it very much, even though its master didn't like her. Meow, meow, meow. The treasure cat licked its tongue. The charming man waved his hand in the air, and a delicate cushion appeared in his hands. He carefully laid the cushion beside him. The treasure cat meowed in satisfaction. Then, it jumped off Chieoshun's shoulder, then curled up into a ball and then lay down on the cushion. Chieoshun was roasting meat while White Emperor and Black Feather were adding firewood and stewing soup. All three of them were silent. Are you sure you don't have any treasures? The charming man rubbed his chin, as he didn't give up and asked. My sweetie had never made a mistake. Chieoshun raised her head to look at the charming man, then continued to speak out a sentence. I definitely have no treasures with me. I poured everything out of the spatial ring. You can check. No, as long as your consciousness and mine work together, then I can check. The charming man extended his hand and placed it on Chieoshun's forehead. Don't resist my consciousness, be on the same level with my consciousness, relax. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned as they were about to speak. Chieoshun used her eyes to stop them. The charming man didn't have the killing intent, he wouldn't harm himself. Chieoshun twitched her mouth in annoyance, but she knew that if she didn't let this guy make it clear, he would still ask her. She could only follow the consciousness which slowly entered his mind. A moment later, the charming man withdrew his hand. He rubbed his beautiful chin and continued to frown as he looked at Chieoshun. He muttered, "There's nothing left. That's weird. Why my sweetie follows you?" Chieoshun ignored the charming man and continued to apply the sesame oil on the roast meat. The fragrant scent permeated the air. The roasted meat crackled in the air, causing people's appetite to increase greatly. Chieoshun's heart was filled with shock. This person could actually control the consciousness of others and observe the contents of other people's spatial rings. What a terrible man! Meow! The treasure cat stared at the roasted meat in Chieoshun's hands and did not look away. It purred as if urging Chieoshun to be faster. When the meat was finally ready, Chieoshun tore off a piece and handed it to the treasure cat. The kitten used its claws to hold the fragrant roasted meat. It snuffled when it ate in satisfaction. Chieoshun couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the kitten's innocent and bewitching manner. Me too. The charming man spat out a sentence as he stared at Chieoshun. Due to his identity, he did not want to snatch away foods from Chieoshun's hands. Seizing treasures and robbing food was completely different. Chieoshun glanced at the charming man askance. Without a word, she divided the roast meat into 4 parts. She handed the smallest portion to him, and the other 3 fat irons were separated to White Emperor, Black Feather and herself. The charming man looked at the smallest portion of the grilled meat in his hands. He cursed silently in his heart, villains hold sway. Wasn't it for my sweetie who like you? I'll tear you all to pieces when it don't like you. While the charming man was angry, there was some movement in the corner of his shirt. Lowering his head, he saw his sweetie was rubbing her greasy paws on the corner of his coat. When it finished, it patted his bulging belly with its little paw and fell asleep on the mat. Lovely little kitten. Chieoshun looked at the treasure cat which was sleeping on his back and smiled. The charming man didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at his greasy clothes. His eyes turned soft when he turned to look at the treasure cat. The charming man ate the roast meat and grabbed the soup made by Black Feathers. He took a sip and said, "It's been a long time since anyone from the outside world has come to this world. Oh, no human being has been here and exist for a long time, to be exact." What does that mean? Chieoshun suspected. Where are you from? Oh, where the hell are you from? These 2 goblins, they must have come from the goblin world. The charming man chewed on his meat in satisfaction. Goblin. Chieoshun looked at White Emperor and Black Feather. Previously, this charming man had said that White Emperor and Black Feather were goblins, and they belonged to the goblin race. The appearance of the goblins was in proportion to their strength, and the more beautiful they were, the stronger their strength will be. So the White Emperor and Black Feather were high-grade goblins, so she was unable to learn their identities from the beginning. She had even mistook them as magical beasts. "I am from the Ceylon continent," Chieoshuang answered. "Ha ha, I hope you can come to this world with your own strength in the future." The charming man said this significant sentence. "What's that?" Chieoshuang asked puzzledly. "You'll know in the future." The charming man was perfunctory and chewed on his meat. Chieoshuang looked at White Emperor and Black Feather, wanting to know the answer from them. However, the two of them were surprisingly tacit at this moment. They shook their heads and whispered, "You'll know in the future." C220. Chieoshuang rolled her eyes. "Okay, then I will learn it later. Now, go to sleep." Chieoshuang climbed into the tent and fell down to sleep. In any case, there was a very powerful and beautiful man standing guard at the front door. She had nothing to fear. When she woke up, Chieoshuang felt much better. She crawled out of the tent and saw the charming man still sitting motionless beside the treasure cat. His eyes were closed, but he was not asleep. The treasure cat was still sleeping on the ground upon his back. It was only after White Emperor and Blackie got up that the treasure cat crawled up. As soon as it got up, it immediately jumped onto Chieoshuang's shoulder and squatted down. That posture seemed as if it was protecting some of the most valuable treasures, which upset the charming man. Along the way, they stopped and walked according to the treasure cat's timetable. Luckily, the treasure cat's timetable seemed to be in the same pace with Chieoshuang's group. The reason why they didn't fly all the way was simple because the treasure cat didn't like the wind. After walking for about 7 to 8 days, they finally arrived at the Western Gorge. The scenery around them changed as soon as they entered the gorge. The original lush green forest disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fiery red plants, and even the occasional squirrels that had been jumping in front of them was covered in red. All of their bodies were emitting elements of fire. The attribute of you little brat is fire attribute. No wonder you want to come to get the core of the fire. This item is indeed the most suitable thing for you to improve your strength right now. The charming man squinted his eyes as he looked at Chieoshuang casually. Chieoshuang was a bit surprised at the tone of his voice, which meant that the core of the fire was not a treasure for him. "Let's go." The charming man was in a hurry. Chieoshuang was a plague to him. He didn't know why his sweetie cat clung to her so much, so he really felt depressed. When they marched into the gorge, the temperature became more and more higher. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Chieoshuang, White Emperor and Black Feather, and they felt boiling hot. However, the charming man continued to walk forward as if nothing happened to him. "Meow!" The treasure cat cried out in displeasure. The charming man quickly turned around and gave the treasure cat a cool enchantment barrier. Chieoshuang wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the canyon that seemed to be endless. She was thinking about how she would spend the time. With Chi Field, or an enchantment barrier? While Chieoshuang was thinking about the methods she could use, a faint enchantment barrier appeared on her body, and it quickly became cooler. Turning her head, she saw that it was Black Feather who had created the barrier for her. "Thank you," Chieoshuang whispered. "Thanks for what? Don't forget, we're your contractors." Black Feather shrugged his shoulders and turned his face away aside uneasily. "Walk faster, stop rambling." The charming man in front turned his head impatiently. Chieoshuang and his group quickened their steps and followed after him. They didn't know how long they had been walking, until the treasure cat started to doze off and they finally arrived at the end of the valley. At the end of the canyon was a cliff made of red crystal. Under the sunshine, it emitted a bright red light. "The core of fire is in the middle there. Go and get it out. Your physique attribute belongs to fire, so I'll form an absolute defense enchantment barrier for you and you go to take it." The charming man yawned and waved his finger. Chieoshuang's entire body was enveloped in a faint azure light. The charming man continued to mutter, "The person who called you here is very accurate. This item will be born once every 500 years. It looks like it has only been formed for a few days. Only for a few days." That was to say, the core of the fire hadn't grown when they first entered this world. Was Camille's timing so accurate? Quick. Even though this thing is not very good, it doesn't mean that no one else do not want it. The charming man urged. Actually, he was thinking that Chieoshuang should hurry up and grab the items and get away. Then his sweetie treasure cat will return back to him. Chieoshuang slowly walked forward. The closer she got to it, the stronger she could feel its heat. If it hadn't been for the enchantment barrier the charming man had formed, she would have been burnt to the ground. Camille just told her to come and get it, but he didn't tell her how to take it. If it hadn't been for the charming man, it would take more effort. In the middle of the fiery cliff, there was a crystal of heart shape. It must be the core of fire. The core of the fire was red, and it was blackish. The closer she got to it, the more elemental fluctuations were. The power and strength seemed to be concealed within it as if it could gush out the next moment. Chi Aoshuan spread out the flame wings and flew up to the core of the fire. She finally managed to stop right in front of the core of the fire. She slowly reached out her hand and extended it to the core of the red fire. Her hand miraculously passed through the surface of the red crystal, and just as Chi Aoshuan's hand nearly touched the core of the fire, something suddenly happened. Chi Aoshuan's hand miraculously passed through the surface of the red crystal. Just as Chi Aoshuan's hand was about to touch the core of the fire, it suddenly changed. The blackish-red core of fire began to tremble slightly. Then, as if it had a life, it slowly moved to Chi Aoshuan's hands. A wave of heat spread throughout her body from Chi Aoshuan's hand. Meow. The treasure cat was still squatting on Chi Aoshuan's shoulder as it turned to look at Chi Aoshuan with puzzle. Even if she had the enchantment barrier that the charming man had made for her, she still felt the heat. "Sweetie, come back," the charming man called out. Confused, the treasure cat looked at Chi Aoshuan and then at the charming man. This time, it obeyed and flew up to the charming man's shoulder. The charming man took off the treasure cat on his shoulder with a beaming smile and hugged it joyfully. "Aoshuan, Aoshuan," White Emperor and Black Feather cried out at the same time, nervously staring at the hovering Aoshuan. Because the situation at this moment was too strange. Chi Aoshuan's entire body was surrounded by red flames, but her clothes were intact. She did not reveal anything unusual. Slowly, Chi Aoshuan's body turned crimson red. The core of fire in her hand slowly entered her palm. An unbelievable heat trapped Chi Aoshuan, and the flames burned unrestrainedly on her body. Chi Aoshuan quietly floated in the air without moving. White Emperor and Black Feather looked anxiously at Chi Aoshuan in the air. They were unable to judge whether she was safe or in danger at this moment. "Meow, meow." Confused, the treasure cat touched the clothes on the man's chest with its paw. The charming man squinted his eyes as he looked at Chi Aoshuan, ignoring his sweetie cat. "Meow." The treasure cat was a bit angry. It stretched its claws and started scratching the charming man's chest. In an instant, his moon-white robe was torn into strips, revealing his robust chest. "Ah, my little honey, don't be emotional." It was the core of the fire which was merging with her. The core of fire is something that has spirits and its own consciousness. It is testing whether she's a qualified fusion person. The charming man saw his sweetie cat getting angry. He hastily explained. In fact, he was angry as his sweetie cat had never worried for anyone like this except himself. He was so angry as it worried so much for this strange kid. When the charming man's words finished, the treasure cat quieted down, staring at Chi Aoshuan, who was floating in midair with its amber beautiful eyes. White Emperor and Black Feather also felt a bit reassured after they heard the words of the charming man, but their eyes didn't move from Chi Aoshuan. The charming man was right. Chi Aoshuan was currently undergoing a test. A beautiful woman in red appeared before her. The woman's black hair fluttered, and she wore a blood-red dress. She stood in the midst of a group of flowers and smiled at Chi Aoshuan. "What do you want my strength for?" The woman in red smiled and slowly lowered her head. She picked a flaming red flower and asked. Chi Aoshuan was slightly startled and she immediately returned to her senses. The scene before her was caused by this woman. This woman was probably the core of the fire. What was the purpose of acquiring the core of fire? Before Chi Aoshuan could reply, the air in front of her seemed to flow, and the surrounding scene changed once again. The person standing in front of Chi Aoshuan appeared again. It was the Duke of Gutton. This was an illusion. Chi Aoshuan understood it clearly. However, Chi Aoshuan stretched out her hand expressionlessly. With a light flick of her wrist, a gigantic flame sword appeared in Chi Aoshuan's hands. "Crare, you finally came back. Listen to me." Duke Gutton was in a hurry and said. What answered him was Chi Aoshuan's fierce attack which cut him into two. The vision of the Duke of Gutton disappeared. "Crare, you little bitch, you seduced my Lingian. I will never forgive you." Needless to say, it was Luke Xian who would use these words. Qi Aoshuang swung out her sword to dispose the illusion expressionlessly. The great goddess of light has always been with us. Please help us, a tall man in a white robe was praying. He hadn't finished speaking until he was killed by Qi Aoshuang's sword. Qi Aoshuang stood motionlessly on the spot coldly. Suddenly, the figure of the woman in red appeared before her eyes. The woman in red held a sharp sword in her hand as she stabbed at Qi Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang didn't move, letting the sharp sword move towards her throat. C221. The sword came to a stop an inch from Qi Aoshuang's throat. Qi Aoshuang continued looking at the astonished woman in red with an expressionless face. The woman in red took the sword back. After standing still, she asked curiously, "Why did you kill the 3 people in front of you without dodging my attack? The first 2 are my enemies. Even if it's an illusion, I won't be merciful." Qi Aoshuang said passively, "What about the 3rd person? It's not your enemy anymore, is it?" The woman in red frowned as she asked this question. Her heart was filled with doubt. "I don't like him. It's that simple," Qi Aoshuang said indifferently. "Eh?" The woman in red was stunned by Qi Aoshuang's honest words. She then asked anxiously, "Then why didn't you dodge my attack and instead of attacking me?" "Because I want your power. I cannot offend you." Qi Aoshuang's words were even more straightforward. The woman in red's heart was already spurting blood. However, she forcefully held it in on the surface. You really are an interesting person, very honest." The woman in red smiled. "I'll give you the core of fire this time." After the woman in red finished speaking, she disappeared. As for Qi Aoshuang, she returned to reality once again. Before her eyes was a bright red crystal cliff face, and she was still floating in midair. She slowly lowered her head and saw a fiery red line quickly extending from her palm to her arm. The core of fire had disappeared. Her entire body felt totally comfortable. "Yo, little brat, your luck is pretty good. You actually absorbed all the power of the fire." The man looked at Qi Aoshuang who was floating in the air and spoke while narrowing his eyes. "The core of the fire has been formed for 500 years, and not everyone can completely absorb it. If the soul of the fire is not satisfied, the only thing that can be obtained is a crystal without any power, and a better one can absorb 70%. This little brat was actually able to absorb all of it. Could it be that the core of the fire is a man? Did she seduce him?" "Meow." The fortune cat mewed unhappily. "I was joking. Ah bow, look, she's still just a little brat. Which blind man would fall for her?" The man laughed. "Achoo." Far away in Ragka, Feng Yixuan ferociously sneezed. "Young master, what's wrong? Have you caught a cold?" The people beside him asked with concern. "Nope." Feng Yixuan shook his head and then stared viciously at the sky. "I wonder which bastard is speaking ill of me. Achoo, achoo." Feng Yixuan wasn't the only one who sneezed. White Emperor and Black Feather's hearts were at ease when they heard the man's words. It looked like this time, Qi Aoshuang could successfully absorb the power of the core of fire. She would be able to raise her strength to a higher level. As for Qi Aoshuang, she was still feeling the burning sensation surging through her body. Hot, very hot, very hot. Qi Aoshuang slowly frowned. Her body felt like it was on fire. "It can't be." The man looked at the still floating Qi Aoshuang and twitched his mouth. Huo Han actually likes her so much. Huo Han is definitely a man. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't know what was going on. They anxiously looked at Qi Aoshuang floating in the air, while their ears pricked up to listen to the man's next words. It was not bad to have a treasure cat. In order to make the kitten happy, the man explained Qi Aoshuang's situation in detail. "Look, our bow. Is the color of the flames on the little brat changing?" The man placed the fortune cat on his shoulder. The cat widened its amber eyes as it watched the changes on Qi Aoshuang's body. The flames changed from red to gold, then white, then navy, then blue. "Meow." The fortune cat stared blankly at the flames on Qi Aoshuang's body. It turned black in the end. "The king of flame has come out." The man slightly raised his eyebrows. Although he did not care about these things, they were all different for the little brat. The king of flame. White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other in horror. What many people didn't know was that flames also had a king. The black flame was the king of flame. When the other colors of the flame met the black one, it was not an attack, but a worship. If 2 flame mags were to fight, The person who possessed the King of Flame would positively win because no one would challenge him. Is the King of Flame very powerful? Black Feather asked in a low voice. No, the man squinted his eyes and smiled. It never do anyone any harm. What? Black Feather was confused, and White Emperor also frowned slightly. They had heard of the King of Flame before, but had never actually seen one before. The King of Flame doesn't have any attack power at all. The man squinted his eyes and smiled, but every other flame has to bow to him and dodge him. Ah! White Emperor and Black Feather's mouth slightly twitched. A king doesn't need to do anything. Just as the man was excitedly explaining, a shocking change happened to Chi Aoshuang. A long sigh came out of Chi Aoshuang's mouth, as if it came from the distant horizon, causing people's hearts to be deeply shocked. Chi Aoshuang's entire body was enveloped in a golden flame, and on her back was a pair of golden flaming wings. Her eyes were completely empty. Her black hair suddenly grew longer in an instant before reaching her ankles. After that, it began to wildly flutter about. Oh, it's interesting, the man said. Whoosh! Chi Aoshuang slowly turned around, looking at the few people below with an indifferent expression. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the wings on Chi Aoshuang's back grew bigger and the color changed. In the blink of an eye, the wings on her back turned black, and their length also tripled. The flames covering her body also turned from gold to black. Black hair, black eyes, black wings, black flames. It was an extremely beautiful, breathtaking beauty. White Emperor suddenly sensed the abnormality in his surroundings. The surroundings had been scorching hot magical essence, but now the red color of the canyon was fading, or more accurately speaking, it was all gathering towards the direction of Chi Aoshuang. The heat under their feet slowly disappeared, and the red ground under their feet gradually returned to its original color. The red color of the flowers, plants, and small animals slowly faded. Mad elemental undulations, immense power, and boundless energy flooded towards Chi Aoshuang like a flood breaking through a dam. She slowly descended and stretched out her arms. She raised her head and closed her eyes. A red pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of her, dyeing half the sky red immediately. The pillar of light gathered together and flew above Chi Aoshuang's head before pouring down. As soon as it fell down on Chi Aoshuang's body, it disappeared completely, fusing together with her. White Emperor and Black Feather stared at the scene in front of them in surprise. The treasure cat didn't even blink. It became cool around, and all the redness faded away. Only the crystal cliff face at the end of the ravine was still red, but its color was much lighter. Chi Aoshuang gave a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, it felt like 10,000 horses were galloping forward and a raging storm was brewing inside her body. The black flame covering her body slowly retreated, and her wings slowly retracted. She suddenly opened her eyes, frowned and said in a low voice, "Advanced." All she could do was to wait quietly. Suddenly, a puzzled voice came from the sky. Where is the core of fire?" Chi Aoshuang looked up and saw a woman dressed in fiery red clothes floating. The woman was beautiful, but her blood-red lips and exaggerated hair ornaments looked weird. The large jeweled bracelets and necklaces made her too flashy. Huohan was also dressed in red, but they are essentially different in temperament. The woman in red noticed Chi Aoshuang. She slowly flew in front of her, raising her chin and disdainfully asked, "Hey, do you know who took the core of fire?" Chi Aoshuang did not answer. She coldly stared at the red monkey fart in front of her. She had to admit that she was still no match for her opponent. There was an extremely berserk elemental wave coming from the woman in red. The fire elementals circled around her in an exaggerated manner. Why did someone with such strength still want to find the core of fire? "I'm asking you something, you don't understand, do you?" The woman felt despised. She pointed a finger at Chi Aoshuang's nose and shouted angrily, "Meow!" The treasure cat in Chi Aoshuang's arms reached out its paws rapidly towards the woman in red. "Ah!" The woman in red screamed and quickly withdrew her hand. A few bloody wounds had already appeared on the back of her hand, and blood was oozing out. "Little bastard!" The woman in red roared and was about to attack, but she swallowed the words when she saw the treasure cat's look in Chi Aoshuang's arms. The woman quickly took a few steps back as if she had seen a ghost, and her words was no longer arrogant. "Why is she here? What's going on?" C222. Chi Aoshuang was stunned, looking curiously at the fortune cat who was rubbing its paws on her clothes, feeling that it was a little dirty to grab that woman in red's hands, and was wiping its paws on Chi Aoshuan's clothes. Chi Aoshuan looked at the flustered woman in red, then at the fortune cat in her arms. Was she afraid of our Bao or that man behind our Bao? What does it have to do with you? Chi Aoshuan rubbed the little head of the fortune cat and coldly spat out a sentence at the woman in red. She understood that she was no match for her. Moreover, White Emperor and Black Feather didn't seem to have woken up yet. So, it wasn't wise to fight against her. Naturally, the best way was to make the opponent confused. He's here too. The woman in red looked around in panic, but all she saw was White Emperor and Black Feather. She did not dare to act rashly. Based on that person's strength, as long as he didn't want others to see him, others wouldn't be able to detect it. Now Chi Aoshuan understood who the woman in red was referring to. It must be Heavenbreaker. Who would have thought that Heavenbreaker would have such influence? Just what kind of status did he have in this world? What does he have to do with you? Chi Aoshuan gave a cold humph. The woman in red bit her lips and looked at the faint color of the crystal cliff face and the completely faded red valley. Her face was unsettled, as if she was thinking of something. Chi Aoshuan did not move, still maintaining her composure. HMPH. You're lucky. The woman in red narrowed her eyes at Chi Aoshuan before flying into the air and leaving quickly. Finally, she left. Chi Aoshuan breathed a sigh of relief. The woman in red's strength was extraordinary, yet she was so afraid of Heavenbreaker. This world was truly unfathomable. Chi Aoshuan patiently waited for White Emperor and Black Feather to release their seals. As soon as they were released, she would immediately chant the spell, letting Camille bring them out safely. After a long time, the fog surrounding White Emperor and Black Feather slowly disappeared. When the two of them opened their eyes, they were both sharp and threatening. Chi Aoshuan could sense that they had undergone a tremendous change. White Emperor and Black Feather both walked towards Chi Aoshuan. They spoke at the same time. The seal has been lifted. Now can you tell me your true identities? Chi Aoshuan tilted her head and looked at the two who had recovered their strength. She knew they had changed but she couldn't tell what exactly it was. Just like Heavenbreaker said, we came from the demon sector. White Emperor said in a deep voice. However, we are not a high-level demon clan. Black Feather spat disdainfully. We are generals. What? Chi Aoshuan was at a loss. The demon world is also divided into levels, White Emperor explained. The demon clan, high-level demon clan, demon general, demon lord, demon king, and great demon king. We are the left and right arms of the great demon king, the two generals by his side. Black Feather snorted. Forget it, what's the use of saying such trivial things in the past? Black Feather stopped here. It seemed like what happened afterwards wasn't a good memory. However, Chi Aoshuan understood a lot from these words. It turned out that their identities were actually so noble. They were two generals just because they didn't want to be the great demon king. Alright, let's go back. This time, nothing is suspenseful. White Emperor said in a deep voice. No shit. The radiant temple has nothing left. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Black Feather's eyes. Well, I'll have Camille pick us up. Chi Aoshuan nodded, and was about to chant an incantation. However, a sharp piercing sound came from the sky. Do. 3 fiery arrows were nailed to the ground beside Chi Aoshuan's feet. The nearest leg was a centimeter away from her feet. White Emperor and Black Feather's faces darkened as they looked towards the sky. Chi Aoshuan frowned as she looked up, only to see the lady returning. She was holding a huge bow and arrow that was emitting flames, and it was actually a flame. Leave the treasure cut here or I'll kill you. The woman in red sneered as she arrogantly shouted. It turned out she hadn't gone too far away. She'd been observing to see if Heavenbreaker was nearby. He didn't show up. This was too unusual. Heavenbreaker was extremely fond of his treasure cat, but he wasn't here. There must be a reason. No matter what, she could snatch away the treasure cat first, then use it to find some treasures. She didn't know these people's relationship with Heavenbreaker, so she should try her best not to hurt them. If Heavenbreaker showed up, she could just give the cat back to him, explaining that she took the cat from those people out of kindness. He would spare her for her master's sake. But the treasure car was truly in the girl's arms, not theirs. Thinking over and over, the woman in red finally decided to give priority to threats. Our Bao hates you. Chi Aoshuan laughed coldly and spat out these words. Do you want to die? The woman in red was infuriated, and her eyes couldn't help but land on the back of her hands scratched by the treasure cat's claws. The wound had already disappeared, but the burning pain was still vivid in her mind. She still didn't make a move. The relationship between Heavenbreaker and the girl who could make the treasure cat stay so quiet in her arms should not be shallow. Killing people for treasures, this could only be done to those who had no power or influence. However, this black-haired girl in front of her was impossible to see through, so she didn't dare to rashly attack. Xiao Aoshuan didn't want to stay in this world any longer. She started chanting the spell that Camille told her. Very quickly, a faint light appeared in front of Chi Aoshuan. The space gate. The woman in red's complexion changed. Now she was even more certain that these people weren't from the Chaos world. They want to take away the treasure cat. The woman in red couldn't care about anything else. She only had one thought in her mind. A rare divine animal like the treasure cat absolutely couldn't be taken away. Let's go. Chi Aoshuan took the lead and walked into the circle of light. You're not allowed to leave, the woman in red shouted angrily, and the bow in her hands was already released with full force. With a flick of his finger, White Emperor appeared behind them, easily blocking the incoming fiery arrow. He disappeared into the circle of light. TCH, Black Feather laughed sinisterly. Although the people in this world were very powerful, it didn't mean that everyone was stronger than them. The woman in red in front of him should be one of the lowest of the bunch. Black Feather's eyes turned cold, and he turned to face the floating woman in red. He wasn't as easy to deal with as White Emperor. A huge pitch-black sickle appeared in his hand. If Chi Aoshuang saw this, she would definitely be shocked. Why did Black Feather's weapon look so much like the scythe of the legendary Grim Reaper? The massive sickle in Black Feather's hand exuded a cold aura of death. As the woman in red stood there stunned, Black Feather raised his massive black sickle and lightly waved it. An invisible force cut through the air, directly attacking the woman in red. Black Feather let out a cold laugh and no longer looked at the woman in red. He lowered his head and disappeared into the light. The light also slowly disappeared. In midair, the woman in red hurriedly raised the bow in her hands to block this terrifying power. With a cracking sound, the arrow in the woman in red's hand was split in half. In the next moment, she was cut into two halves. The fresh blood that filled the sky was drained away. The woman in red's body fell down. That body didn't fall to the ground, but was firmly held by a distant light. Master. The woman in red did not immediately die. She weakly called out two words. However, her heart was at ease. It seemed that she had been saved. Her last thought before she lost consciousness was revenge. After deeply engraving the faces of Chi Aoshuang and the rest into her mind, she fainted. By this time, Chi Aoshuang and the rest had already left the space gate, and the moment they came out, they saw the smiling Camille. Where is this? Xiao Aoshuang looked around curiously. They were in an unusually luxurious big bedroom. The curtains were drawn tightly. The carved four-poster bed, the floor covered with a fine carpet, and the ceiling hung with expensive crystal lamps. This is the palace of Ozori, Camille replied with a smile. He looked at White Emperor and Black Feather behind Chi Aoshuang without the slightest bit of surprise. With a gentle smile, he said, White Emperor, Black Feather, congratulations on unlocking your seal. You can tell that we were sealed before. Who the hell are you? White Emperor slightly frowned and asked in a serious tone. Yes, I can tell. You don't have to know who I am, and now is not the time to tell you. In short, you only need to know that I will not harm my little Aoshuang. Camille reached out a hand, smiling, and rubbed the side of Aoshuang's head. Hair's so long, it's already dragging on the floor. It should be a side effect of fusing with the core of fire. Come, let me help you cultivate. After Camille finished speaking, he pulled Chi Aoshuang to sit in front of the mirror. He found a pair of scissors and a comb in the drawer of the dresser, and was about to cut her overly long hair. You, Black Feather only said one word, but White Emperor lightly nudged him with his hand. Black Feather turned to look at White Emperor, who shook his head slightly. HMPH. Black Feather understood what he meant and grunted unhappily. Camille, you know our power is sealed. Can you help us unseal it? Sure, Camille answered with a beaming smile, but he didn't turn back to look at White Emperor and Black Feather. Instead, he continued to gently help Chi Aoshuang straighten her hair. Damn, then why don't you help us now? Black Feather asked angrily. You didn't ask me to. Camille said casually. Blackfeather was so angry he almost spit out blood. If it wasn't for White Emperor stopping him, he would have charged at Camille to fight him to the death. This is the palace of Azari, which is to say that Azari has now succeeded in the coup, and the king is Rongzes. Chi Aoshuan hugged the fortune cat in her arms and asked softly, have so many things happened in the past 10 days that we've been inside? Too many things have happened, little Aoshuan. You guys have been inside for 10 days, but it's already been 3 months here. Camille carefully combs Chi Aoshuan's hair, trimming it to the length of only knees. 3 months. Chi Aoshuan turned to look at Camille in shock. It's been so long already. Don't move, this place is still a little unrepaired. It's already autumn. Camille smiled and said softly, it's autumn. Chi Aoshuan was speechless. It's been almost a year. It had been almost a year since her birthday. Little Aoshuan is growing up. What do you want for your 10th birthday? Camille combed Chi Aoshuan's hair and nodded his head in satisfaction. He had already completely ignored White Emperor and Blackfeather in the room. Aoshuan was slightly stunned. She had never thought of such a thing before. What is the current situation like? White Emperor spoke at this time in a deep voice. Just like my design. Camille leaned gracefully on the dressing table, looking at the hair on Chi Aoshuan's head with a smile. Amperland intends to declare war against Ragka. Azari will be allied with Ragka. The Radiant Temple is going to intervene, because Azari has already wiped out all of the Radiant Temple's forces. What do we need to do? Blackfeather grunted. Massacre. Camille's smile was like a spring breeze as he lightly spat out 2 words. All you have to do is kill the high-ranking members of the Radiant Temple, including, of course, those angels with wings who fly around all day. Yes, letting humans deal with the winged angels and the 8-winged angels is quite a loss. White Emperor nodded slightly. You guys go rest first. Then we'll take action. Camille ran a comb through his blonde hair, sighing, oh, my hair is still so smooth. White Emperor, Blackfeather. Xiao Aoshuan slightly frowned, and suddenly said in a deep voice, is there any news of my master? What about Summer? And the others? Your master is currently sleeping in a bedroom in the palace waiting for your return. Before you came back, he was the fiercest one. He blew up one palace after another in Azari. Summer and Shui Wenmo are now in Ragka helping Feng Yixuan. Summer knew you were okay. The others, of course, were shining under my leadership. Camille lightly smooths his hair in front of his forehead and says narcissistically, how are they shining under your leadership? Blackfeather curled his lips and asked, the branches of the Radiant Temple have all disappeared in Azari. Our Order Temple has taken over. Camille reaches out a hand to rub Chi Aoshuan's head. It's impossible for them to believe in the God of Darkness all of a sudden, so I created a Temple of Order. It has the similar system with the Dark Temple, but people had to pay the same price to get whatever they wanted. Everything is equivalent. The Order Temple, White Emperor repeated in a low voice, very true. This is much better than the Radiant Temple's verbal promise. Of course, don't you see who I am? Camille's handsome face broke into a triumphant smile. Chi Aoshuan looked at Camille's smile and slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't say anything. Oh, my, the treasure cat. Camille suddenly saw the cat sleeping in the arms of Chi Aoshuan and let out a cry. You know him? Chi Aoshuan looked down at the lazy sleeping cat and asked curiously. A good thing. Ha ha, Camille laughed. Serve her well, and she will bring you good luck. Well, I'll have you taken to bed, and the supper will be brought to your rooms. We will celebrate your return tomorrow. Don't tell those guys for now, or you won't be able to rest tonight. What are you doing in Azari? Blackfeather frowned and asked. Prime Minister. Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled. Remember, in the future, call me Prime Minister. Blackfeather, just forget what I said. Camille said with a gentle smile. All right, you can all go and rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Wait. Blackfeather suddenly thought of a crucial question. What is it? Camille replied. Since you have the ability to open the space gate and unseal our seal, does that mean you can resist the 8-winged angels or even higher-ranked angels? Why didn't you just kill them in the beginning? Blackfeather frowned and asked curiously. What are you talking about? Camille rubbed his white and slender fingers in displeasure and said with slight disgust, that's so crude and without any sense of beauty. How could I possibly do that kind of thing? What I like is the feeling of putting cold daggers on a person's neck. A ball like you will never be able to experience that extreme cold beauty. Black Feather's face turned green. Camille flicks his fingers at this moment, removing the barrier that surrounds the bedroom. Guard! Camille gracefully clapped his hands and a guard opened the door. When he saw that there were 3 more people in the bedroom, he was stunned. When did they enter the Prime Minister's bedroom? They had never left the room. All right, stop looking. They are my friends. Take them down to rest. Give the young lady the best dinner. Camille looked at the dazed guard and ordered. Yes, yes, Prime Minister. The guard nodded respectfully. Everyone, please follow me. When they arrived in front of the bedroom that was prepared for Chi Aoshuang, Black Feather was about to follow her. He then looked into her cold eyes. Ha ha, I forgot. Black Feather smiled embarrassedly, then stepped back and stood beside White Emperor. HMPH. Chi Aoshuang closed the door with a bang, feeling extremely unhappy. Although their IQ wasn't high, they shouldn't have forgotten who they were. What a huge loss. She had slept with these 2 fellows for so long. White Emperor narrowed his eyes at Black Feather, walking in front of him. Shameless rogue. Damn, who are you talking about? Black Feather's face turned green again. You think you are a good person, so what did you do with Aoshuang every night? He almost said it out loud, only then did he realize that something was wrong with his mouth and swallowed the latter words back down. Not long after Chi Aoshuang and the treasure cat took a bath together, dinner arrived. The treasure cat was indeed different from other kittens. She liked water very much, and cooperated with Aoshuang very well. From her front paws, back paws, until her tail, she let Chi Aoshuang wash her entire body with a look of enjoyment. In the end, Aoshuang dried her fur, then she hid in Aoshuang's arms and refused to come out. At dinner, the treasure car was indeed very picky, as Heaven Breaker had said. All the vegetables on the plate had been scraped aside with her front paws, and she only ate meat. After she finished all the meat, she wiped her paws on the white napkin and looked at Chi Aoshuang before looking at the fruit. Chi Aoshuang smiled and cut the fruit into small pieces. Only then did the cat start chewing with satisfaction. When she was full, she jumped on the bed, and slept on the exquisite mattress that Aoshuang prepared for her. All of these caused the maid who was waiting at the side to be completely stupefied. She had not seen such a cute, human little kitten. The maid slowly moved towards the bed. She really wanted to touch it. She slowly reached out her hand. Don't! Chi Aoshuang turned her head and shouted. It was too late. The treasure cat suddenly opened its eyes. Its amber eyes suddenly shot out a strange golden light. It instantly flipped over and let out a hissing roar. Ah! The maid cried out in fear. Her body was pushed back by a powerful force, and was about to heavily smash into the wall behind her. With a flick of Chi Aoshuang's finger, a soft barrier was formed behind the maid, catching her. The maid was still in shock as she looked at the treasure cat on the bed in fear. She breathed rapidly and her heart could not calm down. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes, her gaze instantly sinking as she said coldly, "Don't you know what courtesy is?" Sorry. The maid lowered her head in an apologetic manner. She was wrong to have touched someone's pet without the permission of her master. The maid was astonished. But what exactly was this pet? It was definitely not an ordinary kitten. Could it be a magical beast that looked like a kitten? Thinking of this, the maid became even more afraid. It was all his fault for being so rash. She had nearly lost her life. All right, you may leave now. Chi Aoshuang turned around and walked to the bed. She gently hugged the treasure cat and caressed her small, furry head to comfort her. In her heart, she was surprised to see the treasure cat explode. It seemed that her strength was not as simple as searching for treasures. The maid hurriedly packed up the tableware and quickly left the room. Chi Aoshuang laid down on the bed while hugging the treasure cat, but she was not too sleepy. She stared at the window curtain while her thoughts flew far away. The vows she made that day were still fresh in her mind. I will come back. I will definitely come back. The Radiant Temple, the Duke of Gutton, are you prepared for my return? Early next morning, a huge knock on the door woke Chi Aoshuang up. She almost jumped up from her bed. Aoshuang, open the door. Aoshuang, get up. My apprentice, come out and let me take a good look at you. Chi Aoshuang quickly put on her clothes. The treasure cat was very dissatisfied. She stretched out her meaty front paws and pressed down on her fluffy ears, arched her body, stuck out her little butt and went back to sleep. As soon as Chi Aoshuang opened the door, the people outside rushed towards her. The first one was Chao Chukin, then Cliff, then Waldo. They pushed up, pressing her down. Aoshuang, you're finally back. Chao Chukin held her tightly. You just disappeared without a word. I thought Camille kidnapped you. My dear Aoshuang, I found you. I finally found you. Cliff tore off Chao Chukin's hand and pushed Waldo aside. Chi Aoshuang hugged him and started howling. Aoshuang, you suffered. Master will help you get it back. Waldo stamped his feet in anger. There stood his Aoshuang, but the old fellow pushed him away. Master, I'm fine, right? Only then did Chi Aoshuang come back to her senses. She patted Cliff's back to comfort him, but her heart was warm. Leng Lingyun and Jean stood at the door quietly, looking at Chi Aoshuang without saying anything. However, there was an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Oscar stood behind them, with his arms folded across his chest. It had only been 3 months since they last saw each other, but the girl's strength had increased and she seemed to have become even more beautiful. Dong Fenghao stood beside Oscar, still at a loss. Camille was at the very back, yawning. White Emperor and Black Feather hadn't woken up yet. The breakfast was a lively affair. When Chi Aoshuang introduced White Emperor and Black Feather, who had returned to their human form, everyone was extremely surprised. They could not believe these two super beauties were White Emperor and Black Feather. As the host, Rongzes was present as well. At this time, Rongzes was already the noble king of Ozori. He wore luxurious clothing, a glittering crown on his head, and a gorgeous tattoo on his waist. His mannerism revealed his domineering and confident bearing. After dispersing the guards and maids, Rongzes and the others all took their seats. The long table was full of all sorts of things. Rongzes thanked Chi Aoshuang wholeheartedly, and toasted her with a cup of milk tea instead of a cup of wine. Miss Chi, thank you for your strong support. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here today. He raised his glass. All of this belongs to your majesty. Chi Aoshuang smiled. Her tone was different from before. The person standing in front of her was no longer the desert whirlwind Rongzes, but the king of Ozori. All right, there's no need for that, your majesty. We still have many things to discuss after breakfast. Camille interrupted them with a smile. He smiled and nodded. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the study room. Seated in front of his desk, Rongzes looked at Camille, who was sitting next to him, and said, Prime Minister, the intervention of the Radiant Temple will probably cause Radka's army to waver. The Radiant Temple has not made an explicit decision to side with Amperland, but once the battle begins, the Radiant Temple should not hesitate at all to choose him. We don't need to worry about their strength. With Aoshuang and the rest here, even angels aren't our match, Camille said in a deep voice. The problem is, the will of the people of Radka, Rongzes said with a grave expression. You also know that in our country, even if the forces of light are the least penetrated, they still make many civilians fear and revere them. You know better than I do how much effort you have put into changing this situation. Even now, that belief has not been completely removed from people's hearts. I understand. Camille nodded, then continued calmly, the Radiant Temple isn't something that can stand out in the hearts of the commoners. First, they did many fake good deeds on the surface, and second, they are powerful. In the hearts of many, the Radiant Temple was invincible. Camille took his time. What if we have more power to support us? Rongzes frowned as he looked at Chi Aoshuang and her men. He said softly, I can't deny that Miss Chi and her people are very strong, but not convincing enough. Camille spoke the rest of the words that Rongzes had to say. Even if Chi Aoshuang and her men were very strong, how much did the world know about them? In short, there was no deterrent. What about this? Camille suddenly stood up and walked to the window. He abruptly pulled open the curtain, opened the window, looked at the sky and softly said, Ben, that's enough. Xiao Aoshuang stood up in shock and looked out the window. Ben, wasn't he captured by the dragon god? Camille's words had just ended when a series of dragon roars could be heard from afar. It was as deafening as thunder. This morning, the capital of Ozari was peaceful. People woke up and ate as they usually do every morning, then opened their doors to do business. However, deafening roars rang out one after another, and then the sky darkened. Rongzes stood up quickly and walked to the window. He almost sat down on the floor when he saw what was going on outside. As for the people outside the palace, they all directly sat down, gaping at the sky with their mouths wide open. Some people even fainted on the ground. Many people began to run for their lives, screaming. The entire city was in chaos. Dragons! Dragons are flying in the sky. Thousands of dragons. The huge dragons flapped their wings, creating gusts of wind that almost made people unable to open their eyes. The dragon with 3 heads flew at the front and let out a long roar as it circled above the palace. Chi Aoshuan couldn't say a word. The scene in front of them was beyond everyone's imagination. The sky above the city was filled with dragons, which turned daylight into night. What's going on? Rongzak stammered. Everyone in the study room stood by the window, staring at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to say a word. Are they strong enough? Camille asked with a gentle smile. Rongzak felt that his heart was beating incredibly fast, and his mind was completely blank. Weren't Ben captured by the dragon god? Jean asked doubtfully. Why were there so many dragons in front of him? They were probably the greater half of the race. Chi Aoshuan did not understand what was going on. According to the dragon god's tone, the dragon race could not interfere with the affairs of humans. Why were they here? The huge dragons circled above the city for a while before descending outside the city. At the same time, the black dragon landed in the palace and returned to its human form. It broke through the window and arrived in front of Rongzak and Camille. Rongzak could no longer bear the thrill. He retreated in panic and crashed into the desk. He put his hand on his sword, but then he suddenly remembered how ridiculous his move was in front of the powerful dragons. He quickly put down the hand and tried to calm himself. You, hurry up and tell your civil lians not to panic. We are just passing by, or perhaps it should be more accurate to say, we are here for a sightseeing tour. We won't do any harm to them. The black dragon looked at the crown on Rongzak's head and coldly said, now, go. Yes, sir. Cold sweat broke out on Rongzak's back. The pressure from the black-haired man in front of him almost made him unable to stand up. He hurried to open the door to deal with it. The black dragon looked at Camille, then at Chi Aoshuan, and laughed. What's going on? Chi Aoshuan was confused. Aren't the dragons unable to intervene in this matter? The last time you... Stop! Ben raised his hand to stop Chi Aoshuan's words, then he walked over to a chair and sat down, yawning as he said, I didn't say that we were going to intervene in this matter. Didn't you hear what I just said? That's right, Ben and his civil lians are just passing by and enjoying the scenery. Camille, smiling like a spring breeze, turned and sat down. The people in the study room were all dumbfounded, and Rongzak stared at them when he heard what they were saying. Had the dragon clan really come for a sightseeing tour? How could this be possible? Your Majesty, come, tilde. Camille looked at Rongzak and waved him over. Rongzak walked over with a blank look on his face. Your Majesty, you said that with so many dragons here, you can let your civil lians feel at ease, right? Camille smiled, but it was a dangerous smile. Rongzak nodded numbly, unable to say anything. Chi Aoshuan was speechless. She stared blankly at Camille, then looked at the black dragon, saying don't tell me, you were the one who came up with this idea. How is that possible? Camille looked innocent and said, this has nothing to do with me. Ben came to me on his own initiative. Chi Aoshuan's eyes shifted to the black dragon, who squinted his eyes, looking dizzy. Who came up with the idea? Xiao Aoshuan frowned and asked, me. Ben shook its head and said with a smile. Chi Aoshuan walked closer to the black dragon and whispered in his ear, stop bullshitting, your IQ has not reached this level yet. What? You attacked me personally. The black dragon was even more aggrieved than Camille. So, who is it? Looking at the originally erratic eyes of the black dragon, and thinking of how the dragon god had taken him away, and how he was now able to appear here, a thought emerged in her mind. Could it be that the dragon god had come up with this idea? No way. Why did he do this? Looks like you've already guessed it. The old man said he liked you very much, and then, well, he didn't like that woman. However, we will still abide by the agreement and will not act against humans, nor will we act against human buildings. We are here for sightseeing. Half of the dragons stay here, while the others go to Ragka for sightseeing. The black dragon laughed like a thief. How vicious. The dragon god was a top-grade talent. Chi Aoshuan came to a conclusion. Just the momentum was enough to make people tremble. What need was there to move their hands? The dragon god was too cunning. He could even name himself as a tourist. Letting the Dragon King lead a large dragon to guard Azai and Radka was a disguised form of support. Such a terrifying deterrent had far exceeded the power of the Radiant Temple. It's much easier now, isn't it? Camille smiles warmly and said, Aoshuan, you and Ben go sightseeing in Radka. Soon there would be a war, and Radka and Amper Land would meet directly. Now, you can go and clear the forces of light in Radka. I believe no one will have any object irons, Camille added with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on Ramses's forehead. In his eyes, Camille's smile was the smile of a demon. His eyes slowly shifted to Chi Aoshuan, with his heart full of fear. Who exactly is this girl? Why were there so many people around her? Why was it that even such a powerful and terrifying power like the dragon race was standing behind her? He finally came to understand that the young lady before him had been persecuted by the Radiant Temple and Amper Land. Now, if they knew how things were going to turn out like this, would they feel regret? Learnenglish, you and Aoshuan set off today. Are you clear what you are going to do? Camille asked with a smile. All right, Learnenglish said indifferently, the secret records of the Radiant Temple, the records of the massacre of humans, I will write them out as soon as possible. You can take care of the rest when the time comes. I'll have someone copy it and distribute it everywhere. You'd better write down the time, the address and the reason. Camille nodded gently, with a smile as bright as a peach blossom. I wonder how they will feel when they see this. Those fools wouldn't believe it at all. Waldo found a chance to fight Camille. No need for them to believe. I only need them to suspect it. That's enough. Camille looked at Waldo with a smile and said, this kind of psychological warfare will never be understood by a superficial person like you. Waldo was so angry that his teeth itched. He stared at Camille with his hands trembling, but he was unable to utter a single word. There were only a few people who understood Camille's strategy. At this moment, Ramses understood Camille's plan, and he was extremely shocked. Indeed, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man in front of him was probably the person in this room who was most proficient in politics. Xiao Aoshuan was also very surprised. That is the human nature and the dark side. Camille was actually able to grasp it so clearly. By the way, do you know who the founder of the Zilan continent is? Camille adjusted his smooth blonde hair and asked. Chi Aoshuan's eyes shifted to Jean's sword. The Sword of Death. It belonged to the founder of the Zilan continent. Back in the Devil Domain, the young master led her to an enormous underground palace. Was that the Emperor's palace? But why did Camille suddenly mention this? Jean subconsciously touched the sword he wore on his waist. Of course I know. Emperor Leo's a true hero. He lives in the hearts of men forever. It is he who fights for the survival of humanity. It is he who has unified the entire continent. That's right. He's a true hero. Camille continued, however, do you know how he ended up? What do you mean? Ramses recognized Camille's words. This Emperor Leo is the hero in everyone's heart. However, if they were to know that their hero was being persecuted endlessly by the Radiant Temple, would they still stand firmly on their side? Camille said as he walked to the side of the table and gracefully poured 2 cups of scented tea. He handed a cup to Chi Aoshuan before picking up the other and gently drank it. Camille was in no hurry, but the people in that room were getting impatient. The palace of Emperor Leo vanished overnight, and so did he and the 8 knights who had followed him. Who did this? The Radiant Temple. They wanted to develop their own forces, and Leo was the biggest obstacle. It just happened. Everything disappeared completely in one night. Camille sniffed his tea. As his words fell, everyone's faces changed. So, the legends are true. They disappeared overnight. The news was so shocking that he even forgot to ask Camille how he knew about it. Camille nodded indifferently. Could it be that the underground palace in the Devil Domain is really the palace of the Emperor Leo? Chi Aoshuan murmured. Oh, you have been there? Camille asked. Chi Aoshuan nodded. She had been there looking for Cliff. In the Devil Domain, Ramses looked at Xiao Aoshuan in disbelief, hatred and resentment rising up in his heart. Emperor Leo was the one who ended the endless war and made the human race live a peaceful life. The later generations had speculated about many things about the mysterious disappearance of such a great hero, but no one could have guessed that the Radiant Temple was the Black Hand behind him. How do you know all this? Ramses looked at Camille. How many more secrets did this man in front of him have? Ramses did not doubt Camille's words at all. In his eyes, There was nothing that Camille could not do. You don't have to know how I know. Just let it out. Camille smiled. The same plan, no need for people to believe. Just make them doubt it. Chi Aoshuan sank into deep thought. She had already confirmed the identity of those bones. That huge elegant palace, the sword in the palace, and those white bones. It sure was the palace of Emperor Leo. According to the style of the Radiant Temple, it was possible for them to do so. At that time, the royal power was like a mountain blocking the divine power. Finally, Camille had brought out all of these. Waldo patted his chest with some lingering fear. He's a terrible man. Waldo swallowed. Luckily, this person was on their side. If he is not, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the room had the same question in their minds. Camille, who is he? How many more secrets does he have? 11 Shaoxi will be responsible for the work in Radka. Distribute the information that Leng Lingyun wrote down. Camille ordered. Yes. 11 Shaoxi nodded solemnly. I should make posters flying like snow, right? Ian, you are much smarter than your leader. Camille complimented him. Waldo almost broke his teeth. He was the head of both 11 Shaoxi and 11 Shaoqi. Who else could Camille be compared to? Bastard. Camille, remember this. Of course, these words could only roar in his heart. Alright, in order to prepare for this tense war, let's relax and give a dinner to welcome Aoshuan. We'll have a picnic today. Camille put down his cup and clapped his hands. Where are we going for a picnic? It's a chaos outside. Waldo didn't dare to say it out loud. He mumbled under his breath. If you want to have a picnic outside, I won't object. A dangerous cold light shined from Camille's beautiful pupils, making Waldo shrink his neck. Everybody, just relax today. Sorry, I can't accompany you. There are too many things that I need to take care of. Rongzes said. Camille smiled and nodded. After Rongzes left, Camille magically took out a space transfer scroll. Where are we going? Everyone was puzzled. Come over here. This scroll can transfer as many as 25 people. Camille beckoned to everyone. I can't leave her alone. Chi Aoshuan walked over with the treasure cat in her arms. Isn't it a picnic? Aren't you preparing something? Waldo asked, frowning. They're ready. Camille opened the scroll. An intense white light flashed and everyone in the room disappeared. When Chi Aoshuan opened her eyes, she saw a face that was so familiar that it couldn't be any more familiar. His handsome face was full of surprise, ecstasy, and excitement. It was Feng Yixuan. They were at the Wind Island now. Chapter 226. At this time, there was a light knock on the door. Chi Aoshuan came back to her senses and looked towards the door. From the footsteps, she could tell it was Cliff. Come in, master. The door was pushed open, and it was Cliff. Master, I'm looking for you. Chi Aoshuan said with a smile. Huh, you're looking for me? Chi Aoshuan nodded and said softly, someone asked me to bring you something, but I couldn't find a chance to give it to you. Who asked you? Aoshuan didn't reply immediately. Instead she said, close the door first, please. Cliff closed the door and came over and sat down. Chi Aoshuan took out the necklace Mona gave her. She handed it to Cliff. Do you remember this? Cliff suddenly lost his composure and stood up. He looked excitedly at the necklace, snatching it and asked urgently, where did you get this from? Why is it in your hands? Cliff was so excited that his entire body was trembling, and his face was flushed red. There was a beautiful elf who told me that her heart would always belong to a man named Cliff, and that she would never get married. Cliff's hands trembled as he held the necklace. He sat down and stared at it in silence. Chi Aoshuan waited quietly. The room was silent. Cliff's eyes were filled with sadness, as if he could see the distant past. After a while, 2 tears rolled out of his eyes and dripped onto the necklace in his hand. Mona. Cliff called out faintly, full of yearning and longing. Master, Mona misses you. Cliff took a deep breath. How is she doing? She is okay, except for the pain of love. I gave the 3 gifts you gave me as a souvenir to her. She was very happy when she heard that you did it yourself. Was she? Cliff's expression was extremely complicated, full of joy, worry, and sadness. The room fell silent once more. Cliff didn't saying anything, and Chi Aoshuan did not disturb him anymore. After a long time, Cliff looked up at Aoshuan. Thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? This is what I should do. Master, why are you looking for me? Oh, Cliff finally understood and his face darkened slightly. This time, I know you'll be in a direct confrontation with the Radiant Temple. I also know that your strength is no longer what it used to be. I just want you to promise me one thing. Master? Xiao Aoshuan could not help but be puzzled as she looked at Cliff's expression. If you meet Raoul, I hope you will let him live. Even though he lied to me, making me lose my chance to rescue you. But he is my only friend after all. I don't want. Master, you don't have to say that. Before Cliff could finish his words, Chi Aoshuang interrupted him. Actually, Master Raoul cares about you. He only cares about you because he doesn't want you to get involved in this. He doesn't want you to become enemies with the Radiant Temple, and doesn't want you to suffer any harm. I think he thought of the consequences before he lied to you. After all, he's the one who knows you best. However, he still chose to do so. You can see how sincere he is towards you, Chi Aoshuang said slowly. Cliff's expression was unsettled. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Even so, I still can't forgive him immediately. Let's just let time smooth things out. Millimeter, Master, I understand you. Don't worry, I will not let anyone harm Master Raoul. You'd better go rest now. Cliff stood up, looking very tired. He nodded slightly and said, Ian, you rest well, too. There are a lot of things you need to do. Ian, Master, don't worry, I will take care of it. Chi Aoshuang sent Cliff off. 2 days later, the dragons went on a tour of Radka under the guidance of Ben. The wind blew wildly. Standing on the back of the black dragon, Chi Aoshuang stared ahead, her thoughts complex. Everything that had happened in the past appeared as if they happened just yesterday. The tragic death of Master Yuri, the disappearance of his mother. Black Feather and White Emperor stood quietly behind Chi Aoshuang, while the treasure kept hid in her arms. Leng Lingyan also stood at the back, looking at her silently. When a large group of dragons arrived at Radka, it caused a huge sensation. However, the crowd didn't panic. Feng Yixuan and his group had already arranged everything beforehand. They naturally garnered the attention of the Radiant Temple. The huge dragons descended and rested around the capital of Radka. The black dragon took human form and descended with the others, preparing to enter the city. Feng Yixuan and his group were already waiting outside to welcome them. The people of the Radiant Temple rushed over as fast as they could. The Archbishop, who wore a white robe, appeared in front of everyone in a split second, along with 2 winged angels and an 8-winged angel. Dragon King, you brought so many dragons into the human territory. What do you want? Have you forgotten the agreement between the dragon god and our great goddess of light? The leading 8-winged angel shouted angrily at the black dragon. The response he got was a sharp and terrifying force. The powerful force directly struck his chest, and in an instant, the 8-winged angel hurriedly retreated a few steps back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 2 winged angels behind him quickly moved to support him. The 8-winged angel's face was pale white, and he stretched out his hand to point at the black dragon in disbelief. He could not believe that he would actually dare to openly attack. Who do you think you are? A lowly angel dares to point fingers at me. The black dragon let out an arrogant sneer and said disdainfully, remember your identity, you're just one of the many lackeys by the side of the goddess of light. As for me, I am the noble Dragon King. Be careful when you talk to me, otherwise, it would only make people laugh at the disrespect of the goddess men, understand? Behind the black dragon, the crowd burst into laughter. Chi Aoshuang also couldn't help but smile. The impulsive, simple-minded fellow no longer existed. Now he was a shrewd and shameless guy. Summer covered her mouth and laughed. After regaining his footing, the 8-winged angel was furious, but he still understood that he was no match for the Dragon King. After exhaling a long breath, his tone became extremely courteous. Your Majesty, may I ask why you are bringing the dragons here at this time? The dragon god and the goddess of light had an agreement. The dragon race could not easily act against humans and their cities. Are you human? Ben sneered. You aren't human at all. I only attacked you to teach you how to be courteous. When did I break the agreement? Exactly, a birdman, Summer whispered. This nickname was taught by Chi Aoshuang. She thought it was appropriate indeed. Shut up, lowly human, it's not up to you to talk here. The winged angel behind the 8-winged angel let out an angry curse and was about to attack. HMPH. The black dragon let out a cold shout, and an even more terrifying force struck at the winged angel, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. Dragon King, why are you doing this? Chi Aoshuan and the rest of the group were ready for the show. Listen up, first of all, I didn't violate the agreement between the dragon god and the goddess of light. Our dragon race has only come here for sightseeing. When have you ever seen our dragons attack a human or a human city? Instead, it is you who are truly untruthful. You said you are always the protectors of humanity, but you are treating them as ants. As for that bird man behind you, he insulted my fiancée, so I taught him a lesson. I could have taken his life. He held Summer in his arms. Everyone was stunned, including Chi Aoshuan and Shui Wenmo. When did I become your fiancée? Summer whispered, but did not break away from Ben's embrace. Just now, the black dragon laughed, making Summer even tighter. Chi Aoshuan sighed in her heart, with both happiness and sorrow. He finally punctured this layer of paper, and from the reactions of Summer, it seemed that she did not hate the black dragon, perhaps she still liked him. However, he is a dragon while she is a human girl. Can they get married? Shui Wenmo's eyes were full of pain. He stared straight at Ben and Summer. His fists clenched tightly, his fingernails sinking deep into the flesh. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, dripping onto the ground, but he did not feel any pain at all. Suddenly, a hand gently placed on his shoulder. Shui Wenmo turned around and saw Feng Yixuan's worried face. He lowered his head in silence and did not say another word. The love had already ended so suddenly without even a start. Chapter 227. Dragon King. The eight-winged angel was already trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to the Dragon King. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for him, but the eight-winged angel wasn't stupid. He wasn't a reckless person. He stabilized his emotions and said in a deep voice, "They won't interfere in the war between humans. They are just here for sightseeing." "That's right." The black dragon nodded. That devilish smile on his handsome face made the eight-winged angel's heart shudder. The eight-winged angel knew very well that even if the dragon race didn't participate, as the Dragon King had said, the existence of these enormous dragons alone was already enough to intimidate them. The war between the two countries had already started. Just the fact that these huge dragons stood on Radka's side was enough to cause the other side's morale to be unstable, to the point of breaking down. How hateful! The eight-winged angel gnashed his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fact that the goddess was preparing for the holy war and didn't have the time to think too much, the situation on this side wouldn't have turned out this way. Then, Dragon King, are you saying that even if we attack them, you will not interfere? The eight-winged angel drew his great sword and pointed it at Chi Aoshuan and the rest as he asked coldly. Ben laughed and moved to the side holding Summer in his arms, happily saying, "We will be bystanders." He actually took out 2 stools from his space ring and gave one of them to Summer. Summer looked worried. She was about to say something, but Ben grabbed her hand and shook his head at her. As this scene fell into Shui Wenmo's eyes, his heart ached as if it had been twisted by a knife. "Chukin, come, let's watch the show together." A playful smile appeared on Dong Fengha's devilish face. With a gentle move of his fingers, beautiful vines grew from the ground. On the vines, there were also 5 colored flowers blooming, and the 2 vines quickly formed 2 beautiful large rattan chairs. Dong Fengha pulled Chao Chukin to sit on the rattan chair. What was even more exaggerated was that Dong Fengha had summoned another 2 small teacups. He handed one to Chao Chukin and carefully explained, "The honey in here can maintain your beauty. It's only been secreted once every 50 years. Chao Chukin was worried about Chi Aoshuan, but Dong Fengha said, "Don't worry, Aoshuan's strength has already changed. We can't help her, why don't we just sit by and watch? We won't drag them down." That's a good, powerful reason, and it's the truth. At this moment, their strength would only drag down Chi Aoshuan and the rest. Chi Aoshuan skimmed her lips. These people trusted her too much. They were just watching the show. As for the Radiant Temple, they got furious. These lowly humans were actually making fun of them, looking down on them. Unforgivable. Go to hell. The eight-winged angel brandished its huge sword and fiercely hacked at Chao Chukin's chest. With a clear clang, Dong Fenghao instantly summoned a huge beast covered in steel armor to block this fatal attack. Then, he turned around and urgently said to Chi Aoshuan, "Go on, we will support you." Cold sweat trickled down the back of Chi Aoshuang's head. Alas! All these people are being led astray by you. Black Feather's voice came from behind, filled with sorrow. Chi Aoshuang could not refute. Cut the crap. Just like that, White Emperor's cold voice rang out. The next moment, a white shadow flashed out from behind Chi Aoshuang. Black Feather shrugged his shoulders, and a black after-image flashed out as well. Terrible screams rang out. 2 of the winged angels and 1 of the 8 winged angels were cut in half and laid there. A large amount of blood stained the ground beneath them. The crowd didn't even see White Emperor and Black Feather had made their move. There were only 3 people who could see clearly: Black Dragon, Chi Aoshuang and Feng Yixuan. White Emperor's weapon was a snow-white sword, and Black Feather's was a shiny and black sickle. After killing them, the 2 quickly retrieved their weapons. No one had thought that the reincarnated White Emperor and Black Feather would have such terrifying strength. The Archbishop stood there blankly as he looked at the scene in front of him. In his hearts, the angels were invincible, but they were easily wiped out just like that. Things quieted down and all around was still. The people behind Chi Aoshuang couldn't believe it. That was it. The wind gently blew past, blowing away the fallen leaves. The autumn wind was not very cold, but the Archbishop seemed to be standing in an icehouse, stopping all his actions and words. Ah! Chi Aoshuang finally broke the silence. She looked at the Archbishop. Shall we continue? Before the Archbishop could run away, Black Feather had raised his sickle, but Leng Lingyan stopped him. Don't kill him. Catch him. The Archbishop was easily brought back by Black Feather. He waved the Archbishop in his hand, causing his internal organs to nearly burst out. Keep him. His words are more persuasive than anyone else's. What do you want? I won't betray the goddess. The Archbishop was trembling, but his tone was resolute. TCH. 11 Shalsi snorted. I know you are loyal, but what we want is your identity, your body, not your unshakable loyalty. A look of despair appeared on the Archbishop's face, and in the next moment, he fainted when Chi Aoshuang flicked her finger. When he opened his eyes again, his attitude had completely changed. What can I do for you? The Archbishop politely asked. You're good, Dong Fenghao said to Chi Aoshuang. Mental control was amazing. Amongst this group of people, no one owed more spiritual force than him except Chi Aoshuang. So what followed was a completely one-sided secret massacre. Under the guidance of the Archbishop, the group entered the Radiant Temple. The rest of the 8 winged angels and winged angels were all found and killed. There were a few angels left in Amperland. Camille's plan went unusually smoothly. Although the followers of Radka's Radiant Temple did not believe what was written on the paper, but, just as Camille had said, there was no need for them to believe. Faith is a solid thing. You can't change it overnight. As for the military, they were the defenders of royal authority. From the beginning to the end, they did not believe in the Radiant Temple. The Radiant Temple's forces had been secretly wiped clean. It became an empty hall. The huge dragons were crouching around the capital. The Emperor of Radka offered them food and water. He was the one who had benefited the most from this affair. At this moment, he couldn't even close his mouth when he smiled at Anissa in the palace. Ha ha, Anissa, ha 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 ha. The Emperor squinted his eyes and laughed, unable to finish his words. We no longer have to watch those divine staffs swindle and cheat in our territory, wasting our time. Ha ha, with the dragon race's help, ha ha, it's certain that we will win. The dragons won't help you. Anissa splashed cold water. They won't. As long as they appear in the sky, we could win. What can Amperland do? You are truly vindictive. They've directly killed them. Anissa's mouth twitched. Don't say that. Ha ha, it's really all thanks to your daughter-in-law. The dragon race's support is because of her. Furthermore, her strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and the people around her all possess terrifying strength. Anissa fell silent and did not say anything else. The Emperor looked at her and frowned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? You know the grievances and suffering of that child. This time, she is going to face those people head-on. I don't know what exactly would happen, but I don't want those people to make her suffer anymore. Anissa sighed. That's no problem. We'll destroy the Hill Mansion. They won't meet. Your daughter-in-law doesn't need to face the past. No, Anissa shook her head slightly. You don't know that child. Let her deal with it herself. Anissa said softly. That's fine. After the army advances, I will make sure that no one moves against the hill mansion. The king spoke seriously. Chi Aoshuan stayed in Li's house. She locked herself in her room. No one bothered her. Everyone understood that it was best to leave her in peace. The night was cold. Chi Aoshuan was lying quietly on bed, holding the treasure cat. The kitten yawned, rubbed its face with its paws, and arched its body in Chi Aoshuan's arms, looking for a comfortable place to sleep. Ah Bao, what do you care about the most? Meow. The kitten stared at Chi Aoshuan with wide eyes before mewing again. It's Heaven Breaker, right? Chi Aoshuan looked at it and laughed. Meow. The kitten nodded. You miss him. Chi Aoshuan smiled as she rubbed her little head. The treasure cat nodded again. Although there were many delicious foods in this world, she only misses that person. When the matter is settled, I'll send you back, okay? The kitten returned to Chi Aoshuan's embrace. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuan raised her head. The light movement from the window did not escape her sense. She put down the kitten, stood up and walked to the window, gently pushed it open, then snappily smiled and said, "It's so late, why are you sneaking around here?" C228. As soon as Chi Aoshuan said that, a figure jumped in. It was Feng Yixuan. "I want to accompany you," Feng Yixuan said hesitantly after he flipped over. Chi Aoshuan looked at him but didn't say anything for a while. A trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. A warm feeling spread out from the bottom of her heart. War is about to break out. You were originally a subject of Ampa land, but this time, you stood in opposition. I know that you must be in a bad mood. Feng Yixuan's voice became softer and softer. Chi Aoshuan lowered her gaze and sighed softly. She closed the window before sitting down on the bed and patting the seat beside her. "Come and sit." Feng Yixuan was stunned. He quickly walked over and sat down. At this moment, Chi Aoshuan gave him a strange, unfamiliar and sad feeling, as well as a sense of loneliness. "Do you know how many planes there are in this world?" Chi Aoshuan said softly. "Yes. The demon world, the devil domain, the god world." Feng Yixuan replied. "Anything else?" Chi Aoshuan let out a long breath. "Different from these planes, another world." Feng Yixuan was stunned for a moment before he looked at Chi Aoshuan and said, "I don't know, but I believe that there is another world." "Yes, I am from another world." Chi Aoshuan smiled as she looked at Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan was only a little surprised, but he didn't respond. He quietly waited for Chi Aoshuan to continue. He knew that what he needed to do now was to listen, not to question. "I don't belong to this world." A bitter smile appeared on Chi Aoshuan's face. "I come from another world. The original Claire Hill died in an accident, and my spirit came through and attached itself to her. So, therefore, the young miss who was originally silly changed overnight and eventually became the shining star." Not until Chi Aoshuan finished her words, she fell into a warm embrace. Feng Yixuan hugged her tightly and said with determination, "No matter where you come from, you are who you are. You belong here now, to us. You are Chi Aoshuan, a friend of all of us. You are the one we care about, the one we cherish." Chi Aoshuan was stunned. She stared blankly ahead, feeling the warm embrace of Feng Yixuan. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes and gently leaned on Feng Yixuan's shoulder. "Thank you." With a soft and faint voice, 2 drops of sparkling tears slid past the corners of her eyes. "Aoshuan, I will always be with you. If there's something that separates us, I'll go looking for you. I'll keep looking until I find you." Feng Yixuan's voice was filled with determination and affection. Feng Yixuan, Chi Aoshuan was stunned. All this time, Chi Aoshuan had never faced up to Feng Yixuan's feelings for her, but now, "Cousin." At this moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, revealing Li Yuan's beautiful face. When she saw the situation clearly, she immediately flew into a rage. "You little bastard, what do you want to do by sneaking into my cousin's bedroom in the middle of the night? You perverted pervert." Li Yuan cursed as she brandished her dagger and quickly charged forward. With a start, Feng Yixuan loosened his grip on Chi Aoshuan and fled out of the window in a sorry state, while Li Yuan chased closely behind him. Chi Aoshuan stood at the window, watching the silhouettes of the two as they gradually faded away. A smile appeared on her face. However, that night, a person dressed in black appeared in Leng Lingyan's bedroom. No one noticed his sudden appearance. His tone was cold. "Think about it. Whether she lives or dies is up to you. Learnenglish remained silent, and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, there was an endless sadness and longing in it. I want her to live. Then let's go. Give me some more time. I think I'll finish it with her. Learnenglish said these words with difficulty. All right, the man in black answered straightforwardly. The next moment, he disappeared from the bedroom. The war broke out all at once. Radka's army had sneakily ambushed the border of Amper land without a sound. This was indeed the style of the current emperor. It was impossible for him to declare war after they had agreed on a time and place. So Amper land was beat unawares. However, it was a powerful country after all. It took them a while to regain their senses. They immediately took up defensive positions, and the reinforcements behind them also quickly moved forward. This battle had been very tough. The border was finally broken, and Radka's army threatened the territory of Amper land. A nervous atmosphere broke out in the palace of Amper land. The king's face was dark as a sheet as he listened to the article that was being reported to him from the front, and he quickly made his countermeasure at the same time. On the other side, however, Azari had declared war on Amper land and had sent troops to attack the border cities. Azari has always been a laggard, which Amper land does not take seriously. Just a while ago, when Azari had expelled the powers of the Radiant Temple in its country, the Pope of the Radiant Temple had come to see the Emperor and had made him pay attention to this matter. However, the Emperor didn't think much of it because he was happy to see the Radiant Temple being weakened. Unexpectedly, Azari declared war on them as well. Worse was yet to come. Unexpectedly, Radka and Azari's army was accompanied by a large number of huge dragons. Although the dragons didn't make a move, it made the army of Amper land scatter. Some of the other cities directly opened their gates and surrendered, but only on the condition that the enemies would not harm their subjects, and that the dragons would not destroy their cities. Existence is deterrence. The army of Radka and Azari understood this point and made full use of this advantage. They made a quick threat to the capital with the smallest casualties. Along the way, what Chi Aoshuang and her company did was to stand on the back of the huge dragons and watch the battle. This was the smallest casualty in history, and many people surrendered without fighting. After all, everyone was terrified by these dragons. They thought resistance was futile. Only the divine staffs of the Radiant Temple continued to pray, praying that their goddess would appear to quell this incredible sight. However, how could they know that the goddess was busy with the holy war and had no time to worry about this lower plane? There was no suspense in this war. The prosperous and powerful Amper land was insignificant in front of the dragon race. Seeing so many dragons, the only thing the two dragon knights of Amper land wanted to do was to run away. They did not want their rides to be torn to pieces because the dragon race hated the dragons who had become human mounts. There was no need to even mention the griffin team. When griffins saw the huge dragons, they didn't dare to make a move. No matter how much they tried, they did not dare to take a single step forward. In just 7 days, Amper land lost a large part of its territory within 7 days. Radka's army marched all the way to the gate of the capital. The remaining 4 8-winged angels and 8 winged angels encountered Chi Aoshuang's group outside the capital. They were easily killed by White Emperor and Black Feather except 1 8-winged angel. They saved him for Chi Aoshuang. She wielded a huge fiery sword in her hands, killed the angel with a single strike while her black hair dancing in the air. Just like that, the army entered the capital of Amper land without any hindrances. Chi Aoshuang jumped off the huge dragon's back and slowly walked down the street, heading in the direction of the Radiant Temple. The emperor stood at the tallest tower of the palace. He stared at the army of Radka. Beside him stood the empress, whose stomach had already begun to bulge. The empress was already 4 months pregnant. Behind the queen stood the second prince, Nancy, Princess Marie's. His day had gone and no one could save it. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and opened them again, looking at the once bustling capital. It was defeated just like that, and then mysteriously disappeared. In the sky, there were still huge dragons circling around. The long dragon roar reverberated in the sky, causing people to shudder in fear. Why? The emperor sighed. He wondered why so many dragons had appeared, why they had stood on the side of Radka and Azari. Why would the dragon race intervene in human affairs? What was all this about? Was it really because of that girl, the talented young lady of the Hill family, Claire? How is that possible? Could a mere human really use such a large amount of power? Ragka had always been opposed to Amperland, and war was only a matter of time. However, there was no need to fear them. But what about the dragons and Azari? Was it really only because of that young girl? The Empress stood behind the Emperor, gently stroking her stomach. Here, a small life was growing. But where is the road ahead? Nancy, the second prince, was lost in thought as he looked at the army on the street. His thoughts returned to a distant place. Clare Hill, the name that had always been on his mind, the name that had always hurt him. If he had not chosen to use Catherine, would the situation have changed? She wouldn't have been framed by the Radiant Temple. She would not have suffered such injustice and pain. This was all his own doing. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed. Everything in front of him was his own fault. Maurice stood there quietly, looking at the street, a subtle smile on her lips. Sorrow could be seen in the depths of her eyes. You're back, you're finally back. I know you'll be back. It's time for everything to end. C229. The palace had long been in a state of chaos. The female attendants screamed as they fled. It was a mess. The Emperor turned around slowly and looked at Nancy. He smiled and took off his crown. He put it on Nancy's head and said in a deep voice, "Nancy, I will crown you now. You are Amperland's 35th successor." After the Emperor put the crown on Nancy's head, he kneeled down and said in a deep voice, "We greet the Emperor." The Empress and Maurice were stunned for a moment before their expressions returned to normal. The Empress led her skirt and greeted gracefully, "We pay our respects to His Majesty." With a grave expression, Maurice held her skirts in a standard salute. "We greet His Majesty." Nancy looked at the people in front of him. She felt confused, but she couldn't say anything. "Go, Amperland shall last forever." The Emperor took out a scroll and thrust it into Nancy's hands. "As the new Emperor, please lead your last subjects away from here. Remember, Amperland will live forever." Nancy's tears rolled down his face, the Queen sobbed through her teeth, and Maurice closed her eyes, letting the two tears wash over her beautiful face. They all had a firm belief in themselves. Amperland will not die. Amperland, forever. The Emperor stood up and quietly stood in front of the window, looking at the street outside. Nancy stood with the Empress and Princess Maurice behind her. Nancy tore the scroll open and disappeared in a flash of white light. The Emperor smiled and slowly raised his head. He drew the sword from his waist and elegantly stabbed the sword into his chest. At the last moment, the only thought that came to the Emperor's mind was how good it would have been if he hadn't joined hands with the Radiant Temple to frame Claire. However, there was no if in this world. The Emperor had died. Later on, the second prince, Nancy returned to the country, but Amper was no longer as powerful as it used to be. The Radiant Temple was completely calm. No one was panicking. The people in this main hall were the most loyal followers of the Goddess of Light. In other words, they were people who had their brains brainwashed. Naturally, they had to live and die with the Radiant Temple. As soon as they stepped into the Radiant Temple, Waldo and the others didn't hesitate at all. He had always been on the arrest warrant of the Radiant Temple. This time, they had finally made a comeback. How could they possibly show any mercy? Waldo led the people of the Dark Temple like a storm. Cliff went to find Raoul. Chi Aoshuan, Leng Lingian, Fen Yixuan, Jean, White Emperor and Black Feather walked towards the inner hall with calm expressions. Chi Aoshuan had been to this place before, and Leng Lingian was even more familiar with it. The group arrived in front of the Pope's study room. Chi Aoshuan slowly opened the door, and there were two people in the study room. One of them was the Pope with a calm face, while the other one was Luke Xiqing with a worried expression. Luke Xiqing actually didn't escape. She was not a kind person, and her appearance here was quite surprising. Pushing the door open, the Pope and Chi Aoshuan stared at each other. The Pope's expression was abnormally calm as he looked at the cold expression on Chi Aoshuan's face. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "You are indeed the legendary black-hearted woman who can overturn the light." In the end, the Pope looked disappointed. He had tried everything to stop her, but the result was the same. Was the light still going to end? Chi Aoshuan stared at the Pope coldly. His broken leg looked no different from a normal person, because the robe was blocking his leg, which was made of special jade. It was this very person who had brutally killed her respected teacher Yuri. Leng Lingian's cold voice rang out at this moment, faint, but with a hint of ridicule. "She, originally wasn't a black-hearted woman, but you all forced her to this step by step. She didn't intend to overturn the light. You've always forced her to do this. Yes, you bunch of idiots, did not find the right cause. Feng Yixuan sneered and coldly said, think about it, why does all things develop into this? The Pope was stunned, with his mouth wide open. He looked at the group of people. His body staggered, and Luke Shiqing, who was behind him, quickly held him up. The Pope's lips trembled, but he didn't say a word for a long time. The shock and pain in his eyes almost drowned him. Was it really all because of the temple itself? Was he wrong from the start? Now that he thought about it, it was the temple that had attacked the girl in front of him first. And her black hair and black eyes were caused by them. If you hadn't treated her mother like that, would things have turned out like this? Feng Yixuan's face was frosty, and his tone was bone-chilling. If it wasn't for this bastard, how could Aoshuang suffer such grievances and pain? Even if the person in front of him died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. The Pope stared at the cold face of Qi Aoshuang, unable to say anything. Could it be that the goddess decree was wrong? No. How could this be possible? How could the goddess decree be wrong? This was impossible. Impossible. Luke Xuqing turned around and looked at Leng Lingyan. She had been missing this man for many days and nights. She was going crazy. Today, she finally saw him, but under such circumstances, Luke Xuqing's eyes flashed a trace of self-mockery and pain in her heart. She could only see him under these circumstances. With her strength, she could leave everything and run for her life before these people entered the city. She wasn't as loyal to the goddess of light as those people were, but she didn't want to go. She wanted to stay and see the person she had been missing. Even if this was the last time she would see him, it was enough. The great Pope, Qi Aoshuang's lips curved up slightly, a deadly enticing and charming smile on her face. The Pope did not move. His pupils had lost their focus. At this moment, he was immersed in endless thinking. He kept asking himself, the goddess could never be wrong. But what was going on with the temple? Why did the goddess still not descend, and why did she not extend her benevolent hands to save them? In the rear hall, in front of the statue of the goddess of light, knelt a green-haired woman. It was the temple's highest astrologer, Octavia. She knelt there devoutly, holding her hands together in front of her chest and unceasingly praying. However, the goddess had no reaction at all. 2 streams of blood slowly fell from her eyes, but she remained kneeling on the ground without moving. Did the goddess really abandon us? Octavia frowned. She gradually felt a sense of despair. However, she was still unwilling to give up on this last bit of effort. She hoped that the miracle that would never happen would appear. Cliff had found Raoul, who was sitting calmly in the room. When Raoul saw him, a tired but relieved smile appeared on his face. The shrine no longer exists. There is no longer any need for you to act as a peacemaker between divine power and royal power. Cliff looked a little unnatural as he walked towards Raoul. He then turned his head to the side and grunted. I knew you'd come. Raoul stood up and smiled at Cliff. It was Cliff's angry words that they would be completely isolated from each other all their live. The problem between us has not yet been solved. Cliff grunted unhappily. Millimeter, then let's slowly solve it. Raoul laughed, patted the hem of his coat, and stretched. It was all over. I'm tired too. I won't need to be the cream in the middle of the bread anymore. It hurts like hell. Cliff and Raoul looked at each other, then smiled. In the study room, the Pope was still staring at the ceiling. Impossible. The goddess decree can't be wrong. The Pope suddenly cried out crazily and shook off Luke Xuqing's hand that was supporting him. He laughed crazily, so much so that tears were about to fall down from his eyes. You guys are so unorthodox. You actually dare to challenge the goddess prestige. Go die. The Pope screamed in madness as he cast his spell. Jean stood in front of Qi Aoshuang, blocking the Pope's strike. Qi Aoshuang's face was expressionless. With a slight shake of her hand, the giant flaming sword appeared. She waved her sword at the Pope, then took it back. She didn't even glance at Luke Xuqing, who was still in the room, but turned around and walked away with a cold face. Jean followed closely behind. White Emperor also silently turned around and left. Black Feather shrugged his shoulders and pursed his lips before turning around and leaving as well. In Qi Aoshuang's eyes, Luke Xuqing was nothing, not even a clown. So there was no need to waste time on her. The Pope stared wide-eyed at the departing Qi Aoshuang. Just as he was about to say something, a trickle of blood slowly trickled down his forehead, trickling down his nose. Following that, a crack appeared in the middle of his forehead, and the Pope's body was split into two. When the Pope finally calmed down, he didn't die yet and was shocked to see his body lying on the ground in half. Luke Shiching watched everything in a daze. She didn't do anything to me. Luke Shiching was stunned. Why? That woman clearly had the power to kill me. I didn't even have the value of being killed. She left me for the Dark Temple to kill. Leng Lingian looked at Luke Shiching and said coldly, "Go." Luke Shiching was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Leng Lingian in disbelief. He spoke to her, asking her to leave. Why? Lingian. A trace of hope and happiness flashed across Luke Shiching's eyes. Could it be that he still had a trace of love for her? C230. Don't be wrong. Leng Lingian glanced at Luke Shiching with unconcealable disgust and said coldly, "I didn't kill you because you took care of Xuan Xuan in the past. Regardless of whether you truly care for Xuan Xuan, you have taken care of her for a very long time. So today, I let you go. Whether or not you can escape the Dark Temple's pursuit will depend on your luck." After saying these words, Leng Lingian turned around and followed behind Qi Aoshuang. Luke Xujing stood there in a daze as she stared at Leng Lingian's back. Her heart felt as painful as if it was stabbed by a knife. It's all over. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, this man who made her crazy never had her in his heart. Never. Luke Xujing didn't even look at the Pope, who was already dead, and hurriedly chased after him. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. "Claire, go to hell!" Luke Xujing shouted and rushed up. Leng Lingian, who was at the back, suddenly turned around and cast a light magic without any hesitation. The blinding white light penetrated Luke Xujing's body. To his surprise, she didn't use a weapon or any magic. In other words, she didn't intend to fight back. Qi Aoshuang gently turned her head around and saw the bitter but satisfied smile on Luke Xujing's face. She slightly frowned. "Let's go," Qi Aoshuang said lightly. She called back the thoughts of everyone behind her, leaving only Leng Lingian behind. Luke Xujing was not a noble saint at this moment, nor was she a hateful woman who was jealous. However, she was a pitiful woman who yearned for her love but could never obtain it. Blood started to gush out from Luke Xujing's mouth. She couldn't stop bleeding. A bloody hole in her chest dyed her dress red. She laid on the ground and looked dazedly at Leng Lingian. Leng Lingian squatted down and looked at Luke Xujing quietly. There were no ripples in her eyes. He asked calmly, "Why?" Luke Xujing forced a smile on her face and said with difficulty, I just want you to remember me. I only want to die in your hands." Luke Xujing's eyes were filled with sadness. Even though she knew it that he could attack her without any hesitation, she still felt great pain in her heart after it happened. Then, at this last moment, let him remember herself. Even if it's just for a short while. Leng Lingian looked at Luke Xujing silently. Time seemed to come to a standstill. After a long while, Leng Lingian slowly reached out his hand and gently closed Luke Xujing's eyes. Leng Lingian withdrew his hand, turned his head, got up, and looked ahead, a bitter smile on his face. "Aoshuang, if I leave, would you remember me?" Standing outside the radiant temple, Qi Aoshuang looked up into the sky and took a deep breath. She slowly closed her eyes before opening them and slowly walked over the road that she had once been very familiar with. Hill Mansion. Surprisingly, nobody was there. But everything was very neat and tidy, unlike the other mansions that were in a sorry state. There was a familiar figure standing at the entrance. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the green eyes were cold and resolute. "Raja, I've been waiting for you for a long time." She raised her head and looked at Qi Aoshuang as she said coldly. Qi Aoshuang raised her hand to stop the person behind her who was about to make a move. Jean and the others retreated. They understood that this was Aoshuang's own matter. "You are no match for me," Qi Aoshuang said indifferently. "We'll see." Raja furrowed her brows and started to condense magic elements in his hands. Thunder. With a charming shout, a bolt of lightning condensed in her hands, chopping towards Qi Aoshuang. However, the lightning only stopped in front of Qi Aoshuang, causing a ripple to disappear. It was as if the rain had hit the surface of a lake. Qi Aoshuang only formed a transparent barrier, but she did not take the initiative to attack. Thunder lightning flash. Raja stood still, her eyes shining, her hands flying in the air as she quickly chanted an incantation. Thick thunder and lightning descended from the top of Chi Aoshuang's head, but it was still the same as before. They rippled a little before vanishing. "You've improved a lot," Chi Aoshuang said softly. Reija bit her lips, put her hands together in front of her chest and chanted a complicated incantation, following which, dense lightning appeared on Chi Aoshuang's head. However, Chi Aoshuang didn't raise her head. She only looked at Reija, who was still trying to hit her. Thunderstorm. Reija's eyes were wide open in fury as she unleashed her most powerful spell. A rumbling sound rang out, but the seemingly powerful lightning strikes just disappeared. "As I said, you are no match for me." Chi Aoshuang walked away. The person she was looking for was not her, but the one whose hands were stained with her mother's blood. "Stop!" Reija stretched out her hands to block the path in front of Chi Aoshuang, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Chi Aoshuang slowly lowered her head to look at the stubborn young girl in front of her. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and gently caressed Reija's head. Her face revealed a slight smile. "You have grown taller." Reija tightly pursed her lips, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. Finally, she cried out, extending her arms to hug Chi Aoshuang. "Why? Why didn't you take me with you? Why did you leave me? Why did you have to leave?" Chi Aoshuang sighed softly, but she did not say anything. I know I didn't stand up, but I've been regretting it. Sister, woo 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 woo. I miss you. Reija hugged Chi Aoshuang tightly, refusing to let go. Chi Aoshuang rubbed Reija's hair, smiling faintly as she said, "Ian, I understand." Reija cried until she was out of breath and refused to let go of her hand. Chi Aoshuang did not move. "I have dismissed the servants, the hill mansion is empty now. My father had long since disappeared. My big brother had disappeared as well. There's nothing left in this house." After a while, Reija regained her senses, wiped her tears and said to Chi Aoshuang, "All right." She only said one word. She walked inside because she could feel that the person did not leave. "All of you, wait here." Chi Aoshuang did not turn her head around, only lightly throwing out those words. Everyone stopped walking. Reija wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Jean. Reija frowned and looked back at Jean's ice-cold face. He shook his head slightly. Chi Aoshuang slowly walked into the room she was most familiar with. It was here that her 15th birthday took place, in this grand and spacious hall. After passing through the corridor, Chi Aoshuang looked towards the greenhouse on the right and the training field far away. There were indelible memories. She used to drink tea in the greenhouse. The sudden appearance of White Emperor in a few training grounds, as well as her arduous battle with Jean. The formerly glorious hill mansion now was deathly silent. There were no more Catherine's warm laughter here. Chi Aoshuang slowly walked to her own bedroom and gently opened the door, staring at the bed in a daze. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Catherine's worried face. It was here that she experienced the first rays of the sun. It was like a lifetime had passed, but it was also like yesterday. Aoshuang closed the door gently, turned around and walked towards the study room. Pushing open the door of the study, she saw the rose emblem on the wall. "The flag of the rose will always fly, the Hill family will always remain." The old oath was still there, and now it was gone. Perhaps, from that moment on, Gutton knew that she was not the original Claire. "You finally came," an elderly voice suddenly sounded in Chi Aoshuang's ears. Chi Aoshuang did not turn her head. This voice belonged to Gutton. "I said, I will definitely come back." Chi Aoshuang laughed coldly, turning around and looking at Gutton, who was standing in front of the bookshelf. "I've wondered if I was wrong to do that to you." Gutton also looked at Chi Aoshuang and said slowly, "After thinking about it many times, I think I was right. There were always sacrifices. Somebody has to pay the price." Chi Aoshuang smiled faintly, showing a trace of ridicule on the corner of her mouth. This person was still stubborn. In his eyes, everything could be sacrificed. "But, your eternal Hill family no longer exists. Everything has been turned into nothingness." Chi Aoshuang smiled coldly as she watched the forced calmness of the Gutton's face slowly distort. The image of Catherine's tender and pained eyes appeared before her eyes once more. She hated the person in front of her even more. "Ha ha, the Hill family. What else do you have now? You're like a lost dog. Not to mention no home, even the owner was gone. What else do you have?" Chi Aoshuang laughed coldly. Finally, She could destroy everything of him. Gutton glared, his fists clenched. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout and rushed forward. His entire body burst forth with battle power, and he threw a fierce punch at Chi Aoshuang. His fist suddenly enlarged in front of Chi Aoshuang, and the scene of that day suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. This was the fist that struck the back of Catherine. Blood sprayed all over her body. It was this person that killed Catherine that she cared about the most. C231. Chi Aoshuang didn't dodge, but a bloodthirsty glint appeared in her eyes. She gently lifted her hand to catch Gutton's fist, but she didn't crush it. Instead, she grabbed the fist and slowly rolled it up. Gutton's hand was completely crippled. Terrifying screams filled the entire study. Gutton was twitching in pain. He could never have imagined that the person in front of him would treat him in such a cruel manner. Demon, you demon! Gutton was in so much pain that it was hard for him to say these words. His hatred for Chi Aoshuang deepened. Chi Aoshuang laughed mockingly. You are not the first one to say that about me. Chi Aoshuang gently waved her hand and shook Gutton off. Gutton's body viciously slammed into the wall behind him. Then, his entire body slowly slid down. The Hill family, that was originally standing tall, Gutton mumbled as he laid on the ground with dazed eyes. From now on, this continent will no longer have the Hill family. Without a trace of warmth in the depths of Chi Aoshuang's eyes, she raised her hand and flicked her finger. The rose pattern on the wall suddenly burned and then melted. I'll kill you! Gutton screamed like a madman and struggled to stand up. Do you think you are my match? Chi Aoshuang asked with a sneer. You sinner! To make that our Hill family would end up like this, you deserve to die. Even if you die 100 or even 1,000 times, 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to make up for the heinous crime you've committed. Gutton suddenly roared with a ferocious look on his face. His face was completely distorted and his eyes were bloodshot. Chi Aoshuang looked at Gutton quietly. This person had been completely corrupted by fame and wealth, and no longer had any human feelings. Sad or ridiculous? Go to hell, you slut of unknown origins! Gutton laughed crazily. Dazzling Du Chi once again burst out from his body, and he ferociously smashed down with his hand. Chi Aoshuang was startled, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. This feeling was exactly the same as when he was ambushed by the people in the Radiant Temple. Instead of hitting her, Gutton hit the floor. The people outside were all waiting patiently, because in this place, there was probably no one who could hurt Chi Aoshuang. Thus, no one was worried about Chi Aoshuang going in alone to face Gutton. However, the next moment, everyone's faces turned pale. A loud explosion resounded across the horizon. It was deafening. In front of them, the intense white light pierced so hard that it made it impossible for people to open their eyes. A violent blast of air rushed over and blew away everything in its surroundings. The debris of the building flew everywhere. At this moment, the White Emperor and Black Feather quickly opened their barrier, blocking this violent blast of air. Their vision was snow-white, and he could not see anything. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. As the scene became clearer, everyone's hearts sank as they saw the scene in front of them. The enormous hill mansion had been razed to the ground. What's going on? Feng Yixuan's face was pale as he rushed forward. There was no one. There was no shadow of Aoshuang. The faces of the White Emperor and Black Feather paled even more, because they had a contract with Chi Aoshuang. However, they could not sense the existence of Chi Aoshuang at all. What did this mean? They didn't dare to think about it or say anything. Impossible! How could this be possible? Leng Lingian stared blankly at the ruins in front of her. His hands were trembling. How could this be? Could it be that they were the ones to intervene? Impossible! Since they wanted him to go with them and had already promised him, they wouldn't do anything to harm her. However, what was going on now? Jean's pupils had already lost their focus. Where is Miss? Raja rushed in like a madman. Elder sister, where are you? Elder sister. Just as everyone was filled with fear and despair, a mocking voice came from the sky. Aioa, it's really dangerous. If I was a bit late, you wouldn't be able to see the cute little Aoshuang. The White Emperor and Black Feather were finally able to relax a little, because they could sense the existence of Chi Aoshuang through the contract. Everyone looked up and saw Camille with a gentle smile on her face floating in the air with Chi Aoshuang in her arms. As for Chi Aoshuang, she had already fainted. Camille slowly descended, and everyone began to surround him. Well, it's all right. Camille is smiling with narrowed eyes. However, I never thought that this old fox Gutton would actually use a magic crystal bomb. This thing has missed many years ago, yet he has it in stock. Raja looked at Camille in a daze. Wasn't Camille a scholar? Why did he suddenly appear here? Why fly? What was going on? A magic crystal bomb. What was that? The rest of the group looked at the unconscious Chi Aoshuan with lingering fear. So it was a magic crystal bomb. No wonder it had such destructive power. He didn't expect that old thing to have the urge to die together with Aoshuan. Camille had appeared just in time to save Chi Aoshuan. This was not something an ordinary expert could do. Besides being worried for Chi Aoshuan, the crowd was also wondering who Camille was to actually be able to achieve such a feat. She's fine. She just fainted. Camille carried Chi Aoshuan as he said indifferently to the crowd, "All right, it's over. You can do the aftermath." Everything seemed to be settled. 3 days after the occupation, the Emperor of Radka announced to the world that the Radiant Temple and Gutton Hill had conspired with each other to frame Clare Hill. He revealed all of the crimes of the Radiant Temple, causing quite a bit of chaos. The Order Temple was established very quickly. Everything was being made up by the people of the Dark Temple. The Dark Temple became the Order Temple, slowly permeating human life. The Emperor of Radka was wise. 3 months later Radka withdrew. This victory was all thanks to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had left. Ampa Land was originally a powerful country. It wouldn't be willing to become a servant of the lost country, so it was inevitable that it would retaliate. This war as an abuser is unjust. Rather than a country that is always afraid of being lost, it is better to have a subordinate state that can give the greatest benefit. 3 months later, the royal family of Ampa Land, Nancy Yardley, signed unequal treaties with Radka and Azari, and they paid reparations to both countries, paying tribute to Radka every year. For a long time afterward, Ampa Land did not escape the fate of becoming a subordinate state of Radka. It wasn't until a long time later that the situation changed. In the simple and elegant bedroom, on the pure white bed Chi Aoshuan lay with her eyes closed. She still hadn't woken up. They temporarily stayed in Camille's house. At this moment, Chi Aoshuan felt like a lonely boat drifting in the vast ocean. It's over, it's all over. There was a warm feeling on his forehead. What was it? Leng Lingyan stood silently in front of Chi Aoshuan's bed, looking deeply at Chi Aoshuan's peaceful face. Slowly, Leng Lingyan reached out her hand and gently touched Chi Aoshuan's forehead, face, nose, and lips. Aoshuan, take care of yourself. Leng Lingyan slowly lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on Chi Aoshuan's forehead. Leng Lingyan slowly stood up, his eyes filled with boundless longing. For the first time in a long time, he looked at his heart. So it turned out that Aoshuan was already so important in his heart. However, it was too late. Leng Lingyan smiled sadly and rubbed his right eye. A purple crystal appeared in his hand. As for Leng Lingyan's purple eye, it turned into nothingness. Leng Lingyan looked at the purple crystal in his hand. Without hesitation, he gently pressed the crystal against Chi Aoshuan's right earlobe. The purple crystal seemed to have a life of its own as it gently embedded itself into Chi Aoshuan's earlobe, turning it into a beautiful purple crystal earring. It shone with a bewitching light. How generous of you! Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Leng Lingyan turned to look at the source of the voice. Camille was leaning against the wall with a smile on his face. Camille had a treasure cat perched on his shoulder, but the treasure cat was strangely quiet. A pair of amber eyes flashed with a dim light, silently watching everything in front of them. Camille, Leng Lingyan said these 2 words with a low voice and a complicated tone. When did you release your seal? When did you remember all of this? Camille asked with a smile, squinting his eyes. My seal has not been completely released. Leng Lingyan smiled bitterly and said, I remembered it not long after I got to Radka. Oh, have you finally remembered who you are? Camille casually stepped forward, looked at Leng Lingyan's empty right eye and smiled. Are you really going to give her half of this? Leng Lingyan did not say anything, but tacitly agreed. You remembered everything, so you decided to leave. Camille touches his pretty chin and smiles. My memory is broken, but I already know who I am. Leng Lingyan turned to look at Chi Aoshuan lying on the bed, his eyes filled with reluctance. Camille laughed softly. So, you think your identity make you impossible to be with her? Why don't you let go of her and give her to Feng Yixuan instead? Give her to an ordinary human, a human who can give her happiness. Leng Lingyuan was silent again. A glimmer flashed in Camille's eyes. In the next moment, a person dressed in black appeared in the room. He didn't look at Camille but knelt on one knee in front of Leng Lingyuan. The cold voice didn't have a trace of warmth in it. King, we should leave now. Come back often when you have time, Camille says with a faint smile. Impudent. That man in black stood up and was about to attack Camille, but in the next moment, his entire body trembled, and he laid on the ground, not daring to get up. Pay attention to the tone of your voice. I'll spare your life due to Xiao Yun today. Although Camille was smiling, his tone was extremely cold. C232. The man in black trembled, unable to say a word. Leng Lingyuan sighed softly, turning his head to look at Qi Aoshuang's beautiful and tranquil face, and said lightly to the black-clothed man on the floor, "Let's go." "It's Yai tilde tilde," the man in black answered shakily. He muttered something and a black space gate appeared in front of Leng Lingyuan. The cold aura coming from the space gate was terrifying. Leng Lingyuan looked away from Qi Aoshuang and let out a long breath. He stepped into the black space gate, and the man in black quickly followed. Just as the space gate was about to close, Camille's mocking voice entered Leng Lingyuan's ears. "Leng Lingyuan, do you think Feng Qianxuan is just an ordinary human? The show had just begun." He. Camille's voice had an evil quality that made one shiver. When Leng Lingyuan heard this, his pupils dilated. He wanted to turn around, but he only saw the meaningful smile on Camille's face the moment the space gate closed. A black light appeared in one of his eyes, while a red light appeared in the other. The space gate closed just like that, isolating Leng Lingyuan from this world. Camille smiled as he approached the bed. Looking at the still unconscious Qi Aoshuang, he smiled charmingly. He reached out his hand to touch Xiao Aoshuang's tranquil face, muttering to himself, "I'm really looking forward to what kind of show you guys will put on for me." Camille's faint voice was like the sigh of a demon. In the main hall, everyone sat together, excitedly having their meals. It was all over. Qi Aoshuang had already woken up, but she was still a little weak. "Why haven't I seen Leng Lingyuan?" Waldo bit a piece of meat and asked doubtfully. "He has business to do," Camille explained with a smile. "Is that so?" Waldo was puzzled. However, Qi Aoshuang was worried. She hadn't seen Leng Lingyuan ever since she woke up, and a purple crystal earring had mysteriously appeared on her ear. What did this have to do with Leng Lingyuan? "Ladies and gentlemen, it's over now. You can do what you want." Camille smiled at them. "Thank you for your help," Qi Aoshuang also said with a smile. "You really have nothing to say." Waldo's mouth twitched. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the sweet wine. Qi Aoshuang smiled. Indeed, she should not say this, and her gratitude towards them was unspoken. "Everything is done. Now we can do what we want to do." The black dragon Ben laughed and said, "I'm going back to the dragon's vein. We'll come visit you often." "We?" Everyone noticed Black Dragon's words. "We" were the last words, not me. Black Dragon Ben gave a vulgar smile, looking at Summer eating fruits beside him. He didn't say anything. Everyone looked at Summer, who raised his head to look at them and asked woodenly, "What? Why are you guys all looking at me?" "Chushin and I are also leaving. I promised to take her to my hometown," Dong Fenghao said with a smile. Dong Fenghao, this enchanter-like handsome man, was with Chao Chukin. In the later life, he was beaten up by Chao Chukin all the time. Because of his peerless appearance, he would be a scourge no matter where he went. Chao Chukin was jealous, even though all this jealousy was unjustified and unjust, because Dong Fenghao had never provoked anyone. It was all those women who had fallen for him on their own accord. The Spirit Prince Oscar also said that he would return to the Forest of Spirits. Camille had returned the killing sky to him. Right now, Waldo was the Grand Elder of the Elder Hall of the Order Temple. 11 Shaoqi and 11 Shaoxi were following him around, eating and drinking together. Naturally, the Li family's siblings wanted to bring Qi Aoshuang and Reija back to the Li family to live with them. Jin Yang would naturally follow. Leng Lingyuan did not show up. Camille explained to Qi Aoshuang that Leng Lingyuan indeed had something to take care of, and would come to find her after she was done. Although Qi Aoshuang was suspicious, she didn't know how to find Leng Lingyuan. She could only believe Camille's words for the time being. Cliff and Raoul were going to travel around and then find a place to go into seclusion. From start to finish, Shui Wenmo hadn't said a word. From time to time, his eyes would glance towards the summer horizon. Feng Yixuan had been silently accompanying him all the time. The White Emperor and Black Feather didn't say a word either. They only stared silently at all of this. The feast was over. They agreed to meet again in Camille's house 2 years later. Outside the city, Dong Fenghao summoned a tall nun beast and sat on it with Chao Chukin. They said their goodbyes and left. The black dragon Ben transformed into its original form, allowing Summer to sit on his back. After saying goodbye to the crowd, it also left. Shui Wenmo did not come to send them off, but left alone to travel in all directions. The rest of them were going back to Ragka. The carriage was already waiting. Reisha, Jinyang and Judy got on the carriage, waiting for Qi Aoshuang and Camille to say goodbye. Feng Yixuan stood not too far away absent-mindedly, still thinking about Shui Wenmo who was leaving alone. Are you really not going with me? Qi Aoshuang looked at Camille who had a smile on his face and asked softly. He, we will meet again. Camille didn't answer. The treasure cat perched on Qi Aoshuang's shoulder and yawned in boredom. Well, then, come to Ragka if you want. Qi Aoshuang nodded. Actually, what Qi Aoshuang wanted to know the most was what exactly Camille's identity was, but she knew it would be useless if Camille didn't want to tell her. Camille smiled but didn't reply to Qi Aoshuang. Instead, he turned to the White Emperor and Black Feather and said faintly, you two probably won't make it in time if you don't go now. What? Qi Aoshuang looked at the White Emperor and Black Feather with a puzzled expression. What did Camille mean? He. Camille smiled and said abruptly, go, little Aoshuang, grow up quickly. This is no longer suitable for your growth. What was he talking about? Qi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Camille's performance today was really strange. Just what was he talking about? Camille did not reply. With a flick of his finger, a white light enveloped Qi Aoshuang and White Emperor, Black Feather. No one reacted, and after a flash of white light, the three of them vanished. Not too far away, Feng Yixuan was greatly alarmed. He charged over, but Camille rose into the air, a strange smile on his face. Camille, what did you do? The Li family's siblings, Jinyang and Reisha also rushed over, glaring at Camille. She just went where she was supposed to go. And you no longer have the strength and qualifications to follow by her side. Live your life well. For her sake, I won't kill you. Camille's face returned to its previous gentle smile, but he spat out these words coldly. What do you mean? Everyone was shocked and angry. Feng Yixuan was already prepared to make his move. Camille let out a soft sigh. In the next moment, he appeared behind Feng Yixuan like a ghost. He gripped onto Feng Yixuan's wrist, preventing him from moving. Camille's voice was like a demon's as it rang in Feng Yixuan's ears. You should be waking up soon. This kind of action you're taking doesn't match your true identity. Don't worry, you'll see her again. I'll give you a gift in the end. Camille lightly tapped the back of his head with his finger, and then nothing happened. Feng Yixuan was surprised by Camille's strength, and he was even more surprised by Camille's words. Just as he wanted to turn around to ask Camille, he couldn't see his shadow. Camille just disappeared. The change was too strange and abrupt. Qi Aoshuang and White Emperor and Black Feather vanished just like that. Camille also vanished, and Leng Lingyan also vanished without a trace. Reisha and the others were panicking as they searched for traces of Qi Aoshuang. Feng Yixuan stood there with his head lowered. A strange red light flashed across his originally dark eyes. Camille floated in the air far away, smiling and squinting his eyes. It was only then that the show began. Qi Aoshuang and White Emperor and Black Feather had already arrived in another world. The White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes darkened as they stared at the scene before them. Back to this place again. Just as Qi Aoshuang stood firmly on her feet, before she could take a closer look at the scenery around her, she was hit by a terrifying gust of cold wind, causing her to shiver. Ha ha, my luck is pretty good today. I can't believe there's a delicacy coming my way. A high-pitched laugh filled with insanity. Following that, a strong gust of cold wind blew, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. Qi Aoshuang shuddered. This cold wind was too strange, so bone-chilling that even though she was a fire attribute physique, she still felt the cold. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of White Emperor and Black Feather. Could it be that their opponents couldn't sense their demonic auras? This demon wanted to eat them. The treasure cat let out an angry meow, and all the fur on her tail stood up. This was the sign that she was going to be angry. She hated the cold. Chi Aoshuang looked at the scene in front of her in shock. A snow-white beautiful lady with snow-white hair, snow-white eyebrows and a set of snow-white clothes was floating in the air without a single wrinkle. Even her eyeballs were pure white. His pale, bloodless face was now filled with an arrogant and excited smile. She stared at White Emperor and Black Feather with her eyes wide open in excitement. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips as she giggled. 2 high-level demons and a human. Ha ha, there's actually a human. I am so lucky today. That's great, she shouted proudly. C233. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and in the next moment, everything around them froze. Snow began to fly in the air, and the surrounding trees were instantly frozen into large sticks of ice, shining with a strange light. Snow demon. Black Feather coldly spat out a sentence, revealing the identity of the demon clan member in front of him. Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched, looking at Black Feather disdainfully and said, "Aren't you 2 war generals? Why was he attacked when he just arrived here?" The fact that the 2 generals of noble status were attacked by a demon the moment they entered the demon sector was, of course, unbelievable. Black Feather's face turned black, and he said somewhat angrily, "I don't know either. Even if these lesser demons don't recognize us, they should be able to sense our demonic energy and actually dare to attack us. How reckless." The biting cold wind blew again, and Chi Aoshuang shivered. For the time being, she did not want to pursue this matter. It was better for her to get rid of this situation. With a flick of Chi Aoshuang's finger, countless red flames appeared in her hands, melting the ice in front of her, blocking the chilling wind. Gradually, it became warmer, and the treasure cat finally put down her tail slightly. If this coldness continued, she would go berserk. Snow Demon was stunned for a moment. Then, as she saw the flames in front of her becoming more and more intense, she realized that this flame was extraordinary. She secretly cursed in her heart and turned around to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Black Feather let out a loud shout and floated in front of Snow Demon. He extended his hand and grabbed Snow Demon's throat. However, Snow Demon's face revealed a strange smile. In that instant, she transformed into a stream of snow water that flowed down from Black Feather's hand, then turned into countless droplets of water, preparing to escape. Chi Aoshuang formed a seal with her hands and chanted an incantation. She pushed her hands forward and a huge barrier covered all of the water droplets without missing a drop. Countless droplets of water clashed against each other inside the barrier. No matter how hard they tried, there was no way for them to escape this place. "Come back!" Chi Aoshuang let out a cold shout and the huge barrier returned to Chi Aoshuang Gang. The barrier continued to shrink, compressing the water droplets inside. The water droplets gradually fused together and took the form of the human figure just now. However, at this time, the Snow Demon's face was full of fear as her body trembled non-stop. Right now, she was somewhat regretting her rash actions. The White Emperor frowned as he stared at Snow Demon, feeling that something was wrong. The Snow Demon was a kind of high-level demon, but the Snow Demon in front of them was different from the ones they had seen before. "How dare you attack us? Do you know who we are?" Black Feather's expression was extremely unsightly. The little Snow Demon in front of him was trying to devour them. If they were to speak of this, they would be ridiculed. After all, they used to be the 2 mighty generals. Snow Demon was stunned, then she shook her head and said, "I don't know him." There was no hint of pretense on her face. It seemed that he really didn't know White Emperor and Black Feather. Now, it was Black Feather's turn to be stunned. Black Feather snapped out of his daze. "If you don't recognize us, you should be able to sense our demonic energy. We are much stronger than you, and you actually dare to attack us." At this moment, Snow Demon no longer had any fear. A trace of disdain flashed across her eyes as she coldly said, "Demons whose chi are stronger than mine can be found everywhere. Demonic energy is merely a mask to hide one's strength. What's more, if I don't succeed when I attack you, I will just run. I will turn into a droplet of water, and if even a drop of water escapes, I will successfully escape." Snow Demon's words fell. White Emperor and Black Feather came to realize what was going on. No wonder this little demon was so fearless. Countless water droplets splattered everywhere. It was indeed not easy to catch all of them. This little demon really had some tricks. However, when did the snow demon like this? Pay attention to your tone. You are my captive now. Chi Aoshuang let out a cold humph. The barrier immediately started burning, causing the snow demon to scream out loud and beg for mercy. However, Snow Demon's words caused Black Feather White Emperor and Black Feather to feel suspicious. What do you mean by hiding one's strength with demonic energy? White Emperor and Black Feather glanced at each other, both seeing confusion and astonishment in each other's eyes. Demons with so powerful demonic energy could be found everywhere. The demonic energy was only covering up his strength, not evidence to prove it. What did it mean? It seemed that after they had left, this world had undergone some shocking changes that they did not know about. Where are you from? Haven't you been out for a long time? Snow Demon really wanted to say where they rubes came from, but the ice-cold eyes of Chi Aoshuang made her immediately change her tone. It's time. She was also surprised that these two beautiful males, who seemed to be of the high-level demon race, would actually ask such a retarded question. It's been almost 1,000 years since I've been out walking. White Emperor said lightly, tell us, what is going on here? The Snow Demon revealed an understanding expression. Then, she cleared her throat and said, I'll tell you guys, and you will let me go. In the next moment, Snow Demon screamed out in pain, because Chi Aoshuang had increased the temperature of the barrier once again. The Snow Demon had originally been snow, but what she feared the most was high temperature. Now that she was being roasted by Chi Aoshuang, the pain was indescribable. She was not afraid of ordinary fire, but the flame that Chi Aoshuang released was not ordinary. You still haven't figured it out. Your life is in our hands. Chi Aoshuang stared coldly at the Snow Demon in front of her, letting out a soft HMPH, before saying, speak your mind. Don't bargain with me. I only know that there is chaos everywhere now. There were places where the demonic energy could be absorbed. Therefore, just the demonic energy alone was not enough to determine one's strength. Snow Demon's pale face became more pale. She looked at Chi Aoshuang carefully. In her eyes, this human was even more terrifying than the two monsters beside her. Then, Snow Demon whispered, if I knew you guys are so terrifying, I've already run far away. Who would dare to provoke you guys? Snow Demon added in her heart, if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have come to attack you alone. Why did this happen? White Emperor's eyes darkened, and an ominous thought arose in his mind. How would I know? Snow Demon looked at the White Emperor with fear and said, I'm only 500 years old. It is said that this happened after the Holy War some years ago. Furthermore, there won't be any other high-level demons coming here right now. So, that's why I did it. That's why I attacked you. Snow Demon didn't dare to say the following words. White Emperor and Black Feather glanced at each other and understood that the demon sector probably had a change after that. This led to some of the variations of the demon sector, and also caused some of the demons to undergo mutations. The Snow Demon in front of them was a very good example. In the past, snow demons would only innocently release snowflakes and freeze things. They wouldn't melt into countless water droplets and escape. Looks like we'll only know what's going on after we find him, White Emperor said in a deep voice. All right. Black Feather nodded lightly and turned to look around. Him? Which him? Him mentioned by White Emperor and Black Feather was that the Great Demon King. Only then did Chi Aoshuang have the time to observe her surroundings. They were in the middle of a dark forest, but these trees were all black in color and looked dead. The branches of the village had black crystals on them, and they looked rather strange. Looking up, all he saw was a gray sky. Can you let me go? I've told you everything I know. Snow Demon looked at Chi Aoshuang cautiously and asked, what is the current situation in the demon sector? White Emperor asked in a deep voice. I'm not too sure either. Snow Demon was on the verge of tears. She knew now that these strange fellows in front of her were not easy to handle with. However, how could these powerful guys appear in such a desolate place? Where's the Great Demon King? What about the 4 protectors and the 8 demon kings? What were they doing? Didn't they take any measures to deal with the situation? Black Feather frowned and asked. These circumstances had clearly broken the balance of the demon sector. Why would such a situation occur? Don't those guys just ignore it? I don't know. I'm wandering at the edge of this forest. I didn't go too far. At most, I hung around the small nearby town, which I knew was where it came from. I don't know anything else. I really don't know anything anymore. Just let me go. Chi Aoshuangang lifted her barrier, and Snow Demon turned around and ran. This forest seems to have been contaminated by some sort of power. That's why they all died. White Emperor looked around at the black trees and spoke in a faint voice. Let's get out of here first. Black Feather frowned. He really didn't like this place. Chi Aoshuan's face was solemn. Why did Camille send her here? The three of them walked side by side. White Emperor softly said as they walked, Aoshuan, this is our world. White Emperor didn't understand what Camille is trying to do either. He and Black Feather originally wanted to return to the demon sector, but why did Camille send Aoshuan over as well? Meow. The treasure cat, which was squatting on Chi Aoshuan's shoulder, was looking at the scene with her amber eyes. You can't go back for now. Black Feather pouted. The space gate to the human realm needs the power of the three of us to open. If you want to go back, we have to find him. Him? Chi Aoshuan said softly, is the him you are talking about the great demon king? All right. Black Feather nodded carelessly, then he raised his eyebrows. But I don't know why Camille was so crazy. He actually sent you here with us. Aoshuan. White Emperor's expression did not look good at the moment. He said in a deep voice, listen to me first. Before Chi Aoshuan say anything, Black Feather said mockingly, what do you want to say? Tell her your true purpose in finding Aoshuan. What did they want to say? Looking at disdain on Black Feather's face and the delicate expression on White Emperor's face, she understood that there might be a secret behind this. C234. At that time, we lost all our strength, and we needed to slowly recover it. Before we fully recover our strength, our forms are more fragile. When I found you, my power was in a state of instability, and I was injured. White Emperor didn't finish his words, and Black Feather replied sourly, not us, but you. It was you who first sought for Aoshuan, because your fragile body must find a protector god. Thus, you set your sights on Aoshuan, who had great potential, and forcefully signed a master and servant contract. In the end, the contract was reversed by Aoshuan, and now it has become a contract of equals. White Emperor's face paled a little. Even though he had planned to do so at the beginning, his heart had unwittingly changed after staying with Chi Aoshuan. Looking at White Emperor's pale face, and then looking at Black Feather's pleased expression, Chi Aoshuan smiled faintly and said, it's about the same as what I expected. I've lost nothing. All of you have saved me before. White Emperor was stunned. He turned to look at Chi Aoshuan, wanting to see the anger and reproach in her eyes. However, he only saw calmness. Clearly, Chi Aoshuan did not care about White Emperor's original motive. Seeing this, Black Feather scorned unhappily. If I just disappear like this, my cousin and the others will definitely be worried. What does Camille want to do? Why did he send me here? Chi Aoshuan bit her lips lightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Suddenly, Chi Aoshuan recalled Camille's last words, go, little Aoshuan, quickly grow up. This is no longer suitable for your growth. He wanted her to grow faster. The mortal realm wasn't suitable for her to grow, so she was placed in the demon sector. But why would Camille do that? I will send you back to the mortal realm. White Emperor looked at Chi Aoshuan and said firmly, ha ha, you really know how to boast. Black Feather disdainfully said, without my cooperation with him, can the door to the mortal realm be opened? Even if you send her back, whether or not the mortal realm will still exist at that time will be a question mark. What do you mean? Chi Aoshuan's expression changed slightly, as she realized Black Feather hidden meaning behind his words. It's simple. The holy war is about to erupt. The devil realm and the divine realm were about to begin another great battle. As for the demon sector, we are the fence-sitters. We'll help the weaker one. We had always helped the devil realm. Once the devil realm is destroyed, the next will be our demon sector, and vice versa. If the god realm fails and the devil realm rules over the god realm, the next targets will naturally be the demon sector and the mortal realm. The mortal realm was an inferior plane that was subordinate to the divine realm. It can be imagined that if the devil realm were to win, the mortal realm would naturally become a haven for the demons to eat. What? Chi Aoshuan's pupils contracted. She looked at Black Feather in disbelief, trying to see some clues in Black Feather's eyes. However, Black Feather Ather did not dodge at all. Chi Aoshuan turned to look at White Emperor, wanting to hear something from White Emperor. White Emperor remained silent with a serious face. Qi Aoshuang's heart sank. So what Blackfeather said was true. If the devils invade the mortal realm, the dragon race might still be able to survive by relying on their own power. The most vulnerable humans would most likely be reduced to the food of the devils, including your master, cousin, and that red-haired, stinky kid. Blackfeather narrowed his eyes and grinned evilly. Each of his words was like a heavy hammer smashing into Qi Aoshuang's heart. Blackfeather, shut up! White Emperor finally couldn't help but let out a cold shout. Damn it! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Now that I had returned to the demon sector, my seal had been undone, and my power had returned. I don't need to depend on you anymore. Blackfeather also refused to be outdone as he coldly shouted, speaking with disdain, could it be that you want to deceive your little Aoshuang, saying that even if demons invade the human world, they would still laugh at the peaceful coexistence of humans? Qi Aoshuang felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, and she stood there in a daze. If Blackfeather said was true, the mortal realm would become the infernal realm of Asura. Blood flowed like a river, wailing and wailing everywhere. Despair and fear would envelop the entire world. Blackfeather looked at White Emperor, fury that flashed in White Emperor's eyes as a complacent smile appeared on his face. As long as he saw White Emperor was angry, he would feel great. Blackfeather's gaze shifted, and he saw that Qi Aoshuang's face was pale, but his heart tightened for no reason. Blackfeather hurriedly turned his head away and said with a sneer, I don't want to repeat in this holy war. If you want to play, you guys can take your time. You. White Emperor frowned while looking at Blackfeather. His face was unsettled, but he couldn't say anything. Before Qi Aoshuang could recover her senses, her face was still pale and she was still immersed in Blackfeather words that Blackfeather had said earlier, unable to extricate herself. She remembered that the young lord of Devil Realm she had met in the Devil Domain had also said that he was going back to prepare for the Holy War. In that case, Blackfeather's words were true. If it was true, then the Holy War. Aoshuang, don't listen to him. The mortal realm will not perish, because the demon sector will not allow the Devil Realm to succeed. White Emperor reached out his hand and grabbed Qi Aoshuang's shoulder and gently shook her, bringing her back to her senses. Qi Aoshuang looked at resolute White Emperor. White Emperor said in a deep voice, every 1,000 years, a war will break out in the three realms. The Devil Realm wanted to swallow the Divine Realm, and the Divine Realm wanted to rule the Devil Realm. The demon sector was a balancing act. In order to protect ourselves, we would choose the weaker side to help them. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years. As such, the mortal realm will not be destroyed. Don't be afraid. Before Qi Aoshuang could say anything, Blackfeather's sharp words rang out once more. That was in the past, but this time, I am not sure. It wasn't certain if the demon sector would intervene. Didn't you see how much the demon sector has changed? We can't figure out what it's like now. Why did you make a promise to Aoshuang? Furthermore, even if the divine realm won, the radiant temple would be completely destroyed. The goddess of light would not be able to gain power from the faith of humans, and she would still have to cleanse it. The radiant temple will be created again. There will be more troubles. White Emperor stunned, he didn't say anything for a while. Qi Aoshuang's face turned even paler. She had seen the young master of the Devil Realm's power. Although he had only revealed the tip of the iceberg, it had already shocked Qi Aoshuang. As for the goddess of light, she had fought with her before, so she knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful she was. No one could predict the outcome of the war. No one could. Blackfeather looked at the pale-faced Qi Aoshuang and his heart became more and more displeased. Finally, he frowned and said fiercely, why are you look like crying? No matter how the demon sector changed, the demons would not let that side eliminate them. And do you think the god of darkness is an easy idiot to deal with? Will that bastard allow the power he built with great difficulty to fall apart? White Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light. He turned his head to look at Blackfeather's handsome face. Blackfeather turned his face away with a hint of guilt in his heart. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Blackfeather, are you trying to comfort her? Could he actually comfort others? Blackfeather walked quickly in front, not even turning his head as he shouted, quick. White Emperor looked at the still pale face of Qi Aoshuang and said softly, Aoshuang, you don't have to worry. Just like what Blackfeather said, the demon sector would not let this war tilt towards either side. for the sake of their survival. Furthermore, after this war was over, even if the divine realm won, it would never be so easy for the goddess of light to sweep the earth away. At that time, the god of darkness had already developed his own power. Chi Aoshuang raised her pale face and looked at White Emperor, then slowly nodded. However, she secretly clenched his fists in her sleeves. No matter what, she had to do her best and definitely couldn't let the devil realm defeat the god realm to invade the mortal realm. Just as Chi Aoshuang thought of this, her entire body froze. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Camille's words. Was this why Camille had sent her here? Did Camille plan to involve her in this as well? Why was that? What was Feng Yixuan doing right now? He must be worried about her because she suddenly disappeared, right? Based on his fiery personality, would he fight against Camille? If that was the case, he was not Camille's match at all. Chi Aoshuang was in a mess. At this moment, the earring on her earlobe gave off a cool feeling. Leng Lingian. Chi Aoshuang touched the purple crystal earring on her ear, unable to relax. She felt that it was strange for Leng Lingian to suddenly disappear. And on her ears, there was a purple crystal earring. This beautiful earring didn't pierce through her ear, but embedded itself in her earlobe, as if it was naturally formed, as if it was grown on her body. Would the god of darkness really be able to protect his temple of order? Can you strengthen your power? The black mark on the back of Chi Aoshuang's hand had disappeared, and the god of darkness had secretly cancelled it for her. Now that he had replaced the goddess of light in the mortal realm, he naturally did not need to sacrifice Chi Aoshuang's soul. Just as Chi Aoshuang, White Emperor and Black Feather were about to leave the forest, a ruckus could be heard behind them. There were sounds that they seemed to have heard before. Quick, it's right in front. Snow Woman, are you sure you aren't mistaken? How could that be? There was absolutely no mistake. The power of the two demons is very strong. Then we will advance as long as we eat them. Hee, there's still a beautiful human. Wow. That can't be. There's actually a human appearing. Are they the playthings of the two monster race? Probably. In any case, it's going to be our plaything in a moment. We'll eat it after we've played enough. Ha ha. An ear-piercing laughter rang out, causing people to feel uncomfortable. C235. White Emperor frowned and looked backward. It seemed that the snow demon didn't understand that their strength was far above her own. She actually went to get help. In the demon sector, a human was extremely rare. Not to mention, a beautiful human like Chi Aoshuang would cause a commotion among the demons. Black Feather's handsome face was so black that water was about to drip out of it. This was because the following two sentences had clearly reached his ears. Black Feather didn't know why. The moment he heard those demons said Aoshuang would be their plaything, he became so angry that he wanted to cut those demons into pieces. This bunch of ignorant low-level demons. Black Feather suddenly turned around and slowly walked to Chi Aoshuang's side. Not far in front of him, the snow demon had already brought quite a few demons with her. Some of them were high-level demons. When they saw the three of them, excitement appeared on their faces. The proud voice of the snow demon came. That's right, isn't it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Are there two high-level demons and a beautiful human being? Hearing the sharp voice of the snow demon, Black Feather's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes shone with a cold light as he looked at the rapidly approaching demons. The leader of the group was the snow-white snow demon that they had released earlier. She was currently looking at White Emperor and the other two with a triumphant look on her face. As she knew, White Emperor and the others were already in their possession. Wow, it's really a human, a green-haired demon clan member cried out in alarm. His tone was filled with excitement. Behind the human-shaped body was a long tail. Clearly, this was an ordinary demon clan that hadn't evolved to the point where it could transform into a human-shaped figure. Go away, this is not something you can think of. That human is mine. I'll give it to you after I play. Those two demons, we will eat them together, and then they will be able to increase our strength again. One of the brown-haired demon who stood beside Snow Demon slapped away that green-haired demon clan member with his palm. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Chi Aoshuang and laughed, almost drooling out of his mouth. This brown-haired demon's appearance could be considered not bad. Just like that snow demon, he is a high-level demon. All of you go to the hell. Black Feather kept his head down, but no one could clearly see his expression. After he spat out these cold words, a huge sickle as black as ink suddenly appeared in his hand, flashing with a demonic and deadly light. The next instant, Black Feather had already moved, leaving only a blurred afterimage in front of White Emperor and Chi Aoshuang. Black Feather already standing in front of the demons. Ha! The demons let out a surprised cry. No one could clearly see how Black Feather had arrived in front of them. Black Feather's beautiful face was ice cold as she waved the huge black sickle in her hand. The demons were stunned as they stared at the gigantic sickle that was raised in the air. In their eyes, Black Feather's movements seemed to be very slow. They could clearly see it, but what gave them fear and panic was that Black Feather's movements seemed to be very slow, but they were unable to dodge it. Just like that, Black Feather's black sickle chopped straight towards him. It split all the demons that were standing together in half from their waists. Blood splattered everywhere, forming many brilliant and bewitching flowers of blood in the air. All of the demons' eyes were bloodshot. Before they could die, their chests heavily fell to the ground. They watched as their lower bodies separated from their bodies and were neatly hammered in front of them. Terrifying auras of death and fear engulfed them. A deafening scream filled the air, filled with fear and despair. It was the low-level demon that was sent flying by the brown-haired demon. He looked at the scene in front of him with fear. Just like that, the black-haired man had instantly killed off a group of demons. And they did not resist at all. Too terrifying. Was this really the high-level demon that Snow Demon was talking about? The brown-haired demon frantically tried to escape. Right now, his only thought was to escape this terrifying place as soon as possible, leaving that black-haired demon far away. His long tail dragged a series of crooked marks on the ground. Black Feather only let out a cold snort. He was already floating above the brown-haired monster clan. He waved his sickle without any hesitation. Screams filled the forest. Black Feather's sickle firmly nailed the tail of the brown-haired demon to the ground. Ah, please let me go. I don't know anything. Please let me go. Beg for mercy. The demon desperately begged for mercy. He wriggled his body and even tried to lose his tail and flee. Black Feather's eyes flashed with a cold light as he swung his sickle forward, slicing the demon's tail from head to head into two halves. Red or green things were strewn all over the floor. Terrifying. Black Feather's face was cold and expressionless. Chi Aoshuang was still in a daze. The battle ended so quickly, and she and White Emperor had not even fought yet. Black Feather retracted his weapon and walked back with a face full of frost. He coldly said, "Let's go." Chi Aoshuang glanced at the corpses on the ground, narrowed her eyes and did not say anything, turning around and following Black Feather. White Emperor's eyes darkened, and he stared at Black Feather's back without saying a word. He knew Black Feather better than anyone else. Black Feather was angry, but why was he angry? Was it because of those demons insulting words to Aoshuang? White Emperor frowned as he thought of this. If that was really the case, then, White Emperor stared at Black Feather's retreating back, his heart filled with terror. Black Feather, don't tell me that you, to Aoshuang. Idiot. Black Feather retracted his weapon and snorted coldly at the group of corpses that had already lost their temperature. White Emperor let out a soft sigh. How many batches of demons were those who wanted to attack them? The 7th or the 8th batch? Every time these demons saw them, their eyes would light up. When they saw Chi Aoshuang, their eyes lit up, and they drooled and then howled. It was no wonder why these demons had such a reaction when they saw Chi Aoshuang. The fact that a human, a peerless beauty had suddenly appeared in the demon sector would definitely make them drool. Endless, annoying. Black Feather grunted in displeasure. At the beginning, the Snow Demon had wanted to devour them and take Chi Aoshuang away, but later on, the demons only wanted Chi Aoshuang. Before they reached the nearest town, they had already been attacked so many times. It was hard to imagine how many more such meaningless attacks would occur in the future. This situation could not be changed, because Chi Aoshuang was a human being. The demon race's nose was exceptionally sensitive to the scent of humans. As a result, Chi Aoshuang was discovered by the demon at the first possible moment, and the demon race had no way of knowing White Emperor and Black Feather's strength. With their strength there, they could deal with them as they came. However, this sort of succession was indeed annoying. There it is again. Black Feather frowned and grunted in displeasure. White Emperor pondered for a moment, then said lightly, "It's a group of demons, not weak at all. They came for Aoshuang again." With a gentle wave of his hand, Black Feather held the weapon in his hand once again. Wait, it doesn't look like it. White Emperor frowned slightly and said softly. Black Feather's toes lightly tapped on the ground as he leaped to the top of a nearby tree to take a look. He then jumped down and disdainfully said, "It's an old friend." Who? White Emperor was surprised to meet someone he knew in such a remote place. From the tone of the White Emperor and Black Feather, it should have been 1,000 years since they left the demon sector, and now they actually met each other. It's Wan Fengliu, that idiot. Black Feather sneered. As Black Feather finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from the front, mixed with a faint smile. Black Feather, you're actually still alive. I thought you were already dead. In the next moment, Chi Aoshuangang felt a breeze blowing towards her, and a sweet fragrance assaulted her face. A handsome man appeared in front of the three of them. The man held a rose in his hand and gently raised it to his face. He had a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes and was looking at Black Feather with misty eyes. His smooth blonde hair was draped behind him. He wore luxurious clothes and had an arrogant aura. He was charming no matter how to look at him. But what about the mass of roses behind him? Chi Aoshuang took a closer look and could not help but laugh. Behind the handsome man, a cluster of gorgeous roses seemed to have been conjured up to match him. Chi Aoshuang immediately understood. This was a despicable demon, actually using magic like this. White Emperor, you're here too. Ha ha. Wan Fengliu laughed softly as his eyes fell on Chi Aoshuang. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chi Aoshuang only felt a blur before her eyes, and Wan Fengliu had already appeared in front of her. Chi Aoshuang was shocked by this demon's strength. "Ah yeah, beautiful human lady, can I buy you a cup of scented tea?" Wan Fengliu elegantly revealed a charming smile and politely asked, "My name is Wan Fengliu, but miss can call me Wanfeng." Chi Aoshuang's mouth twitched. This demon was not simple. Go to hell. Black Feather's black and huge sickle swooshed towards Wan Fengliu's back. Wan Fengliu turned around and stretched out 2 fingers to grasp Black Feather's weapon. He then revealed a charming smile. "Black Feather, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Is this how you treat your old friend? You're still so shameless." Black Feather shouted with a cold face. "No, I'm romantic, not shameless." Wan Fengliu's smile was enchanting and full of bewitching charm. The bunch of roses on his back became even more colorful. Wan Fengshan became even more handsome and enchanting. "Son of bitch." White Emperor calmly spat out a single word. White Emperor, he finished speaking. The White Emperor's beautiful face turned cold again, as if he hadn't said those earth-shattering words. Chi Aoshuang, what? She could tell that the relationship between the three was not that simple. At the very least, they were very familiar with each other. And quite well. Anyway, why are you two here? Why is this beautiful lady with you? Isn't this just flowers on the pig dung? The rose in Wan Fengliu's hand gently swayed, and he solemnly asked, "What is the demon sector going on? What happened during the time we were not here?" White Emperor frowned and asked Wan Fenghui's subordinate, who had just arrived. C236, this question. Wan Fengliu took a sniff at the rose in his hand but didn't reply. Instead, he smiled at Chi Aoshuang. White Emperor and Black Feather's mouth twitched, and White Emperor muttered in a low voice, "She is our contractor, Chi Aoshuang." "Aoshuang, this is despicable Wan Fengliu." Black Feather turned to introduce him to Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang was a little embarrassed, and could only nod at Wan Fengliu and say, "Hello." "Wow, a peerless beauty, even her voice is so pleasant to hear. Miss Aoshuang, if you don't mind, please give me some face to come my house and have a cup of flower tea with me." Wan Fengliu smiled, as he handed over the rose in his hand. Chi Aoshuang looked at White Emperor's eyes and accepted the rose. "Ha ha, it's like this." When Wan Fengliu saw Chi Aoshuang accept the rose, he squinted his peach blossom eyes and laughed before commenting, "Ever since the Holy War, the two of you have disappeared. The great demon king has sealed himself and disappeared as well." The aura of the demon sector to become chaotic for some reason. The protectors and the great demon king disappeared together. No one knew what was going on. The 8 demon kings were fighting amongst themselves, splitting up into several forces. They had been fighting for a long time, and everyone wanted to become the great demon king, but none of them were willing to submit to the other. The Holy War is about to come. That's why they agreed to have a competition. The victor will become the great demon king to lead the demon sector to participate in the Holy War. Black Feather and White Emperor fell silent. They never imagined that such a change would occur in the demon sector after they left. Then how many forces does the demon sector have in total right now? Black Feather asked in a cold voice. Which power do you belong to? They are divided into 3 groups, and they all call themselves the Great Demon King. A rose appeared in Wan Fengliu's hand, and there were no more bright red roses on his back. Wan Fengliu looked at Qi Aoshuang and said, I don't belong to any group. A powerful and handsome character like me is naturally the target of other forces, but I don't care about any of them. Miss Aoshuang, as long as you follow me, you will definitely be safe in the demon sector. Black Feather's huge sickle stabbed onto his head, hurting him so much that he almost started jumping up and down regardless of his image. Do you want to die? Black Feather, you actually dare to disturb my hairstyle. Wan Fengliu's delicate face didn't show much emotion, but his dark eyes and deep tone showed that he was very angry. It is you who want to die, Black Feather said in a creepy voice. HMPH. Wan Fengliu smiled and slightly shook the rose in his hand. The rose instantly transformed into a long whip. It seemed to whip gently, but whipped towards Black Feather. Black Feather sneered, brandishing his weapon as he charged forward. In an instant, the two of them were engaged in a battle of attrition. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and rocks and sand were flying everywhere. The moves of the Wan Fengliu were extremely gorgeous. With each wave of the whip, countless petals rained down in the air. It was extremely beautiful. He smiled elegantly. You still haven't changed, you're still so rude. Look at my rose whip, look at my rain of roses. Wan Fengliu turned his head and gave a charming smile to Qi Aoshuang. Naturally, he was facing even fiercer attack from Black Feather. As for the group of demons brought over by Wan Fengliu, they all stood aside and watched. Qi Aoshuang even saw the demons whispering among themselves while handing over gold coins. It seemed like these demons were gambling whether their master won or Black Feather won. White Emperor stood calmly by the side, waiting for the fight to begin. Just let them keep fighting like this. Qi Aoshuang frowned slightly as she looked at the two people fighting. Don't worry about them, White Emperor lightly said. However, his brows were furrowed as he thought about what Wan Fengliu had just said. The demon sector was already in such a mess. What exactly happened back then? He actually sealed himself. The 4 protectors had also vanished. Was it also because of his self-sealing? White Emperor was more than sure about the 4 protectors' loyalty to him. The treasure cat yawned and looked at the scene in front of it in boredom. It squinted its eyes and squatted on Qi Aoshuang's shoulder. After fighting for a while, Black Feather and Wan Fengliu finally stopped. Wan Fengliu gracefully put away the rose whip and said with a smile, rough person, you seem to have regressed. Black Feather's eyes darkened, and he clenched the weapon in his hand tightly. Alright, stop messing around. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. White Emperor's cold voice stopped the two people from attacking. I don't know much. Wan Fengliu walked forward with a bright rose in his hand, looking at Qi Aoshuang with a smile. I am very curious. How could this beautiful lady, who looks like a rose, know 2 of your pig dung? Actually, Wan Fengliu was most surprised that White Emperor and Black Feather were so close to each other, together with a woman. In the past, these 2 people were at odds with each other. Moreover, there was a shocking similarity between them, and that was that there had never been a woman by their sides. None of your business. Black Feather walked up and stood in front of Qi Aoshuang, cursing unhappily. What are you doing here? White Emperor asked coldly. He was well aware of Wan Fengliu. Wan Fengliu would never run to such a remote place if it wasn't for some reason. He would spend his time on beautiful female demons. I came specially to pick you guys up. Wan Fengliu shook the rose in his hand with a faint smile. Black Feather sneered disdainfully. Naturally, he didn't believe Wan Fengliu's words. What are you doing here? White Emperor asked in a deep voice. Oh, this place belongs to me. Recently, the demons here have mutated and are somewhat rampant. Wan Fengliu lowered his eyes and smiled as he smelled the rose in his hand. So, I came to exterminate them. They should not cause any trouble when the competition is about to begin. This time, the 4 old monsters will also come back to host the event. They are the ones who provided the prizes. After consuming it, they will be able to greatly enhance their strength. What do you mean? What the hell is going on? After hearing Wan Fengliu's words, White Emperor and Black Feather's faces instantly turned serious. They both frowned and looked at Wan Fengliu. Wan Fengliu narrowed his eyes and smiled indifferently. He waved the rose in his hand and said, "Go deal with those arrogant demons first, then I will go back home and tell you the details." Qi Aoshuang slightly frowned. From White Emperor and Black Feather's reactions, she could tell that this matter was not simple, and the 4 old monsters mentioned by Wan Fengliu were not simple at all. The arrogant demons. Black Feather blinked and then asked in confusion, "You asked your subordinates to go ahead and take a look. Is it those corpses lying on the ground?" Wan Fengliu's swaying rose suddenly stopped, then the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to his subordinates and shouted in a low voice, "Go ahead and take a look." Yes. The group of demons accepted the order and quickly ran ahead to check. However, Wan Fengliu already had an answer in her heart. Those mutated monsters were probably gone. In the hands of Black Feather, there would be no survivors. Wan Fengliu looked at Qi Aoshuang from the corner of his eyes. The shock and doubt in his heart had yet to disappear. This human woman was very strong. How did she end up together with White Emperor and Black Feather? Why did she become their contracted partner? The demon race and the human race had become the contracted parties. A master-servant contract was very normal. Of course, the demon was the master and the humans were the servant. However, judging from the attitude of White Emperor and Black Feather, the contract between them was most likely not that of a master and servant. How strange. The relationship between White Emperor and Black Feather used to be so. But now, they had a common contract with a human. This human probably wasn't that simple. An indescribable glint flashed in the eyes of Wan Fengliu. It was a light for the prey. White Wan Fengliu was still confused. White Emperor and Qi Aoshuang were talking in a low voice. "White Emperor, what is the old monsters Wan Fengliu spoke of?" Qi Aoshuang asked the question in her heart. White Emperor paused for a moment. With a serious face he said in a deep voice, "They are the ones who truly supports the demon sector. No one has ever seen their true faces, and even the previous great demon kings didn't know their true appearances. They always solve crises when the demon sector is in danger. No one knew their strength. The demons that wanted to know their strength were all dead." At this point, White Emperor's expression became even more unsightly. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. There had been people who had tried to test their strength, but they had never been able to find out. Only now did Qi Aoshuang feel really shocked. She originally thought that the supreme ruler of the demon sector was the great demon king, but she never expected that there would be such a hidden expert. We all call them sovereign. Not only the absolute power that stands at the peak of the demon sector, but also the order of the demon sector. Who would have thought that they would actually attack this time? The situation of the demon sector is indeed very problematic. Although Black Feather's tone was unwilling, there weren't any big waves in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious that even though he was unwilling, he did not disobey. After a while, the demons sent by Wan Fengliu came back. They all reported the same thing. The corpses of the mutated demons were everywhere. They were all dead. Wan Fengliu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He walked over to White Emperor and Black Feather and said, "It seems that you have saved me trouble this time. Let's go to my mansion. I'll tell you what happened." He followed Wan Fengliu out of the forest. He saw a group of strange horses tied to the edge of the forest. They had long and curly noses. Other than this, they looked more like horses from the human world. Wan Fengliu's 3 subordinates gave out their mounts. Qi Aoshuang and White Emperor and Black Feather rided on their mounts and followed Wan Fengliu. "My territory is under martial law, so flying mounts are not allowed. Of course, I also have to comply." Wan Fengliu smiled as he explained while holding the rose with one hand and raising his pinky. "Because you do not belong to any of these 3 groups, this competition will be arranged in your territories for the sake of fairness, and you are the host of this competition." White Emperor narrowed his eyes and voiced out his speculations. "Ha ha, White Emperor is White Emperor." Wan Fengliu squinted his peach blossom eyes, smiled and complimented, "You are right, this time, the demon sector martial competition will be arranged in my territory, and everything will be arranged by me." "You slut, did you make a lot of money?" Black Feather said in a low voice. "Black Feather, you are slandering my character," Wan Fengliu said in a wounded voice. "What are the payout rates for the 3 groups?" White Emperor suddenly said this. "He, I have analyzed it thoroughly, so it's naturally Wan Fenglu proudly said these words, then his face changed and he immediately stopped talking. Black Feather revealed a look of disdain, while White Emperor's face was cold. Wan Fenglu twitched his mouth, silently scolding himself for not being careful, and that White Emperor easily tricked him. Just like that, the group set off on their journey, and Qi Aoshuang was somewhat surprised. This demon sector seemed to have a similar pattern to the mortal realm. The settled lives of the demons in the town were orderly, even though some of the demons were surprised to see that the human Qi Aoshuang, and some of them were so eager to do something, but they didn't find it strange at all when they saw her together with Wan Fenglu. In their eyes, it was normal for a demon of Wan Fenglu's status to have such a peerless human as his pet. Their mounts had good stamina and speed, so they soon passed through the town and galloped on the main road. In just half a day, they arrived at the city of Wan Fenglu. Fenglu City. The city gate was engraved with 3 flamboyant words. C237. Even without White Emperor and Black Feather saying anything, Qi Aoshuang could tell where the city lord's mansion was located. The splendor of the gold, huge door with a brocade rose on it had revealed the place's host. Such a slovenly-looking building was indeed in line with the style of Wan Fenglu. Entering the main entrance, there were 2 rows of beautiful female demons lined up orderly on both sides. They were all dressed in sexy and revealing clothing, and they bowed respectfully. Qi Aoshuang looked over, but she did not see any male servants. As for the demons that had followed behind them earlier, they all consciously stopped at the entrance. This place was simply a huge harem for Wan Fenglu. The city lord's mansion was not ordinary luxurious. It should have been extremely beautiful, but there were ugly big rose badges everywhere. The walls of the corridor were lined up with portraits of Wan Fenglu. In each of them, he held a rose with his pinky finger. His handsome face was full of smiles that he thought were elegant and noble. When they arrived at the study room, the beautiful female attendant served some tea before leaving the room. Wan Fenglu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Black Feather and White Emperor, and said slowly, "To be honest, I didn't expect you two to be here." He hadn't expected them to appear together. "Let's get to the point." Black Feather impatiently interrupted Wan Fenglu's words. "All right." Actually, White Emperor had more or less guessed it. It was that there would be a competition in the demon sector, and the winner would be the king. Anyone can participate. In the end, those old monsters would step in and help the winner become a true great demon king. If they were to step out, the identity of the winner would be confirmed. No one would object, nor would they have the ability to object. "I don't care. Of course, the competition venue will be arranged here." Wan Fenglu narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Aoshuang, took a sip of tea and said, "Now can you tell me what happened between you and this beautiful lady?" "No comment." White Emperor spat coldly. "What?" Wan Fenglu's eyes widened as he shouted, "I've told you all. When did we ever say you were going to tell us this? And we're going to tell you what you want to know?" White Emperor asked lightly. Wan Fenglu's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Indeed, White Emperor had never said such words. He had subconsciously thought so himself. "Then take a rest first. I've got work to do. Wait for the competition. I will arrange the best balcony for you." Wan Fenglu's enchanting pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with laughter again. "Of course, if you want to participate, I can give you priority in registering." TCH. Black Feather sneered unhappily. Where did he sleep after he sealed himself? White Emperor suddenly asked. "I don't know. You can go to the ruins of the palace and see if you can find anything. You can play on your own for the next few days. I don't have time to take care of you." Wan Fenglu replied absent-mindedly, and suddenly looked towards Qi Aoshuang and added, "You all better not bring this beautiful young lady around. Even though my territory is under martial law and the demons won't attack easily, once they leave my territory, it will be hard to say. There weren't many demons who have human pets. But of course, you are free in my territory. This is for you, beautiful Miss Aoshuang. If you wear this, others will know you're from my mansion. Then you don't have to worry about being harassed if you're outside." Wan Fenglu walked to the side of Qi Aoshuang and took out an exquisite rose badge. With a wave of his hand, Qi Aoshuang didn't even make clear how Wan Fenglu's moved. The delicate rose badge was already pinned on her collar. "Got it," White Emperor replied. Black Feather looked at the rose badge on Qi Aoshuang's collar and gave a cold humph, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Wan Fenglu lightly clapped his hands and a beautiful female servant entered. Take my friends to rest and do not neglect them. Wan Fenglu smiled. Yes, master. The beautiful female servant lowered her head and responded respectfully. Then, she raised her head and made an inviting gesture towards Emperor White and the others. Everyone, please follow me. The servant maid led them to a quiet courtyard before leaving. There was a 2-story building in the quiet courtyard. The top was the bedroom, the bottom was the living room, the study, dining room, etc. White Emperor and Black Feather sat on the sofa in the living room with serious faces. They were silent, thinking about something. Qi Aoshuang also sat there, deep in thought, not saying anything. The entire hall was completely silent. The treasure cat was so bored that it laid on Qi Aoshuang's lap and yawned. At that moment, the door was knocked gently. Come in, White Emperor said lightly. The door was pushed open gently, revealing the face of the beautiful female servant from before. The beautiful female attendant said in a low voice, You two lords, there are letters for you too. White Emperor and Black Feather looked at each other in surprise. They've only just arrived at the City Lord's mansion and a letter already arrived. This is for Lord White, and this is for Lord Black. The beautiful female servant handed over the letters with extreme politeness. There was a slight sense of fun in her actions, as well as a sense of fun in her words. However, the matter was not the least bit funny either. As the White Emperor was about to extend his hand to receive the letter, Black Feather snatched it and said coldly to the beautiful maid, Who asked you to deliver it? Its master. The beautiful maid replied. White Emperor frowned, as did Black Feather. He waved his hand impatiently and said, Got it, you may leave. She was just a maid. He would not ask her for anything. What was Wan Fenglu doing? He would know after reading the letter. After Black Feather handed White Emperor the letter to White Emperor, he opened the letter that belonged to him. When he finished reading the contents of the letter, his expression became solemn. Black Feather looked up and saw that White Emperor had just finished reading the letter. Looking at their expressions, Qi Aoshuang had a bad feeling about this. Let's go. I also want to know what exactly is going on, White Emperor said in a deep voice. Black Feather remained silent. His eyes glanced at the rose badge under Qi Aoshuang's collar. In the end, he didn't say anything and only slowly stood up. Qi Aoshuang nodded, standing up with the treasure cat in her arms. Whose letter did White Emperor and Black Feather receive? What did the letter say that caused their expressions to change greatly? She also wanted to know what exactly the demon sector happened to the demon world. After following White Emperor and Black Feather out of the City Lord's mansion, Qi Aoshuang gently touched the purple earrings on her earlobes as she thought of Leng Lingyan. Why did Leng Lingyan leave without saying goodbye? What was it all about? She was taken to the demon sector by Camille. Wouldn't cousins be worried? Feng Yixuan. What about him? Was he in a hurry to find out where she was? When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the mansion, a carriage was already waiting for them. The driver respectfully informed them that the Lord had already given his orders. Black Feather helped Qi Aoshuang into the car with a sullen face. After he sat on the carriage, he said to White Emperor who followed behind, It is obvious that the slut Wan Fenglu was about to make troubles. He won't be himself when he's just. White Emperor closed his eyes, coldly spitting out these words. Black Feather coldly snorted, no longer speaking. Qi Aoshuang could feel their emotions, as they did not say anything. Qi Aoshuang did not ask anything and just sat there quietly. She knew that if White Emperor and Black Feather didn't want to tell her, it would be useless to ask them. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a grand entrance. The driver respectfully smiled and said, We have arrived, my lords. It's the best hotel in town. White Emperor and Black Feather alighted from the carriage, followed by Qi Aoshuang, who was carrying the treasure cat. The driver left just like that, but White Emperor and Black Feather didn't step in. Instead, White Emperor turned to look at Qi Aoshuang, and said in a deep voice, Aoshuang. Qi Aoshuang looked up at White Emperor's solemn face, silently waiting for his next words. The persons Black Feather and I know well have invited us to meet here. He hoped that we can assist him in this competition. White Emperor said in a low voice. It's not the same person. Black Feather narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Qi Aoshuang instantly understood what was going on. The persons who invited White Emperor and Black Feather were not the same person, which meant they were not from the same group. In that case, if White Emperor and Black Feather agreed to their invitations, they would become competitors, and might even turn hostile. Both are in the second floor's private rooms. Aoshuang, come with me. Black Feather asked for Chi Aoshuang to join him. White Emperor slightly frowned, but didn't say anything. Chi Aoshuang was stunned. She had never imagined that after coming to the demon sector, White Emperor and Black Feather would develop to this extent so quickly. When they were in the mortal realm, she could already see that the relationship between the two wasn't good in the past. However, it didn't seem to be at the point where there was irreconcilable conflict between them. You guys, Chi Aoshuang said hesitantly, aren't you friends? Do you have to choose different forces to assist? Friend, Black Feather sneered disdainfully, when did I become a friend of this fellow? What a joke. When I was in the mortal realm, I didn't recover my strength. Fighting with him will delay my recovery time. Chi Aoshuang was stunned, recalling the first time White Emperor and Black Feather met. The two of them were indeed very unfriendly, but they had always been at peace. And they've worked together to protect her. Chi Aoshuang's eyes flashed with doubt. White Emperor lowered his gaze, with his voice cold and indifferent. He and I are indeed not friends. This time, Chi Aoshuang was truly stunned. The usually calm White Emperor had said the same words. So the relationship between the two had never been harmonious. Chi Aoshuang looked at the two people in a daze, unable to say a word. What Chi Aoshuang didn't know was that both White Emperor and Black Feather were of equal strength. They were great demonic kings, two great generals. With his unyielding personality, Black Feather was not satisfied that the demon sector ranked the two of them side by side, so he had been targeting White Emperor. Although the two of them weren't enemies before, their relationship definitely wasn't good. However, the relationship between the two in the mortal realm had been greatly improved due to Chi Aoshuang, but once they returned to the demon sector and faced with such a major problem, their relationship that they had painstakingly established in the mortal realm was now in danger. Aoshuang, did you choose to be with him or me? Black Feather frowned and glared at Chi Aoshuang as he asked aggressively. White Emperor looked down coldly and said in a deep voice, you mean, you've agreed to assist that person? Don't you agree? Black Feather sneered, and White Emperor fell silent. Black Feather turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and continued, speak, Aoshuang, you can only choose one of us. The three of them stood at the entrance of the luxurious hotel. White Emperor also had an ice-cold expression on his face and didn't say anything. For the first time, Chi Aoshuang was at a loss. White Emperor and Black Feather were different existences in her heart. There was no one she could replace them. She was already used to White Emperor and Black Feather be with her, and was even more accustomed to viewing them as one. Now it came to be like this. C238. Black Feather and White Emperor both stared at Chi Aoshuang, and Black Feather's eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. From an outsider's perspective, these three people seemed to be three complicated triangles. Two men were forcing a woman to choose. However, the strange thing was that the two men were of the demon race while the woman was of the human race. The three of them were silent. Chi Aoshuang moved her lips slightly, but before she could say anything, a voice came from behind them. Wow, big brother, look, look, the little thing in that person's arms. Ah, so cute. White Emperor and Black Feather turned their heads and saw a group of unordinary demons standing in main hall, led by a handsome man with a calm expression. The man had a head full of black hair, brown eyes, and luxurious clothing, calmly looking at the White Emperor and Black Feather. Beside him was a pretty girl who looked a little like him. She was also very beautiful, but her arrogant appearance ruined this kind of beauty. King, it's Lord Wan's woman. The demon beside the handsome man whispered something into his ear. The handsome man's eyes glanced at the delicate rose badge under Chi Aoshuang's collar. He narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't say anything. He turned around and led the crowd to leave. He did not look at the cat, but thought it was a pet that a woman would like. White Emperor and Black Feather also recognized the handsome man in front of them. White Emperor said in a low voice, it's Hams. I didn't expect the other group to be him. Black Feather gave a cold snort of disdain. It was obvious that this person was their common enemy. Looking at the rose badge under the collar of Chi Aoshuang's shirt, Hams realized that this human was Wan Fenglu's woman, so he naturally didn't want to cause too much trouble. After all, this competition was being held on Wan Fenglu's place. There was only a flash of cold light in Ham's eyes. What a man! Did he think he could stay out of the trouble just because he was one Feng Liu and unruly? HMPH. When he became the great demon, the first person he would subdue would be one Feng Liu. Now, let him do it. Hams would not be at odds with one Feng Liu at the moment, but that did not mean his sister Li Laura would not either. In Li Laura's eyes, her brother had already become very important person in the demon sector. Not only that, he would be the great demon king, the highest ruler of the demon sector. What did a human count for? One Feng Liu was only the lord of this small territory. When the time came, he would have to lower his head and submit to her brother. Right now, snatching a human from him was still something that he could afford. Whatever they wanted in the future, they just let him bring to them. The things that belonged to this land would belong to his brother, and that would also belong to her. It was no big deal for her to get her thing ahead of time. It was likely that the crafty old schemer one Feng Liu wouldn't fall out with them over a human pet. Besides, what she wanted was not the human, but the cat in the human's arms. Naturally, the unruly and willful Li Laura did not follow behind Hams. Instead, she took a step forward, pointed at Chi Aoshuang and shouted, "Lowly human, I order you to immediately give me the cat in your hands." Hearing this, Hams slightly frowned. His eyes were filled with helplessness, but he did not blame her. Li Laura had always been a favorite of the family, and he doted on her. That was why this girl had such a willful personality. She had to get what she wanted. There was really no other way. It seemed that he would have to fulfill the request of Li Laura first and then symbolically talked it with one Feng Liu afterwards. A crafty man like one Feng Liu would never offend him for a human pet. As for White Emperor and Black Feather by the side of the human, they definitely wouldn't offend him either. These two had always been very indifferent. Thinking of this, Ham stopped and said in a low voice to the demons beside him, "Go, help Li Laura get that cat and quickly leave this place." Chi Aoshuang's gaze turned cold. It seemed like the demon sector was the same as the mortal realm. They both had such brainless and willful young misses. Before Chi Aoshuang could say anything, Black Feather had already changed his expression and yelled in a low voice, "Bitch, if you dare to say it again." After hearing Black Feather's words, Li Laura was stunned while Hams was slightly taken aback. Black Feather actually said such a thing to Li Laura for a human. White Emperor's voice was cold and low. "Apologize. The cat won't belong to you, either." Li Laura felt it was unreasonable. She pointed a finger at White Emperor and Black Feather with her body trembling. Just as she was about to open her mouth and curse, she heard Ham's low voice from behind her, "Li Laura, come back." She turned her head and looked at Hams. Her lips were quivering, and her eyes were misty. When had she ever been insulted like this? She had always been well protected by her big brother, and she had everything she wanted. But now, she was being scolded like this by two unknown demons. The most infuriating thing was that her big brother actually didn't immediately help her, but rather called her over. "White Emperor, Black Feather, I'm sorry, my little sister doesn't know how to act." Hams calmly walked over and said these words. Li Laura's eyes widened as she suddenly turned around to look at White Emperor and Black Feather. These two were the two generals who used to dominate the battle. Didn't they disappear after the last holy war? And now they were here. The one to apologize isn't you, and the one you need to apologize to isn't us. Black Feather wasn't biting and said it with a dark expression of disdain. A trace of gloominess flashed across Ham's eyes, while astonishment filled his heart. White Emperor and Black Feather would actually fight with him over a mere human. Their attitudes were still as resolute as ever. It was impossible for White Emperor and Black Feather to not know of his current power. Why would they fight against him for the sake of one Feng Liu's playful pet? White Emperor was silent, but there was no expression on his face. Hams quickly weighed his options in his mind. Right now, it was not the right time to fight against the three of one Feng Liu, White Emperor and Black Feather. Although he didn't know what ability this human had to make White Emperor and Black Feather fight against him for her sake, it was still better to take a step back. "Come, Li Laura, apologize to this lady." Hams knew that Li Laura's willfulness and haughtiness, and it would really wrong her that letting her to apologize to a lowly human. But he had no other choice but to compensate her afterwards. Hams gave her a meaningful glance. When she came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with rage and humiliation. What a joke! Apologize to a human. Lowly humans were only fit to be pets to the demon. Just as Lee Laura wanted to say something, Hamza's eyes became severe. Although Lee Laura was arrogant, she understood the importance of this competition. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then abruptly opened her eyes and rushed in front of Chi Aoshuan, saying quickly, "Sorry." After saying that, she quickly ran to the second floor of the hotel without looking back. Hams looked at White Emperor and Black Feather coldly and said in a deep voice, "Apologize again for my sister's recklessness." "Excuse me." Hams left with a cold expression. Black Feather sneered with disdain. White Emperor squinted at the back of Hams. How could this man possess such skills and patience? He was extremely dangerous. Chi Aoshuan gently touched the treasure cat in her arms. From the beginning to the end, she did not even say a word and it was over. The end of the farce meant that the topic had returned to what had just been discussed. She was at a loss. Chi Aoshuan frowned and closed her eyes. As expected, Black Feather glared at White Emperor, before turning to Chi Aoshuan and saying, "Aoshuan, come with me now." "She doesn't come with anyone." Suddenly, a familiar voice entered their ears. Chi Aoshuan turned her head around, looking at the person who had suddenly appeared behind her. It was Camille. Camille still had a warm and gentle smile on his face. He wore a white dress with gentleness and elegance. His golden hair was still as dazzling as ever, and his deep blue eyes were as enchanting as ever. He smiled as he looked at Chi Aoshuan, and said with smile, "Did you miss me, little Aoshuan?" "I miss your ass." Chi Aoshuan suppressed the nameless anger in her heart. For some reason, Camille had taken her to the demon sector and make her to face such a strange situation. The culprit even had a nonchalant and playful expression on his face. White Emperor and Black Feather frowned. The demonic aura radiating from Camille was real. It seemed that Camille had disguised himself as a demon. "It's all right. I always thought my ass was perfect." Camille was not the least bit moved by Chi Aoshuan's vile attitude as he smiled and said to her, "Who the hell are you?" Black Feather's expression turned cold as he looked at Camille dangerously. It seemed that if Camille's reply didn't satisfy him, he would immediately take action. White Emperor and Black Feather both frowned and looked at Camille, their eyes filled with unconcealable wariness and hostility. Camille's identity had always been a mystery in their eyes, but he had unexpectedly appeared in the demon sector. What made them even more wary was Camille's power. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was unfathomable. "This doesn't seem to be the place to speak." Camille shunned their questions with a smile. White Emperor and Black Feather exchanged a glance, both remaining silent and unmoving. This was because the place they were going to was different. As for Chi Aoshuan, she hadn't chosen who to follow, so the two of them didn't take a single step forward. Seeing the situation, Camille raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly before saying softly, "I advise you two to participate in this competition." White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes narrowed, and they stared coldly at Camille. "What on earth do you know? In this competition, no matter who wins, he will become the great demon king of the demon sector and lead the demon sector participate in the holy war, right?" Camille asked in a low voice, narrowing his eyes and smiling. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't speak, only tacitly accepting Camille's answer. "Then, what if the winner is a devil or a member of the divine realm?" Camille smiled and threw a heavy bomb. "Impossible. Devils are unable to enter the demon sector, and members of the divine realm are also unable to pass themselves off as demons." Black Feather immediately denied it, but both Black Feather and White Emperor's expressions changed. "I can come in, but why can't others?" Camille spoke with a beaming smile, holding the treasure cat out of Chi Aoshuan's arms and gently stroking its ears. White Emperor and Black Feather's expressions changed. They looked at each other, unable to say anything. If devils or the divine realm had snuck into this competition, then the consequences would truly be unthinkable. If one of them became the great demon king and led the demon sector to join the holy war, the demon sector was the key to the outcome of the holy war. It was perfectly capable of helping one side wipe out the other. If they helped the devil realm defeat the divine realm, then... C239. "Is that why you sent me to the demon sector?" Suddenly, Chi Aoshuan's cold voice sounded. "Isn't it fun to be the great demon king of the demon sector?" Camille looked at Chi Aoshuan with an aggrieved expression, the smile on his face never fading. "Your joke isn't funny at all." Chi Aoshuan's voice became even colder. The eyes of White Emperor and Black Feather grew cold. "Well, I'm just joking. Of course, it's not bad for either White Emperor or Black Feather to become the great Demon King." Camille smiles gently. "Aoshuan, I've reserved a private room. Aren't you coming with me?" Chi Aoshuan frowned, feeling very bad in her heart. White Emperor and Black Feather's expressions also darkened. Black Feather was the one who was the most impatient. He said solemnly, "Aoshuan, this guy is dangerous. Don't go with him. You guys better hurry to the place you should be going." Camille touched the treasure cat in his arms and spoke lightly without waiting for Chi Aoshuan to say anything. "Don't you want to see Feng Yixuan? Don't you want to see Leng Lingian?" Chi Aoshuan's expression changed, not understanding what Camille meant by those words. Camille looked at Chi Aoshuan with a smile that was not a smile, and leaned close to her, speaking in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. "Don't you want to know where Leng Lingian was after he disappeared? Leng Lingian left without saying a word in order to save your life. Do you know what that is on your earlobe? Don't you want to see Feng Yixuan? Feng Yixuan is suffering because of you." Chi Aoshuan's pupils contracted. She turned around and stared blankly at Camille. Camille was still gently smiling, nonchalantly smiling. "What are you trying to do?" Chi Aoshuan almost gnashed her teeth as she asked. "Will you go with me, or with one of them, to get mixed up in that complicated competition?" Camille narrowed his eyes and revealed a warm smile. Chi Aoshuan looked down coldly, and said with a low voice, "Let's go." Camille smiled at Black Feather and White Emperor while hugging the treasure cat. "It is actually the safest for Aoshuan to be staying with me. I hope that you or the forces you assist will come and pick her up when you become the great Demon King." "Ha ha," Camille said, and then he led the way while holding the treasure cat. Chi Aoshuan gave White Emperor and Black Feather a complicated glance, but she did not say anything. Instead, she followed Camille and left. White Emperor and Black Feather didn't say anything to stop them, simply because they were thinking the same. In such a chaotic situation, it would be safer if Aoshuan stayed with Camille. Although Camille's identity has always been suspicious, he won't hurt her. At least, not now. Just like that, Camille and Chi Aoshuan went on the stairs, their backs disappearing from White Emperor and Black Feather's eyes. Black Feather snorted coldly at White Emperor, then rushed upstairs as well. White Emperor only let out a barely audible sigh as he slowly made his way to the stairs. Camille brought Chi Aoshuan to a balcony on the second floor and instructed the waiter to close the door before handing the treasure cat back to Chi Aoshuan. After that, he walked over to the side and elegantly poured a cup of tea for Chi Aoshuan, then handed it over to her. "Do you know why Leng Lingian left without saying goodbye? Do you know where Feng Yixuan is now? Tell me." Xiao Aoshuan did not reach out to take the tea from Camille, but stared at Camille and asked in a low voice. Camille smiled as he placed the tea on the table in front of Chi Aoshuan, then sat down beside Chi Aoshuan and slowly threw out a sentence. "Both of them will participate in this martial arts competition, but I don't know if you'll recognize them." Chi Aoshuan's hands tightened, and she only realized that she had lost her composure when she saw the treasure cat using its claws to scratch her arm in displeasure. "What do you mean? Was this also caused by you?" At this moment, Xiao Aoshuan was looking at Camille with a very unfriendly gaze, and her tone was even colder. "My little Aoshuan, how can you think of me like this? Am I that kind of person?" Camille's tone was full of grievance, but there was no more expression on his face. He was still wearing a gentle smile. Xiao Aoshuan coldly snorted and did not say anything. "Do you know that Leng Lingian is not a human?" Camille stood up, poured himself a cup of tea and spoke slowly. Chi Aoshuan was stunned. She stared at Camille's back, unable to say anything. "Feng Yixuan isn't a human either." Camille turned around and said with a sweet smile on his face, making Chi Aoshuan's mind go blank. "It's funny that Leng Lingian thought that Feng Yixuan was just an ordinary human. He volunteered to leave, wanting Feng Yixuan to bring you happiness." Camille looked at Chi Aoshuan and smiled like a picture. Chi Aoshuan felt her mind blanking out as her thoughts completely stopped at this moment. Leng Lingian was not a human. Feng Yixuan wasn't either. Camille seemed to find the stimulation given to Chi Aoshuan insufficient. He put down the teacup and smiled. "And that earring on your ear? It was given to you by Leng Lingian. It's one of his eyes." At this moment, something seemed to explode in Chi Aoshuan's mind. An eye! This purple crystal earring was one of Leng Lingyan's eyes. It was actually Leng Lingyan's eye. At this moment, the door was kicked open at the wrong time. The door revealed the sneer on Lee Laura's face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice. Lee Laura did not see Camille. Her eyes were all on Chi Aoshuang. She sneered, and with a light flick of her hand, the entire room was covered in a barrier, completely isolating itself from the outside world. She knew that both White Emperor and Black Feather were in other rooms, meeting with her older brother's competitors. Naturally, they had set up their own barriers, and didn't have the time to take care of Chi Aoshuang. Therefore, she took advantage of this opportunity to snatch that adorable cat, and mainly to teach this lowly human a lesson. She still knew her limits. At least she couldn't take her life. Lee Laura coldly snorted and slowly walked over to Xiao Aoshuang. She had to admit that Chi Aoshuang was indeed pretty beautiful. As a human being, she was definitely a top beauty. No wonder Wan Fengliu would fall for her. Lowly human. Before she could finish her words, she was struck by a terrifying force. Her pupils constricted. She wanted to raise her hand to block the force, but she realized that she had no power to resist. With a stuffy groan, Lee Laura crashed into the door but didn't knock it open. Instead, she bumped onto the barrier that she had laid down. With a wah sound, Lee Laura's chest continued to churn and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs were actually all shaken to the point that they seemed like they were burning. Chi Aoshuang hugged the treasure cat in her arms as she coldly stared at the miserable Lee Laura. Suddenly, she revealed a bright and peerless smile as she gently said, "You have to remember, not every human is someone you can offend. Just now, it wasn't convenient to attack you outside. I didn't think that you would come to me by yourself." Lee Laura's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was it the human in front of her that had injured her? How was that possible? Did this human have the power to surpass her? Looking at the bright smile on Chi Aoshuang's face, her heart shuddered. She didn't know why, but at this moment, a chill rose up from the bottom of her heart and expanded until it was almost able to seep through her entire body. Why did she feel that the human in front of her was dangerous? "My beautiful lady, are you hurt?" Camille slowly stepped forward with a gentle and elegant smile on his face. He reached out his hand to hold onto one of Lee Laura's arms and asked softly. Lee Laura was stunned. She raised her head and looked dazedly at Camille's handsome face. The pair of deep blue eyes on his handsome face were filled with gentleness, almost to the point of melting someone. It was charming, but also mesmerizing. For a moment, she couldn't say a word. She could only stare blankly at the charming face in front of her. "My miss." Camille's gentle smile was like a spring breeze that warmed her heart. His gentle voice made her lose her mind. What? Only then did Lee Laura regain her senses. Looking at Camille, she somewhat nervously replied, I'm fine." "That's good." Camille smiled and withdrew his hand. He looked at Lee Laura and said softly, "Beautiful lady, my friend has a bad temper. I hope you don't mind." At this moment, what else could Lee Laura hear? Her eyes were only focused on Camille's handsome face and his warm smile. She hurriedly nodded, but she didn't know what Camille was talking about. "As for the cat, my friend cares a lot, so please don't make it hard for her. Is that okay?" Camille's soft voice seemed to have a devilish quality to it. "All right." Lee Laura nodded with infatuation. She looked at Camille's face without shifting her gaze. Then, "Miss, the door is over there." The gentle smile on Camille's face was devoid of any impurities, making Lee Laura's heart thrilled. "Okay." Lee Laura obediently walked to the door, obediently turned around and looked at Camille and said softly, "May I know your name? Will we meet again?" The corner of Xiao Aoshuang's mouth twitched. What the hell was this? She knew Camille's intentions, and it was not wise to start a fight with this young lady. This was because this was in the demon sector. It was not good if a demon had been injured by a human in such a public place. What's next? Camille would gently tell her his name, and if he had the chance again, would he meet her again, and then get rid of the trouble? Xiao Aoshuang originally thought so, but after hearing Lee Laura's words, Camille's face changed abruptly. The deep blue eyes instantly became abnormally cold and a trace of undetectable brutality flashed through them. Just like that, Camille silently walked in front of Lee Laura and grabbed her by the neck. Lee Laura's eyes widened as she felt the ice-cold hand on her neck. In that instant, her entire body was filled with fear. Her eyes reflected Camille's ice-cold face. She couldn't understand why the previously extremely gentle person would be so terrifyingly cold at this moment. Xiao Aoshuang was also stunned. She did not understand why Camille's attitude had changed so suddenly. He had a smile on his face just a moment ago, but now he looked like a bloodthirsty ghost. You don't deserve to know my name. Camille's cold voice was as suffocating as of a demon's imprisonment, circling around her ears. Laura felt as if her body was on the verge of igniting into flames. Her life core was shaking inside of her body, almost as if it was about to burst out of her body. She tried to scream, but nothing came out of her mouth. C240, C240, Camille's hand slowly moved from her neck to her abdomen. Just like that, it reached into her body and grabbed the life core from her body. Then, he abruptly pulled it out. Terrified, Lila's eyes slowly dimmed. Her body slowly weakened, and before she even fell to the ground, she had already turned into sand. Xiao Aoshuang stared at Camille in a daze. The Camille in front of her was so strange and strange. Not the Camille she knew at all. The person in front of him exuded an incomparably cold and terrifying aura. The tail fur of the mannequin echo in Chi Aoshuang's arms stood up, its eyes wide open as it let out threatening whooshing sounds. Chasing treasure cats is more sensitive to danger than any race. The person in front of him was very dangerous, very dangerous. Xiao Aoshuang was completely clueless as to what exactly was going on with Camille. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to take things easy and fend off that demi-human's eldest daughter, but now, because of a single sentence, he had killed that eldest daughter. Camille slowly turned around, and his gaze shifted to Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang stared blankly into Camille's eyes. There wasn't a trace of warmth in those deep blue eyes, but it was like the most beautiful sapphire in the world, as if it could suck in someone. Chi Aoshuang's mind suddenly became a little muddled. Phew, phew. The magic treasure cat suddenly chomped on the back of Chi Aoshuang's hand, awakening her from the pain. Xiao Aoshuang suddenly woke up from her daze and looked away from Camille's eyes. She was shocked in her heart at what was going on. Just a moment ago, he was confused. Camille seemed to come back to his senses at this moment, frowning slightly. The coldness in his eyes vanished in an instant. He looked at Xiao Aoshuang and revealed a gentle smile, saying softly, "Little Aoshuang, I'm sorry. I almost couldn't control myself. Don't look me in the eye when I'm out of sorts." Chi Aoshuang slowly turned her head to look at Camille's handsome face. Her heart was filled with shock. Who exactly was Camille? Camille, is that his real name? Maybe not at all. Was his name a taboo? Indeed, no one had ever asked for Camille's name. Everyone knew Camille's name from others. Naturally, no one had asked. This demi-human's eldest daughter was the first to ask Camille's name. "Let's go, little Aoshuang. This place is not suitable for us to stay in," Camille said with a faint smile. Chi Aoshuang regained her senses, nodded lightly, and looked at the sand on the ground. The young lady who was showing off a moment ago completely disappeared just like that. Meow. The mannequin echo hid in Chi Aoshuang's arms with lingering fear. It covered its eyes with its little paws and peeked at Camille. Camille waved his hand gently, and a breeze blew past. The gravel on the ground dispersed, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Camille pushed open the door and walked out with Chi Aoshuang. The guard guarding the door watched in shock as the two of them walked out unharmed. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and rushed into the room, but he didn't see her. After searching the entire room, there was no sign of her. The guard panicked and hurriedly chased after Camille and Chi Aoshuang, trying to stop them from leaving. "Where is my lady? How can you ask us where your lady is?" Camille smiled in reply. "If Xiaoji can't find the person you're looking for now, you have to ask the both of you." Although the guard was panicking, he did not dare to treat Camille too badly. The young mistress's whereabouts were unknown. Was it related to this person? As Ham's guards, they had naturally seen the world. Understand that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Furthermore, the backing of this human was not something that a guard like them could afford to offend. "Your family's young miss has gone out the window to chase after someone. You can go look for her. We can't hide her from a living person like that." Camille said faintly, "All right, we still have matters to attend to. Please move aside." Camille's tone was polite, but cold sweat broke out on the guard's back. He could not bear to look at the power of the gentle man. The guard carefully stepped aside and watched Camille and Chi Aoshuang leave. However, he engraved Camille's appearance into his memory. He then hurriedly turned around to report to Hams, waiting for his decision. Camille and Chi Aoshuang left the hotel silently. Camille was beside him, still smiling softly. "Camille, you." The two of them walked on the street for a long time. Chi Aoshuang finally raised her head and prepared to ask what she wanted to say, but a figure in front interrupted her words. The back of the person not far from the street in front was very familiar. Just like that, Chi Aoshuang froze, her eyes stunned by her fiery red hair. Feng Yixuan, Feng Yixuan. He was really in the demon world as well. Feng Yixuan. It really was Feng Yixuan. Chi Aoshuang's mind was completely blank. She stood still and stared at the person in front of her. Although his clothes and aura had changed, that was still Feng Yixuan. Chi Aoshuang saw that Feng Yixuan was about to leave, so she quickly stepped forward. Camille stood still, watching her with interest. Chi Aoshuang quickly walked forward, and without thinking, she reached out her hand to grab onto the corner of Feng Yixuan's clothes. Feng Yixuan turned his head. Their eyes met. The air seemed to have congealed. Surprise, joy, and pain flashed through Feng Yixuan's eyes. All of these complex emotions disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Feng Yixuan's eyes became completely indifferent. Chi Aoshuang suppressed the joy in her heart. Looking at the person in front of her, she smiled and said softly, "Yixuan." However, the next scene that happened caused Chi Aoshuang to be stunned. Feng Yixuan said coldly, "Miss, you must have made a mistake. I don't know you." Chi Aoshuang was stunned. The person in front of her had fiery red hair, dark eyes, and a handsome face. This was Feng Yixuan. There was no mistake. However, Feng Yixuan's arrogant aura was ice cold at this moment. Even so, Chi Aoshuang was certain that the person in front of her was Feng Yixuan. Moreover, when her and Feng Yixuan's eyes had met just now, the emotions that flashed through his eyes had betrayed him. He must be Feng Yixuan. "Yixuan, what's wrong with you?" Chi Aoshuang frowned slightly. Just now, when he was walking over, he noticed that there was no one around with Feng Yixuan. Feng Yixuan was alone. It wouldn't be inconvenient for him to meet her, right? "I don't know you. My name isn't Yixuan. You've got the wrong person." Feng Yixuan's tone was still as cold as before. After throwing those words, he turned around to leave. "Yixuan." Chi Aoshuang reached out her hand to grab onto the corner of Feng Yixuan's clothes, but her hand was grabbed by a white hand. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned. She turned around and saw that Camille's handsome face was filled with gentleness. Camille lightly shook her head at Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang did not understand. She turned her head to look ahead, only to see Feng Yixuan flying away without turning his head. "Why?" Xiao Aoshuang struggled free from Camille's grasp, biting her lips gently as she asked in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was asking why Feng Yixuan didn't acknowledge her or why Camille had stopped her from chasing after him. He must have his reasons," Camille whispered back. "Why is he here?" Xiao Aoshuang lifted her head to look at Camille and asked anxiously. "You want to ask if he has demonic energy on him? You want to ask if he's a demon clan?" Camille reached out his hand and gently rubbed Chi Aoshuang's head as he asked in a low voice. Chi Aoshuang bit her lip as she watched Feng Yixuan's back disappear from her sight. She nodded, wanting to chase after him again. "All I can tell you is that he is not human, nor is he a demon." Camille patted Chi Aoshuang on the head with tender affection as she continued, "It's better if he tells you himself. I stopped you because I felt that it was not appropriate for you to meet in such a situation." "Why?" Chi Aoshuang watched as Feng Yixuan disappeared at the end of the street, her heart empty. "You'll know. Now, let's go back to the popular city." Camille sighed softly. "If Feng Yixuan wants to meet you, he will naturally come looking for you. If he doesn't want to meet you, what's the use of chasing after him?" Chi Aoshuang was stunned. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly lowered her head in silence. In the end, she slowly followed Camille back to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, all she could think about was Feng Yixuan, and she even forgot why Camille knew Wanfeng Lu and why he also lived in his mansion. The night was as cold as water, silent and lonely. Chi Aoshuang was stunned as she leaned against a huge pillar on the side of the corridor and looked up at the sky. A purple moon was hanging in the sky, giving off an indescribable demonic feeling. This was the demon's moon. Chi Aoshuang was lost in thought as she stared at the purple moon. Her mind was filled with the cold mind of Yixuan. Why would Feng Yixuan appear in the demon world? Why not recognize her? Chi Aoshuang recalled Camille's words. Feng Yixuan was not a human, but neither was he a demon. What was Feng Yixuan's true identity? Was it because of Feng Yixuan's unknown identity that he had appeared here? Would she not recognize him? Meow tilde tilde the mannequin echo squatted on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder, and rubbed its furry head against Chi Aoshuang's face. Chi Aoshuang turned her head around, looked at the treasure cat, then carried her down, revealed a faint smile and said in a low voice, "Bao, are you comforting me?" Meow tilde tilde the chosen treasured cat waved its claws, then nodded its head vigorously. "Thank you." Chi Aoshuang rubbed the cat's head and smiled bitterly. The mannequin echo nestled in Chi Aoshuang's arms, with its paws on Chi Aoshuang's arm. It squinted its eyes. Chi Aoshuang looked up into the night sky and sighed softly. He really wanted to find Feng Yixuan and ask him what was going on. However, just like Camille had said, if Feng Yixuan didn't want to say it, then it wouldn't matter even if they caught up to him. A wave of cold wind gently blew, and the air was moist and cold. The mannequin echo's squinted eyes suddenly widened as it struggled out of Chi Aoshuang's embrace. It let out a whoop and raised its tail, the fur on it standing up straight. Chi Aoshuang was stunned, after which, she abruptly turned around and saw a silhouette flashing past behind a pillar. The figure that stung her eyes. Xiao Aoshuang did not hesitate and immediately gave chase. It was Feng Yixuan. It was him. There must be no mistake. Feng Yixuan quickly and silently left the city lord's mansion. Chi Aoshuang also tiptoed up and followed closely behind. Feng Yixuan seemed to want to quickly shake off Chi Aoshuang, who was behind him. He sped up and leapt towards the city gate, with Chi Aoshuang following closely behind. She wanted to find out what was going on. Feng Yixuan pretended not to know her, but now he was secretly coming to see her. What did this mean? Could it be that Feng Yixuan really had some unspeakable secrets? Thinking of this, Xiao Aoshuang became anxious and sped up to chase after him. The city gates were still open, and the guards were dozing off. The gates were always open during the time of the tourney. Feng Yixuan and Chi Aoshuang left in an instant. The guard only saw a light breeze pass by. He raised his head and saw nothing. He only thought that he was seeing things and continued dozing off. After leaving the city gate, they continued to chase to the west until they came to a forest. However, there was no sign of Feng Yixuan in front of them. Chi Aoshuang stood in the middle of the forest with her eyes closed, but she couldn't feel anything. Just like that, Feng Yixuan disappeared. "Yixuan! Yixuan!" Chi Aoshuang opened her eyes and called out to her in a low voice, but all that answered her was the rustling sound of the wind hitting the leaves. There was no one around, nothing. Chi Aoshuang stood still, her eyes filled with disappointment. Meow tilde tilde the mannequin echo, who had been crouching on Chi Aoshuang's shoulder and hugging her neck, mewed softly, seemingly comforting her. Chi Aoshuang stretched out her hand and gently stroked the cat's head. She let out a sigh, then turned around and prepared to go back. Just as he turned around, he met the pair of red eyes. The red eyes were bright and beautiful, and the red eyes were deep and deep. It was like a whirlpool that made one's heart palpitate. And the arrogance in her eyes and beautiful face was so familiar. "Young chieftain," Chi Aoshuang stared at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. The red-eyed girl in front of him was the young master of the devil realm that Chi Aoshuang had met in the demon area. That young master with the transcendent strength. Just like that, she silently appeared in front of him. At this moment, she was wearing a set of black clothes. The sleeves and hem of her clothes were embroidered with a golden pattern. It was noble and cold, dressed like a man. The mannequin echo let out a meow sound, and slid from Chi Aoshuang's shoulder to behind Chi Aoshuang, grabbing onto the clothes on Chi Aoshuang's back and hanging it on her back. His body was trembling slightly. "If you don't want to die, then don't come near him." The young master's tone was no longer as casual and cynical as before. At this moment, her tone was abnormally cold and there was no trace of warmth in her eyes. "Him? Who?" Chi Aoshuang was stunned. The young lord of the devil realm actually appeared in the demon world, and suddenly said these words in front of himself. Chi Ao Shuang frowned. She could feel the killing intent emanating from the young master. This was not a disguise. The young lord in front of her really wanted to kill her. Who was the young master referring to him? Chi Ao Shuang frowned as she looked at the young master whose face was covered in frost. Suddenly, she came to a realization that she had been chasing after Feng Yixuan earlier. Could it be that the him mentioned by the young master was Feng Yixuan? Chi Ao Shuang was shocked by her own thoughts. So, Feng Yixuan was a demon, and he knew the young master in front of him. Why? Jian City asked in a deep voice. No reason. The young lord's tone didn't have a trace of warmth, but a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Chi Ao Shuang was stunned, because she could clearly see the intense hatred in the young master's eyes. The young master was hating her. Why? He suffered so much for you. I really want to kill you. I'll dismember your body into 10,000 pieces, and scatter your soul. The young lord's blood-red eyes suddenly became even redder, and the hatred in his eyes grew more and more intense. A faint blush gradually appeared on her body. The mannequin echo behind Chi Ao Shuang trembled even more intensely. She was very sensitive to danger. She only knew that this guy in front of her was very, very dangerous. If she wasn't careful, she and her treasured treasure would lose their lives here. What a scary guy. Meow tilde 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 little TNT and tilde tilde hurry and save me tilde tilde. The treasure chaser lay on Chi Ao Shuang's back, wailing in its heart. Heaven Breaker, of course, couldn't hear the howls of distress in the mannequin echo's heart. As such, Xiao Ao Shuang and the mannequin echo had to face this extremely dangerous fellow before them. Wei Ao Shuang was a little puzzled, as he did not understand why the young master, who was very friendly towards him before, now hated him so much. Could it be that Feng Yixuan was someone from the devil world, and even more so someone the young lord loved? That was why the young master was so resentful towards him. Could it be like this? However, the young lord's eyes were different from Lu Xujing's eyes. The young master's feelings towards Feng Yixuan was not the same as Lu Xujing's feelings towards Leng Lingyan. Chi Ao Shuang was certain of this. The red light on the young lord's body was getting brighter, and he was getting closer to Xiao Ao Shuang step by step. An immense pressure bore down on Chi Ao Shuang, and she subconsciously retreated backwards. Go to hell! A vicious light flashed in the young lord's eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, and a frightening red light condensed in his palm. Xiao Ao Shuang's eyes darkened, and she immediately took precautions. In the next moment, the young lord's hand was grabbed by a large hand, and a cold voice rang out, if you want that person to hate you forever, then attack her. Chi Ao Shuang froze, staring blankly at the person who suddenly appeared beside the young master. HMPH. The young lord's eyes were filled with emotion, and then his gaze became distant, filled with indignation and unwillingness. Finally, he violently shook his hand free and turned around to leave in a rage. That person just stood there silently, looking at Chi Ao Shuang. Lingyan. Chi Ao Shuang opened her mouth and called out this name. There was no mistake. In this world, only Leng Lingyan had this sort of appearance, and this sort of temperament. She had a head full of silver hair, a handsome face, and charming purple eyes. However, at this moment, a strand of hair was hanging down in front of Leng Lingyan's forehead, obstructing one of his eyes, which no longer had eyes. This not only did not reduce his charm, but instead added a trace of indescribable charm. Ao Shuang. A trace of a smile appeared on Leng Lingyan's handsome face. Chi Ao Shuang's lips trembled. There were many things she wanted to say and many questions she wanted to ask. However, when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't even utter a single word. He could only look deeply at the person before him as he slowly approached him. Leng Lingyan did not move. She just stood there silently, waiting for Chi Ao Shuang to come closer. After what seemed like a long time, Chi Ao Shuang finally arrived in front of Leng Lingyan. Chi Ao Shuang extended her hand and slowly extended it towards Leng Lingyan's face. Leng Lingyan did not move, only looked at Chi Ao Shuang's bright and beautiful face. Chi Ao Shuang carefully brushed aside the hair that was hanging down from Leng Lingyan's head. In the next moment, Chi Ao Shuang's pupils contracted. She clearly saw that one of Leng Lingyan's pupils had lost its eyeball. It was a strange void. In other words, this purple crystal earring on his ear was really one of Leng Lingyan's eyes. Why? Xiao Aoshuang asked with some difficulty. Youth, I thought that Feng Yixuan was just an ordinary human. And I'm not. Leng Lingyan's cold voice sounded out slowly. So, I think he can give you what I can't give you. But, I was wrong. Leng Lingyan's voice was faint and empty, yet it contained an indescribable determination. Qi Aoshuang withdrew her hand, but her gaze didn't leave Leng Lingyan's eyes. He's not human. I'm not going to let go so easily. Leng Lingyan suddenly stretched out her hand, gently stroking Qi Aoshuang's hair, and smiled. Aoshuang, I will protect you. I will fulfill all your wishes for you. As long as you are happy, I will subvert everything for you. And what hurts your heart, I will destroy your mouth for you. Qi Aoshuang looked at the determination in Leng Lingyan's purple eyes. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't even know what this feeling was. This earring is half of my strength. Even if I am not with you, it will protect you in my place. Leng Lingyan's hand slid towards Qi Aoshuang's ear. She gently touched the purple earring and said those words that caused Xiao Aoshuang to be shocked. What? This earring was half of Lingyan's strength. Then, who was Lingyan? What was his true identity? All right, let's go. Leng Lingyan looked around and said in a deep voice, Wan Fengling, this person is not simple. Be careful of him. Of course, Qi Aoshuang knew that. To be able to stay outside of any influence in such a chaotic world, just from this, one could tell that this person was definitely not simple. However, it was unknown whether or not he was as uninterested in power as he appeared to be. Lingyan, Qi Aoshuang spoke softly. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Leng Lingyan. Aoshuang, I know you have many questions. Leng Lingyan's handsome face was filled with seriousness as she spoke slowly in a deep voice. Due to the disorder of the spatial tunnel, there were some people from the devil realm that came in. However, I'm not sure if anyone from the god realm came in. Yixuan is from the demon race, that's all I know. No one could predict what would happen during this competition. I don't want you to risk it. I'll take care of it. Was Feng Yixuan a demon? Although Qi Aoshuang had already guessed this, but after Leng Lingyan confirmed it, she still had an indescribable feeling in her heart. If Feng Yixuan is a demon, then what about you? Lingyan, what about you? You're not human, then who are you? I am of the monster race. Leng Lingyan seemed to notice Wei Aoshuang's confusion. A faint smile appeared on her handsome face. I've been floating in the mortal realm for 1,000 years, and my memories were slowly recovering. 1,000 years? In that case, are you the same as the White Emperor and Black Feather, having gone to the mortal realm after the Holy War? Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. All right. Leng Lingyan's eyes flashed with an indescribable glint, as if she was hiding something. She only replied with a faint yen, before leaving. I have something else to do. I'll come back for you. When I'm not around, you have to take care of yourself and be careful of this Feng Lu guy. Leng Lingyan sent Qi Aoshuang back to the city gate. Before she left, she repeatedly told Qi Aoshuang to be careful of Wan Feng. Qi Aoshuang stared at Leng Lingyan, but she didn't say anything else. In the end, the words that came out of his mouth only turned into one sentence. Yen, you have to be careful. Looking at Leng Lingyan's figure disappearing from sight, an indescribable feeling arose in Qi Aoshuang's heart. Feng Yixuan, Leng Lingyan, the young chieftain of the demon world, White Emperor, Black Feather, Camille, Wanfeng. Why did it feel so messy? However, there seemed to be a connection between them. What was going on behind all this? As Xiao Aoshuang carried the mannequin Echo and walked on the street in the darkness, occasionally a demonic beast would pass by, and upon seeing a human like Qi Aoshuang walking on the street alone, they would be surprised and confused. After seeing the rose badge under Qi Aoshuang's collar, they would all show understanding expressions and then leave. Xiao Aoshuang stroked the rose emblem as he thought in his heart, Wan Fenglu truly wasn't a simple person with such deterrence. After Xiao Aoshuang returned to the mayor's mansion, the guards at the entrance and the beautiful female servants in the main hall all felt a little strange when they saw Qi Aoshuang coming back. They did not see Qi Aoshuang leave, but now Qi Aoshuang came back. Ignoring the suspicious gazes of these people, Qi Aoshuang walked straight to her own room. Tonight, the White Emperor and Black Feather did not return to the City Lord's mansion. Instead, They sent word to Wan Fengling to take care of Xiao Aoshuang, and also to Qi Aoshuang. Both of them said the same thing, and came back to fetch her as soon as they were done. In the corridor, Qi Aoshuang saw the white figure quietly leaning against the pillar, waiting for her. Camille watched as Qi Aoshuang approached. He smiled faintly and said softly, "Have you seen them?" "All right." Qi Aoshuang stopped, lowered her eyes and said softly, "Ian, what do you want to do?" Camille asked softly. I don't know." Qi Aoshuang shook her head slowly. "I don't even know what the situation is right now. I saw the man, the young chieftain of the devil world. Let's go inside, it's cold outside." Camille stepped forward and gently rubbed Qi Aoshuang's head as he spoke in an affectionate tone. Qi Aoshuang looked at Camille with a complicated expression. In the end, she nodded lightly and walked with Camille to his room. Entering the room, Camille poured a steaming cup of scented tea for Qi Aoshuang. It was obvious that she had just made it not long ago. "The reason why the young lord of the Oasis world killed me was because of Yuxuan. Lingyan suddenly appeared and saved me." Qi Aoshuang held the teacup in her hands, but she did not take a sip. She lowered her head and said softly, "He, little Aoshuang, I won't let others kill you." Camille sat beside Qi Aoshuang and said those words lightly. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned, turning to look at Camille's gentle smile. Could it be that Camille was here as well? Did he follow me out? But Lingyan made his move, so he didn't make his move. Xiao Aoshuang did not relish Camille's words. "I won't let anyone kill you." "Then, isn't it fine if you're not someone else's person? Who else could it be?" This is. Yuxuan is a demon. Why did he come to the demon world? Xiao Aoshuang seemed to be asking Camille, but she also seemed to be asking herself. Lingyan is from the monster race. He went to the mortal realm after the Holy War, and now he has returned to the demon realm. Don't think too much about it. You don't have anything to think about right now. Camille comforts gently, so think of nothing. You'll always know what all this is about. You'll know when you know. Looking at Camille's dark blue eyes, Qi Aoshuang's heart was filled with complex emotions. In the end, she nodded gently. After a cup of scented tea, Qi Aoshuang said good night to Camille and returned to her room. Lying on the bed, Qi Aoshuang felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. Why did it always feel like people who were very familiar with the surroundings had become so unfamiliar? What was going on with all this? Early the next morning, Camille knocked on the door, smiled and said to take Qi Aoshuang for a stroll to see the prosperity of the demon world. What he didn't know was that he was in trouble the moment he stepped out of the door. C241. Qi Aoshuang was not in high spirits, but she could not bear to brush away Camille's interest. Looking at Camille's gentle smile, Qi Aoshuang understood that Camille was looking at her downcast and wanted to take her out to relax. After hurriedly washing up, Camille didn't even let Qi Aoshuang eat breakfast before leading her out the door. He said that they were going to the streets to eat good food and have a taste of the demon world's delicious food. When it came to food, the treasure cat would meow excitedly. She had no resistance to food. Just like that, Camille and Qi Aoshuang left the house. Without any attendants following them, the two of them went out on the street alone. In a tall pavilion in the city lord's mansion, Wan Fenglu stood by the window, looking at the figures of Camille and Qi Aoshuang. His eyes were deep and profound. She held a beautiful rose in her hand and gently shook it. After Camille and Qi Aoshuang left, Wan Feng's gaze gradually turned cold. He threw the rose out of the window, turned around and left. The food of the demon realm was not as strange or bloody as humans imagined. On the contrary, the food of the demon realm was incomparable to the food of the human world. Qi Aoshuang sat in the elegant and quiet room, looking at the delicious table in front of her, feeling a little surprised. She had never seen these ingredients before. There was also a strange-looking fruit that emitted a tempting fragrance. The waiter carefully cut the fruit into thin slices before following Camille's instructions. The calling treasure cat used its claws to dig this, touching that, and then gave Camille an innocent look. To her knowledge, this golden-haired blue-eyed fellow was actually extremely dangerous. He was even more dangerous than the red-eyed ferocious woman from last night. This terrifying fellow had brought all the delicious food on the table. Naturally, He had to get his approval first before he could move his mouth. Camille smiles gently, placing some delicacies on a clean plate and pushing it in front of the Manekineko. The Manekineko meowed and glanced at Camille carefully. When it saw Camille smiling and nodding, it felt relieved. He mewed happily and was about to start. Looking at the greedy look on the Manekineko's face, Chi Aoshuan could not help but reveal a faint smile. "Little Aoshuan, you still look cute when you smile." Camille looked at the smile on Chi Aoshuan's face and spoke softly. Xiao Aoshuan was stunned. Looking at Camille's gentle face, she smiled. He picked up the knife and fork by his hand and smiled. "Thank you." Camille smiled, not saying a word. He also picked up his knife and fork, preparing to cut a piece of grilled fish for Chi Aoshuan. The Manekineko squinted its eyes happily, opened its mouth wide, and was about to bite down on the delicacies on the plate in front of it. However, at this moment, the phenomenon suddenly appeared. Xiao Aoshuan suddenly felt the killing intent in the air retreat quickly. With a loud boom, the table in front of him vanished into nothingness. A long cloud of dust filled the entire room. A huge axe was nailed to the floor, and all the delicacies were naturally destroyed. The door to the box had been destroyed. Camille was still sitting at the same spot with an indifferent expression on his face. However, he didn't even get a bit of the juice. He still had the perfect, aloof look. His eyes were calm, without any signs of joy or anger. The only thing going crazy was the treasure cat. The Manekineko retreated to Camille's side. Looking at the mess on the ground, its amber eyes gradually turned red. It was a harbinger of her anger. With great difficulty, he was finally able to taste the delicacies of the demon world. However, the calamity that came flying at him completely overturned him. Chi Aoshuan looked at the mess in front of her, the axe still glowing with a faint black light, and then at Camille with an indifferent expression. Who attacked them? And in such a public place? That Hams? Impossible. Hams was not such a brainless man. Even if he found out that his sister had disappeared, he wouldn't act so rashly. With such a high-profile attack, it seemed more like a test. There was a thick iron chain on the handle of the axe on the ground. A tall and muscular demon clan member stood at the entrance, a sneer on his face as he looked in this direction. His 4 limbs were entwined with a thick iron chain. It was extremely strange. Beside him stood 3 demons with different appearances. One was a beautiful woman in revealing clothes. She held a whip in her hand, which was wrapped around her arm. The other 2 were both males. One of them had a cold and indifferent expression, his face full of disdain. On his back was a huge blade, and the other was wearing a long robe, holding a pitch-black, shiny scepter in his hand. Camille looked at Chi Aoshuan, a faint smile appearing on his face. He said softly, "My warm breakfast with my Xiao Aoshuan has been ruined just like that." Chi Aoshuan looked at the monsters at the door, her eyes turning cold. In such a sensitive period before the martial competition conference, the monster race dared to cause trouble in front of such a large crowd. Even the 3 forces were wary and would not do such a thing. However, this was a demon's courage. Furthermore, up until now, the manager of this hotel had yet to appear. What exactly were the origins of these demi-humans? Go to hell! The tall demon clan member suddenly pulled the iron chain in his hand and pulled the axe that was nailed to the ground up. The heavy axe seemed weightless as it was easily grasped in the hands of the monster race. The other party clearly wanted them dead. Without further explanation, the other 3 demon clans all grasped their weapons and prepared to move forward. The demon clan member holding the pitch-black scepter began to mumble, chanting an incantation that Xiao Aoshuan was completely unable to understand. Camille did not move, nor did Chi Aoshuan. Looking at Camille's calm face, Chi Aoshuan knew very well that Camille was angry. What would the angry Camille do with these few monsters? Chi Aoshuan was not in a hurry to fight with these monsters. She knew that Camille would simply finish this. The few monsters at the entrance rushed in viciously. However, before Camille could do anything, the treasure cat did something that surprised everyone in the room. The lucky cat let out a whooshing sound as it hopped in the middle, blocking the way of the few demi-humans. The few demi-humans were stunned for a moment before their faces revealed expressions of ridicule and disdain. Even the demon clan member who was chanting stopped chanting and looked at the adorable kitten in amusement. A little demon like this who didn't even have a human form, and didn't even have a clear mind, actually dared to stand in front of them and block their way. Chi Aoshuang was stunned, and was about to call out for the treasure cat. Camille thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and watched the scene before him with interest. He had no intention of taking action. Meow. At this moment, the mannequin Echo's eyes were abnormally red. Her heart was filled with resentment. Those delicacies were so close to her mouth just a moment ago, but they were all destroyed by those guys who didn't know what was good for them. HMPH. The demon race member holding the axe sneered in disdain. He brandished his axe and directly smashed it towards the position of the spirit treasure cat. Chi Aoshuang's heart tightened, but just as she was about to take action, Camille gave her a look, signaling her not to act rashly. Xiao Aoshuang was stunned for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to follow Camille's instructions. Camille would never do anything without confidence. From the beginning to the end, he had never even given these few demihumans a second glance. The huge and heavy axe smashed towards the lucky cat, but Camille didn't move at all. A cruel and disdainful smile appeared on the tall and sturdy demon clan member's face. In his eyes, this kitten had already become a pile of meat sauce. In the next moment, his smile froze on his face. The few monsters beside him were also completely stunned. Just like that, the huge and heavy axe stopped above the mannequin Echo's head, not falling down for even half a minute. Xiao Aoshuang was not surprised. With Camille here, how could these monsters be able to harm Arbao? Naturally, Xiao Aoshuang understood this as being caused by Camille. However, the next moment, even Chi Aoshuang was stunned. Meow! The mannequin Echo let out an angry cry. Suddenly, a gale arose in the room and everything was blown away. Chi Aoshuang formed a barrier to block this strange wind. Camille sat where he was with an indifferent look on his face. He did not move. He was not affected by the wind in the slightest. He did not form a barrier, nor did he fight back. He just sat there quietly. The gale seemed to deviate away from him, automatically circling around him. The few demihumans frowned. This wind was a little strange. What shocked them even more was that the aura of the little kitten on the ground was suddenly strengthened rapidly. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the mannequin Echo on the ground and then at Camille. She instantly understood that the scene before her eyes had nothing to do with Camille. This was the power of a treasure cat. Camille's unfathomable power did not have to be so painstaking. He had always enjoyed the supreme beauty when he killed people, and never acted in such a crazy way. There is no beauty in such a wild Camille definition. The gale grew stronger and stronger. Several of the demihumans were unable to open their eyes. In the next moment, in front of Chi Aoshuang's astonished gaze, the small body of the mannequin Echo gradually grew bigger, and her furry tail also changed at the same time. From 1 to 13 in an instant, 13 huge snow-white tails danced in the room, shocking everyone. All of a sudden, the mannequin Echo had changed from the harmless kitten from before to its current state. Its body was as big as a small elephant, its blood-red eyes had snow-like fur, and its 13 tails were wildly flying in the air. The demonic aura emitted from its body made one's heart palpitate. It could be said to be a killing intent. Meow! The mannequin Echo let out a low growl, and a few of its tails already moved. With lightning speed, he swept his gaze towards the few demihumans. The 4 monsters were entangled by the tail of the mannequin Echo and did not have any time to react, let alone struggle. With a few popping sounds, their 4 bodies turned into a bloody mist and disappeared into the air. Not even the life core remained. Chi Aoshuang looked at the mannequin Echo in shock. This was the true appearance of the mannequin Echo. Was this her true strength? Camille stroked his smooth and beautiful chin, looking at the mannequin Echo thoughtfully. Before Chi Aoshuang could recover, the mannequin Echo suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Aoshuang and Camille. His blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust and malevolence. The mannequin Echo was actually attacking Chi Aoshuang and Camille. The infernal energy has rushed out. She doesn't recognize you anymore. Camille explains quietly to Chi Aoshuang why the treasure cat wants to attack them. Baleful aura. Chi Aoshuang was surprised. Not bad, her body is filled with a heavy killing intent. Once it's released, it will attack any living creature in the surroundings. In the end, it will die because it can't take it anymore. Camille stroked his chin and said calmly, it was someone who sealed her killing intent. Heavenbreaker. Did Heavenbreaker seal her killing intent? Was it to save Poe that her killing intent was sealed? However, for the sake of the destroyed food in front of him, Po had automatically broken the seal and released his killing intent. You already knew. In that case, why did you stop me? Isn't Arbao in danger this way? Chi Aoshuang asked anxiously, her tone tinged with reproach. As soon as she said that, the mannequin echo brandished its sharp claws towards Chi Aoshuang, and with a light flash, everything behind her was destroyed. I wasn't sure before, but now I am, Camille said, looking at the ferocious expression on the mannequin echo. Chi Aoshuang bit her lip, feeling anxious. The mannequin echo had followed Heaven Breaker, but had left with him. If she were to die here, not to mention being unable to explain things to Heaven Breaker, even Chi Aoshuang wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. What should we do now to save our Bao? Once again, Xiao Orshuang evaded the lucky cat's deadly attack and asked urgently, try sealing it again. Camille threw up his hands helplessly. I won't do that. Camille's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if he was mocking himself, as if he was sad. Seal the infernal energy. The baleful qi in his body was probably the strongest in the world, so how could he seal the baleful qi of others? Chi Aoshuang looked at the mannequin echo that had lost control, and her heart was filled with anxiety. How could he seal the killing intent in the treasure cat's body again? If Camille can't do it, can I? The mannequin echo did not manage to injure Chi Aoshuang and Camille even after a few consecutive attacks. Clearly, it was getting a little impatient. She let out a low growl as her 13 tails danced wildly behind her. Her eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. Bao. However, she could not bear to use her fire magic to harm her. All she wanted to do was get close to her, and see if she could use her power to calm her down. The lucky cat opened its mouth wide, revealing its grim teeth as if it wanted to swallow Chi Aoshuang whole. Chi Aoshuang flew in front of the mannequin echo, and with a tap of the tip of her feet, she flew directly to the front of the mannequin echo's head. The mannequin echo stretched out its claws towards Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang extended her hand and pressed it onto the mannequin echo's forehead. In that instant, everything around her seemed to come to a standstill. Camille froze as well. A blinding white light stung Camille's eyes. This white light enveloped Chi Aoshuang and the mannequin echo within. Camille looked at the white light, unable to speak for a moment. However, there was a trace of a deep look in his eyes. After a long while, the white light finally disappeared. Camille no longer had the shadow of a mannequin echo in front of him, and only Chi Aoshuang remained standing on the floor, somewhat at a loss. Chi Aoshuang looked down at the floor, but did not see any sign of the mannequin echo. Looking around, he still did not see any sign of the mannequin echo. Camille, on the other hand, looked at Chi Aoshuang with a strange expression on his face. Where's Bao? How did Bao disappear? Xiao Aoshuang asked urgently with a frown on her face. You touch your head. Camille's expression was no longer strange, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Chi Aoshuang reached out her hand to touch her head, feeling puzzled. It was impossible for Bao to be crouching on his head. If he was crouching on his head, how could he not feel the weight of the treasure cat? As Chi Aoshuang touched her head, her expression changed. He quickly reached out his other hand and touched his head. A pair of big, furry, fleshy ears appeared on her head. Big ears like a treasure cat. What's going on? Chi Aoshuang rubbed her big ears, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, feeling even more confused. Camille stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, if my guess is correct, the bounty cat is now housed in your body to resolve its own infernal energy. What? Chi Aoshuang was confused. Bao is in her body now. I remember you mentioned to me that the treasure cat came with you. Camille narrowed his eyes, a strange light flashing in his eyes before he slowly said, the instinct to recruit a treasure cat is more sensitive than any other creature's. Maybe she subconsciously thought you were a treasure, so she followed you. Maybe the subconscious she doesn't know herself is that you can help her get rid of her bad breath. Huh? Chi Aoshuang was dumbfounded. She pinched the big furry ears on her head, feeling a little pain. It was as if he was really a part of his body. I'm so dizzy. That's not bad either. You're a kitten demon now. Now that I have demonic spiritual energy on me, it's much more convenient for me to travel around the demon world. Camille looked at the lovely furry ears on Chi Aoshuang's head and could not help but reach out to touch them. Stop messing around. Xiao Aoshuang slapped Camille's hand away and frowned. When can I return to my original state? Why can I resolve Arbao's infernal energy? I also don't know how you were able to resolve her infernal energy. To return to her original state, of course, it will wait until the baleful qi in her body has been neutralized. Camille smiled at the large ears above the head of Qi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang scratched her head in annoyance. Earlier, he wanted to test if he could subdue Arbao by force, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen the moment he touched Arbao's forehead? Was there a mistake? How baffling! I will shatter your heaven. When he saw Heaven Breaker, he would definitely blackmail him. Now, let's have breakfast at another place. Camille was in good spirits. He smiled and said, also, the people who ordered those demi-humans just now should have come looking for us. Do you know who it is? Xiao Aoshuang asked curiously. You'll know soon enough. Camille had a smile on his face as he stroked the quivering ears of Qi Aoshuang before retracting his hand with a satisfied expression under her furious gaze. Then, he took Qi Aoshuang's hand and walked out of the room, teasing her as he walked. I wonder if you have a tail behind you. Xiao Aoshuang was shocked, and she quickly turned her head to look. After reading it, he relaxed. Fortunately, there was still no tail behind him. If not, he would die of embarrassment. Camille watched Qi Aoshuang's movements, a knowing smile on his face. Just like that, the two of them left the hotel one by one. Unexpectedly, no one came forward to stop them, and no one bothered to talk to them about what had happened in the room just now. Everything seemed to be an illusion of Qi Aoshuang. Walking on the street, Qi Aoshuang no longer attracted the attention of others like before. At this moment, she was a true demon, and a lower-level demon. A demon clan with low magic power that even the ears on its head could not change. Camille and Qi Aoshuang sat down at a hotel on the other side of the street. As soon as the delicate dishes were served, Qi Aoshuang widened her eyes. Qi Aoshuang almost couldn't control her urge to stutter. She instantly understood that this was the reason why the treasure cat was in her body. Xiao Aoshuang gave a bitter smile. This little brat, he is still so restless living in her body right now. Camille saw the look of embarrassment on Qi Aoshuang's face and couldn't help but smile. He picked up the knife and fork for Qi Aoshuang to take a portion of each of the items and placed it in front of her. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Xiao Aoshuang felt a little hungry after not eating anything from morning till now. He picked up the knife and fork on the table and started to move. At this moment, Xiao Aoshuang no longer had her usual calm demeanor. She looked completely like a gluttonous cat. The smile on Camille's face did not change. Do you have a reason for coming here? Didn't you say someone would come? Xiao Aoshuang asked with her mouth full of food. The people who came were very polite. They knew to let us finish our breakfast first. Camille smiles and graciously pours a cup of her favorite rossetti. Qi Aoshuang took the cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. Then he recalled Camille's words. Was this the character of the person who came? What was the point of sending people to attack them? To Camille or to me? Or perhaps, it was all the same. Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled, but Camille had an indifferent look on his face as he elegantly drank his tea and ate his food. He waited quietly. Who could it be? After Xiao Aoshuang finished eating, she put down her knife and fork and a white scarf appeared in front of her. He looked up and saw Camille's gentle smile. Qi Aoshuang took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth, then sat up straight and said in a low voice, I finished my meal. He should be here soon. Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Just as Camille finished speaking, there was a light knock on the door. Come in. Camille leaned back in his chair and casually said. The door was pushed open, revealing a smiling face. Looking at the person at the door, Xiao Aoshuang felt a little surprised, but she also felt that it was only natural. It was actually him. C242 Depressions and Measures of Young Master. The person standing in front of the door made Qi Aoshuang shocked. He had a handsome face, charming peach blossom eyes filled with laughter, a rose in his hand gently shaking. He was dressed in noble style, had long hair with a little roll, and behind him was still a big bouquet of rosy background. Who else could had such vulgar attire? It was no one but Wan Feng Lu. Qi Aoshuang looked at the man walking towards them with a smile on his face. She frowned. Was it Wan Feng Lu who had sent people to attack them? Why? To probe her or Camille? However, the latter probably had more ingredients. "Good morning, City Lord One." Camille smiled elegantly in greeting, but showed no intention of getting up. There were no ripples in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Camille had known for a long time that the newcomers would be all the rage. Camille's attitude made Qi Aoshuan confirm her conjecture. It was obvious that Wan Feng had come for Camille. Wan Fengshan didn't mind and walked in with a smile before sitting down. The door of the room was closed at this moment. With a flick of his finger, he formed a barrier, completely cut off from the outside world. "Good morning, gentlemen. Is the breakfast here more appetizing?" Wan Fengling asked casually with a smile. "Not bad." Camille also answered with a smile. It felt like two foxes were laughing, but one of them was a 10,000-year-old fox, while the other was a little fox that had just formed from cultivation. Qi Aoshuan stared coldly at Wan Fenglu, as she recalled Leng Lingyan's warning. This Fenglu was not simple. "Hey, Miss Aoshuan, what's going on over your head? Your demonic energy." Wan Fengling looked at the slightly trembling pair of big ears above Xiao Orshuan's head and asked in surprise. "Your memory crystal isn't clear." Qi Aoshuan smiled and asked back. Since those demi-humans were sent by the 10,000 Wind to probe them, how could they not have a way to transmit those images into his hands? "What is Miss Aoshuan talking about?" Wan Feng played dumb and asked with a smile. "It seems like City Lord One doesn't understand what we are saying. Perhaps we are mistaken." Camille smiled faintly and interrupted. "Since City Lord One has come early in the morning to ask if breakfast is to our liking, I have indeed troubled myself. Now that we know the answer, we're out of it. I still want to go around with my little Aoshuan." Camille stood up as soon as he finished speaking, and Qi Aoshuan stood up with an indifferent look on her face. Wan Fengshan's peach blossom eyes, which had been squinting all this time, finally lost their previous carefree look. A trace of darkness flashed across his eyes as he coldly spoke. "What do you want?" Camille smiled faintly. "I don't understand what City Lord One is talking about. Let's make a deal. You're a smart man, so I don't need to go around the corner." Wan Fenglu slowly stood up, turned around and said in a deep voice to Camille, "You made a deal with me?" The smile in Camille's eyes was devilish and faintly funny. "No matter who it is, they all have their own prices. No one could be an exception. What do you want?" Wan Fenglu narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "What does City Lord One want me to do?" Camille didn't answer. "Participant." Wan Fengling coldly spat out two words. "Ha ha." Camille smiles lightly. "You don't have to say we will go." How could he let go of such a fun matter? Wan Fengling slightly frowned. He wanted to say something, but Camille lightly raised his hand to stop Wan Fenglu from speaking. He only said lightly, "Wan Chengyao, anyone in this world can have their own price, but I am the only one who doesn't. So, stop the nonsense." Wan Fengshan's beautiful pupils contracted. She opened her mouth to say something, but an invisible and terrifying pressure came from the front. This pressure directly entered into his body, causing the life core in his body to almost shatter. Wan Fengling used all of his strength to stabilize his throbbing life core, and resisted the urge to spit out blood. Wan Fengling's eyes were filled with astonishment. He finally understood that this handsome man in front of him was not someone he could control. The strength he had just displayed was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Now that Wan Feng finally believed this person in front of him, perhaps he really didn't have a suitable price. Who exactly was he? Why would such a character come to the demon realm? Xiao Orshuan and Camille walked out of the inn, strolling along the street. Qi Orshuan asked softly, "Wan Feng, what do you wish to do with me?" "I almost forgot to ask how you got to know Wan Feng. Lingyan had warned me to be careful of this person, saying that he is not simple." "Ha ha, little Aoshuan." Camille smiled faintly, looking at the adorable pair of big and fluffy ears on Qi Aoshuan's head. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch it. A displeased expression appeared on his face before Camille retracted his hand and continued, "You are right, this fellow is not as calm as he seems. What does he want to do?" Qi Aoshuan said with a frown. "Guess," Camille asked leisurely. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a building on the other side of the street. A man stood behind the heavy curtains in the upstairs window, watching them without looking away. Could it be that Wan Fengshan wants to become a great demonic king? Qi Aoshuan frowned as she pondered, connecting all the clues together and coming to this conclusion. Maybe, haha. Camille answered casually. Chi Aoshuang said slowly. He knows that you are very powerful, and he wants you to join the martial arts competition to attract everyone's attention. It can also be seen that you have no interest in the Demon King's position, so I hope to borrow your hand to help him eliminate those powerful competitors. Lose to him in the end. In his heart, Chi Aoshuang found it funny. Wanfeng was a man of his word, and his plan was not bad. His insight was also not bad. It could be seen that Camille had no interest in this Demon King's position. He also insisted that everyone had their own price. If this matter were to be left to others, then perhaps they would be able to succeed. After all, there must be a reason why he had a place in the demon realm. He should also have some materials that could move a person's heart. It was a pity that the one he had his eyes on was Camille. Camille. No one could see through Camille, not even himself. Chi Aoshuang turned to look at Camille, who had a warm smile on his face. This person was not really happy when he smiled. Perhaps this was just his habit, or perhaps he was just trying to hide it. What did a person like him want? Or, he didn't want it at all. Little Aoshuang, in a few days, the martial competition will start. You should prepare as well. Let's go participate in this gathering, Camille said with a beaming smile. All right, Chi Aoshuang agreed straightforwardly. Her purpose in coming here was now clear. To preserve the world, no matter what. In the world of humans, there were those who cared about themselves and those who cared about themselves. He had to go back. He had to go back. The back of Xiao Aoshuang and Camille gradually disappeared from the end of the street. Behind the heavy curtains, a pair of black eyes filled with reluctance was still fixed in the direction where Chi Aoshuang's figure disappeared. The person behind the curtain was none other than Feng Yixuan. With everyone gone, what the hell are you looking at? An unhappy voice came from behind Feng Yixuan. The speaker was the young lord. The young master swallowed a fruit and spat it out. Feng Yixuan did not turn around. Instead, he said faintly, "Girl, don't be so rude. This is how Laozi likes to talk. What's wrong?" The young master bit down on the fruit in his hand angrily, his eyes burning with rage. Feng Yixuan slowly turned around and stared coldly at the young master, not saying a word. The young master looked at Yixuan with a guilty look in his eyes. The chewing slowed, then unnaturally turned away. Feng Yixuan remained silent, still coldly staring at the young master. "Yeah, I was wrong." The young lord pursed his lips and murmured weakly. He had already changed his self-proclaimed title from I to I. At worst, he would just stop calling me father in front of you. Feng Yixuan retracted his gaze and walked towards the door. As he passed by the young master, a cold voice floated into his ears. "Remember, don't think about harming her. You should know my temper." After saying this, Feng Yixuan turned around and left. What? The young lord sprung up as if his buttocks had been set on fire. "I don't have any. I didn't do anything. Why are you being so mean to me? You should be glad that it was he who stopped you that night." Feng Yixuan's cold voice floated over. He had already disappeared. It was just that the dangerous aura in his tone was so obvious. The young master stood alone in the room, biting his lips. She was well aware of Feng Yixuan's words and she was even more clear of his character. And at this moment, the young lord's heart was filled with fear. So that night he did not go far. He saw everything. He had seen her threaten her, and he had seen how close he was to taking action against her. The young lord shivered. Yes, that night, he was truly glad that the monster race had intervened to stop him. This was because if Feng Yixuan had made a move, he would not have only given him a warning. His relationship with Feng Yixuan would also. The young lord grabbed his hair, wanting to gloomily shout towards the sky. Damned little toy, it was actually so annoying. Had he known that she could affect him in such a way, he would have evaporated her at that crappy place. However, it was too late to say anything now. How annoying, how irritating, how depressing. The young lord rolled his eyes in displeasure. Since he had seen what he had done that night, there was nothing he could do about it. Then that was the only thing he could do. The young lord let out a long sigh in his heart. Then he walked out the door in a very dejected manner. Second, there were only a few days left before the martial competition. Camille had already finished registering. The competition was very simple. Just pay a gold coin and take a plate. On the night before the competition started, Chi Aoshuan welcomed an acquaintance that she hadn't seen for a long time. It was that strange old man, Saikom Lin. Perhaps it was another of her nominal masters. Just like that, this strange-looking old geezer appeared at the head of Chi Aoshuan's bed and floated there quietly. Beside him was the super beauty dressed in gold. Chi Aoshuan, who was in a deep sleep, felt something strange. She abruptly opened her eyes and saw Saikom Lin floating on top of her head expressionlessly. He was still floating there cross-legged. This scene was extremely strange. Chi Aoshuan stared at the old man floating above her head, cursing in her heart. Too despicable. It wasn't shameful to appear so openly while others were sleeping. After all, his gender was still female. Very well, I admit that you are my disciple. Saikom Lin was practically humming these words through his nose. Oh. Chi Aoshuan looked at the old man floating above her head and snorted. You should be moved to tears and say that you pay your respects to master. Saikom Lin said sinisterly. Oh, master, vua vua. Chi Aoshuan let out 2 dry howls, but she still didn't sit up. Right now, she was only wearing a thin nightgown under the blanket. Of course, she wouldn't get up and hug Saikom Lin's legs in tears. However, this old man's strength was terrifying as well. He couldn't afford to offend him, so it was better for him to cooperate a bit. Saikom Lin's face turned a little green. It was obvious that Chi Aoshuan's perfunctory manner made him very unhappy. Master, why have you chased me all the way here? Looking at Saikom Lin's unfriendly expression, Chi Aoshuan quickly changed the topic. At least you're my only disciple. Of course in the future, only you can kill others. You can't be killed by others. Saikom Lin coldly snorted and said in a domineering and vicious manner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aoshuan was overjoyed. The meaning was so obvious. This strange old man, Saikom Lin, was clearly a super protector. The meaning behind his words was that regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he could only bully others by himself and not by others. Master is wise, master is powerful. Chi Aoshuan's flattery didn't have any skill. In any case, a person like Saikom Lin wouldn't have any reaction to flattery. This is for you, it can raise your magic. Saikom Lin did not care about Chi Aoshuan's useless flattery. With a flick of his finger, a small red pill shot into Chi Aoshuan's body. He did not feel anything unusual about the pill entering his body. Saikom Lin did not wait for Chi Aoshuan to react. He waved his hand again and threw out a piece of metal that almost smashed onto Chi Aoshuan's body. What is this? Chi Aoshuan reached out her hand and held the strangely shaped piece of metal in her hand as she asked curiously. Whatever you think it is. Saikom Lin coldly snorted and said with disdain, you seem to have a broken sword on you, take it out. Chi Aoshuan had some doubts in her heart, but she still did as she was told and took out the navy-tied sword from her spatial ring. Who knew that once she took it out, that piece of scrap metal would pounce on it and stick tightly onto Kang Lan's sword's body. Following that, the piece of scrap metal gradually changed its shape, slowly changing, and wrapped Kang Lanjian within it. And the navy-tied sword was slowly disappearing. This piece of scrap was devouring navy-tied sword. What is this? Xiao Aoshuan asked in shock. She wanted to remove the strange piece of metal, but it was useless. Xiao Aoshuan was getting anxious. What kind of joke was this? Just like that, navy-tied sword was destroyed. It would be weird if his cousin didn't chase him around when she saw him in the future. Whatever you think it is. Saikom Lin still said this in a baffled manner, then he narrowed his eyes and coldly said, you have already reached the 12th layer. My only inspiration to you is that borrowing the power of the sun is your next step in cultivation. That's the most scorching power. After Saikom Lin said that, he disappeared into thin air. Just like when he had come without a sound, he had also left without a sound. Chi Aoshuan was dumbfounded. She looked at the piece of metal that was still devouring Kang Lan's sword without a care. She couldn't stop it from doing so. What the hell was this? Very quickly, that piece of pig iron completely devoured the navy-tied sword, and it once again laid there quietly like it was before. Chi Aoshuan picked up the piece of scrap metal, feeling displeased in her heart. What did this damned old man Saikom Lin give me? The navy-tied sword had actually disappeared just like that. Just as Chi Aoshuan thought of this, the scrap metal in her hand began to change, and very quickly it changed into the original state of navy-tied sword. Chi Aoshuan was stunned, looking at the navy-tied sword in surprise. Why did scrap iron change into the appearance of the navy-tight sword? Chi Ao Shuang flicked the sword in her hand. The sword in her hand made a melodious sound. The blade emitted a faint golden glow. A good sword. However, this sword was absolutely not the original navy-tied sword, because this sword was even better than the navy-tied sword from before. Xiao Orshuang suddenly thought of Sai Konglin's words, "Whatever you think it is what you think it is." Could it be? Could it be? Chi Ao Shuang stared at the sword in her hand, a thought appearing in her mind. Could it be that the unremarkable piece of scrap metal just now could transform into various forms according to his master's wishes? Then why did he swallow navy-tied sword? Chi Ao Shuang looked at the sword in her hand as she pondered. Chi Ao Shuang closed her eyes, and with a thought, the sword in her hand changed its shape quickly. It turned into a long whip. Chi Ao Shuang opened her eyes and looked at the whip in her hands. After a moment of thought, the whip in her hands turned into two lightweight two-handed swords. No matter how it changed, the power of the weapon still left Xiao Ao Shuang speechless. Good stuff. Absolute good stuff. But why did he swallow navy-tied sword? Could it be that this piece of scrap is a growth-type weapon, and it devours other weapons to increase its strength? At the thought of this, Chi Ao Shuang was shocked, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. If that was the case, then the person he was fighting with wouldn't be in a miserable state. Once close combat fighters clashed with their own weapons, they would basically be declared as having lost their weapons. A warrior who had lost their weapon was no different from someone who had lost it. It was no longer a surprise to her. She was an anomaly. 3 days later, the competition officially began. The demon realm was bustling with noise and excitement. On this day, a large amount of the monster race flooded towards the center of the Wind Stream City. They were all the monster race members that participated in the martial competition. In the center of the city, there was a huge, tightly guarded circle of light. That was the entrance to the martial competition assembly. No matter how excited the demons were, they all lined up in an orderly fashion to show their competition plates. One by one, they walked into the huge circle of light before disappearing into it. There were too many of them, and they were bustling with activity. Chi Ao Shuang tried her best to find the figures of Feng Yuxuan and Leng Lingyan in the crowd, but she couldn't find anything. Even the White Emperor and Black Feather weren't able to see their silhouettes. Camille and Chi Ao Shuang walked into the circle of light with calm expressions. Wan Fengling narrowed his eyes as he watched the demon race enter the ring of light. His eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. With so many demi-humans going in, how many would be able to come out alive? After a long time, when all the contestants had entered the circle of light, Wanfen led his people into the circle of light. After the last batch of contestants entered the circle of light disappeared. What awaited them was a crisis that no one knew of. C243, Young Lord's intention was actually this. The circle of light disappeared. The eyes of everyone who entered the ring lit up as they arrived at an empty space. Chi Ao Shuang and Camille were standing on the spacious land. Welcome to this competition. The rules of the competition were very simple. Everyone, please take a look at the map in front of you. A voice filled with energy rang out. Although it wasn't very loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Of course, it was due to the magical amplification process. In midair, a magic map appeared out of nowhere. On the map, there were mountains, rivers, and at the end of the map, there was a green sign. Everyone, please write down the map. Green is your destination. When he got there, he would naturally announce the victor. As I said before, the rules of the competition are very simple. There are no rules. No matter what you do, you just need to get there. But remember, only one winner. After passing through the cave ahead, the competition officially began. You can't fly in the competition area. A vigorous voice announced the rules of the competition. The meaning behind these words was very simple. He would be able to get there by any means he could. On the way, the elimination of competitors is a very supportive practice. Let's begin. When the sound died away, the map vanished. Those who hadn't memorized the map and were cursing at Lulla had already begun attacking the surrounding demons that were weaker than them. Let's go through that cave first, Wei Ao Shuang said to Camille in a low voice. Camille nodded. The scene in front of him was getting more and more chaotic. There was going to be a big melee here before they got into the cave. Go to hell! An arrogant bellow rang out. The voice was very familiar. It was the young master. Chi Aoshuang turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw the young master's black clothes flying around randomly. Her face was fierce and arrogant. In front of her, the many demi-humans on the T-line all collapsed one by one like dominoes. When he fell, he didn't get up again. Feng Yuxuan wasn't beside her. "Let's go," Camille said in a low voice. He didn't want to be entangled with these low-level demons here. Chi Aoshuang nodded. The demons in front of the young chieftain were exterminated just like that. This kind of scene caused many of the demons to tremble with fear. Some of the demons ran with all their might. As long as they passed through the cave in front of them, they would arrive at a very wide area. Moreover, that area was a no-fly zone, giving them a much better chance of survival. Some of the more powerful demon clan experts flew up on the spot and also headed towards the cave. "Get off me!" After an explosive shout, the densely packed monster race members in the sky were like fairies scattering flowers in the sky as they incessantly descended. And this shout was Black Feather's. After clearing a path in the sky, Black Feather leisurely flew towards the cave. Xiao Aoshuang and Camille had already arrived at the entrance of the huge cave. Without saying anything further, they entered the cave and quickly rushed forward. With their speed, they soon passed through the cave. What appeared before him was a dense forest. The land in front of him was indeed restricted, making it impossible for him to fly. More and more demons followed. As soon as many demons passed through the cave, they immediately scattered and went into hiding. It would be fine if they met a weaker opponent in a head-on battle, but if they met a stronger opponent, then they would have to wait for death. So the wisest thing to do is to find a hideout as soon as possible. Chi Aoshuang turned around and looked at the dark cave, and raised her eyebrows. He slightly lowered his body and raised both his hands, aiming at the hole. He shouted in a low voice, "Raging dragon flames!" Just like that, a huge fire dragon rushed into the deep cave. A wave of heat rushed into his face. The huge fire dragon made the dark cave even brighter, but it was only for a moment. Following that, cries of pain and curses could be heard continuously, as well as curses and curses. Camille looked at the brilliant smile on Chi Aoshuang's face. This was really the character of little Aoshuang. She was good at yin. However, he just liked this little Aoshuang. After Xiao Aoshuang was done, she said to Camille, "Let's go." Just like that, Camille and Chi Aoshuang's silhouettes disappeared into the dense forest before them. The monsters behind them also rushed forward, all of them hiding into the dense forest. Within the dense forest, danger lurked everywhere. There were all sorts of dangerous plants of all shapes and sizes. "Ah!" From the depths of the jungle came a cry that pierced the sky. The shrieking demon clan member rolled around on the ground in pain, while his demon clan friend beside him was frantically trying to help him. Both his body and the ground that had rolled away had been dyed red with his blood. These few demon clans were not ambushed by other demon clans. Instead, they were attacked by a single vertebra. When they had just set foot on this side, one of the demons had already felt a strange movement in the air. In front of them was a slowly swaying vertebra. The long black tentacles swayed slowly in the air without wind. They didn't care too much about it. They only prepared to continue on their way through this place. Who would have thought that just as the demon clan member who was walking at the front walked in front of the vertebra, the plant's tentacles no longer had the same sluggish speed as before. Instead, it quickly attacked the demon clan member in front of it. The black tentacles wrapped themselves around the demi-human in front of him and ruthlessly pierced into his skin. What was shocking was that the tentacle transformed into a straw, continuously absorbing the blood of the monster race. The black tentacle gradually turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Astonished, the monsters behind them rushed forward to chop off their tentacles. There were even more monsters who had already used magic to set the vertebra on fire and set it on fire. However, what was even more shocking was that the tentacle that was stuck in the arm didn't fall off. It continued to continuously drain the blood from the demon's body. Blood unceasingly flowed out from the half-suckling tentacle, staining the clothes of the monster race and the ground red. In the end, there were the anxious howls of the monster race that caused the rolling monster race members to cut off their own arms, thus preventing them from being whipped into meat jerky. Such dangerous spines could be seen everywhere in the forest, and cries of agony could be heard from everywhere. And dangerous animals are even harder to guard against. Giant and terrifying animals are often harmless, but insect-sized animals are deadly. There were even dangerous animals that could create illusions. Such a dangerous animal appeared in front of Xiao Aoshuang and Camille's eyes. In a large village, an elegant beauty and a beautiful man sat on top of it, looking lovingly at Camille and Chi Aoshuang. The beautiful woman was dressed very elegantly and wore a thin, light gauze that exposed her graceful body. It was more tempting to be in such a veil than to be naked. Her beautiful face didn't show the slightest flaw, and her long golden hair gently wrapped around her arm and flowed down. Her dark blue eyes were bright and intelligent, her small cherry lips were bright and alluring, extremely enticing. A pair of small and fair feet were moving around playfully. It was enough to make anyone want to spurt blood. She was playing with a silver harp in her hand, but her eyes were full of love as she looked at Camille. Beside the pretty girl was a beautiful man who was extremely pleasing to the eye. He had a head full of soft brown hair, and a gentle gaze that could drip water was full of love as he looked at Xiao Aoshuang. Her beauty was unparalleled, even prettier than the Eastern Wind Marquise that Chi Aoshuang had seen before. He was also wearing a white muslin dress, exposing his muscular body. The majesty beneath him was even more stunning. Two unspeakable beauties drifted down from the village and landed in front of Chi Aoshuang and Camille. "Beautiful lady, can you come with me? I will stand by your side and protect you forever." That incomparably handsome man stood in front of Chi Aoshuang, speaking in an extremely gentle manner. He was even about to grab hold of her hand, preparing to kiss the back of her hand. The super beauty stood in front of Camille and said gently, "A powerful and handsome person. Are you willing to protect me?" At this moment, Chi Aoshuang's expression changed, because the words of these two people reminded her of a person who had once said that he would forever stand by his side, a person who had always been silently guarding his side, Jin Yang. "Go to hell, ugly spider beast." Chi Aoshuang's eyes were cold. Lifting her hands up slightly, a bright golden light appeared in her left palm. A sword hilt appeared in her left palm. Chi Aoshuang coldly took out a great sword. This treasured sword looked exactly the same as the death's sword that Jin Yang had used. At this moment, Chi Aoshuang thought of Jin Yang. The weapon she had drawn was the treasured sword in his hand. Chi Aoshuang did not hesitate to strike out at the super pretty boy in front of her. A faint barrier enveloped Chi Aoshuang's body, which was formed by Camille. The green, stinky liquid sprayed onto the barrier. That was the so-called blood of the super pretty boy in front of him. However, Chi Aoshuang's weapon didn't have a trace of blood on it. Chi Aoshuang let out a strange scream, and without any hesitation, she hacked towards the terrified super beauty in front of Camille. An ear-piercing pew-chi sound rang out. This was the sound of a treasured sword slashing into flesh. Camille let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly wrapped his own body in a veil. He was afraid that the disgusting green liquid would splash onto his body. Two unspeakably beautiful assassins fell to the ground, twitching. The stench of green liquid was everywhere. The next moment, the two supreme beauties on the ground disappeared. In front of Xiao Aoshuang and Camille, two ugly octospiders were twitching in pain on the ground, slowly unable to move anymore. The ugly spider was covered in green liquid, completely unlike the two unspeakable beauties from before. Camille's mouth twitched as he looked at the two disgusting and ugly monsters on the ground. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face as he turned to look at Xiao Aoshuang and asked, "Little Aoshuang, what do you think those confused demons will look like if they hug these spider beasts?" Chi Aoshuang shuddered when she heard this, a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. Kiss the ugliness in his arms. "Ah, let's go, don't delay any longer." Chi Aoshuang put away her weapon and said softly. As soon as Xiao Aoshuang said that, the ground shook violently. Just like that, a gigantic eight-legged spider appeared from the ground in front of Chi Aoshuang's Camille. The pair of lush green eyes stared viciously at Chi Aoshuang. From the looks of it, this spider beast was here to take revenge for the two spider beasts earlier. However, the results would be the same. Just as Xiao Aoshuang was about to draw his weapon, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Chi Aoshuang remembered this black shadow, and the shadow's breath, she remembered. The person who appeared was the young lord. C244. Yes, the person who appeared was the young lord. The young lord soared into the air, with a sphere of black light condensing in his hand. With a low shout, he launched an attack towards that gigantic spider beast. In the blink of an eye, The black sphere hit the gigantic spider beast, turning it into ashes. The ground was still littered with potholes, but there were no signs of the existence of the spider beast. The young lord turned around and landed steadily in front of Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang looked at the young lord cautiously. Although Chi Aoshuang had never hated him, nor hated him for wanting to kill her, it did not mean that Chi Aoshuang could relax in the face of such a dangerous person. Even if the young master had wanted to kill her, she couldn't hate him. All along, Chi Aoshuang had liked the young lord's personality. Furthermore, the young lord had helped her in the infernal domain, as well as helped her master, Cliff, break through. Chi Aoshuang clearly remembered all of this kindness. Camille smiled at the young master before him, standing to the side in silence. The young lord stared at Chi Aoshuang, staring straight at her, not saying a word for a long time. Chi Aoshuang did not say anything, only looking at the young master silently. They stared at each other. Xiao Aoshuang didn't even understand what the young lord was trying to do. If the young lord's purpose was the same as last time, then he wanted to kill her, but now he didn't have any killing intent on him. On the contrary, Chi Aoshuang saw a trace of embarrassment in the young lord's eyes. The young master was embarrassed. How is that possible? Had he seen wrongly? Was it his imagination? Chi Aoshuang thought helplessly. Hey! Finally, the young lord spoke up, snorting towards Chi Aoshuang. What? Xiao Aoshuang asked curiously. Did you see it just now? The young master's eyes flickered. What? Xiao Aoshuang was even more puzzled. Why did the young master in front of her feel so strange? Didn't you see that I saved you just now? The young lord was so anxious that he almost jumped up and asked angrily. Huh? Oh, it seems so. Chi Aoshuang was confused, and nodded her head. Actually, she didn't need the young lord to help her. She could deal with a low-level demon beast like this herself. What did the young master mean by saying this? What do you mean it seems to be? I was the one who saved you in the first place. The young lord got up and pointed at Chi Aoshuang's nose as he growled. I saved you valiantly just now, otherwise you would have been attacked by that stupid demon beast. No, you would have been attacked by that ferocious demon beast and would not have been able to keep your life. Xiao Aoshuang was completely confused, not knowing which way the young master sang. Seeing that Xiao Aoshuang did not say anything, the young lord became anxious. He asked anxiously, why aren't you speaking? I just saved you, didn't I? Huh? Yes, I am. Xiao Aoshuang still didn't understand what the young lord was trying to do, but after seeing how anxious he was, she nodded her head in agreement. Even if he didn't need her to save him just now. However, the young lord had indeed taken action and killed that spider demon beast, so this was understandable. Camille was squinting his eyes as he watched the farce in front of him. He was intrigued, but he remained silent. So, I saved you. You can't hate me, do you know? The young lord's gaze became more distant as he unnaturally turned his head to the side and said something that caused Xiao Aoshuang to be stunned. What? What do you mean? What did the young master mean by this? Do you hear me? Don't hate me. I am your savior, though I was a little hard on you that day. But, the young lord was embarrassed as he glanced left and right, not daring to meet Chi Aoshuang's surprised eyes. Xiao Aoshuang blinked her eyes. After being confused, she seemed to understand a little more. Could it be that the young master was doing this for Feng Yixuan? Thinking of this, the young master's awkward behavior could be explained. Well, that's it. Remember, don't hate me. The young lord gritted his teeth and angrily threw down these words before turning around and running off. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. He left behind Chi Aoshuang, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the messy ground, then looked at the direction the young master's back had disappeared in, and a knowing smile appeared on her face. Young master was truly adorable. The young lord of the devil world actually had such a cute personality. Let's go, little Aoshuang. Camille's voice interrupted Chi Aoshuang's thoughts. Chi Aoshuang turned around, looked at Camille and nodded gently. However, he was still thinking about the relationship between the young master and Feng Yixuan. Why did the young master care so much about Feng Yixuan's attitude? The young lord's actions today should be influenced by Feng Yixuan. In other words, Feng Yixuan hadn't left that night. He hadn't come out to meet him. Thinking of this, Chi Aoshuang felt a sense of loss. Why was Feng Yixuan unwilling to acknowledge him? Why do you pretend to be cold even though you care so much about yourself? The two were on their way again. Xiao Aoshuang's extraordinary memory had a clear memory of the map's location, and she headed straight for her destination. Woo! Phew! A strange sound came from the front, and it got louder as it went forward, the temperature getting higher and higher. At the end of the dense forest, what appeared in front of Qi Aoshuang and Camille was a strange scene. Before his eyes, the lake water was abnormally vast, as if it had been burned. The bubbles started to bubble, and the drops of water released by the bubbles started to emit a scorching heat. On the surface of the lake, there were fiery red lotus petals of different sizes floating. To reach your destination you must cross this strange lake. Within the lake, a few demi-humans were carefully walking on the fiery lotus leaves. But they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all red, like steamed shrimp. Every demon clan member was drenched in sweat as they carefully stared at the red fire lotus leaf beneath their feet. Clearly, the temperature of the lake was quite high. Qi Aoshuang picked up a leaf from the ground and threw it into the lake. In the blink of an eye, the village leaf started to burn. It was a strange scene. In the water, the village leaf suddenly began to burn. This lake was very strange, and the lotus leaves floating above the lake were even stranger. What a high temperature! It seemed that the first demons had found a way to cross this weird lake. They had to step on those even weirder lotus petals and leave this place. As it was a no-fly zone, no one could pass through the air. Qi Aoshuang formed a barrier around her, taking the initiative to step on the closest fiery red lotus leaf. However, something strange happened. Just like that, the barrier around Qi Aoshuang's body disappeared, and the lake water around Qi Aoshuang started to boil even more violently. A scorching heat swept towards Qi Aoshuang. Camille stood where he was without moving, with no intention of helping Qi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang was slightly shocked, and was about to resist this strange heat, but her hand stopped. Xiao Aoshuang stood there silently without moving. Qi Aoshuang was also stunned, because this was not her doing, but an instinctive reaction. A frenzied aura gushed out towards Qi Aoshuang, gushing into her body. Qi Aoshuang could not dodge. She thought she would turn into a cooked prawn. In the end, Qi Aoshuang felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Just like that, the fiery energy entered Qi Aoshuang's body, but it was completely absorbed by her. Xiao Aoshuang widened her eyes in shock. She could clearly feel her magic continuously increasing, and her entire body seemed to be filled with power. That scorching aura hadn't stopped yet, but it was still continuously flowing into her body. Camille narrowed her eyes as she looked at Qi Aoshuang. A faint layer of golden light slowly rose from her body, giving her a mysterious and beautiful appearance. The heat of the entire wide lake was steadily drawing towards them. Those monsters who were carefully walking on the lotus leaves on the lake gradually discovered the abnormality. The scorching heat beneath his feet was slowly reducing. The suffocating heat was almost gone. The fiery red lotus petals beneath his feet started to fade, turning from a fiery red color to a normal green color. Qi Aoshuang felt that the burning energy was getting more and more violent, faster than her body could absorb, and faster than her limit. However, this scorching force did not show any signs of stopping. Slowly, Qi Aoshuang felt like her body was about to explode. That scorching energy was getting more and more violent. It swam around her limbs and bones, as if it wanted to burn her body and consciousness to nothingness. Pain, endless pain hit him like this. At this moment, Qi Aoshuang remembered what Sai Kong Lin said. It must be because of that small, fiery pill. Qi Aoshuang cursed in her heart. This damn old man, he really did not have a normal mentality. The power of ascension is the power that devours the outside. However, who was going to tell her how to stop the heat that was still gushing into her body? Camille finally moved. Camille stepped forward and lightly tapped on Qi Aoshuang's forehead. The violent heat stopped abruptly. Qi Aoshuang's vision went black, and she fell limply to the ground, falling into a cold embrace. C245, Abnormal Camille. Camille frowned slightly as he looked at the unconscious Chi Aoshuang, who had fallen into his embrace. On Chi Aoshuang's forehead, a small and exquisite golden lotus was faintly discernible. Camille reached out his hand to touch the golden lotus on Chi Aoshuang's forehead, and a scorching pain made him quickly retract his hand. Camille spread out his hands, checking his fingers, which had already been scorched black. Mutations, mutations. Little Aoshuang, perhaps you can change my fate. Camille let out a soft sigh, held Chi Aoshuang and lightly rose and fell on the lotus leaves before disappearing from the surface of the lake. Those demihumans didn't even have the chance to clearly see the appearance of the person next to them, much less attack him. When Chi Aoshuang woke up again, she felt an indescribable sense of comfort in her body. Endless power filled his entire body. He even had a feeling that he was omnipotent. When he opened his eyes, he saw a tranquil night sky. A purple moon was above his head, and he was used to the cool wind. A faint, rough smell floated beside his nose. Chi Aoshuang sat up abruptly and saw Camille with a bonfire by her side. Seeing that Xiao Aoshuang had woken up, Camille smiled faintly and said, "You're awake? How do you feel?" "I'm fine." Chi Aoshuang nodded, sitting up straight and continuing, "To be precise, it is very good. I feel like my body is filled with energy. Of course, almost all the heat in the entire lake has been absorbed by you. Your body is about to explode." Camille smiled. "Then, you saved me," Chi Aoshuang said softly. She looked at Camille with a complicated expression. She was saved by Camille once again. "Camille, why have you been following me?" "You could say that." Camille smiles disapprovingly. "You saved me again, how should I repay you?" Chi Aoshuang looked at the blazing bonfire and asked softly. Camille was deep in thought when his eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable glint. He seemed to want to say something, but he lightly smiled as he said, "Repay? Don't tell me little Aoshuang wants to repay you with her body." Xiao Aoshuang rolled her eyes, coldly snorted and said in a calm voice, "You only love yourself, do you still need me to repay you with my body?" Camille laughs and says nothing. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only love himself. He, from birth, I have already lost the qualifications to be a lover. That included loving himself. Love, what is it? What about you? Little Aoshuang, Fen Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan, who do you like? Camille suddenly threw out a sentence that completely stunned Chi Aoshuang. Chi Aoshuang's heart trembled violently. She looked at Camille with a gentle gaze, but was unable to say anything. Fen Yixuan and Leng Lingyuan. Xiao Aoshuang had never thought about how to deal with this. When Fen Yixuan confessed to her, when Leng Lingyuan confessed to her, she didn't know how to deal with it. Now that Camille asked, she didn't know how to answer. You don't have an answer in your heart right now, because you don't even know it yourself. But time might tell you the answer. Camille gently rubbed Chi Aoshuang's head and comforted her. Time can prove everything. Don't think too much about it now, Camille. How long have you lived? How long have you lived alone? Looking at Camille's expression, Xiao Aoshuang suddenly asked in a daze. Camille shook his head gently, his smile still the same as before. He said gently, "I don't remember." Chi Aoshuang looked at Camille's expression. She was right, Camille had an undetectable sadness in his eyes. "I'm sorry." Chi Aoshuang lowered her head and said in a low voice. "Why should I say I'm sorry?" Camille looked at the bonfire, added a few pieces of firewood, and asked with a smile, "I don't know. If you want to say it, just say it." Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice, "Let's sleep. We'll continue tomorrow." Camille lay back, squinting into the night. His heart was empty. "Thank you, Camille." Xiao Aoshuang said softly, "Thank you for staying with me all this time." Camille slowly closes her eyes, but in her heart, she laughs faintly. "If you knew why I was always by your side, would you still thank me?" The next morning, Xiao Aoshuang finally saw their position clearly. This was a boundless plain. At first glance, it was completely blue. No wonder there was a rough smell when I woke up at night. As they walked forward, they constantly encountered demons that were attacking each other. Clearly, many of the demihumans had done their best during this martial competition. Chi Aoshuang was not worried about the White Emperor and He Yu at all. Back then, the two of them were great demonic kings, two great generals, and there was no one who could do anything to them. As for Feng Yixuan, Qi Aoshuang fell into deep thought. What would Feng Yixuan's current strength be like? To be able to sneak into the monster race without being discovered, his current strength should be quite extraordinary. Moreover, with the abnormally strong young master here, Feng Yixuan would be fine. What worried Qi Aoshuang the most was Leng Lingyan. That was because the cold earrings on Qi Aoshuang's earlobes reminded her that these were Leng Lingyan's eyes, and also half of his strength. Leng Lingyan, who had lost half of her power, what would her strength be like now? Just when Xiao Aoshuang was a little distracted, Camille stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes, beaming with smiles as he said softly, "Xiao Aoshuang, we are surrounded. Facing a fight like this is very rough. I don't have any sense of beauty. I'll leave it to you." Xiao Aoshuang came back to her senses, turned around and looked at Camille, who had a carefree expression on his face, and laughed. He didn't know why, but seeing how Camille was feeling right now, he actually felt a little relieved. This was the Camille she knew, the Camille she knew. She could see the sadness in Camille's voice and eyes. Even though she did not know who Camille was or what he had experienced, Qi Aoshuang had already treated Camille as a friend and family member. Naturally, she didn't want to see him suffer. Qi Aoshuang slowly raised her hands. The palm of her left hand released a strong golden light. The divine artifact was unsheathed. Golden light shot in all directions, terrifying one's heart and soul. Camille stood behind Xiao Aoshuang with his eyes half closed, leisurely waiting to see Xiao Aoshuang's performance. The surrounding demons gradually surrounded them. Looking at the surrounding demons, Qi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows. It was an old acquaintance. It was Lila's brother, Hams, and his men. With a cold expression, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and silently looked in their direction. The group of demons surrounding Qi Aoshuang and Camille were all of extraordinary strength. They stared at Qi Aoshuang with covetous eyes. "Where's my sister?" Hams said in a low voice. Xiao Aoshuang was silent. What was the point of saying so much now? What could she say if she didn't even have a skeleton? "I'll make you say it. Let's go." After a cold sentence, Hams stepped back. The demons surrounding Qi Aoshuang and Camille moved quickly. Qi Aoshuang only smiled faintly as she held her long sword and slashed down on the spot. In an instant, the golden light was blinding, making people dizzy. Just like that, a vicious, ring-shaped flame attacked the group of demons in front of them. Without a scream, the demons were cut in half. Their eyes were still blank, and their bodies fell to the ground in two halves. Soon after, the raging flames engulfed their bodies, instantly burning them to ashes. This scene caused the other demons to turn pale with fright, and the expression on Ham's face also changed greatly. He did not know when this human had transformed into a demon. Furthermore, he had the strength to do so. "All of you, leave." Hams waved for the other demons to leave. He knew that no amount of demons would make a difference if this continued. It would only cause him to lose more subordinates, which would not benefit him in any way. Hams slowly walked forward. With a light wave of his hand, a snow-white longsword appeared out of nowhere in his hand. The sword was suffused with a faint white light, exuding a rich magical element. A good sword. At this moment, Hams immediately made his decision. He waved his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Retreat." Before many of the demi-humans could recover their wits, Hams had already taken the initiative to leave. Only then did the demons realize what had happened, and they hurriedly followed behind him. Despite his confusion, he obeyed Ham's order and immediately retreated. Wei Aoshuang didn't chase after him. He just stood there, watching the sword greedily devouring Ham's sword. At this moment, Holmes finally understood why Wan Feng would be so courteous to this human, and gave her the rose badge. He also understood why the White Emperor and Black Feather would offend him for her. This human was definitely not simple. Her strength was actually on par with his. No, her strength was actually above his. Now that she had demonized herself, why had she come to this martial competition? Becoming a dire monster king? Impossible. Was there such a weird thing? A human who, after demonizing, participated in the martial competition and eventually became a great demonic king. A human becoming a great demon king and ruling over the demon world. Is that possible? Let alone the disagreement of all the demi-humans in the demon sector. Perhaps the 4 supreme experts of the demon sector would never agree to such a decision. However, with the power of the 4 martial saints, they must have discovered the identity of the young girl. Why would they allow her to participate in the competition? Why all this? Ham suddenly couldn't make heads or tails of it. The treasured sword in Chi Aoshuang's hand devoured the evil demonic spirit without restraint, and finally fused together. Xiao Aoshuang strangely brandished the sword in her hand, but did not discover the increase in the power of the sword. She could not help but flick the blade of the sword with her finger, muttering to herself, "Strange, I don't feel anything." No feeling. Camille stepped forward to look at the sword in Chi Aoshuang's hand, looked at it with rapt attention, then suddenly smiled and said, "Next time, try to find a demon clan sword." Huh? Chi Aoshuang looked at the sword in her hand, still unable to see the difference. "That sword just now, it's called the Sword of the Demons. It's Hamza's weapon. This treasured sword can directly absorb the power of the demon's life core," Camille explained with a smile. "Ah, that Hams used such a sinister weapon," Chi Aoshuang said in shock. Once the life core lost its power, this demon clan member would be basically crippled. Camille smiled gracefully and said softly, "Actually, I think Hams is quite pure compared to you." "You?" Chi Aoshuang looked at Camille angrily. Camille smiles like a peach blossom and walks in front. Chi Aoshuang put away the sword in her hand and followed. The two of them walked together, and after passing through the rough terrain, they entered a mountain range. All the monsters he met along the way were easily dealt with by Chi Aoshuang. She didn't even need to draw her treasured sword and used magic to easily deal with them. He didn't run into any experts like White Emperor Blackfeather, nor did he see the figures of Feng Yixuan and Leng Lingyan. After a night of rest, they passed through the mountain range unimpeded. He was close to the position indicated on the map before the start of the match. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. For what lay before them was a great maze of gardens. All sorts of plants were planted, and the huge trees were green and glistening. The winding passages were all so blurry. Maze? The big ears on Chi Aoshuang's head quivered slightly, and Camille almost wanted to pinch them again. Due to Xiao Aoshuang's fierce glare, he finally stopped. "Looks like it. Let's go." Camille looked at the vast and complicated maze and said blandly, "This maze is not difficult to describe. We only need to make a mark at the intersection when we enter it. If there is a dead end ahead, we can return, or we can identify a wall and walk on it." Camille doesn't say anything, just boom. Chi Aoshuang unleashed a golden flame towards the huge tree in front of her. The tree fell and was then burned to ashes by Chi Aoshuang. The space in front became empty. "What you said is so troublesome, isn't it good to burn a path out?" Chi Aoshuang raised her eyebrows as she looked at the huge maze in front of her. Camille watched Chi Aoshuang's brutal actions silently, just like that. For the first time, Camille felt powerless. "Look, it's much faster now. Just go straight ahead." Xiao Aoshuang laughed and continued to release the fire to open up a path in front. Camille followed silently behind, and for the first time he felt that his intelligence was not as good as Chi Aoshuang's. Just like that, Chi Aoshuang advanced with her hands on her legs. Her speed was also fast, and the most important thing was that she would not get lost. In this gigantic maze, there were countless monsters whose minds were completely fixed on this. The majority of the demons were obediently walking through the maze, seriously marking it and trying their best to get it back and forth. Phew! With a loud sound, the golden flame burned another green tree. A scream passed into the ears of Xiao Aoshuang and Camille. There was someone behind the green tree. Oh, no, there was a demon. After the green tree was burnt to ashes, what was imprinted in front of Chi Aoshuang and Camille was a cute little loli who looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. She had big watery eyes, a delicate and pretty face, fair skin, golden curly hair, and a snow-white princess dress. "What a cute little loli. Sister, brother, are you guys going to pass through this maze?" The little loli's voice was as sweet as the sounds of nature itself. She timidly asked. She even looked at them innocently with her big watery eyes. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. "Ien." Chi Aoshuang looked at the cute little loli in front of her and nodded. "This child is so lovely, so lovely." There was even an urge to pick her up and kiss her. Then can big sis bring me along? "Little loli, are you alright?" Chi Aoshuang nodded, smiling faintly as she said, "Sure." This big brother is so scary." The little loli looked at Camille, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She slowly moved towards the side of Chi Aoshuan, as if seeking protection. Xiao Aoshuan smiled as she reached out to touch the little lowly's head. Don't worry, this big brother is not scary. No, he's so scary, I don't want to go with him. The little lowly kept shrinking beside Chi Aoshuan. Then she kept her big, pretty eyes fixed on Pride Frost's, as if pleading. Camille never spoke, a gentle, graceful smile still on his handsome face. What do you think I should do? Chi Aoshuan's eyes suddenly became a little blurry. I want you to kill him, so you can only lead me out of this maze. The pretty little lowly's voice was still as sweet as ever, but the words she said were abnormally terrifying. Her big watery eyes and Chi Aoshuan's eyes stared straight ahead, and her heavenly sweet voice continued to lower her voice. Big sister, I think you are very willing to do this, right? Yeah. Chi Aoshuan looked as if she was possessed by a devil. Chi Aoshuan revealed a faint smile on her face. She took out the unique-looking treasured sword from her left hand. When the little lowly saw the sword thrown out by Chi Aoshuan, her eyes were filled with shock, then with ecstasy. Chi Aoshuan slowly drew her sword, her eyes no longer focused. Yes, big sister, kill this person and then bring me along to the road. The little lowly's sweet voice had an indescribable enticement, making people unable to bear to reject her request. Her innocent mind made one's heart ache even more. The little lowly looked at the sword held high in Chi Aoshuan's hand, feeling extremely happy. He really didn't expect that his harvest today would be this many fish. This woman's strength was really not bad. However, he was still bewitched by his own charm, and obediently obeyed his orders. Just rely on this woman's power to get out of this damn maze and order her to commit suicide. But perhaps she should be left to protect herself until the end of the game. Camille narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the triumphant smile in the little lowly's eyes and silently smiled. What are you laughing at? He was still laughing even when he was about to die. Just as the little lowly was about to ask, she felt a piercing pain in her chest. The little lowly stared with her eyes wide open as she stared at the treasured sword in Cha's chest. She was stunned. Chi Aoshuan's eyes didn't seem to be blurry at all. Instead, she coldly smiled at the little lowly's shocked face. As for Chi Aoshuan, her eyes were filled with a mischievous glint. The little lowly widened her eyes as she looked at the ice-cold-looking Chi Aoshuan in front of her in disbelief. How could this be? This girl actually didn't fall for his charm spell. She really wanted to ask how this cold-faced woman had gotten rid of her charm, but she could no longer finish her words. She straightened her back and her body slowly turned into ashes. What was left on the tip of the sword was a glowing nucleus of life. What is this? Chi Aoshuan picked up the life core from the tip of her sword and asked curiously. It's the core of this fox demon's life. The evil demon's sword from before will completely absorb it, but after being merged with your treasured sword will be very picky and won't eat this kind of thing. Camille said indifferently. Oh. Looking at the nucleus of life in his hands, Chi Aoshuan did not mind at all and was about to put it away. Who would have thought that something shocking would happen at this time? C246. The glowing life core suddenly jumped out of Chi Aoshuan's hand and flew into her body before disappearing. What's going on? Chi Aoshuan touched her chest, but she did not feel anything strange. The life core disappeared from her body just like that. Camille looked at Chi Aoshuan and smiled. It's the mannequin echo in your body. Huh? Chi Aoshuan blinked and immediately understood. Mannequin echo was a true demon, so did our Bao absorb this life core? Yes, it should be. Camille nodded. I didn't feel any power from that little fox's life core just now. Chi Aoshuan was puzzled. That beautiful little lowly from earlier, Chi Aoshuan did not feel any powerful magic from her body. That's not a little fox, she's a charmed fox that has lived for at least 5,000 years. What do you think she attacked you in? Camille narrowed his eyes and smiled gently, reminding him softly. Chi Aoshuan came to a realization. That's right. That little lowly had used a spiritual attack to charm her mind. Just now, he was indeed in a daze, but he quickly came back to his senses and understood that the other party was using a spiritual attack to entice him to lose his consciousness. Charm, Chi Aoshuan said with a soft voice. Stop, Camille said in a deep voice. Don't use it on me. In a while, try and catch a demon clan member. Don't put up such an act in front of me. This way. What does it look like? Xiao Aoshuang was puzzled by Camille's words. If Qi Aoshuang could look in the mirror at this moment, she would know what Camille meant by his words. When Qi Aoshuang focused her attention on her charm, she looked extremely alluring, so much so that it would cause others to feel pity for her. Her limpid eyes were filled with innocence, and her beautiful face was so beautiful that it was as if she wanted someone to kiss her. With a slight pout, she made people do everything they could to satisfy her demands. This was the power of charm. Evidently, Qi Aoshuang's magic was far superior to that of the fox race, and with the Manekineko in her body, she was able to fully display this spell. Alright, let's go. Camille reminds me. Alright. Qi Aoshuang continued to release her flames, creating a path to advance. Just like that, the two of them continued forward in a straight line until they finally arrived at an empty flat ground, and the surrounding walls were still made of trees. There was a clear fountain in the middle of the field, happily spurting cool spring water, shining a beautiful white light in the sunlight. This is the center of the maze. Qi Aoshuang looked around at her surroundings. Probably. Camille touched his beautiful smooth chin and said lightly, "The problem is, this seems to be the destination." Qi Aoshuang furrowed her brow, because she also remembered that the destination marked on the map seemed to be here. This fountain in front of him was his destination. Something didn't seem right. Qi Aoshuang stepped forward and looked at that extremely ordinary fountain. It was rather big, with a stream of cool spring water falling down from the middle. Nothing unusual. And there weren't any other demon clans that had arrived. Could it be that they were the first ones to arrive here? But why is there no other hint here? Just as Qi Aoshuang was feeling confused, a rustling sound could be heard. Qi Aoshuang turned around and saw a person who almost made her heart stop beating. With fiery red hair and pitch-black eyes, a handsome face was printed in front of Qi Aoshuang's eyes. Too many emotions instantly flashed through Feng Yixuan's eyes. He was also stunned on the spot, staring blankly at Xiao Aoshuang. And beside him was the young master. The young lord slanted his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. Both men stood there without moving. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Someone familiar appeared at another entrance. Silver hair, purple eyes, Leng Lingian's snow-white clothes were spotlessly clean, and her handsome face was filled with coldness. When he saw Qi Aoshuang, the cold lines on her face gradually softened. He was accompanied by a man in a grey coat and a cloak. The man's face was obscured by a wide hat. Leng Lingian and Feng Yixuan's gazes stopped on Qi Aoshuang. Before either side could speak, the sounds of fighting could be heard. "Go to hell, White Emperor, do you really think I'm no match for you?" He Yu's irritable voice sounded very familiar. There was silence in response, so White Emperor didn't say anything. "You bastards, you pretend to be cool." It had been thousands of years. The victor would definitely be decided this time. "I am stronger than you, stronger than you." He Yu's explosive shout mixed with the intense sounds of fighting came closer and closer. With a loud rumbling sound, the trees in front of Qi Aoshuang all collapsed. A black and white figure flew into everyone's line of sight. They were precisely the White Emperor and Black Feather, who had been fighting to the point of being unheard of. "White Emperor, Black Feather," Xiao Aoshuang said in a low voice. However, He Yu only replied in a hurry, "Aoshuang, you stay here too. Wait for me to finish him off first." Qi Aoshuang felt a headache coming on. Did this fellow not know that the three of them were contractors, or was it deliberately ignored? If this continued, no one would get a shred of advantage. The White Emperor was silent, only blocking Black Plume's attack. He didn't fight back. "White Emperor, you bastard, you dare to tease me. You only need to be on your guard from now on." He Yu cursed angrily. The White Emperor remained silent. The four forces met in this kind of environment and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The White Emperor and Black Feather were still fighting. At this moment, the vigorous voice from before the competition suddenly rang out again. "Everyone, I'm glad that you've come here. The two over there, stop for a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible and powerful force struck towards Black Feather and White Emperor without a trace of politeness, separating them. "All right, everyone quiet down." The vigorous voice spoke in an indifferent tone, and just like that, it resounded in the air. Not a single person could be seen. "Everyone here, I think there is a purpose for all of you. And this goal isn't to become the demon king to command this holy war. Everyone's goal here is to end the holy war. The expressions of everyone present changed. No one thought that this voice would actually say such a thing. Am I wrong? Those two from the devil world? There was a hint of mischief in the pompous voice. Feng Yixuan and the young lord's faces suddenly changed. Feng Yixuan was silent, while the young master growled in the air in displeasure. What proof do you have that we are demons? If it's the demon race that wants to cause trouble, do you really think that we will let you enter our demon world? And will I let you participate in this year's martial competition? The voice was smiling. Xiao Aoshuang's heart tightened, instantly understanding that her human identity should not have been hidden from the Supreme Being realm. They should have already known that they were human and that they were harmless to the demon world, so they let them participate in this martial arts competition. This power of a martial saint was truly unfathomable. You, what do you want? The young lord angrily shouted as he put his hands on his waist. It's my turn to ask all of you here. What do you all want? The vigorous voice slowly said, I don't know how long the holy war has been going on for. Every time, countless lives have been lost. The demon world was like a rootless duckweed. Right now, we old fellows are tired and don't want to participate in this holy war anymore. TCH, Borsch T, who's willing to fight? No matter how you fight, there's no end to it. If you guys aren't tired, then I'll just feel tired. The young lord spat out unhappily. You are unwilling to fight, but that does not mean that the supreme ruler of the divine realm and the supreme ruler of the devil realm are unwilling to fight. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. So, Qi Aoshuang looked at the fountain in the middle and asked in a low voice. So I think some of you can stop this pointless war. Let the holy war cease. The vigorous voice said slowly, so we held this competition. It's up to you to stop the senseless jihad from continuing. I believe you can do it. Why should I help you fulfill this wish of yours? Won't you do it yourselves? It's not a bad thing to keep fighting. Black Feather carried his huge, pitch-black sickle as he spoke sarcastically. Is that so? He then threw out a meaningful sentence. Do you really think that way? The person you're worried about, will you be willing to stop? He furiously roared, and hurriedly stopped the voice from continuing. If he continued, he would be exposed. Damn it! Black Feather was extremely furious. The paragons of the demon realm, these old monsters, seemed to know everything. Let him continue. So, you are willing to participate in this mission? There was a hint of mockery in his voice. He remained silent. With a smelly face, he did not say anything and tacitly agreed. Then, if everyone has no object irons, please head down from the fountain. You'll know what to do when you get in. Perhaps you will act separately. However, you must remember that you have only one goal in mind, and that is not only to stop this war, but also to make this holy war, which only happens once in 1,000 years, completely stop it. After the voice faded, the surroundings quieted down. Some of them were frowning while others were thinking. Xiao Aoshuang was also trying to figure out what the voice was trying to say. And what was that under the fountain? While everyone was silent, Leng Lingyun walked up to them first, and looked at Xiao Aoshuang with a slight smile. Although her clear voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears. Aoshuang, I said that whatever you want, I will do it for you. After Leng Lingyun finished speaking, she led the people behind her to the fountain without hesitation. Qi Aoshuang looked at Leng Lingyun's back and wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. The young lord glared at Leng Lingyun's back, almost wanting to eat him up. Let's go, we can't let that pretty boy take the initiative. The young master pulled Feng Yixuan toward the fountain as well. As he walked, he turned around and said to Qi Aoshuang, we'll do it even faster than that pretty boy. Feng Yixuan looked at Qi Aoshuang with a complicated look in his eyes, hesitating to speak. There was a deep sadness in the depths of his eyes. The White Emperor glanced at Aoshuang, then turned to He Yu and said, let's go. Where are we going? The victor hasn't been decided yet. Black Feather brandished his weapon and was about to attack again. The White Emperor didn't bother with him. Instead, he walked straight ahead, stood beside the fountain, and said in a cold voice, are you going or not? Let's go. He Yu let out a cold snort and hurriedly chased after him. Before he descended, he turned his head to look at Qi Aoshuang. The silhouettes of everyone disappeared into the fountain. Camille's face revealed a gentle smile. Let's go, little Aoshuang. Looking at the bright fountain, Xiao Aoshuang did not hesitate and quickly walked forward. Camille's face flashed with an indescribable look as he silently followed behind her. As Qi Aoshuang stepped into the fountain, the scenery around her changed. It was dark. At the same time, Xiao Aoshuang also started to feel dizzy, and a strange restlessness began to circulate in her body. Gradually, his consciousness became blurry. There seemed to be the call of a treasure cat in his ears. When Qi Aoshuang woke up again, she saw green trees, blue sky and white clouds. Meow tilde tilde with a soft cry, Qi Aoshuang regained her senses and sat up. She saw that the mannequin Echo had already separated from her body and was now quietly crouching beside her. When she woke up, her lake-colored eyes were filled with joy as she jumped up and down on her lap. The mannequin Echo was now as cute as it was before, snow white and petite. Qi Aoshuang hugged the mannequin Echo gently, rubbing her head, indicating that she was fine. He turned around habitually, but he didn't find any trace of Camille. What about Camille? Xiao Aoshuang suddenly stood up in surprise. No one was around. Only a fresh breeze blew by, bringing with it the scent of flowers. Leng Lingyuan, who was the first to enter the fountain, did not see it either, and neither did Feng Yixuan and the young master. The White Emperor and Black Feather didn't continue to stay there. Even Camille, who had been by her side the entire time, had disappeared. She was alone. What was going on? Where is this? Qi Aoshuang frowned as she looked around, feeling puzzled. Meow tilde tilde the chosen treasured cat hid in Qi Aoshuang's arms and meowed softly. Qi Aoshuang lowered her head and looked at the mannequin Echo that had separated from her body, and she thought for a while. Could it be that it was because of this place that the treasure cats were separated from his body? So, where is this place? Xiao Aoshuang sat down. She was under a big tree. Leaning against the tree, he looked up at the blue sky. Xiao Aoshuang remembered what that voice said. Stop the holy war. It could be separated. If you don't want to fight, it doesn't mean that the supreme ruler of the divine realm doesn't want to fight. All this seemed to be expressing something. Could that fountain be the space gate? And this was the divine realm. The reason why the supreme experts of the demon realm had sent them all to the divine realm was so that they could prevent the holy war here. Qi Aoshuang slowly stood up and looked around. Was this the divine realm? But how come it doesn't look any different from a rural village? At first glance, he saw a large area of farmland and orchards. In the distant fields, there were actually people working. Was the divine realm like this? Or was there something wrong? Or was this not a divine realm at all? Xiao Aoshuang was carrying the treasure cat and walking slowly towards the farmlands ahead. Perhaps, those who were working there could tell her the answer. As Qi Aoshuang approached, she saw that the laborers were no different from the farmers in the human world. Their clothes and farm implements were almost the same. Excuse me, Qi Aoshuang said softly. The person working in the fields was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his head to look at Qi Aoshuang and was stunned. It was all because of Qi Aoshuang's attire. Miss, may I ask if you've gotten lost while playing around? The middle-aged man asked carefully. Qi Aoshuang was stunned. She couldn't understand why the man in front of her would ask such a question. Meow. The lucky cat in Qi Aoshuang's arms suddenly waved its claws and let out a low cry. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately became misty. He then started to laugh foolishly as he asked woodenly, Miss, what do you want to know? Qi Aoshuang touched the mannequin Echo's head, instantly realizing that it was Ah Bao who had used the charm on the person in front of her. Very smoothly, Qi Aoshuang obtained the information she wanted. This was indeed the divine realm. However, it was the lowest level place in the divine realm. It was a small village. The divine realm was not the place where Qi Aoshuang started thinking about. Everyone was an angel flying around with wings, and not all of them had fighting abilities. The only way to become a warrior to protect the goddess was to obtain wings through the final recognition of the goddess. Every year there will be a selection, and the divine realm wasn't decided by the goddess of light. There are many gods here. The goddess of light was only in charge of managing the mortal realm. There were also some demigods, such as the goddess of love, the goddess of luck, and the goddess of bad fortune. The highest ruler was the Elders Guild. The father and the mother do not care about these matters. The goddess had been asleep the entire time, while the godfather was standing guard by her side. Rather than saying it was a guard, it was better to say it was suppressing the urge to wake her up. This was because the goddess was tyrannical and only knew how to destroy. The god was the opposite. As for where the god and mother were, no one knew, not even the highest of elders. As for the reason why Xiao Orshuang was considered to be the daughter of a wealthy family by the man just now, it was because Qi Orshuang was dressed very elegantly. In such a remote and backward village, she did not wear such clothes. Only in a distant town or town could a rich family wear such clothes. A person like that, whether he was rich or not, was not someone a commoner could afford to offend. Naturally, he was not surprised by Xiao Lingshuang's attitude. After receiving such news, Xiao Aoshuang had summoned the treasure cat to help him remove the charm from his memories and left. In other words, the initiative of the war was actually held by the so-called Council of Elders. Even the goddesses had to obey them. What kind of place was the Council of Elders, and what kind of people did it consist of? One had to know that this was the only way to the central city that the farmer had talked about. That was where the high-level angels and the goddess and the elders guild were located. But it was not easy to get there. For the city was floating in the air, and all the inhabitants of it had white wings. The only ones without wings were the goddesses and the elders, but such a person could not be faked. It seemed that he would have to sneak in. However, there was an important piece of information that the farmer forgot to say out loud. This divine realm was made up of many small spaces. All cities had to rely on a transmission array to travel between them. In addition to paying a certain fee, there must be a reason to travel between cities. For example, the people who traded goods or sent letters could only leave the city through strictly guarded teleportation portals with identity documents. Qi Aoshuang spread her fiery wings and flew across the farmland, seeing a small village in the distance. After circling the small village and not being noticed by others, they continued to fly forward. It was only when a small town appeared before his eyes that he folded his wings and descended. Outside of the town, they saw a luxurious horse carriage driving into the town. Surrounding the horse carriage were 4 8-winged angels. To think that an angel of such a high level like the 8-winged angel would appear in such a small town, it was definitely not normal. According to what the farmer said earlier, these powerful angel warriors usually wouldn't appear in such a small place. After being chosen as a guard for the goddess, he would no longer return to his hometown. At most, he would only write letters to each other. Qi Aoshuang's gaze fell on the luxurious carriage. Could it be that the carriage carried an unusual person? Qi Aoshuang thought for a moment before following the carriage from a distance. The horse carriage did not stop in the town. It drove through the town in a hurry. Qi Aoshuang followed him silently. Someone who could use the 8-winged angel as a guardian shouldn't be so simple. Qi Aoshuang noticed that the carriage was in a hurry, and the expressions of the 8-winged angels were grave. Just like that, Qi Aoshuang followed from afar, keeping her distance so that the other party could not discover her, and did not let him out of her sight. After traveling for a long time, the horse carriage finally stopped at a quiet place. Radiant Goddess, please be careful of your feet. An 8-winged angel stretched out his hand and helped him to the door of the carriage. Qi Aoshuang's heart skipped a beat. Her Highness the goddess of light, the goddess of light that made him lose his mother, Catherine, the goddess of light who destroyed his mother's body and soul. The person in this luxurious carriage in front of them was actually the goddess of light. C247, Qi Aoshuang glared at the carriage in front of her. Was the goddess of light inside? Was her enemy just in front of her? Qi Aoshuang felt like her heart was about to stop. Her mind suddenly went blank. In her heart, there was an indescribable feeling. I actually met the goddess of light here. How should I deal with her? To brutally kill her, or destroying her soul, making it impossible for her to reincarnate? A snow-white hand slowly extended from the carriage and gently placed on the arm of the 8-winged angel. With the assistance of the angel, she slowly got off the carriage. Qi Aoshuang clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot. With her enemy right in front of her, how could she restrain herself? Your Highness, let's rest here for a bit, the 8-winged angel said with soft concern. All right. The goddess of light let out a low grunt of agreement, and her figure gradually appeared in front of the carriage. After seeing the face of the goddess of light clearly, the originally tense Qi Aoshuang was stunned. How is this the goddess of light? Qi Aoshuang clearly remembered the appearance of the goddess of light. Even when the radiant goddess had only revealed her faint appearance back then, Chiao Shuang had carved her face into her mind and carved it into her heart. However, the goddess of light in front of him was completely different from the one in his memories. Although the goddess before him was very beautiful, she was definitely not the same radiant goddess from before. Don't talk about it, even the voices were different. What was going on? Your Highness, this place should be safe. Don't worry, the eight-winged angel comforted him in a low voice. Dressed in a white dress, the goddess of light nodded, her beautiful face full of worry. We vow to protect the goddess, only you are our goddess of light. Even if we are the last, we will do our best to protect you, the eight-winged angel said resolutely. The other three of the eight-winged angels had firm expressions on their faces as well. Chiao Shuang frowned in confusion. What was the meaning of this scene in front of her? Listen to them, angry. Could it be that the goddess of light wasn't the only one? And their numbers weren't limited to just so many people? Was it because they had been attacked that there were only 4 left? At the very least, Chiao Shuang was certain that the radiant goddess before her was not the same one that had a grudge against her. Then, who was this goddess of light? And what did these 8-winged angels say about defending her with their lives? Was there someone who wanted to harm the radiant goddess in front of him? Who would want to harm them? Chiao Shuang hid her aura and stood in the distance, looking at the group of people in front of her, trying to figure out what was going on. Just as Chiao Shuang was thinking about it, there was some movement from the other side. Traitor, today you will die without a burial ground. An arrogant shout rang out. The sound of wings flapping rang out unceasingly, and a large number of angels descended from the sky. The 8-winged angels and winged angels approached menacingly, wielding their swords to attack the 8-winged angels protecting the goddess of light. Protect Her Highness the goddess. The leading angel of 8 wings stood in front of them with a resolute look on his face. Marilyn, if you know what's good for you, just follow us back to the hearing. The attacking angels of the 8-winged angels all called out hoarsely. Impudent. Are the names of goddesses something you can directly call? The 8-winged angel, who was blocking in front of the goddess, raised his sword and let out an angry shout. Pa, what goddess? She was no longer the goddess of light. How dare you disobey the Elders Guild's decision? The attacking 8-winged angel hacked down towards the 8-winged angel, blocking in front of the goddess. The scene before them was a chaotic, intense battle. The 4 angels tightly protected the goddess within. But in the end, they were still outnumbered and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. All of them were wounded and in a sorry state. Chiao Shuang looked at the scene before her as she pondered. From the looks of it, there seemed to be an internal conflict within the divine realm. The goddess of light in front of him wasn't the goddess of light he knew, and the goddess of light wasn't their name, but merely the title of a position. This goddess of light seemed to be at odds with those elders. It is the supreme ruler of the world that can wage war. Council of Elders. Since it wasn't right, did it mean that the goddess of light in front of them didn't want to obey their orders and was being hunted in exile? Isn't this a gang? An enemy of the enemy is a friend. Perhaps the goddess Marilyn could make use of it. Even if he couldn't use it, saving him and killing him would be the same. As Chiao Shuang thought of this, her silhouette flickered, leaving behind only after images. Since he wanted to help, he naturally had to be thorough. Golden light flashed as the divine artifact once more struck out. Marilyn felt a flash in front of her eyes, a flash of golden light, and she saw the angels who had attacked her fall down like fairies from heaven. Moreover, if it were not a complete one, it would have been cut in half. The attacking angels had no way to resist at all. It was a massacre, a total massacre, bloody and brutal. Marilyn stared in astonishment at the young girl dressed in luxurious clothing. The young girl had a pair of golden flaming wings on her back. She held a long, golden razor in her hand, and her beautiful face was cold as she brandished her sword. Angel corpses fell down one after another. What was inconsistent with the bloody scene was a little snow-white kitten that was lying on the back of the girl. The adorable kitten looked so out of place in the carnage. Who are you? You dared to stop the Elders Guild from working? An 8-winged angel bellowed, but his trembling voice betrayed his fear. He had never seen such a terrifying enemy, cold-blooded, cruel, and vicious. The answer was a sharp and ferocious golden sword beam. One-hit kill. The 4 angels in front of Marilyn just stared blankly at the fluttering Chiao Shuang in the sky. Who was this girl? Why was it so terrifying? At this moment, she was effortless, intercepting the flying angels with a straight face. She was showing a relaxed expression. The aura of death instantly enveloped everyone. Marilyn felt cold all over. Was this cold-blooded and terrifying girl the person who had saved him? Why did he have to save her? But, for one thing, Marilyn was glad. The girl had chosen to save them, not attack them. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground now. The unilateral massacre was soon over. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. None of the invading angels escaped. After dealing with all of this, Chi-Aoshuang retracted her wings and slowly landed in front of Marilyn. Looking at the sharp eyes of the girl in front of her, Marilyn's heart tightened. As the 4 8-winged angel watched Chi-Aoshuang approach, they felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Despite the fear in his heart, he still loyally stepped forward and placed Meryl behind him. Chi-Aoshuang laughed coldly and said lightly, "You think you can stop me? All of you, leave." Marilyn said softly. The 4 8-winged angels glanced at each other, finally standing at the back. "Name." Chi-Aoshuang coldly spat out these 2 words. Marilyn fell. At this time, she displayed an astonishing calmness, calmly looking at Chi-Aoshuang and replying, "It can be said that she is the former goddess of light." Very well. Why would they be chased by people from the Elders Guild? Because of the Holy War. I am unwilling to launch such a meaningless holy war, so the Elders Guild wants to find someone to replace me. I got the news in advance and escaped. Marilyn knew that all tricks were useless in the face of absolute power, as opposed to total prominence. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chi-Aoshuang's mouth. It seemed that he had won the bet. "You mean, a lot of people can become radiant goddesses?" Chi-Aoshuang frowned slightly. "Who are you?" The octagonal angel behind Marilyn made a sudden sound. Chi-Aoshuang's eyes turned cold, and with a single glance, the 8-winged angel couldn't help but feel like he was being watched by a venomous snake. His back was covered in cold sweat. This young girl was truly terrifying. Don't misunderstand, esteemed expert, I only felt that it was a little strange. If she's a person of this world, then she definitely knows that the goddess of light is not a person, but a position. The 8-winged angel hurriedly pressed his hands together, indicating that he had no intention of provoking Chi-Aoshuang. "Your guess is correct." Chi-Aoshuang's face eased up, revealing a satisfied smile. It seemed that this time would be smoother than he had expected. This Marilyn didn't want to start a jihad, and the octagonal angel beside her seemed to have brains. As Chi-Aoshuang said this, the expressions of a few of the 8-winged angels, including Marilyn, changed. You're not," Marilyn said hesitantly. "That's right, I'm not from this world," Chi-Aoshuang said calmly. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something strange behind her. Chi-Aoshuang turned around and saw that the corpses of the angels on the ground were glowing with a white light. Following that, white balls of light floated out from the dead corpses. "What's that?" Chi-Aoshuang frowned slightly as she asked. "That is the heart of an angel, the purest form of an angel's power gathered after its death," Marilyn replied, her mind racing. The powerful girl in front of him was not someone from the divine realm. So where did she come from? What was the purpose of his visit? When Chi-Aoshuang heard this, she did not hesitate and waved her hand. The white light that had been flying in the air was blocked by an invisible force and then gathered together. All the white light was captured by Chi-Aoshuang into a barrier. Chi-Aoshuang looked at the white light in the barrier in her hand, and saw clearly what the angel's heart looked like inside. Each angel heart is the shape of a chicken heart, crystal clear and unique. In the center of each angel's heart was a small, pale shadow, exactly the same as the previous angel. The little angels in the angel's heart were all dazed with fear. The angel heart had landed in the hands of this terrifying young girl. No matter what, she was in dire straits. If they destroyed the angel heart, they would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. Chi-Aoshuang weighed the barrier in her hand, then she raised her head and looked at the different expressions of the 8-winged angel and Marilyn, revealing a brilliant smile. Her voice was filled with charm. "I think, next, we can have a good talk." C248. The ice-cold blade pointed straight at Charlotte's throat. Chi-Aoshuang's expression was ice-cold. "Miss Aoshuang, you..." Marilyn looked terrified. Charlotte broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. She didn't back away from Chi Aoshuang's icy eyes. She clenched her teeth and said, "You're very powerful, but you can't force us to do such an inhumane thing. Idiot." Chi Aoshuang gave a cold laugh. These angels were seriously brainwashed. Ruthless. This means that you are very pure and honest, so you won't use this kind of method to raise your strength. And then, just like that, you wait for the next wave of people to come and slaughter you, destroy your angel hearts, and then take away the goddess you protect to a place where there will never be a day. Are you playing with her like a dog with your neck tied? Chi Aoshuang looked at Charlotte with disdain, but didn't intend to shut up. You're so naive and adorable, everyone else is about to chop off your head, yet you're still sticking your neck out. Come, chop me to death, then please take the goddess away and humiliate her to your heart's content. You're lying. No, I didn't mean that. Charlotte anxiously tried to defend herself as she anxiously looked at the pale-faced Marilyn. That's what you mean. Chi Aoshuang's eyes turned cold, her sword moving forward a little, before she said softly, "Choose, become stronger, protect the goddess or be killed and she will be reduced to a plaything." Charlotte stared blankly at the barrier on the ground. The angel's heart inside the barrier knocked randomly around inside, knocking the round barrier rolling around on the ground, but she couldn't break free no matter what. These people were once their companions in learning how to bestow the warrior's honor together. However, they were currently facing off against the swords. After completely absorbing them, they would no longer exist. Everyone's beliefs are different. Their beliefs are to protect the Elders Guild, so that the Elders Guild's people will forever act tyrannically and hide the truth. And your faith is to protect the goddess, to let her bring light and purity and integrity to cover the world. Chi Aoshuang said casually from the side. Faith. Charlotte turned to look at the beautiful Marilyn. There was a deep helplessness in her beautiful face, in the depths of her beautiful eyes, the helplessness she needed him to protect. There was sadness, there was firmness. Yes, my faith is Marilyn. My faith is the goddess of light, Marilyn Soffel. Charlotte's eyes became firmer and firmer. Her vision was no longer blurred. He slowly bent down and picked up the barrier that he had just thrown to the ground. He then turned to look at the other 3 eight-winged angels and said solemnly, "Our faith is our goddess of light. What we have done today is the first step towards the light, to banish the dark and dirty council of elders from power, and to restore the true light and purity of the divine realm. This path is full of controversy and thorns. Are you still willing to travel with me?" "I do." The 3 angels all spoke in unison, their faces solemn. "All right." Charlotte turned her head to look at Chi Aoshuang. She nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Marilyn stood to the side, her body trembling slightly. Looking at Charlotte so deeply, he couldn't say it even if he got rid of the old donkey. Chi Aoshuang smiled faintly. To be able to speak so grandly of Rebel Lion, it must be a characteristic of the divine realm. With a gentle flick of Chi Aoshuang's finger, the barrier in Charlotte's hand broke. The angelic heart inside immediately fled in all directions, only to be captured by Charlotte's angels of the 8-winged angels. Charlotte and the others didn't stand on ceremony. So many angelic hearts were separately absorbed by the 4 of them, and very quickly, they were enveloped in a dazzling white light. "They are about to advance." Marilyn's voice was small, but there was excitement that could not be hidden. "Nonsense. It would be strange if they did not advance to the next level after absorbing so many angelic hearts. If they did, it could only be said that they were trash to the extreme." Meow. The Manekineko climbed on top of Chi Aoshuang's head, looking for a high position to take a look at the angel's advancement. The 4 8-winged angels were enveloped by a strong refraction of light, and the figures of the people inside could not be seen clearly. They all let out a long, low moan. A pure power was spreading. Gradually, the white light disappeared. The 8 wings on Charlotte's back slowly spread out from both sides. They once again transformed into 10-winged angels. The power of angels gradually increased from 2-winged angels to 12-winged angels. 12-winged angels were extremely rare in the divine realm. The power of the 10-winged angels could no longer be underestimated. In the divine realm, there had never been such an evil method to raise one's strength. And today Charlotte and the others did. It was unprecedented for him to instantly upgrade his 8 wings to 10 wings. Marilyn's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. How could she not be happy when she received 4 of the 10-winged angels' hands to protect him? When all the white light dispersed, Charlotte and the others' silhouettes clearly appeared. The people before him were completely different from before. Their aura, strength, and even their looks had all improved. They were already handsome, but now, they were even more handsome. It would seem that the divine realm was the same as the demon and demon worlds. Their strength was proportional to their appearance. Well, the first step has been taken, and it will never be taken back. It's time to discuss our next move. Chi Aoshuang looked at Charlotte, a little smug. The people in the divine realm were all hypocrites with benevolent and righteous mouths. I've never regretted taking this difficult first step, Charlotte answered firmly. So, Miss Aoshuang, I won't regret my decision in the future. I will follow your instructions one step at a time. Don't say that you will never be able to recover from such a calamity. You know, I've never tried to force you. This is your own way. Chi Aoshuang frowned and said coldly. Looking at these hypocritical members of the God realm, Chi Aoshuang felt displeased at the sight of her own face being forced into prostitution. What are you pretending for? You want to build a arch after being a bitch? I'm sorry, Miss Aoshuang, my expression is incorrect. If it makes you sick, I'm sorry. We chose this path ourselves. We will absolutely not regret it, and we will absolutely not blame you. On the contrary, we thank you for the way you have shown us. Charlotte immediately explained when she saw Chi Aoshuang's displeasure. Ha ha, this person is not simple after all. Chi Aoshuang smiled and shook her head, not caring about it anymore. Looking at the few people whose strength had increased greatly, Marilyn suppressed the excitement in her heart. She turned to look at Chi Aoshuang and said softly, "Then, Miss Aoshuang, what should we do next?" His tone was faintly laced with respect, flattery and gratitude. If it wasn't for this human girl, she would have long been taken back to the Council of Elders. How could he have the chance to flip a card? So what will the elders do when they take you back? Xiao Aoshuang asked lightly. Listen to the trial. Imprison after the verdict. Then the new goddess of light will be selected and the ceremony will be held. Marilyn's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible depth. Oh, so fast. The next radiant goddess has been decided. Xiao Aoshuang asked in a teasing tone, Marilyn's eyes flashing with a deep look. She had caught it clearly. That's right. Marilyn clenched her teeth and slowly said, the next radiant goddess is related to the elders of the council. That's why we openly support her. And now, before the ceremony, she has already publicly called herself the goddess of light. No wonder Marilyn was mentally unbalanced. The other side was showing off their backing, claiming to be the goddess of light even before she was stripped of her title. This was indeed a depressing matter. How do you know who your radiant goddess is? Xiao Aoshuang suddenly thought of a key question. Why would the council try to catch Marilyn? Based on their strength and prestige, they were free to ignore the current situation. First, they would place their designated candidates in the position of radiant goddess before dealing with Marilyn. From the looks of it, the radiant goddess should have a keepsake in her hand, just like the imperial jade seal in the hands of the ancient Chinese emperors. Therefore, the Elders Guild had to first arrest Marilyn so that they could obtain her keepsake. Only then would they be able to successfully push their chosen person to the position of the goddess of light. It's this. Marilyn made a simple gesture on her forehead, and a small, seven-colored crystal gradually appeared on her forehead. Xiao Aoshuang looked over and saw that the small seven-colored water day was embedded in Marilyn's forehead, as if it was made by the heavens themselves. This is the symbol of the status of the previous radiant goddesses. They want to take back this item, but without it, there is no way for them to carry out the ceremony. This is because this is a treasure which is able to absorb the power of faith from inferior planes. Marilyn did not hide it. She was a smart person and knew that the young girl in front of her was not so easy to fool. Since it was a deal, he had to show some sincerity. Furthermore, even if Xiao Aoshuang were to take this item, it wouldn't be of any use. This was for absorbing the power of the faith. Chi Aoshuang nodded slightly, understanding what was going on. In that case, even if he didn't have to look for the Elders Guild would still come to Marilyn and the others. Seeing Chi Aoshuang nod her head, Marilyn relaxed and hid the seven-colored crystal back into her forehead. As far as she was concerned, the young girl before her seemed to have already thought of a way. The Elders Guild is secretly chasing after you, right? The entire divine realm doesn't know what's going on inside you, does it? Xiao Aoshuang asked casually. Marilyn was stunned for a moment before she nodded. Yes, this is not a glorious matter. The Elders Guild will not reveal it to the public. That's why I can walk in these places. That's good. That means, in this world, with the exception of the Elders Guild and their people, in the hearts of everyone else, you are the true goddess of light. Yes. Marilyn is a little puzzled. She doesn't understand what Qi Aoshuang wants to do. Qi Aoshuang smiled. She didn't immediately dispel Marilyn's doubts. Instead, she asked, where is the god of darkness now? That is the current god of order. Marilyn's expression changed slightly as she looked at Xiao Aoshuang in astonishment. She asked hesitantly, Miss Aoshuang, why are you looking for sister? Oh, is that guy's name sister? Qi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes and revealed a faint smile. All right. Hearing the tone of Qi Aoshuang, and seeing his expression, Marilyn couldn't understand why she was looking for the god of darkness, West Star. He was no longer someone to be trifled with. Ever since he had become the god of order, his influence in the lower realms had grown. The Elders Guild was preparing for the Holy War, so they didn't have the time to worry about him. But once the fight was over, he would definitely be in trouble. I wonder why Miss Aoshuang is looking for him, Marilyn asked hesitantly. He gave me so much suffering and took so much advantage of me. How can I not ask for some interest? Qi Aoshuang revealed a crafty smile. Now that the god of darkness had come out of nowhere, most of his credit must be hers. From the beginning to the end, this guy never said thank you to me. He just gave me the darkness brand and then disappeared. This time, he had to go to his lair to gain enough benefits. Marilyn was stunned for a moment before she immediately reacted. When she was ousted from the throne, the dark god had many believers in the human world. He called himself the god of order. They were old acquaintances. But why at this time? Miss Aoshuang, the reason why you're looking for sister is to... Marilyn doesn't understand. If you want sister to help us, I'm afraid it's unlikely. He's working hard to develop his own power, and he won't bother. Marilyn is really smart. Talking to Qi Aoshuang at this time is already using us, not me. That's why I said that the people of your divine realm are too pure. The purity of this place was not a compliment to them. These people still didn't understand politics. They only knew white and black. They didn't know that white and black were grey. Everything has two sides. Have you encircled and exterminated the god of darkness for a long time? But it's never been able to get rid of him. Qi Aoshuang said a fact that shocked Marilyn. How did Miss Aoshuang know? Marilyn looked at the indifferent girl in front of her. This girl, her age was never more than 18. How could she know that their long-fought battle with the god of darkness was unknown? The god of darkness had told her. Impossible. There is darkness to set off the light. Darkness and light were inseparable. It is laughable that you always want to exterminate the darkness, but once you exterminate the darkness, will there still be light? There are two sides to everything, just as you have the back of your hand when you have the palm. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Qi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes slightly, and said coldly to Marilyn, since the Elders Guild is going to kill you and the people in this world will only recognize you as the goddess of light, then, you must take this goddess of light's position. You mean, you want me to establish another radiant temple, working with the god of darkness? Marilyn was indeed very smart and immediately understood what Qi Aoshuang meant. That's right. Qi Aoshuang nodded in praise, smiling as she said, the crystal that absorbs the power of faith is with you. You are the real goddess of light. Why not relocate the radiant temple to another city? Only darkness has light. Darkness stands out for light. Marilyn chewed on this sentence and finally understood what Qi Aoshuang meant. Light and darkness coexist. As long as the two are at peace, they will exist forever. First, prestige. Qi Aoshuang looked at the carriage, shook her head and said, such a magnificent carriage like yours, your goal is too big. Now let's set off and find the dark god. Charlotte's expression was anxious as she listened to their conversation. She kept wanting to interrupt them and say something, but Marilyn glared back at her. Finally, Charlotte quietly stayed by the side, not saying a word. Looking at the carriage, Marilyn frowns and waves her hand, and the originally beautiful carriage becomes very ordinary. Miss Aoshuang, please get into the carriage. We will talk about this as we walk. Qi Aoshuang nodded. She looked at Charlotte and the others and said in a low voice, they're very conspicuous even like this. It's good as long as they can disguise themselves. When Charlotte and the others heard what Chi Aoshuang said, they looked at each other and hid their wings without hesitation. The wings of the angels are their glory, the symbol of their power. Therefore, no angel would take his honor. As for Charlotte and the others, they had long forgotten their dignity for Marilyn. The carriage slowly started up again. Now, the group of them were no longer conspicuous on the road. Charlotte drove the carriage, the other three quietly following behind. In the carriage, Chi Aoshuang was leaning against the carriage with her eyes closed. Looking at Chi Aoshuang's calm face, Marilyn wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Miss Aoshuang, Marilyn finally spoke in a low voice. Xiao Aoshuang still didn't open her eyes, inviting the treasure cat to nestle in her embrace and find a comfortable place to sleep. Can you tell me clearly, Miss Aoshuang? I've decided to go this way, and I won't regret it. Marilyn clenched her teeth and said firmly. Only then did Chi Aoshuang open her eyes, and a smile appeared on her bright and beautiful face. This Marilyn had finally made up her mind. Letting someone like her, who was thoroughly brainwashed by the light, accept cooperating with the dark at once was indeed not so easy. Earlier, when Chi Aoshuang got on the carriage and ignored her, she felt her mental fluctuations. She was hesitating. Once he hesitated, the consequences would be unimaginable. It will end before it even begins. Now, Marilyn's mind was completely still. She seemed to have made up her mind to continue walking like this. Actually, it's very simple. You are the true goddess of light. The god of darkness is working with you, putting on a fake act to raise your prestige to the pinnacle, far surpassing the council of elders. After that, you lived in peace with the god of darkness, at least in secret. Occasionally, a fake battle is allowed. Chi Aoshuang's smile was full of charm. Marilyn swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Chi Aoshuang in a daze. Devil, what kind of human was this girl? She was a demon that tempted the soul to go to hell. But Marilyn had to admit it. This method was extremely good. It was so good that it filled her with hope and filled her with hope. All right. Marilyn's eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at Chi Aoshuang with a brilliant look, and a maniacal and ferocious smile appeared on her beautiful face. She said in a low but spicy tone, I want to become the true ruler of the divine realm. Those who want to step on me, I will stomp them beneath my feet in the end. I will never become the plaything of those disgusting old men. I will make them pay 100 times, 1,000 times. Xiao Aoshuang paused for a moment, lowering her eyes, and said solemnly, yes, you are the true ruler of the divine realm. Crazy eyes and a ferocious smile. No matter who it was, once they were suppressed to the extreme, the power that erupted was truly shocking. This Marilyn had been forced into a dead end. Perhaps the madness she was showing now was her true nature. The scales had only just started testing. On one side was the god of darkness, Sister. On one side is the goddess of light, Angelica. In this world, he must balance it in his own hands. Chi Aoshuang slowly closed her eyes and began to rest. The carriage slowly moved forward. When it reached the void of space, it leaped into the air, passing through a spatial crack, and arrived at a different space. In the divine realm, only the heavenly horses possessed by the goddess of light had this kind of ability. The entire space was dark and damp. This was the territory of the god of darkness, the Black Wind Mountain Range. The palace of the dark god was at the very back of this mountain range. When Marilyn and her company appeared with a bright aura, they immediately caused a commotion. All the weak and powerful creatures of darkness quickly fled from this place. Some ungrateful creatures of darkness tried to attack them, but the result was naturally that they were beheaded. Not long after they entered this area, they heard rumbling sounds coming from afar. It's the Knights of Darkness, Marilyn said worriedly. Oh, Xiao Aoshuang raised his eyebrows. It seems that this fellow from the God of Darkness is not bad. Hearing this voice, there were quite a few knights. Stop. Chi Aoshuang told Charlotte to stop the carriage. She lightly leaped down and stood in front of the carriage. A group of dark knights arrived in front of Chi Aoshuang. All the dark knights were wearing pitch black and shiny armor, and the knight in the lead wore thin magic prints on his armor. Each knight was wearing a helmet, completely blocking their appearances. The order of knights halted, and the leader of the knights pointed his spear straight at Chi Aoshuang as he spoke. With a gentle flick of his finger, the long spear in the knight's hand disintegrated into dust. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Go, tell the dark god that Kriar is looking for him. If you're slow, I'll let you know the consequences. Chi Aoshuang's cold voice didn't have a trace of warmth in it, but it was full of momentum. The Dark Knights were already shocked when Chi Aoshuang revealed her skill. Now that they heard the name Freya, they froze on the spot. As soon as Xiao Aoshuang said that, a deep voice sounded out from the void. The content of it was not serious at all. Ha ha, I was wondering who this familiar aura is. So it's my Kei Laia. I really miss you. C249. Faced with such a casual greeting, Chi Aoshuang did not get angry. Instead, she laughed and teased, "Sister, is this how you welcome me? Sending so many knights to welcome him like this. Also, my name is Chi Aoshuang. I seem to have told you clearly, right?" There was a hint of danger in his voice. "Haha, I was lacking in manners." Sister's voice was getting closer and closer, and the dark knights surrounding him all retreated to the sides, making way. A young man dressed in black slowly walked over from the middle of the road. Chi Aoshuang narrowed her eyes as she looked at the man who was slowly walking over. This was the god of darkness, Sister. His incomparably handsome face, his gem-like beautiful red eyes, his black hair hanging smoothly down, his deep eyes were cold, like a whirlpool that seemed to be able to suck people in. A cold aura surrounded him. He was so handsome that others could only sigh, unable to take their eyes off him. The black clothes were embroidered with golden, ancient patterns, appearing noble and mysterious. He slowly walked towards Chi Aoshuang step by step, a devilish smile on his handsome face. Just like that, the noble figure walked in the middle, appearing extremely outstanding and eye-catching against the dark knights on both sides. "Little Shuang, long time no see. Come hug tilde. Sister walked in front of Chi Aoshuang and made an action that would cause people to be taken aback. He reached out his hand to hug Chi Aoshuang. Xiao Aoshuang frowned and subconsciously raised her foot to kick West Star's face. However, there was someone who moved faster than her. A white blur flashed past. Meow! The mannequin Echo let out a furious bellow as it flew forward and viciously grabbed the incomparably handsome face of Wester with lightning speed. After doing all of this, the mannequin Echo quickly retreated back and laid back on Chi Aoshuang's back. Then, it stuck out half of its head from Xiao Aoshuang's shoulder and stared at Wester with its beautiful amber eyes. It was so quiet that everyone could hear their own heartbeats. Xiao Aoshuang looked at the frozen Sister quietly. Marilyn and the 4 angels behind her were also staring at this. The cunning and vicious god of darkness, Sister, had his face scratched by a kitten in public. By a kitten, infinite echo, tick-tock. Blood oozed out of the wounds on Sister's face and dripped onto the ground, breaking the deathly silence with a soft sound. Tilde. Xiao Aoshuang faked a cough, breaking the awkward silence. No matter what, with such a noble identity as West Star, under such circumstances, being scratched in the face by his own Arbao in front of so many of his subordinates was truly shameful. Why did he have to give him some face? Now, Sister's handsome face was twitching slightly. Although the wound was healing quickly, what had just happened was still real. Everyone present was able to see it clearly. That, Sister, well, my Abel didn't mean it. Considering your status and position, you wouldn't care about it, right? Chi Aoshuang smiled embarrassedly and shamelessly said those words. I don't mind. Sister's handsome face was still twitching as he forced these words out from between his teeth. Oh, that's good. I came to find you because I have something to discuss with you. Before Xiao Aoshuang could even catch her breath, West Star had already gone berserk. I don't mind. Who says I don't mind? This darn smelly cat actually dared to scratch my face. I'm going to evaporate her. I want to burn her. West Star jumped up and down, trying to catch the mannequin Echo on Chi Aoshuang's back. At this time, he no longer had the same unfathomable image from before, and he no longer had the same elegance and nobility. All right, Sister, I really have something for you this time. Can't you see that the goddess of light is here as well? Xiao Aoshuang felt a headache coming on. He hadn't thought that this West Star would be so petty and vindictive. He didn't want any of his image anymore. He actually acted this way in front of his subordinates. However, when they saw the calm expressions on the Dark Knights, It seemed that they were used to it. Ha! Only then did Sister come back to his senses and stop his movements. He looked at Meryl and the few angels behind her and frowned. He then sneered, "What? The great goddess of light is actually so shabby. Why are you here?" Marilyn's face instantly paled, and Charlotte and the others behind her turned red with rage. They all drew their swords one after another, pointing them at Worcester. The group of dark knights behind Sister let out a low shout and pointed their weapons at Marilyn and the others in an orderly fashion. The black war horses they were riding on all breathed out a heavy breath. For a moment, the situation was on the verge of breaking out. Marilyn's nervous palms were already wet with sweat. If the god of darkness were to explode here, then everything would be in vain. "All right, Worcester. I'm not here to talk to you about old times." Chi Aoshuang's face slightly darkened, and she gently waved her hand. With her as the center, a scorching aura spread out. In that instant, everyone present felt a pressure that made it hard to breathe. His body seemed to be on the verge of burning. "Little Shuang, but I want to reminisce with you." "Okay, let's go in and talk. There's your favorite rose tea." Waving his hand with a beaming smile, Sister signaled the dark knights behind him to put away their weapons. Chi Aoshuang also retracted her burning hot aura. Marilyn squeezed her hand, feeling the wetness of it, and breathed a long sigh of relief. The current her had a pitifully small amount of light energy. Charlotte and the others also retracted their weapons. "Let's go, little Shuang. I've been waiting for you." West Star inexplicably said those words before walking in front. He turned around and smiled at Chi Aoshuang, saying, "Come quickly." The way he smiled was truly mesmerizing. This Xister was truly an extremely handsome man. No one could resist his charm. It was a pity that Xiao Aoshuang did not appreciate his kindness, and did not even spare him a glance as she casually followed him. Marilyn and the 4 angels hurried after him. Marilyn did not dare to be too far from her. Here, only by staying by Chi Aoshuang's side would she feel safe. Following West Star, they headed towards this area. Along the way, Chi Aoshuang saw many things that were black in color. Both the plants and animals were filled with a black aura. The dark knights slowed down their pace and followed behind. The orderly sound of their horses' hooves sounded very imposing. At the end of the hall, a majestic palace appeared before them. The magnificent palace left everyone tongue-tied. Chi Aoshuang sighed in her heart at how this fellow, Xister, was enjoying himself. Along the way, Worcester and Chi Aoshuang were chatting and laughing, paying no attention to Marilyn and the others behind them, as if they did not exist. Entering the palace, the maid was dressed in black, which was very different from what Chi Aoshuang expected. These female attendants weren't dressed so richly as she had imagined. Rather, they were all completely wrapped up, and they were all extremely respectful towards West Star. Sister led the group through the hall and through a long corridor, arriving at the entrance of a small hall. Lightly pushing open the door, this small hall was elegantly decorated. Before entering the room, Chi Aoshuang could already smell the familiar scent of rose tea. Upon stepping through the door, Chi Aoshuang was taken aback, because the people in the living room were people she knew very well. Camille had a gentle smile on his face. It was so familiar, so warm. He was holding a delicate teapot in his hand, and the scent of rose tea came from it. "Camille is here." "Hey, little toy, you came so slowly." A rough voice pulled Chi Aoshuang back from her thoughts. Chi Aoshuang's startled brick actually saw the young master. There was also Feng Yixuan, who wore a complicated expression beside the young master. Feng Yixuan's pitch-black eyes were still filled with deep sorrow. After they looked at each other, Feng Yixuan slowly turned his head away, not looking at Chi Aoshuang again. Feng Yixuan. Why were they unwilling to acknowledge him now? What had happened? Feng Yixuan and the others were here, but what about the others? Chi Aoshuang's gaze swept across the entire small hall, but she didn't see anyone else. "Stop looking, we're the only ones here. The idiots who came with us still don't know where to flop." The young lord glared at Aoshuang and snappily said, "What are you still standing there for? Come and sit down." Xiao Aoshuang was stunned for a moment, then she smiled faintly, turned to Marilyn and said, "Come." A hint of panic appeared in Marilyn's eyes. Looking at Chi Aoshuang's smiling face, she finally calmed down a little. She obediently followed behind Chi Aoshuang and sat down together with her. "Hey, you're not bad at all. After coming here, you immediately kidnapped the goddess of light. The young master leaped from his seat and ran up to them, bending suddenly down to look at Marilyn. The eyes of Marilyn and the young master met, and they were immediately shocked. They immediately stood up and shouted in disbelief, "Demon race, all right, what are you shouting for?" The young lord impatiently shouted in a low voice, "What's wrong with the demons? The demons are much better than you hypocrites." Marilyn clenched her white teeth and trembled slightly, tears of humiliation welling in her eyes. Today she had received more mockery than she had ever received in her life. "All right, young chieftain, don't say any more," Xiao Orshuan said softly. "This time, Marilyn's situation is not good. Stop treating her like this. She is the key to ending the holy war." The young lord's expression suddenly changed as he slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at Qi Aoshuan. "Isn't it because, Lady?" At this time, Feng Yixuan suddenly let out an angry bellow and roared back at the young lord. The young lord was so angry that he couldn't even see his own face. He looked at Qi Aoshuan as if he wanted to cut her into 1,000 pieces. Eventually, his eyes became frustrated, and then helpless. He angrily turned his head and sat beside Feng Yixuan. He silently lowered his head and no longer said anything. The young master's name was Thea. Qi Aoshuan was stunned. She looked towards Feng Yixuan, but Feng Yixuan turned his head away and did not meet his gaze. The young lord seemed to be sulking. What was going on? What exactly was Feng Yixuan hiding from him? What was his problem? Qi Aoshuan's brows were knitted tightly together, and her heart was filled with doubt and worry. "Yixuan," just as Qi Aoshuan cried out softly, Camille walked up to her with a smile, blocking her view of Feng Yixuan. "Little Aoshuan, you must be tired from the journey. Have a cup of tea first." Camille still had the same gentle smile on his face, elegantly pouring a cup of fragrant rose tea for Qi Aoshuan and placing it by her side. Qi Aoshuan retracted her gaze and stared blankly at the rose tea in her hands. The scene from earlier was still playing in his mind. What was Feng Yixuan hiding? Why was the young lord's reaction so intense? "Beautiful lady, you've worked hard on your journey as well. Have some tea, please." Camille's gentle smile was infectious and affectionate, and she poured Marilyn a cup of hot tea. Marilyn looked at the beautiful woman in front of her with some surprise. Ever since he came to the place of the god of darkness, he had been extremely depressed. This person was the first to show such friendliness towards her. So gentle, so graceful. How could he, in such sunlight, be a member of the god of darkness? Thank you," Marilyn answered, a little embarrassed. Camille smiled and said nothing more. Behind Marilyn, Charlotte lowered her head, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. "Meow." The mannequin echo hopped onto the table from Qi Aoshuan's head. Looking at the stunned Xiao Aoshuan, it used its claws to touch her. Qi Aoshuan came back to her senses, smiled at the mannequin echo, picked up the teacup, took a sip, looked up at the crowd and said lightly, "All of you, you knew that I would definitely come, so you all waited for me here. All right." Camille nods his head slightly and thoughtfully fills the cup with tea for Qi Aoshuan. "However, I didn't expect you to directly bring the goddess of light with you." Sister still spoke coldly. "Naturally, I brought her here for a purpose." Xiao Aoshuan wouldn't give him face, and her voice turned cold as she mocked. "Sister, you have been suppressed by the Radiant Temple for so many years and have always been at a disadvantage. Do you want to maintain this situation?" Sister's face turned green, and he glared at Marilyn. It was obvious that he thought that Marilyn was the one who leaked the information to Xiao Aoshuan. Marilyn blinked innocently, feeling wronged. When had she ever said that? This was all because of the sharp twin black girls themselves. It had nothing to do with him. "So what?" Sister asked through gritted teeth. "Can you change the situation you've been maintaining for tens of thousands of years?" Qi Aoshuan almost spat out blood. Tens of thousands of years. It was no wonder that he felt so much resentment. No wonder he hated the goddess of light so much. No wonder he mocked and ridiculed Marilyn. So it turned out that tens of thousands of years of grievances had been piling up there. No wonder, no wonder. Xiao Aoshuan looked at West Star with sympathy. Poor child. West Star looked at Xiao Aoshuan viciously, not understanding her sympathy at all. "Don't look at me like that. It's not like I bullied you for tens of thousands of years." Xiao Aoshuan smiled mockingly, and said, I am here to prepare to change the situation. And the key to this change is the real goddess of light, Her Excellency Marilyn. What? Sister frowned and cried out involuntarily, she's already in such dire straits, what can she change? Marilyn's face was so pale. On this day, her confidence and dignity were almost crushed to nothing by this fellow, West Star. Oh, no, it should be close to negative. Don't say it so absolutely. Xiao Aoshuang spoke slowly, then said softly to Marilyn, don't mind, this guy's personality is really that bad. Marilyn nodded miserably, not daring to speak, afraid that she would pull him back to her. Her fragile heart could no longer bear the relentless ravages. Show them your status symbol. Chi Aoshuang nodded to Marilyn. Marilyn immediately placed the colorful crystal on her forehead. What can I do? West Star could clearly see that these were the treasures the goddess of light used to absorb the power of faith, as well as symbols of the goddess's status. But the number of followers of the goddess of light in the mortal realm had been reduced by quite a bit, and the power of the goddess of light had been reduced by quite a bit. What can I do? Such a weak goddess of light trying to stop the holy war. She is the true goddess of light. Chi Aoshuang said meaningfully, the one with this keepsake is the real goddess of light. She is the true master of the radiant temple. What do you mean? Sister is indeed a treacherous and crafty fellow. After thinking for a moment, he understood Chi Aoshuang's plan. When he woke up, he was excited. Such a grand gesture. Do you really intend to do this? You're smart. Marilyn's smart. Xiao Aoshuang took a sip of her flowery tea, then looked at West Star with a smile that was not a smile. Sister touched his chin, watching Marilyn not speak, as if thinking. Marilyn was a bit nervous. She pinched her palm and spoke first. Sister, I solemnly promise that if I rule the Holy Palace, the Holy Hall will live peacefully with you and stop the encirclement and suppression. Sister did not speak, but frowned in thought, considering. Marilyn's nervous palms were wet with cold sweat. Success or failure depended on this. If the god of darkness didn't cooperate and help her build a new radiant temple, then everything would be for naught. There is light only when there is darkness. Light and darkness coexist. Sister, I have already deeply understood this principle, and I hope to have your support. It was imperative to overthrow the stubborn and shameless elders and establish a new holy palace. If I become the ruler of the radiant temple, I will fill the world with peace, and I will put an end to a senseless holy war. Miss Xiao Aoshuang's purpose in coming here is to end the holy war. Marilyn said it eagerly. She could tell that Chi Aoshuang had a special relationship with West Star, and she also understood that West Star was a smart person, so it should be easy for him to talk to a smart person. So Wister should know exactly what she meant. Let me think about it. Sister spoke indifferently before turning to look at Chi Aoshuang with a smile and said, Little Aoshuang, you have just come to my place and have yet to visit my palace. I'll show you around and catch you at night. When Marilyn saw this reaction from Sister, she became anxious and was about to say something. However, Xiao Aoshuang turned her head and gave a meaningful glance to Marilyn, stopping her from speaking. Chi Aoshuang was well aware of the shameless and cunning personality of West Star. Sister did not immediately agree, but changed the subject and said something unimportant. It was not that he disagreed with the proposal, but that he was raising the price. In grinding Marilyn's patience, the more flustered Marilyn got, the better he was. Marilyn finally closed her mouth and said nothing more. Sister called for the maid to take Marilyn and her angels down to rest, then he spoke to her in a serious tone. You are too treacherous. Sister was pacing around the room, saying to Xiao Aohan, you've left such a hot man with me. Isn't this harming me? Do I have your shamelessness? Chi Aoshuang said passively, who used me so shamelessly before running off? Sister blinked, unable to speak. You've finally made a name for yourself, God of Order. The power of faith is also flowing in unceasingly. Xiao Aoshuang said mockingly, however, it is inevitable that I will be chased around by the Radiant Temple in the future. You can now replace the Radiant Temple with the Temple of Order in the mortal realm. After a period of time, others can do the same. This is obviously a good opportunity. You're still saying that I harmed you? Sister frowned, then paced back and forth, as if in considerable confusion. All right, stop pretending. Xiao Aoshuang said lazily, I need to rest. I want to sleep. Let's work together with this goddess of light. From the establishment of a new radiant temple. Of course, with your shameless and treacherous personality, you don't need me to remind you of that, right? The corner of Xista's mouth twitched as he stared dumbly at Xiao Aoshuan, unable to say anything. Come on, little Aoshuan, I'll take you to your room. Camille stood up and said to Xiao Aoshuan with a smile. The mannequin echo hopped onto Chi Aoshuan's shoulder, squinted its eyes, and mewed twice. It was obvious that it was tired as well. Chi Aoshuan followed Camille out the door. Before leaving, she looked at Feng Yixuan's back. However, Feng Yixuan had never turned his head around to look at her. He just sat there silently without moving. Chi Aoshuan sighed in her heart, turned around and left. Deluxe guest rooms, comfortable beds. After Xiao Aoshuan took a bath for the lucky cat, they laid on the bed together. Chi Aoshuan looked at the luxurious bed curtain above her head in a daze. Feng Yixuan. Why didn't she recognize him? I can't hold it in any longer. I can't hold it in any longer. I won't be able to wait for him to personally tell me. I must find an opportunity to ask you tonight. He had to ask him in person what exactly was going on. What was so difficult about him? Why was there such an unresolvable sadness in his eyes? Was it because of him? C-250. As night fell, Weststar actually prepared a banquet to welcome Chi Aoshuan. However, the young master and Feng Yixuan did not attend. The happiest thing in the banquet was to recruit a treasure cat. She devoured the food happily before patting her stomach in satisfaction and lying down on the table in front of Xiao Aoshuan, snoring softly. Marilyn and a few of her guardian angels were present at the evening's feast, and Sister was more gracious to them now. He must have figured out a lot of the details. Xiao Aoshuan ate this sumptuous dinner absent-mindedly, then left with the treasure cat. Marilyn and Sister went alone to the study in Sister to discuss the matter, and were not so much taken into account as by the perversity of Chi and Aoshuan. Camille sat at her seat, elegantly tasting the red wine, watching Chi Aoshuan's departing back as she pondered. Chi Aoshuan hugged the sleeping cat and asked the maid, Feng Yixuan, about his room, then she went to look for him. Standing in front of the door, Xiao Aoshuan raised her hand and wanted to knock, but she did not fall down for a while. In front of his eyes was Feng Yixuan's complicated expression and sorrowful eyes. What had happened to him since they'd parted? After standing at the entrance for a long time, Chi Aoshuan finally knocked on the door gently. The familiar voice came through the door. Who? Feng Yixuan's low voice rang out. Chi Aoshuan didn't make a sound. She was afraid that if she did, Feng Yixuan wouldn't even open the door for her. He lightly knocked on the door again, and footsteps could be heard from inside. When the door opened, it revealed Feng Yixuan's beautiful face. Feng Yixuan stood there silently, gazing deeply at the girl before him. Actually, he already knew who was standing at the door, but, Yixuan, why don't you recognize me? You are clearly the Yixuan I know. Looking at the person in front of her, Xiao Aoshuan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started questioning him. Feng Yixuan opened his mouth slightly, but only a single word came out. He then stopped speaking. Yixuan, why? What the hell is wrong with you? I can clearly see the deep sadness in your eyes. Why? What makes you so difficult? Is it because of me? Chi Aoshuan suddenly felt very flustered. She suddenly felt that Feng Yixuan was about to leave her and would never come back. No, I will end the holy war for you. Definitely, I won't make you sad. Feng Yixuan slowly lowered his voice. His eyes didn't move away from Chi Aoshuan's bright face, but he didn't say anything else. Yixuan. Chi Aoshuan looked at Feng Yixuan in astonishment. Seeing the pain and patience in his eyes, she involuntarily cried out. She wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by a loud shout. Chi Aoshuan, what are you doing here? Go away. The young master's angry voice rang out, and in the next moment, the young master was standing beside Chi Aoshuan, glaring at her. Young master. Chi Aoshuan turned her head to look at the young master. The young master was so angry that his eyes were about to spew fire. You're not welcome here. Hurry back to your room. The young master roared angrily at Chi Aoshuan before forcing Feng Yixuan into the room. With a bang, he closed the door. Xiao Aoshuan stood at the door absent-mindedly, staring at the closed door for a long time before leaving dejectedly. Inside the room, Feng Yuxuan was quietly leaning against the window, looking out into the darkness. It was as if he was in a state of mind. How irritating! How annoying! The young lord was spewing fire. Feng Yuxuan turned a deaf ear to her words and only looked outside quietly. In his heart, he was thinking about the results. Aoshuan, there's a lot I want to say to you. I will end the holy war for you. Never make you sad, absolutely. However, my vows will always stay by your side. I'm afraid I'll never be able to do it again. The night was dark. The next morning, at breakfast, she saw the look on Sister's face and Marilyn's smile of satisfaction, and it was clear that the two men had already discussed the details. The expressions of these two people were always ambiguous, making people easily think wrong of them. Sister's attitude toward Marilyn had also become very courteous. Since it had been agreed upon, it was naturally time to act. The first step was to establish a new base for the Radiant Temple. Marilyn had chosen the new Shining Court in Orlicon, far from the city of the center, so that it was more convenient to act between the former Shining Court and the present Shrine of the Dark. Sister was unusually positive. After tens of thousands of years of being suppressed, the situation was about to change. Naturally, he spared no effort in helping Marilyn establish her political power. It had to be said that Worcester was very rich now. They made their way secretly to the city, bought a large number of houses in the heart of the city, and began to build new ones. The construction of the celestial realm was not as complex as the mortal realm. 3 days later, a majestic palace rose from the ground, and the grand seal at the entrance of the palace caused everyone in the city to be extremely shocked. That was the symbol of the Radiant Temple. When Marilyn appeared, dressed in a holy white dress and accompanied by 4 10-winged angels, the subjects of the city were all excited and boiled up. The goddess of light had actually come. After the goddess of light said some words majestically, the citizens of the entire city were extremely excited, their blood boiling. From today onwards, the Radiant Temple will officially move to Orloff City. I, Marilyn Safel, will lead you to banish the darkness and fill the world with light, purity, and integrity. Marilyn's face was holy, and her beautiful face exuded an inviolable dignity. For a long time on this day, the entire city of Orling could not be at peace. Chi Aoshuan was standing in an attic high up in the palace. She looked down from the window and couldn't help but pout as she watched Marilyn and her guardian angels accept the worship of the people. This is only the first step. Sister's deep voice floated over. We still need to hold a light academy to select angel warriors for her and increase her strength. He believed that those old fellows in the central city should have received the news as well and would definitely take action. But I'd like to know how they look, Worcester said with a schadenfreude. Elders Guild. She looked at Marilyn, who was enjoying flowers and praise. Compared to Angelica, the former goddess of light, she was really lucky. As expected, Marilyn was not someone who was easy to deal with. She raised her strength in the Light Academy in the fastest possible time and issued a nationwide warning order. Annually, the selection was advanced. This time, the selection would take place in the new divine capital, Orliang City. The hot-blooded young people were all rushing to register. In the eyes of the world, the goddess of light was the ruler of the Radiant Temple. After all, on the surface, the goddess of light represented the light. The elders in the central city naturally received the news first. Bastard, Marilyn that bitch. He actually dared to say that the Radiant Temple had moved there. Bastard, then what are we? A woman in a luxurious dress flew into a rage in a room decorated with luxurious decorations. She threw all the vases and teacups in the room onto the floor and smashed them into pieces. Her pretty face was full of malevolence, and her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. If Marilyn stood in front of her now, there was no doubt that she would rush forward to scratch her hair and spit. This richly dressed woman was none other than the chosen next goddess of light, Flora. All right, Flora, take a look at you. There isn't a single trace of the noble appearance that the goddess of light should have. A handsome man beside her persuaded helplessly. But, father, that bitch Marilyn, she dares to openly oppose us like this. Flora stomped her feet angrily and complained unwillingly to this man. I know. Be patient. What can Marilyn do by herself? It will be dealt with soon. A cold light flashed in the handsome man's eyes. He was a member of the Council of Elders, and also Flora's father, Dives. Flora, you must remember, you are the goddess of light. Look at you, you are still acting so willfully and willfully. What if his subjects saw him? As soon as he said these words, a deep voice rang out. The speaker was a man who looked very much like Dervis. He was Dervis's father, Flora's grandfather, and a member of the Presbyterian Council, Gudbrand. It was no wonder that Flora was chosen as the next goddess of light. Out of the 9 elders in the Elders Guild, 4 of them were related to her by blood, while the other 2 were her uncles, so they unconditionally supported her. Understood, grandfather. Flo lowered her head in embarrassment and restrained herself. HMPH. Marilyn, the little bitch, wants to be independent, too. A cold light flashed across Diawei's eyes as he said with disdain, once we capture her, I will make her wish she was dead. Then, father, hurry up and move. It will be too late if you don't make it. Everyone will really think that it's the Radiant Temple, Flora urged. Little girl, it's too late for you to say anything. We will send people to clear it out. Devis tapped her forehead and chuckled. Really, father? She then turned her head to look at the laughing and profound Gudbrand and happily asked, Grandfather, is what father said true? Of course it's true. You little girl, when will you be mature and steady? She lowered her head and smiled embarrassedly. I will learn from you. I can do it later. That's good. Let's just wait for the good news now. The tone in his voice was incomparably cold. He had already ravaged Marilyn 100 times in his heart, this damned bitch. If it weren't for her beauty, he would have killed her on the spot long ago and brought back the crystal of faith. He never thought that this little slut would actually dare to establish her own sect. HMPH. As long as he brought her back, he would definitely make her beg for death. In the past, with the help of the Pegasus, it was difficult to find traces of them in every city. Let's see where else she can run this time. But, father, I heard that Marilyn has a few 10-winged angels guarding her. What's going on? Flora asked in confusion. HMPH. Diawei's face darkened as he viciously said, this B*TCH is actually enlightened. She let her subordinates absorb the angel's heart that we sent to hunt her down, so she advanced. Impossible, the person we sent is also an 8-winged angel. It's impossible for him to be defeated so easily and then be absorbed by us. She frowned and shook her head. Maybe it was a sneak attack. All in all, Marilyn, this little bitch, seems to have changed a lot on this flight. Reeves frowned slightly as well, pondering. Marilyn no longer seemed to be the young woman who had looked innocent and cautious. Her heart seemed to be changing dramatically. This was not a good sign. No matter what, I won't fail again. This time, father sent 6 10-winged angels and a 12-winged angel to capture her. Dervis said confidently. Gudbrand narrowed his eyes and shot a cold glare. Yes, this time, there must be no mistake. We must capture Marilyn and take back the crystal of faith. All right, Flora, remember not to make a scene like this. Remember, you are the goddess of light. I still have things to do. I'll be leaving first. All right, she nodded. Gudbrand stood up and left with Dervis. The place they were going to was the secret room in the backyard. There were successive radiant goddesses imprisoned there, and now, it was their time to enjoy themselves. Oli City, Holy Hall. Within a large, bright study, Xiao Aoshuan was leisurely sipping the Rossetti, looking at the thick documents on the table. There were indeed many hot-blooded youths in the divine realm. In just a few days, so many people had come to register. The busy Charlotte and the others were bedraggled, even more beaming with joy. The Light Academy had already begun their intense teaching. Right now, Marilyn urgently wanted to increase her own strength. Thus, the first batch of angel warriors would soon be born, and at that time, the double play between sister and her would also take place. But in between, be wary of the Presbyterian flies. Ever since that night, Feng Yixuan hadn't said a word to Chi Aoshuan nor had he looked her in the eye. However, Chi Aoshuan could sense that a burning gaze would often land on her. Every time she turned her head to search for this gaze, she couldn't see anything. However, Chi Aoshuan knew very well that those were Feng Yixuan's eyes. There was nothing wrong with them. That night, it was quiet. Everyone was fast asleep, and Marilyn was tired from an early day's rest. The silent Radiant Temple silently snuck into the group of birdmen. They were the angel warriors sent by the Council of Elders. The leader of the 12 winged angels waved his hand gently, and the 6 10-winged angels silently followed him into the main hall. All they had to do now was go to Marilyn's bedroom and take her back and wait for the Presbyterian trial. The dark hall was quiet. A few angels carefully walked upstairs. Just as he was about to step up the stairs, the surroundings suddenly lit up. At that instant, the entire hall was also surrounded by spirit formations. It was completely isolated from the outside world. Not good. It was a trap. The angel warriors of the Elders Guild were all startled. They now understood that their opponents had been waiting for them for quite some time. Although they were surprised, they didn't panic. This was because they knew exactly how powerful their opponent was. Even if they had fallen to the point of absorbing the angelic hearts of their own kind, they would not be their match. The other side only had 4 fallen 10-winged angels, which was very different from their strength. This battle was without suspense. Unfortunately, they had guessed incorrectly. What appeared before them was not an angel with snow-white wings and the current goddess of light, Marilyn. It was a demon girl with blood-red eyes, and a human girl with black hair and black eyes. 12-winged angels. The young lord narrowed his eyes and maliciously sized up the 12-winged angels standing in the hall. Demon! Demon! The angels standing in the hall exclaimed. The demons had appeared in the divine realm, and they were still here in Marilyn's place. No wonder Marilyn was so fearless. She was originally acting together with the dirty demons. What the hell? What are ghosts screaming at night? Don't you know it will affect other people's sleep? When the young lord saw these angels crying out in alarm, he wrinkled his brows and started to curse impatiently. He flipped over and jumped down, attacking the angels standing there unceremoniously. Dirty demon, Marilyn, you filthy woman, you are in cahoots with the dirty demons. Ah! The strange cries replaced the angry shouts behind him. The young lord was indeed the young lord. His attacks were extremely vicious and each of his moves were deadly. Even without Chi Aoshuang's help, a few powerful angels could only barely dodge her blows, but their wounds were constantly increasing. When the young lord saw the blood, he became even more agitated, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His attacks became even more vicious. He seemed to be venting, but at the same time, he seemed to be enjoying it. What was even more hateful was that the young lord was able to kill them, yet he didn't kill them. Instead, he beat them until they were half dead, half alive, and then came to beat them up. In the end, each of the angels was badly battered and bruised, and they no longer looked as handsome as before. The 12-winged angels at the head of the group were much better off. At the very least, they were able to discern the appearance of the previous group. The others were all in a terrible state. Abominable demons, you guys. The leader of the 12-winged angels spat out a mouthful of blood as he awkwardly spoke. And there was a tooth in the blood he spat out. I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. The young lord didn't wait for the 12-winged angels to finish speaking. His face turned cold, and a tyrannical glint flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, black flames instantly surrounded the angels. Terrifying cries of pain immediately echoed throughout the hall. It was unable to penetrate through, and just like that, it continued to irritate people's eardrums and caused them to tremble with fear. Chi Aoshuang was stunned as she watched the angels burn alive. Not only the body, but also the soul. This was the young chieftain's strength. This was the young chieftain's nature. With such a painful way to die, the young lord narrowed his eyes and enjoyed it. Slowly, the bodies of the angels burned away, leaving a few glowing hearts on the ground. TCH, they're cheap again. The young master made a cutting sound with disdain, put his hands behind his head and walked back to his room unconcernedly. By them, she meant, of course, the angels by Marilyn's side, and these pure powers made them more powerful by their absorption. Only after the young master left did Marilyn, Charlotte, and the others appear. They all looked at the angelic heart on the ground with complicated expressions. His mind was filled with that terrifying scene from a moment ago. Young master, this person's strength is actually this terrifying. Marilyn was glad that she were not enemies. How could Marilyn know the young chieftain's true identity? She could only assume that he was an ordinary demon with such terrifying strength. He had no idea that the young chieftain was the little devil king who acted as if he saw someone die and the flowers wilt. Even the demon generals would walk around her when they saw her. How could she be a good person? However, Chi Aoshuan clearly knew the young lord's identity, and now she had a better understanding of him. Young chieftain, she doesn't seem to know many things, and only acts according to her character. No matter what, the angel sent by the Elders Guild had been easily disposed of by the young lord. He wouldn't leak out any information, and he would solve the problem silently and perfectly. Next, Marilyn worked hard to develop her power. Her people are constantly blessed in nearby cities and in the city of Orleans to solve problems for people. More young people came to the selection, proud to be angel fighters. Soon, Marilyn's angel warriors already had 4 winged angels. The Elders Guild waited again and again but did not wait for the satisfactory news. The angels they sent out just disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. Marilyn's power, however, was at its peak. Marilyn's reputation rose to an unprecedented level after several attacks by Sister and the successful defeat of Marilyn's men. The whole of Orleans was a festival of flowers and applause, delivered to the Temple of Light and to the angels of Marilyn without a shred of stinginess. Chi Aoshuan looked out the window at the jubilant crowd below. The mannequin Echo lazily laid down on top of Chi Aoshuan's head and looked down. Camille, Xiao Aoshuan suddenly spoke in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Camille asked gently, brewing rose tea. "Do you think these people are crazy?" Sister hadn't done anything unforgivable, but these people hated him. The Radiant Temple and the Darkness Palace didn't have any conflict of interest, but they fought every day. The Radiant Temple had always wanted to destroy the Radiant Temple. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Aoshuan asked casually. "This is their belief in survival, their spiritual dependence." Camille smiled and handed over a teacup. "Simply put, they are bored and need to find something to do." Chi Aoshuan stood up and took the teacup from Camille, but in her heart, she was in deep agreement with Camille's words. These people were obviously looking for something to do. It was the same with the Holy War. Because of these people's boredom, their lives would be reduced to ashes. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. As Marilyn's influence grew more and more stable, the Council of Elders would never swallow its anger again. They're going to make a big move soon, but they would not be allowed to do so. The best defense is offense. It was better to strike first. A faint smile appeared on Chi Aoshuan's face. At this time, the sound of knocking came from the door. "Miss Aoshuan, I have your guest," the maid in white respectfully said to Xiao Aoshuan. "Customer? In the divine realm, did he know anyone?" Xiao Aoshuan looked at Camille with suspicion. Who could it be? C251. After thinking about it for a while, Chi Aoshuan still couldn't remember who she knew in the divine realm. It was possible that the White Emperor, He Yu, or Leng Lingyuan had come to find him. However, if they came to find him, would this be the way? Probably not. So it shouldn't be any of them. Who could it be? Under the guidance of the female attendant, Xiao Aoshuan walked into the reception hall. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a bright laughter. "Ha ha, you are much more pleasing to the eye than the previous Angelica. That little girl has been lying about her authority and has been talking about the Elders Guild all day long." He seemed to have heard this sonorous voice before. Chi Aoshuan frowned as she searched through her mind for this bright voice. Suddenly, she came to a realization. Isn't this the dragon god's voice? Chi Aoshuan clearly remembered that arrogant bastard from back then, but what was the dragon god doing here? What was the reason for him to look for her? Pushing the door open, he saw the person who was sitting on the chair laughing out loud. This old man that was brimming with spirit was the dragon god. West Star was there as well, chatting and laughing with the dragon god. When he had taken over the Radiant Temple, the dragon god had sent out a large number of draconic clans to take sightseeing missions, which had played a crucial role. West Star was naturally very enthusiastic about the dragon god. "Ah ha ha, little lass, come here, let me see you." When the dragon god saw Chi Aoshuan enter, he waved his hands intimately. Chi Aoshuan blinked her eyes. Looking at the dragon god's happy face, she didn't know what to do. "Ha ha, little lass, you haven't seen me before, I already knew about you. Come tilde," the dragon god smiled and waved at Chi Aoshuan. After hesitating for a moment, Chi Aoshuan walked over. Chi Aoshuan was puzzled. Why was this dragon god so intimate with her? It was the same as seeing a long-lost family member. Was it that exaggerated? How would she know that the dragon god's personality was despicable and shameless? After knowing her personality, the dragon god had already taken her as a soulmate. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't know whether to laugh or feel honored or speechless. "Hello, Dragon Temple," Chi Aoshuan greeted politely. This old man wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Even the Radiant Temple had tried to curry favor with him by using his face to provoke him into signing a contract that would not bully the weak. One could imagine his true strength. "Ha ha, there's no need for this little girl to be so restrained. Come, sit this way." The dragon god patted the seat beside him, indicating for Chi Aoshuan to sit down. Chi Aoshuan sat down and looked at the powerful old man, not knowing what he was up to. Your name is Chi Aoshuan?" the dragon god asked with a smile. "All right," Chi Aoshuan nodded. Very well, very well. I like your character very much. Thanks to you, my descendants from the lower realms have become a little more intelligent." The dragon god reached out his hand and patted Chi Aoshuan's shoulder, nearly dispersing Chi Aoshuan's bones. It was only then that Xiao Aoshuan had an inkling of what was going on. Was this old man being very courteous to her because of this? Why did the Temple of Dragon come this time? Xiao Aoshuan asked straightforwardly. "Oh, I came to join in the fun. It's purely for sightseeing." The dragon god squinted his eyes and laughed. "A tourist tour?" I bulge. Xiao Aoshuan made a hand gesture in her heart. So that was how it was. Back then, the Black Dragon had brought the dragon race out with them in full force. This was called sightseeing, and it had changed the entire situation in an instant. Now that the dragon god old man said those words again, his expression didn't change at all. It seemed that this old fellow only wished to stir up chaos throughout the world. He would gather wherever there was excitement. However, this was also a good thing. With the dragon god, the Radiant Temple seemed to be much more powerful than the Elders Guild. Now that the world is unaware of Marilyn's break with the Presbyterians, Marilyn takes advantage of the opportunity to develop her own influence. Presumably the Presbyterian Council would soon take real and forceful measures, and if Marilyn continued to do so, the Presbyterian Council would become history. Good sightseeing. Chi Aoshuan felt her tongue being tied, and she did not know what to say. This old man's identity and strength were very special. He was not someone that was easy to fool. "Right, that bastard Austin is coming as well. I think I brought your friend with me." The dragon god laughed heartily. When Austin was mentioned, he seemed much more spirited. "Friend?" Chi Aoshuan was puzzled, but she suddenly understood. Was this referring to the White Emperor Blackfeather or Learnenglish? Who is Austin? Austin is an elf god. He loves gambling, sister added. Xiao Aoshuan suddenly remembered that she was branded by the dark god. Cliff and her master originally wanted to ask the elf god to remove the mark, but the elf god seemed to have agreed not to remove it after losing the bet with West Star. If not, the moment he said that, Chi Aoshuan actually remembered this matter very quickly. Xiao Aoshuan glared at West Star. He seemed to have thought of something and quickly shut his mouth tactfully. "It's a cold-looking silver-haired kid. They should be here soon." The dragon god did not notice the abnormality of the Western Star. Instead, he happily spoke of the person who came with the elf god. Learnenglish. It was Ling Yun, and he was with the elf god. However, what were these few gods doing together? Something to do with this holy war? Not likely. The elf god and the dragon god would not interfere in the affairs of the divine realm. They were both under the control of the Radiant Temple. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability to control it, but that they didn't want to. But what were they all here for, when they were helping Marilyn to become the new Radiant Temple? "Ha ha, it's here. I could smell the stench of Austin from far away." The dragon god laughed and said while looking at the door. "Bartle, you old bastard, I want revenge." A roar came from outside the door. However, even though this voice was filled with anger and vulgarities, it was still pleasant to hear. "Come, I'll accompany you. You idiot who lost 10 bets and 9 bets. The dragon god directly leaped up from the sofa, rolled up his sleeves and glared at the door, waiting for the people at the door to appear. "Oh, the dragon god's name is Bart, and besides the elf god's bet, he's actually a loser with 10 bets and 9 losses. This was really the biggest gossip of the divine realm. It was unknown if the elves in the mortal realm knew that the pure and noble nature of the elf gods was actually like this, or if they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. At last, the appearance of the elf god appeared at the entrance. With a single glance, Chi Aoshuang was stunned by the appearance of the person in front of her. What a beautiful person! Her soft green hair shone with an enticing luster as it flowed down naturally. It was exquisite to the point that there was not a single flaw on her face. Her clear green eyes, and her every movement were suffused with an elegant aura. His smile was so intoxicating, his manner so dazzling. His slender body and the strange mark of beauty between his brows made him appear even more mysterious and handsome. However, his speech and manner were completely inconsistent with his elegant appearance. "Bartle, you old bastard. Last time, you won my green eye stones. This time, I want to win it back." The beautiful elf god rolled up his sleeves, roared, and rushed over in quick steps. "Afraid of you? I'll do it." Bartle even stepped on the tea table and viciously glared at the elven god Austin. Chi Aoshuang's eyes did not move away from the door. "Lingyun, where is Lingyun? Didn't the dragon god say that Lingyun and the elf god came together?" A strand of silver hair gently floated past, revealing Lingyun's familiar handsome face. "Lingyun," Xiao Aoshuang blurted out with a smile. "Aoshuang." Lingyun's originally cold face revealed a faint smile when she saw Chi Aoshuang. The grey-clothed man beside Lingyun was still wearing a wide cloak, his hat obscuring his appearance. He was still so mysterious that he didn't reveal his true face. "Why are you with the elven god?" Chi Aoshuang smiled as she stepped forward. "After passing through that passageway, I finally landed in the territory of the elf god. After that, the elf god sent people to inquire about the situation with such a big commotion coming from your side. After knowing that you were here, I was prepared to come over. The elven god and the dragon god have also arranged to come and find the god of darkness." Lingyun explained. Chi Aoshuang frowned. "In that case, the elf god and dragon god were the ones who found out about the cooperation between the god of darkness and Marilyn. Otherwise, why would they come here to find the god of darkness, or did the god of darkness reveal it to them? With the goddess of darkness's treacherous and shameless personality, he would definitely leave something behind. So, it seems that the god of darkness purposely revealed this to the dragon god and the elf god. It didn't matter, as long as they mastered the scale themselves. So, the White Emperor and Black Feather aren't with you guys anymore?" Xiao Aoshuang asked. "Yeah, I didn't see them, and I didn't hear from them." Lingyun looked around, and seeing Camille and the others, she was not surprised. The elf god and the dragon god had already readied themselves. The two of them stood on the coffee table without any image, preparing to start their usual gamble. When Chi Aoshuang saw their so-called gambling, her jaw almost dislocated. It was actually stone scissors. Gambling without such level of skill, it truly made one vomit 3 liters of blood. The elf god let out a pitiful cry, because what he produced was cloth, and the dragon god's scissors. Poor Elven. "Well, I have a better gambling method in the Temple of the Dragon and the Temple of the Elves. Do you want to try it?" Chi Aoshuang squinted her eyes and laughed like a bad thief. The dragon god and the elf god were probably the key to balancing the influence of the divine realm. Naturally, they had to curry favor with them. Xiao Aoshuang had a premonition that there would be plenty of times to use them in the future. What method? The elf god and dragon god both turned to look at Chi Aoshuang with curiosity. Chi Aoshuang smiled but did not say anything. However, not long after, a barrier was set up in an elegant small hall in the rear courtyard of the Radiant Temple. Bang! "Touch your head, I'm done." Marilyn blankly stared at the few red-faced people fighting inside. "That little square thing is called Mahjong. Was he that attractive?" The god of darkness, the dragon god, and the elf god could not bear to let go. Only Camille played elegantly. The few of them were very smart, and Chi Aoshuang knew how to teach them. Now, the fight was in full swing. The Elders Guild will definitely make a big move. You should think about how to deal with it. Chi Aoshuang said casually. Marilyn's expression changed slightly. She said goodbye to Chi Aoshuang and hurried to the study room. Chi Aoshuang leaned on the pillar, watching Marilyn's figure leave, her eyes a little dark. "Aoshuang, what's wrong?" Lingyun stood beside Chi Aoshuang, naturally seeing the change in Chi Aoshuang's expression. "Lingyun, don't you think that Marilyn has been getting too many applause recently? What do you think?" The corner of Chiao Shuan's mouth curled up as she asked in a mocking tone. When a man's ambition is satisfied and inflated beyond measure, her desire will only grow stronger and stronger. Leng Lingyan narrowed her eyes, looking at the direction where Meryl's figure disappeared to and spoke coldly. Chiao Shuan smiled without saying anything. Marilyn, your eyes are getting hotter and hotter. Don't you know how to hide it? In the bright, large study of the radiant temple, Marilyn sat at her desk, looking at a table full of papers, a small smile on her beautiful face. It's only been a month, but there's already so many two-winged angels and four-winged angels. Soon, the birth of the six-winged angels will begin. This was great, he never expected such a result. Everyone was bowing and curtsying to themselves, and everyone's eyes were full of respect when they saw them. Flowers, applause, praise, never so much. Everything was decided by himself. No one needed to vote, no one needed to look at the expression on anyone's face. Was this power? The feeling of power was actually so good. Marilyn reaches out with her long, slender fingers and casually leafs through the papers on the desk. Heh, power, that's how power feels. With one hand covering the sky, his blood boiled. Here, everyone saluted when they saw themselves. Those angel warriors looked at them with eyes full of reverence and love. This feeling was too good. However, it did not seem to be enough. He wanted more of this feeling. Freya, Chiao Shuan, this human girl really did have some tricks up her sleeve. If she hadn't accepted her proposal, she wouldn't have been able to take everything in front of her. However, she was only a mere human. He couldn't allow her to dominate him like this. As for the god of darkness, this shameless bastard, he was actually on good terms with the dragon god and the elf god. He was a hard rock, not easy to bite down on. However, even if it was a hard stone, he had to make it his stepping stone. When he had ascended to the highest peak, he would then kick away this useless stepping stone. The Elders Guild would soon take action. However, with that demon present, what did he have to fear? The strength of that demon was truly terrifying. This kind of weapon was perfect for dealing with the Elders Guild and their stubborn old foxes. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask that human for help. Just use her properly. Didn't she want to stop the holy war and end it? The dragon god and the elf god had such a good relationship with her. Wasn't it a simple matter to ask her to ask the dragon god and the others to intervene? Holy war. The holy war that happened once every 1,000 years. In the past, he did not understand why there was such a meaningless and only filled with battles of killing. But now, he seemed to understand. War, expand, this way, he would be able to satisfy this comfortable desire. Expand to the outside world and rule the three realms. Just thinking about it was exciting. No wonder those shameless old fellows of the Elders Guild would spare no effort to wage such a war every 1,000 years. Once the Council of Elders was overthrown and that human left, wouldn't he have the final say in everything? The Holy War was truly something to look forward to. The expression on Marilyn's face grew more and more ferocious, and her eyes grew more and more intense. The document in her hand was almost crumpled into a ball. Marilyn, a low voice filled with worry called out softly. Marilyn wakes up with a start and frowns at the people standing next to her. Charlotte was looking at Marilyn, her face full of concern and bewilderment, and there was a trace of a strange, unfathomable emotion in the depths of Charlotte's eyes. Charlotte, how many times have I told you, don't call me by my name, and don't interrupt me while I'm thinking? Marilyn grunted impatiently. Yes, however, there's no one else here, and I don't see what you're thinking. There's something wrong with your expression, that's why Charlotte said softly. Marilyn put down the document in her hand, frowned and said coldly, has there been any movement from the Council of Elders recently? You're my captain of the guard. That's what you should be concerned about, not what I'm thinking. Yes, the Council of Elders seems to be assembling an army. Charlotte stood to the side, her head lowered, her eyes filled with complexity. Then what are you standing here for? Go investigate and prepare for battle. I'll go to the main hall. As soon as Marilyn mentioned the main hall, she gritted her teeth. Damned god of darkness, he was going to change his followers a lot. How much time and effort would he have to spend to get it back? However, this was only a matter of time. After speaking, Marilyn hurried out. The main hall was the place where she absorbed the power of faith in the light. Although the faith power of the human realm had been reduced by a lot, there were still quite a few believers. Charlotte let out a long sigh in her heart as she watched Marilyn's back disappear. Why do you think Marilyn has changed? That pure and upright girl seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. Charlotte slightly shook the 12 wings on her back, a bitter smile appearing on her face. That's right, he had fallen to the point where he would grow up to become a 12-winged angel by absorbing the hearts of his companions. It was normal for Marilyn to have some changes, right? However, was it really like this? He was just comforting himself. Charlotte sighed softly. She also slowly walked out of the study. As soon as she walked out of the study, Charlotte met a pair of penetrating eyes. The owner of the pair of eyes was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. The sight gave him goosebumps. Miss Aoshuan, Her Highness the Goddess isn't here. She's gone to the main hall. Charlotte swallowed slightly. He had a deep fear in the depths of his heart for this girl with black hair and black eyes in front of him. This feeling was even stronger than the red-eyed youth from the demon race. After witnessing the terror of that demon youth's black flames, Charlotte's 4 angels were filled with fear of the young master. However, Charlotte's fear of Chi Aoshuan was one step further. If the young lord was a sharp sword, then the blood that filled the sky was cruel and bloody, and no one could block it. In that case, Chi Aoshuan was a sword that killed without a drop of blood on it. After being killed by her beautiful sword technique, she would even smile and admire her beautiful dance style. He wouldn't blame her until he breathed his last. Charlotte didn't want to face such a terrifying person head-on. It was she who had lured them into the bottomless abyss, but was willing to do so. I didn't come for her. I came for you. Chi Aoshuan smiled. Looking for me? Charlotte's heart tightened abruptly when she saw Chi Aoshuan's incomparably flirtatious smile. Yes, I've come for you. For you, and for the person you love. Let's have a good talk. Chi Aoshuan's smile seemed so pure and harmless, but the words she spat out almost scared Charlotte out of her wits. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cold sweat already broke out on Charlotte's palms, but she still tried her best to stabilize her emotions. Do you want me to say it out loud? A pair of lovers entered the School of Light together, the last candidate to become the Goddess of Light, and the last angel warrior to become the guardian of the Goddess of Light. We should have supported each other in moving forward, but it's a pity that fate is manipulating people. Chi Aoshuan narrowed her eyes, and said those words in a cold tone. Charlotte's face was so pale that there was no trace of blood in it. Her fists were clenched so tight that her knuckles were white. He looked at Xiao Aoshuan for a long time before spitting out a sentence. Miss Aoshuan, why did you come to me for? As long as I don't hurt her, I'll promise you anything. Even if my soul falls into endless hell. Your soul and body have long since willingly fallen into hell. Chi Aoshuan sneered and said without any hesitation. He just couldn't bear to see these people acting as if they were being forced into prostitution. I didn't come to you to harm her. On the contrary, I came here to help her and the rest of you. That way, she wouldn't lose her way and end up with nothing left of her. Xiao Aoshuan was not polite at all. Charlotte's expression changed again and again. Finally, she let go of her clenched fist and said in a low voice, "This isn't the place to speak. Please follow me, Miss Aoshuan." Charlotte turned around and walked in front as soon as she finished speaking. Chi Aoshuan smiled faintly. She raised her head and nodded to the air before turning around and following behind Charlotte. After the two of them left, Leng Lingyun appeared. Master, the figure of the grey-robed man beside Leng Lingyun also appeared. Leng Lingyun remained silent. Master, she will definitely make you suffer a calamity. The man in grey looked at Chi Aoshuan's back and spoke in a low voice, his tone filled with worry. This young girl, she was not such a simple person.